Chapter 1. The Liu Family. Impudent boy, you said you would massage my feet, yet your hands have wandered to my thighs. Ahem, it appears my hands slipped. Then pray tell, why do you wish to remove my garments as well? Master, when one soaks in hot springs, one must loosen their attire. I merely wish to assist. By the celestial spring, Lin Yu grinned as he massaged the delicate feet of a beautiful woman. This enchanting maiden, known as the Enchantress, was in her 30s, stunningly beautiful with skin as white as snow. Every aspect of her was a feast for the eyes, a vision of exquisite charm as Lin Yu reveled in the sight and inhaled her intoxicating fragrance. His heart surged with uncontainable passion. Master, I wish to, however. Before Lin Yu could finish his thought, the Enchantress shook her head. The Qilin kidney that I have bestowed upon you is the embodiment of unparalleled strength and vitality, infused with an abundance of yang energy. Thus, you must unite with a woman of extreme yin to achieve your breakthrough. Otherwise, all your efforts and struggles will be in vain. At this, the Enchantress whispered, you must restrain your desires and focus solely on our training. Is it not for the sake of uncovering the truth behind your mother's disappearance years ago? Once a young master of Jiang City, Lin Yu's family had perished in a devastating fire 5 years prior. He had witnessed his mother vanish amidst the flames. Severely injured, he nearly succumbed to the inferno. Fortuitously, it was the Enchantress who saved him, replacing his ruined kidneys with a pair of Qilin kidneys. Since then, his body had undergone a tremendous transformation. Yet, his desires had intensified beyond that of an ordinary man. The Enchantress produced a stack of red papers. The Qilin kidneys are too potent. If you do not merge the Qilin yang energy with an extreme yin energy within 5 years, you will meet a catastrophic end. Thus, years ago, I specifically descended the mountain to seek out several women of extreme yin and arranged marriages for you. It is now time for you to fulfill your vows. Lin Yu was taken aback. Master, this marriage proposal comes rather abruptly. It cannot be that you accepted payment from others for me to take on their burdens? Nonsense. The Enchantress lightly kicked Lin Yu's chest with her delicate foot. The first marriage contract is with the Liu family of Jiang City, who have 4 sisters, each more beautiful than the last, and countless suitors vying for their affection. As for the beauties in the other contracts, they are equally striking and enchanting. If you possess the capability, you may certainly woo them all. Go forth. Let the world witness your prowess, and cause your enemies to tremble. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, he leaned closer to the enchanting figure, planting a kiss upon her flawless visage. You audacious rascal! How dare you? The Enchantress gasped, only to see Lin Yu already fleeing with the marriage contract in hand. Master, I shall miss you. The Enchantress gazed at Lin Yu's retreating figure, a fond smile gracing her lips. My audacious disciple descends the mountain. The mortal realm shall surely be stirred into a tempest. Jiang City is a bustling coastal metropolis. It boasted towering skyscrapers and a ceaseless flow of traffic, where women donned daring attire, flaunting miniskirts and spaghetti straps. The glimpses of fair skin were undeniably alluring. Many women in professional attire paraded in high heels and stockings, exuding an urban charm. Lin Yu was captivated, overwhelmed by the enchanting sights. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. Yet I wonder if the 4 beauties of the Liu family, as mentioned by my master, are merely a ruse. The Liu family villa, nestled in a renowned affluent district of the provincial capital, represented a prominent second-tier family. The neighborhood was tranquil, lined with exquisite landscaping and vibrant flowers native to coastal regions. Remembering his master's fondness for blossoms, Lin Yu wandered into a flower bed, intending to capture a photograph for her. To his surprise, he discovered a breathtaking woman basking in the sunlight amidst the blooms. Her skin was like jade, strikingly beautiful, resembling a celestial fairy. Lin Yu was momentarily entranced. In this city, there existed a woman as stunning as his master. More importantly, the gentle morning breeze fluttered her skirt, revealing her alluring legs. Lin Yu had initially aimed to photograph the flowers, but his phone inadvertently focused on her. Ah! The beauty turned at the sound, quickly covering her skirt. Are you taking my picture without permission? Lin Yu hastily clarified. I intended to photograph the flowers. I had no idea you were sunbathing here. It was purely a misunderstanding. The beauty's face flushed with embarrassment. A misunderstanding? How could there be so many misunderstandings in this world? Show me your phone. As she lunged to snatch it, Lin Yu's phone contained numerous secrets, including scandalous photos of his master in the hot springs. It could not be exposed to outsiders. I cannot let you see my phone if you do not believe me. You may call the police or summon the property management." At this, the beautiful woman grew even more furious and humiliated. Yet, she feared Lin Yu might be a perverted rogue in this isolated setting. The odds were decidedly against her. "You are acting guilty. Wait for it." She spat out a fierce retort before hastily fleeing. Due to the sun, her pants and waist had become damp. Her already exquisite figure appeared even more alluring. "This woman is quite amusing," Lin Yu chuckled, continuing towards the Lu family villa. Before the opulent entrance, a fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the air. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, his brow furrowing slightly. The scent was strong, indicative of treatment for internal injuries. He spotted a kind-looking elderly gentleman seated in the main position. "Greetings, Elder Lu, I am Lin Yu." Lin Yu greeted him with a smile. Elder Lu, noticing Lin Yu's striking features and tall stature, was clearly pleased. "Lin Yu, please have a seat." To his left stood his only son, Lu Shirtai. Next to Lu Shirtai was his wife, Lu Xingping, an elegant and charismatic woman that in her youth. Lu Xingping must have been a breathtaking beauty. Lu Shirtai scrutinized Lin Yu for a moment, his expression darkening as he murmured, "Father, are you truly intent on marrying my daughter to him?" Elder Lu shot him a disapproving glance. "Do not judge a book by its cover. Though he may appear simple in attire, his spirit is vigorous and evidently well-trained. What do you know?" Lu Shirtai, dissatisfied, retorted, "Father, my 4 daughters are all ethereal beauties. Countless warriors aspire to wed them. When will it be this ordinary man's turn?" Elder Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. "As long as he possesses good character and health, is that not commendable? Quickly summon my 4 granddaughters to meet Lin Yu." Though Lu Shirtai felt aggrieved, he dared not oppose. Before long, 4 young women emerged from the 2nd floor. In an instant, a radiant light filled the room, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance. Lin Yu looked up to see that the eldest among them appeared to be 26, while the youngest was merely 20. Without exception. They were all fair-skinned, stunningly beautiful, and exuded youthful vibrancy with long legs. Each possessed their unique charm. Lin Yu thought to himself that his master had not deceived him. They truly were 4 exquisite flowers. Wait. He recognized one of the beauties from somewhere. The striking maiden also noticed Lin Yu. "It's you!" both exclaimed in unison, astonished. Everyone around them was taken aback. Lin Yu and Lu Wanyun knew each other? Elder Lu chuckled. "Wanyun, since you are acquainted with Lin Yu, that is splendid news." However, Lu Wanyun quickly denied. "I do not know him. He is a lewd pervert. He just took a picture of me without my consent." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned to Lin Yu. Though Lin Yu was humble, it did not mean he was a pushover. "Beautiful lady, that gust of wind just lifted your skirt, and I happened to be photographing flowers, so I inadvertently caught a glimpse. If you do not believe me, you can ask the property management to check the surveillance." The crowd gasped in surprise. They all looked at Lu Wanyun. "Sister, did this Lin Yu see you undressed?" Chapter 2. Disrespect. The other 3 close friends quickly inquired, fearing that their sister might be in serious trouble. Lin Yu chuckled. "That wind was quite strong, so I saw what I was meant to see and what I shouldn't have seen. To be honest, she is exceedingly beautiful." Lu Wanyun quickly shouted, "Enough! Shut your mouth." How could he not only look but also comment? The crowd was even more astonished. It seemed that Lu Wanyun had indeed been seen in her entirety by Lin Yu. What a tremendous loss! Only old Master Lu was grinning from ear to ear. "Fate. This is nothing less than destined fate. Wanyun. Lin Yu is here to fulfill the marriage contract with you." At these words, Lu Wanyun appeared as if she had turned to stone. The other 3 beauties were equally shocked. Old Master Lu had mentioned the marriage contract before, and everyone thought it was merely a jest. Little did they know, the old man spoke only the truth. Lin Yu frowned. "Old Master Lu, I actually have pressing matters to attend to. I came today to annul the engagement, and I hope you will grant my request." Lu Wanyun drew a sharp breath. Annul the engagement. As a young woman of virtue and the president of a company, was he truly rejecting her? Lin Yu did not even glance at her. Though he had an appreciation for the fairer sex, he was not without options. Since Lu Wanyun looked down upon him, there was little point in remaining. However, old Master Lu shook his head. "Your master has told me that only if I agree can you refuse the marriage." Now it was Lin Yu's turn to feel anxious. How was this any different from coercing a marriage? Yet, his master had indeed instructed him not to refuse the marriage lightly. Seeing Lin Yu speechless, old Master Lu appeared quite pleased. "Wanyun, you have reached a marriageable age. Since Lin Yu has seen your body, you ought to marry him. Lu Wanyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Yu was a peeping pervert if she were to marry him. What happiness would her future hold? Her father, Lu Shitai, mustered the courage to speak. Father, I simply cannot fathom why you would not choose from so many talented young men, but insist on selecting him. The other sisters chimed in to persuade. The villa was filled with a cacophony of voices, creating quite a commotion. Be quiet. Old Master Lu grew increasingly irritated, rising abruptly from his seat. But the next moment, he clutched his chest in agony and collapsed back into his chair. Grandfather! Father! Everyone was taken aback, shouting, Dr. Mu, hurry! Everyone, step aside! An elderly man with gray hair hurriedly entered the room, swiftly checking Old Master Lu's pulse, his expression turning fierce. Did I not tell you? Old Master Lu has recurring internal injuries and must avoid agitation. You should try to accommodate him in all matters. Yet you have made him this distressed. Do you wish for him to depart from this world? Upon hearing Dr. Mu's reprimand, Lu Shitai and the others felt overwhelming guilt, especially Lu Wanyun, who was nearly brought to tears. Grandfather, I will listen to you. I am willing to marry Lin Yu. Please do not die. I beg you. At her words, a difficult smile appeared on Old Master Lu's pained face. I am truly comforted to hear you say that. Remember your promise, do not go back on your word. Then, astonishingly, he stood up as if nothing had happened. With a proud grin, he turned to Dr. Mu and said, Your acting is impressive. That roar earlier nearly startled me into revealing the truth. Dr. Mu feigned annoyance. I am a renowned physician. Do not call upon me for theatrics in the future. What is going on? Everyone was astonished. They soon realized that Old Master Lu had feigned a medical crisis, collaborating with Dr. Mu to perform a melodrama. The aim was to compel Lu Wanyun to agree to marry Lin Yu. Lu Wanyun and the others were left with dark expressions. Even Lin Yu could only shake his head in resignation. Old Master Lu was quite the trickster. It seemed this family was rather unorthodox. I felt as though I had stumbled into a den of thieves. Grandfather, how could you do this? Lu Wanyun wiped her tears away forcefully, feeling endless grievance. Old Master Lu, however, was quite pleased. If it were not for this, how could I unite you and Lin Yu in matrimony? Now that you are willing to agree, I am truly delighted from the bottom of my heart. As he spoke, he could not contain his laughter, but soon turned pale and clutched his chest once more, his face contorted in pain. Grandfather, are you still playing tricks? Lu Wanyun was almost driven to madness by this mischievous old man. But when she attempted to help Old Master Lu up, she noticed something was amiss. Grandfather, why are your hands so cold? And they are twitching. Lu Shitai scolded softly. Wanyun, what time is it? Why are you still playing around with your grandfather? Lu Wanyun shook her head urgently. I am not. Grandfather is not pretending this time. He is having a medical episode. Dr. Mu, please come quickly to assist. What? Dr. Mu's expression changed dramatically as he rushed forward to examine him. He saw that Old Master Lu's face was ashen, and the twitching was no act. The signs of heart failure were becoming increasingly evident. Old Master Lu, hold on. I will administer acupuncture right away. With that, Dr. Mu quickly laid out a set of silver needles. Some were long, some short, each needle exquisitely shaped, clearly of exceptional origin. Lu Wanyun and the rest of the Lu family looked on with tense anticipation. Dr. Mu, we implore you. Dr. Mu appeared confident, stating arrogantly, do not worry, once my needles are in, Old Master Lu will surely awaken. Everyone was filled with immense hope. But at that moment, Lin Yu forcefully grasped Dr. Mu's hand. If you administer the needles, Old Master Lu will undoubtedly perish within 10 seconds after awakening. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. How could he be causing further chaos at such a critical moment? Unbelievable. Dr. Mu's eyes widened, bloodshot with anger. Young man, this is a time to save a life. Do not be foolish. If you delay treatment, you will be held responsible. Release me at once. Lin Yu remained unyielding. Your willow leaf 9 needles are indeed potent, capable of rousing Old Master Lu swiftly. However, consider this. After he awakens, his vitality will be weak, and the medicinal properties of your willow leaf 9 needles will not have fully dissipated. The lingering effects could overwhelm him, leaving him no chance of survival. Upon hearing this, Dr. Mu was struck with astonishment. Indeed, every word he speaks is valid. In my eagerness to save a life, I overlooked the necessary post-treatment care. Moreover, how did he know I intended to use the willow leaf 9 needles without me even starting the first needle? This Lin Yu is extraordinary. His medical skills must surpass my own. Unwittingly, Dr. Mu found himself momentarily lost in thought. Lu Shirtai and Lu Wanyun were in a state of frantic urgency, wanting to pull Lin Yu away to prevent him from hindering Dr. Mu's efforts to save Old Master Lu. Stop! You must not show disrespect to Mr. Lin Yu. Dr. Mu's commanding voice startled Lu Shirtai and Lu Wanyun, leaving everyone else utterly astonished. Old Mu paid no heed to them, but respectfully inquired of Lin Yu, in your esteemed opinion, what would be the most appropriate way to treat Elder Lu? Witnessing this scene, all present were utterly astonished. Old Mu was actually seeking Lin Yu's counsel? Lin Yu, opting not to clarify at that moment, assisted Elder Lu to his feet. Reviving him is quite simple, just observed, and no sooner had he spoken than Lin Yu executed a powerful punch to the back of Elder Lu's heart. Bang! The sound reverberated. Lin Yu, have you lost your mind? The members of the Lu family were overwhelmed with anguish and fury as they witnessed Lin Yu strike Elder Lu. I will end you. Lu Shirtai, the elder son, was the first to rush forward, intent on confronting Lin Yu with all his might. Led by Lu Wanyun, the 4 flower-like maidens disregarded all else in their attempts to halt Lin Yu. Yet Lin Yu seemed endowed with innate strength, effortlessly repelling them with a mere gesture. Then, he struck Elder Lu's back once more, his force intensified. A deep, resounding thud echoed, the sound even more pronounced. When Elder Lu received the first blow, a semblance of pain flickered across his features. Now, however, all expression had vanished. He departed with an unmistakable serenity. Chapter 3. Massage Grandfather. Father. The members of the Lu family, witnessing the torment inflicted upon the venerable Lu patriarch, were immediately struck with disbelief, tears streaming down their faces. They then turned to Lin Yu, shouting in anger, Lin Yu, you have killed my grandfather. Even if he forbade you from calling off the engagement, there was no need for such a brutal hand. Lin Yu, you are a murderer. Within the Lu household, fury erupted, with cries of anguish echoing throughout. Even the esteemed physician, Old Mu, bore a grave and tense expression. Just moments ago, he had believed Lin Yu's medical skills to surpass his own. Yet, Lin Yu's actions only revealed his utter lack of medical knowledge. However, his capability for violence was undeniable. After all, it is rare for an individual to strike so precisely at the back of the heart. Such cruelty was unfathomable. Suddenly, Old Mu recalled a remarkable therapy from ancient texts that combined massage with martial arts, known as ancient push. Could it be? A realization struck him. Everyone, please refrain from weeping. Indeed, Mr. Lin Yu was treating the patriarch. The technique he employed is called back heart push, specifically targeting the back heart to expel stagnant blood. The methods described align almost perfectly with what Lin Yu has demonstrated. Upon hearing this, Lu Shirtai and Lu Wanyun, along with the others, stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at Lin Yu with eyes full of skepticism. Could there truly exist such a violent form of medicine? Lin Yu merely smiled lightly, saying, Old Mu, you are indeed a knowledgeable person. Kindly fetch me a basin. Upon hearing his request, Old Mu trembled with excitement. Indeed, my hypothesis was correct. Mr. Lin Yu genuinely knows the ancient push. Without a moment's hesitation, Old Mu hurriedly brought a basin of water and placed it before the venerable Lu patriarch. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu delivered yet another punch to the old man Lu's back. A sound echoed as the elderly gentleman, who seemed devoid of life, suddenly widened his eyes after receiving this third blow. His expression contorted in agony, and with a gasp, he expelled a large mouthful of dark blood into the basin. The grotesque mass varied in shape and size, exuding a foul stench that clearly indicated it had long been stagnating within his body. After this release, the old man gasped for air, his countenance transforming from a grimace of pain to an expression of indescribable relief. How refreshing, how liberating. It has been 10 years since I have experienced such unimpeded breathing. As he spoke, beads of sweat poured from him, the perspiration thick and foul. Clearly, after expelling the blood, his body was purging other toxins through sweat, visibly improving his complexion. Just moments ago he appeared lifeless, yet now he seemed reborn. Witnessing this transformation, both Lu Wanyun and the others could not suppress their astonishment. They gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief, realizing that this seemingly ordinary man possessed remarkable medical prowess. However, Lin Yu remained composed, instructing someone to dispose of the congealed blood before speaking. Old Master Lu's internal injuries were severe. I could only prioritize saving him before offering an explanation. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood. Lin Yu was not causing chaos but was driven by a genuine desire to save a life. It was akin to a popular saying, "There was no time for explanations. One must board the train before purchasing a ticket." They had not anticipated his extraordinary ability. Had they, then, misjudged him? The Lu family members recalled their previous unkindness towards Lin Yu, their faces flushing with embarrassment, as if they had received 2 resounding slaps, particularly Lu Wanyun, who could not help but bow her head in shame. Lin Yu let out a cold smile and addressed Old Master Lu, saying, "Your internal injury has largely healed, but it is essential for you to rest more. Employing dietary therapy as a form of medicinal treatment, you shall recover fully within a week." He then personally penned a dietary prescription and handed it to Old Master Mu, saying, "I entrust you with the subsequent recuperation." Upon receiving the prescription, Old Master Mu observed its neat yet elegant calligraphy, imbued with an ethereal quality that exuded an indescribable vitality. More importantly, the prescription meticulously outlined the application and dosage, showcasing a flawless integration of medicinal ingredients and food, truly unparalleled. From this subtlety, Old Master Mu instantly comprehended that Lin Yu's talents extended far beyond mere massage techniques. In other medical domains, he undoubtedly possessed exceptional skills. Such remarkable proficiency at such a young age was nothing short of extraordinary. Approaching with a respectful gesture, Old Master Mu expressed his admiration. "With just one intervention, you have completely cured the internal affliction that has plagued the old master for a decade. Meanwhile, I have exhausted all my efforts over the years without being able to resolve Old Master Lu's significant ailment. It is indeed a source of great shame." Lin Yu maintained a serene demeanor, stating, "While my treatment has indeed been effective, it is undeniable that without your medical expertise safeguarding Old Master Lu's health over the years, he would have long since departed this world. In terms of merit, Old Master Mu surpasses me by a considerable margin." Upon hearing these words, Old Master Lu and the members of the Lu family turned their gazes toward Old Master Mu, bestowing upon him even greater respect. In this poignant moment, Old Master Mu was truly moved to tears. Having known Old Master Lu for many years, he had been deeply invested in the latter's health. Alas, as the old master aged, his ailments grew increasingly severe, leaving Old Master Mu burdened with a sense of guilt, perhaps a reflection of a healer's compassion. To his astonishment, Lin Yu not only fulfilled Old Master Mu's wishes today but also displayed remarkable humility, generously attributing the bulk of the credit to Old Master Mu. One must wonder, could Old Master Mu not be touched by such kindness? "Mr. Lin Yu, you are truly a remarkable talent." Mr. Mu expressed his sentiments, extending his congratulations to Old Master Lu. "The Lu family is indeed enviable to have someone like Mr. Lin Yu as a son-in-law." Ha ha ha! Old Master Lu immediately burst into laughter, visibly fond of Lin Yu. However, the members of the Lu family felt somewhat awkward, unsure of how to face Lin Yu. Unexpectedly, Lu Wanyun took a deep breath and approached Lin Yu. "We have misunderstood you just now, and almost delayed your treatment for grandfather. It was my fault, and I sincerely apologize. Moreover, I am particularly grateful to you for healing my grandfather." As she spoke, Lu Wanyun bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Lin Yu. Lu Wanyun actually took the initiative to apologize and express her gratitude to Lin Yu. This left the other members of the Lu family in disbelief. What has happened to our proud female CEO today? Is she actually apologizing? Only Lin Yu felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Furthermore, he realized that Lu Wanyun was bold and had a certain character. However, at that moment as Lu Wanyun bowed to Lin Yu, her proud figure was inadvertently revealed by the neckline. This, Lin Yu had not intended to look, yet Lu Wanyun's exquisite figure captivated him. The looseness of her collar was particularly striking. Her pair of snow-white beauty, resembling jade carvings, directly pierced Lin Yu's gaze. It was impossible to look away. The suppressed flames of the Qilin kidney within Lin Yu ignited uncontrollably. Huh? Lu Wanyun noticed Lin Yu's dazed eyes and suddenly realized she had failed to cover her collar. She had been seen. Chapter 4, Acting rogue. Lu Wanyun exclaimed in shock, quickly straightening her posture and shooting a fierce glare at Lin Yu. The fondness she had just felt for him dissipated in an instant. Lin Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment, pondering that the fire of the Qilin kidney within him was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. He needed to find a way to harmonize the yin and yang swiftly, or it would lead to significant trouble. He chuckled softly. I apologize. I simply cannot help myself. Lu Wanyun's fair face flushed crimson as she exclaimed towards her grandfather, Grandfather, look, this man is a ravenous wolf in the guise of a gentleman. However, her grandfather waved his hand in denial, stating, if a man were not fond of beauty, how could he be blessed with many children and fortune? Moreover, you are stunningly enchanting. Which young man could possibly remain unaffected? One cannot blame Lin Yu for this. Lin Yu felt a profound sense of gratitude within, also discovering that this old man Lu possessed a rather intriguing character. However, Lu Wanyun was left utterly speechless, retreating behind her three younger sisters to adjust her attire. The trio of golden flowers united in indignation, whispering reproaches. That fellow is truly wicked. Although he possesses the skill of massage, it does not alter the undeniable truth that he is a perverse rogue. If the eldest sister marries him, will she not be driven to despair? With the way he gazes, one cannot help but wonder when he might extend his insidious grasp towards us. We must absolutely avoid welcoming a wolf into our midst. The more Lu Wanyun listened, the more her heart burned with anxiety, casting a fierce glare at Lin Yu. In Lin Yu's heart surged a desire for victory. You don't wish to marry me, do you? Then I shall insist on being with you. Otherwise, how will I vent the fire of my Kirin kidney? Lin Yu feigned pity, old sir. If you want me to fulfill the marriage contract, I am certainly willing. However, Lu Wanyun possesses a rather fiery temperament, and I fear she may not be inclined to share a room with me. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment. He is already contemplating sharing a room before marriage? A rogue, an absolute rogue. Lu Wanyun's eyes reddened with urgency. At that moment, Dr. Mu surprisingly chuckled. If Miss Wanyun is unwilling to wed Mr. Lin, my granddaughter is willing to take her place. He then opened his phone to show Lin Yu a photo of his granddaughter, stating, Mr. Lin, my granddaughter is as exquisite as Miss Wanyun, and her disposition is far more agreeable. Unexpectedly, old Lu pulled Lin Yu aside, exclaiming, I say, Dr. Mu, are you attempting to snatch my future grandson-in-law? That is most ungracious of you. Dr. Mu, eager to secure Lin Yu as a desirable match, smiled affably. I merely believe Miss Wanyun is hesitant about marriage and wish to assist her. Old Lu waved his hand dismissively. I know precisely what you are thinking. If you wish to marry your granddaughter to Lin Yu, fine, but you must wait in line. Witnessing two elderly gentlemen vying for Lin Yu's attention, Lu Wanyun was incredulous. Had they truly been enchanted by Lin Yu? Old Lu, wary of Lin Yu being claimed by Dr. Mu, commanded, to avoid prolonged uncertainties, let Lin Yu and Wanyun's marriage be simple. Let us go obtain the marriage certificate now and consummate the union tonight. Lu Wanyun nearly spat blood in exasperation. Grandfather, are you genuinely that afraid I won't be able to marry? And tonight, no less? As Lu Wanyun prepared to erupt, her three younger sisters hastily restrained her. Grandfather's mind is made up. We can only placate him for the moment and devise a plan to send Lin Yu away. He is a rogue, is he not? Thus, we three sisters shall take turns employing our charms to ensnare him. Should he dare to overstep the boundaries or infringe upon us, he would be equivalent to intruding upon his sister-in-law. Grandfather despises those who lack discipline. He will undoubtedly drive him away. Then you will be free. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyun's almond-shaped eyes widened in realization. Why had she not thought of such an excellent plan? She gazed at her three sisters, each more enchanting than the last, and a cunning smile appeared on her lips. Thus, Lu Wanyun acquiesced to the marriage arrangement. Old Lu's face lit up with joy. Dr. Mu, however, sighed softly, realizing that his hopes of a fortunate turn of events were unlikely to materialize today. Yet, Lin Yu observed the scheming glint in Lu Wanyun's eyes. This Lu Wanyun was surely plotting something. Nevertheless, Lin Yu remained unconcerned. He possessed ample time and patience to engage in a battle of wits with Lu Wanyun. Let us proceed to obtain the certificate. Lu Wanyun eagerly drove her BMW 5 Series over. The car exuded an alluring fragrance, and with Lu Wanyun's delicate, long legs, the fiery passion within Lin Yu's Kirin kidney was reignited. It must be said, Lu Wanyun was a vision of beauty from head to toe. Keep your eyes to yourself. Lu Wanyun snapped, fiercely pulling a garment to shield her lovely legs. We are going to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. Yet Lin Yu interrupted. Why go to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Lu Wanyun's brow furrowed. Are we not going to obtain the certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Where else would we go? Lin Yu shook his head with a smile, saying, while you are indeed beautiful, do you truly believe that I wish to marry you? I was merely putting on a performance for your grandfather, do you understand? Lu Wanyun instantly felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. I have not looked down upon you, yet you seem to disdain this young lady. Lu Wanyun crossed her arms and replied coldly, but if we do not obtain a marriage certificate, how can we explain this to grandfather? I certainly do not wish to cause him distress. Lin Yu revealed a scornful smile. Have you never heard the saying, when the genuine is fabricated, the false may also appear true? In the realm of existence and non-existence, what is real may seem unreal? Lu Wanyun was taken aback, then burst into delighted laughter. Of course, we can obtain fake certificates and enter into a sham marriage. As long as we keep our secret, grandfather will remain oblivious to the truth. Lin Yu smiled faintly, acknowledging that this young lady was rather astute. Once again, Lu Wanyun inquired, when do you intend to depart from the Lu family? Lin Yu retorted, when did I ever say I wanted to leave the Lu family? Have you forgotten that your grandfather asked me to share a room with you tonight? Therefore, I propose we consummate our union this evening, and we shall address future matters later. Lu Wanyun's beautiful eyes widened in shock. So, when you mentioned obtaining a fake marriage certificate, you actually intended to possess me without any sense of responsibility, is that it? Your calculations are truly impressive. Lin Yu did not conceal his intentions. You may interpret it as such. However, I have witnessed both of your accidental exposures. So tonight I shall undress for you as well, thereby leaving us with no debts between us. Lu Wanyun was utterly astounded. Who wishes to see you in the nude? You are undeniably a notorious lecher. This only solidified Lu Wanyun's determination to expel Lin Yu from the Lu family. Filled with indignation, she sent a message in the 4-Flower Beauties WeChat group. My 3 sisters, let us immediately embark on a beauty trap tonight, for I desire him to err under the allure of your stunning beauty. For so long, countless men had gazed enviously at their charms, with suitors incessantly pursuing them. Yet, they had maintained their pristine virtue. The notion of seducing men was entirely foreign to them. Thus, upon receiving the message, the 3 sisters felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration. Chapter 5. Arrogance. The 4 beauties of the Lu family, resembling their mother Lu Xingping, possessed an extraordinary allure. Their skin, akin to exquisite jade, seemed to glisten with dew. Their nearly perfect figures appeared as if they had stepped out of a comic book, captivating countless young gentlemen. Lin Yu, being an unabashed lecher, would surely fall into their trap beneath the splendor of my 3 sisters, resulting in his expulsion from the Lu family. The more Lu Wanyun contemplated this, the more pleased she became, her crimson lips curling into a subtle smile, exuding an essence of a wicked yet enchanting woman. Lin Yu merely cast a glance at her and surmised that she was secretly plotting. However, Lin Yu remained indifferent. There are numerous marriage prospects, and one fiancé is not the only option. If one does not suffice, he can simply seek another. Lin Yu is primarily concerned with his grand plan for vengeance. He is determined to uncover the perpetrator responsible for the arson that led to the destruction of the Lin family. Subsequently, the 2 ventured into a narrow alley to acquire false identification. This fellow possesses quite the arrogant demeanor. Lu Wanyun, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought to herself, be as proud as you wish. Tonight, I shall employ the charms of my 3 younger sisters to deal with you. On the other side, Lin Yu arrived at a secluded park, where 4 luxurious vehicles awaited his arrival. Young master, I have been eagerly anticipating your descent. An elderly man dressed in a black centipede-buttoned martial arts uniform greeted him respectfully, his face brimming with excitement. Lin Yu smiled and patted the old man's shoulder. Old Zhou, it has been a long time. 3 years ago, Lin Yu was tasked with treating the impoverished around the Immortal Mountain when he fortuitously encountered this elder named Zhou Lei, who was being pursued by a group of enemies. Lin Yu employed his celestial abilities to rescue Zhou Lei, leaving him profoundly astonished and filled with gratitude, thereafter addressing Lin Yu as young master. It was revealed that Zhou Lei was the head of the influential Zhou family in the provincial capital, possessing immense power. On this occasion, Lin Yu had descended from the mountains to investigate the truth behind a devastating fire that occurred 8 years prior, and he sought Zhou Lei's assistance. True to his word, Zhou Lei journeyed swiftly, arriving under the cover of night. Young master, please command me, Zhou Lei expressed with exceptional reverence. Lin Yu did not hesitate to recount the tragic events of the Great Fire to Zhou Lei, earnestly requesting his assistance in investigating the matter. Zhou Lei furrowed his brow, surprised to discover that beneath Lin Yu's optimistic and benevolent facade lay such a heart-wrenching calamity. Gritting his teeth, he assured, "Rest assured, young master. In a day at best, or perhaps 3 to 5 days at most, we shall surely uncover the truth." Zhou Lei was known for his swift and decisive actions, bolstered by an extensive array of resources, which was precisely why Lin Yu sought his help. At that moment, a military vehicle roared into view. The tall, stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the car, exuding an air of cold elegance. She donned a black cloak and military uniform, her polished leather boots gleaming, and a brilliant star adorned her shoulder, an insignia of the war god military rank. Upon seeing her military insignia, Zhou Lei's heart tightened. The War Department, as the elite military force of the Dragon Kingdom, commanded millions of troops, with martial experts aplenty. Under its banner were numerous elite squads led by the war god himself. For any martial artist in the secular world or scions of prestigious families, joining the war god legion was regarded as a prestigious honor. Zhou Lei felt a surge of caution. Had his years of expanding influence incurred the ire of this formidable female war god? Yet, the war god paid no heed to Zhou Lei, striding directly towards Lin Yu with 2 aides in tow. "You are Lin Yu?" she inquired, standing 10 meters away, her gaze sharp and imbued with haughtiness as she scrutinized him. Lin Yu inquired with composure, "What guidance do you offer?" The female war goddess replied with a solemn tone, "I am known as Lang Rushuang, the first female war goddess of the Jiangxing War Department. Many years ago, your master and my family entered into a marriage pact." Upon hearing those words, Lin Yu understood the situation clearly. This journey down the mountain not only entailed seeking vengeance but also involved resolving the matter of his marriage contract, which was one of his tasks. It was likely that his master had sent word to the 9 families tied to the engagement, prompting them to come forth proactively. Zhou Lei and his subordinates stood in astonishment at the unfolding scene. They could hardly believe that their young master had a betrothal to the renowned female warrior, Lang Rushuang. This was indeed sensational news. However, they dared not utter a word, instead choosing to observe the developments from a distance. Lang Rushuang's gaze lingered on him for a moment before her expression shifted to one of haughty disdain. "The path I shall tread is that of a commander, while you appear to be utterly inconsequential. Our life trajectories are entirely disparate, and there is no intersection between us. I have come here to terminate this so-called engagement." The aides standing behind her regarded Lin Yu with overt contempt, their eyes scanning him as if he were nothing more than a superfluous object. To them, how could a mere country bumpkin possibly be worthy of entering the sacred halls of matrimony with their illustrious lady warrior? It was nothing short of a delusion. Lin Yu felt the haughty gaze directed at him, and his calm demeanor gradually faded away, replaced by an air of cold severity. Indeed, Lin Yu was typically carefree and easygoing, believing that respect should be reciprocated generously. In a swift motion, he took the marriage contract from the frost-like hands of his opponent and mercilessly tore it into shreds before her very eyes. "Your arrogance is insufferable, a clear indication of your utter lack of basic civility. Beyond your strikingly beautiful visage, I find nothing in you deserving of commendation. Woman, you are unworthy of being my wife. You do not even qualify to be my servant. This marriage pact is rendered null and void from this moment forth." As he spoke, the contract transformed into a flurry of paper fragments, drifting down to the ground like mere dust. Cold Rushuang's expression darkened, akin to receiving a resounding slap in public from Lin Yu. Her aide, standing behind her, was filled with rage, his eyes burning red with indignation. Observing this entire scene, Zhou Lei could hardly contain his trembling body and spirit. "Young master, you are exceedingly bold. You completely disregard the formidable cold Ru Shuang. Lin Yu, you have gone too far. How dare you treat our miss with such disrespect? She is the #1 female warrior of Jiangqing, designated as 138. Who do you think you are?" The two deputy officers shouted vehemently. A cold smile flickered at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Although he uttered not a single word, an air of profound disdain emanated from him. Seeking death, indeed. The two assistants exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, and were about to confront Lin Yu when Lung Ruoshuang raised a hand, halting them. "Lin Yu," she spoke with an icy detachment, "I am aware that my annulment has left you deeply aggrieved. To make amends, I am willing to grant you a single wish. As long as it does not breach my limits or contravene the law, I shall endeavor to fulfill it. Speak." Upon hearing this, the male and female aides behind her were filled with contempt. "Aren't you Lin Yu exceedingly arrogant? We shall see how this country bumpkin dares to make extravagant demands." However, to their astonishment, Lin Yu's expression turned even more dismissive. "What you can offer is beneath my notice. What I desire is beyond your means. Furthermore, I am acquainted with individuals of far greater stature within the military than either of you, and thus have no need for your so-called wish. Spare me your attempts to assert your significance. Begone." Chapter 6. Heartbeat. Begone. Lin Yu's words instantly rendered Lung Rushuang and the other two profoundly embarrassed. In that moment, they acutely felt the deep-seated contempt Lin Yu harbored for them. All the aspirations and the so-called goddess of war in Jiangqing were nothing in his eyes. Anger and resentment ignited in Lang Rushuang's beautiful gaze. "Lin Yu, I see that aside from your stubbornness, you possess no other merits." Lin Yu's lips curled slightly, imbued with a hint of mischief. "If you were to join me for a meal, I might consider revealing my strengths to you." Cold Rushuang's complexion instantly flushed crimson. The beautiful officer could no longer contain herself, turning sharply to Lin Yu and scolding him fiercely. "Vile! Shameless!" Cold Rushuang's eyes flickered with disdain. He was merely a rustic villager, unacquainted with the broader world. There was no need to squabble with such a trivial figure. "Lin Yu, my presence here is purely coincidental. Soon, I shall join the warriors of the Jiangqing battle zone in pursuit of the bloodthirsty maniac. Perhaps, in this lifetime, our paths will never cross again, for we inhabit different realms." With that, Cold Rushuang prepared to turn and depart. Lin Yu gazed at her retreating figure, unable to suppress a cold chuckle. "Just now, I noticed the darkening of your brow and the pallor of your complexion, a harbinger of calamity." Lung Rushuang halted her steps, her brow dark and her expression somber. "And is it not your provocation that has incited this?" She cast a glance at her own resplendent bosom, and in an instant, her face flushed with indignation. "Calamity? Lin Yu, you are nothing but a scoundrel." Lin Yu did not even glance at her, remarking, "Did you not just claim you would make amends to me? In light of our former engagement, I shall offer you a small concession. Listen closely. The bloodthirsty maniac harbors an old wound on his left chest. Should you find yourselves at a disadvantage, you might seize the opportunity to exploit that injury, achieving an unexpected advantage." Once inside the car, they sped away, leaving the scene behind. Within the vehicle, the beautiful aide chattered incessantly. What a bumpkin, so arrogant and conceited, foolishly proclaiming connections with high-ranking officials in the War Department. How utterly shameless. Cold as frost, she scoffed disdainfully. He is merely indulging in self-deception. Just wait. He will inevitably seek me out, begging for compensation for the annulment of our engagement. At that moment, Lin Yu received a phone call. It was his fiancée Lu Wanyun. "Lin Yu, my grandfather has instructed me to introduce you to some friends tonight. But tell me, will you dare to come? I'll send you the address via WeChat." Her tone dripped with provocation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. It was abundantly clear that this young lady from the Lu family was setting a trap for him. The nightlife, indulgent in wine and revelry, glittered like the luminous cup of fine grape wine. A beautiful scheme indeed. In an instant, Lin Yu recalled Lu Wanyun's tactic. Why should I hesitate? I merely fear that you may not be my match. We shall meet in 1 hour. Lu Wanyun was taken aback by Lin Yu's prompt agreement. Ha! I did not expect you to possess such audacity. Remember, if you do not show up, you shall be but a timid turtle. After hanging up the phone, Lu Wanyun immediately cheered and exchanged high-fives with her beautiful friends. Lin Yu, the lecher, has taken the bait. Her friends burst into laughter. Excellent. With our allure, Lin Yu is bound to fall into the trap of seduction, only to be expelled from the Lu family. Wanyun, you shall soon regain your freedom. Lu Wanyun's stunning beauty radiated excitement and anticipation. Lin Yu, let us witness how your demise unfolds this evening. Over here. Lin Yu turned to Zhou Lei, expressing his need for certain items. As night fell, a supercar, boasting a design that radiated futuristic elegance, rolled into the outdoor parking lot of the exquisite winery, accompanied by the thunderous roar of its high-performance engine. The sleek contours of the vehicle seamlessly merged cutting-edge technology with artistic beauty, and its distinctive brand insignia immediately captivated the attention of all onlookers. Inside the winery, the clientele predominantly consisted of local second- and third-tier families. While they too owned luxury vehicles, their prices rarely exceeded a few million. In stark contrast, this supercar, valued at 40 million, belonged to an entirely different echelon. In truth, they could never afford such a magnificent automobile and could only feast their eyes on it at auto shows. Who could be the affluent heir gracing our city with their presence? The majority of guests eagerly surged towards the exit, and even patrons from other establishments could not suppress their curiosity, peering outside to catch a glimpse of the remarkable individual behind such a dazzling machine. Indeed, Lu Wanyun and her entourage of strikingly beautiful women were brimming with anticipation. As the uniquely designed door of the supercar swung open, a tall man, clad in a deep crimson bespoke suit and standing at least 185 meters, gracefully emerged. Wow! The man was strikingly handsome, with a physique that was nothing short of perfection and a visage that could easily outshine the most esteemed international models. He was a sight to behold. Women's eyes sparkled with admiration, their breaths quickening as if struck by lightning. Meanwhile, the men looked on with a mixture of envy and resentment. Why, as fellow men, could he possess such breathtaking appeal? However, when Lu Wanyun finally recognized the identity of the man, her expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. It was him? How could this be possible? The charismatic gentleman emerging from the supercar was none other than Lin Yu. Lu Wanyun's face was a portrait of disbelief. Earlier that day, when she had seen Lin Yu, he had donned inexpensive and unremarkable clothing, seemingly unwilling to invest in decent attire. Yet, at this very moment, Lin Yu seemed to undergo a transformation, his demeanor exhibiting an astonishing change. His eyes brimmed with confidence and wisdom, as if he were the sovereign of this world. It turned out he possessed such a remarkable facet. Lu Wanyun's thoughts were in disarray, simultaneously engulfed by an indescribable sense of tension. Lin Yu emerged from the supercar, gracefully retrieving a handcrafted cigar. With a crisp snap, he ignited it using a luxurious golden lighter. This seemingly simple act of lighting a cigarette, however, exuded an undeniable charm and charisma unique to a successful individual. His friends' eyes sparkled with intrigue as they clutched Lu Wanyun's delicate arm, their legs instinctively crossing in anticipation. Yet, Lu Wanyun felt a tumult of emotions within her. She was at a loss for how to convey to her friends that the extraordinarily handsome man before them was precisely the person they sought to engage with this evening. "Come with me." The manager of the vineyard promptly ushered two beautiful waitresses to welcome him, sparing no effort to ensure impeccable service. After all, this striking gentleman, who drove a supercar worth 40 million, was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. "Esteemed sir, good evening. I am the manager here. May I inquire if you have a reservation?" As he spoke, Lin Yu, beaming with a radiant smile, strode directly towards Lu Wanyun. This gesture immediately captivated the attention of the entire room. Lu Wanyun's friends were palpably anxious, while her own feelings grew increasingly convoluted, leaving her hesitant to meet Lin Yu's gaze. "Here I am." Lin Yu approached Lu Wanyun, his smile as warm as a spring breeze, captivating her heart and soul. Lu Wanyun felt the allure of Lin Yu, her heart inexplicably racing. Chapter 7 Drinking. Why is my heartbeat so rapid? Lu Wanyun was taken aback by her own disorientation in Lin Yu's presence. Wanyun, it seems you have known this handsome man for quite some time. You've hidden it so well. Her beautiful friends were wide-eyed with astonishment, casting flirtatious glances at Lin Yu. Across from them, a man named Pan Ingjun exhibited a drastic change in expression. This man surpassed me in every aspect. His demeanor, appearance, and physique, not to mention his wealth. No wonder Wanyun has consistently disregarded my advances. They all assumed Lin Yu was invited by Lu Wanyun as a formidable ally to help prank her perverse fiancé. Consequently, Lu Wanyun felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, unsure of how to explain the situation to her friends, and she could not bear to meet Lin Yu's gaze. Lin Yu surveyed the gathering. The hall was somewhat boisterous, so let us retreat to that opulent VIP suite over there. His friends immediately erupted with excitement. After all, the minimum expenditure for the elegant vineyard's luxurious compartment was 500,000. Moreover, Lin Yu's voice resonated with a magnetic charm, emanating an aura reminiscent of a domineering CEO. Perhaps he truly was the scion of some illustrious family. Before long, Lin Yu and his companions, under the envious gazes of the entire venue, stepped into the VIP suite. Handsome gentlemen, I raise a toast to you. May I inquire your name? A stunningly graceful friend boldly initiated the toast, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Lin Yu. The other beautiful friends, feigning coyness, eagerly gathered around him. They were all dressed provocatively, their intoxicating fragrances igniting the imagination. I am Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled faintly, deliberately glancing at Lu Wanyun. The one who asked you to unite for revenge is none other than myself. What? The group of beautiful friends and the handsome Pan Ingjun were instantly rendered speechless, and then they all turned to look at Lu Wanyun. Is he Lin Yu, the scoundrel who wants to be your husband? Wanyun, is this true? This. Lu Wanyun felt an immense embarrassment and could only nod stiffly. The friends exchanged glances, their faces a mask of disbelief. Wanyun, you claimed your fiancé is a scoundrel, a country bumpkin, old and ugly, and a notorious lecher. This does not align with Lin Yu at all. I mean, how could you not be satisfied with someone as handsome and charming as Lin Yu as your husband? Oh my! The friends quickly turned against Lu Wanyun, expressing their grievances. Lu Wanyun was at a loss for words, feeling utterly mortified. It's all your fault. Come with me. There are things I need to discuss with you. Lu Wanyun insisted, dragging Lin Yu towards the restroom. You just came down from the mountain. How do you have luxury cars and designer watches? Lin Yu produced a golden bank card. This is a credit card given to me by your grandfather, instructing me to spend freely. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyun was incensed. Do you realize that the minimum consumption in that luxurious private room was 500,000? With a single sentence, you've spent that much. Do you think the Lu family's wealth comes easily? However, Lin Yu remained unfazed, even offering a slight smirk. Aren't you the one who prides herself on being a young lady? How come you're so distressed over 50,000? Moreover, this wine estate is rather mediocre. Next time, I'll choose a more upscale venue, or it might diminish my friend's impression. Lu Wanyun was on the verge of exploding with rage. This guy was utterly arrogant and insufferable. Once they returned to the private room, she positioned herself opposite Lin Yu, looking as if she intended to devour him whole. Wanyun, why are you still angry at the handsome guy? Her friends remarked, their faces beaming with delight. Wanyun, if you're not attracted to the handsome guy, why not give him to us? The beautiful lady's eyes sparkled with mischief, some boldly flaunting their long legs, intentionally raising their skirts to reveal more skin, all in an effort to captivate Lin Yu's attention. As the saying goes, urban life is full of schemes, and it seems to be true. Amidst the encirclement of these beauties, the fiery essence within Lin Yu surged uncontrollably, and he chuckled heartily, feeling quite at ease. Lecher. Lu Wanyun gritted her teeth in frustration, lamenting that her friends had turned against her, forgetting their mission to help seduce Lin Yu. Yet, amid the tumult, Pan Ingjun viewed the scene as a stroke of luck. Now that Wanyun harbored a deep resentment towards Lin Yu, if he dealt with Lin Yu harshly, Wanyun would surely turn her affections towards him. With this thought, a glint of malice flashed in Pan Ingjun's eyes as he picked up the dice from the table. Wanyun, do not worry. Let me help you vent your frustrations. A flicker of excitement crossed Lu Wanyun's eyes. Pan Ing-jun had spent years in the nightlife, mastering the art of dice, and was said to have received guidance from a gambling expert. He had never lost a game. Imagining Lin Yu being toyed with by Pan Ing-jun, she couldn't help but break into a sly smile. Then I'll leave it to you. She lightly nudged Pan Ing-jun with her shoulder. Lu Wanyun's affectionate gesture sent a rush of blood to Pan Ing-jun's head. He promptly grabbed the dice cup and a bottle of strong liquor and approached. Lin Yu, drinking alone is rather dull. Let us play dice, Pan Ing-jun declared confidently, thrusting the dice cup in front of Lin Yu, leaving him no room for refusal. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. All right. Pan Ing-jun added, since we're going to play, let's add some stakes. I'll team up with Wanyun, and you shall partner with another lovely lady. The loser must drink. The group of beautiful women immediately erupted in playful protest. Brother Ing-jun, isn't that a bit too harsh? Lin Yu's female friends expressed their concern for him, completely forgetting their plan to assist Lu Wanyun in dealing with Lin Yu. Brother Lin Yu, are you perhaps feeling intimidated? Pan Ing-jun chuckled wickedly, deliberately provoking Lin Yu. Lin Yu chuckled with remarkable confidence, saying, Indeed, I am somewhat apprehensive. I merely fear that you will not acknowledge your defeat. Pan Ing-jun laughed in response. Am I the sort to deny my own loss? What a ludicrous notion. Lin Yu, unhurried, mixed all the exquisite spirits on the table together, filling 10 cups to the brim. If you wish to play, let us play grandly. You roll the dice, and I shall guess the outcome. The loser must drink. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Those who have indulged in libations know well that combining various types of liquor can easily lead to inebriation. Lin Yu has taken this too far. Moreover, such a gamble is fraught with peril. Pan Ing-jun contemplated the substantial advantage he had gained and found it illogical not to partake further. He forcefully slammed the dice cup onto the table and declared, All right, take your guess. 5 sixes. Lin Yu cast a fleeting glance at Pan Ing-jun, merely uttering a few words in a nonchalant manner. Upon hearing this, Pan Ing-jun nearly burst into laughter. Even Lu Wanyun gazed at Lin Yu as if he were a fool. A single dice cup contained 5 dice, and you dare to claim they all show 6? Have you never studied mathematics? The probability of 5 sixes appearing simultaneously is exceedingly low. Even a child would be aware of that. Lin Yu merely smiled faintly and remarked, If it weren't for the 5 sixes, I would drink 3 cups. However, if you lose, you must also drink 3 cups. With that, Pan Ing-jun, his expression brimming with excitement, glanced at Lu Wanyun, casting her a look that conveyed, With me around, there will be no surprises. He was acutely aware of the situation. The dice clearly revealed 3 2s and 2 4s. Lu Wanyun was equally exhilarated, as if she could already envision Lin Yu's impending embarrassment. Yet, when Pan Ing-jun rolled the dice, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Lu Wanyun was equally astonished. Indeed, it turned out to be 5 sixes. Chapter 8. The mind Lin Yu has emerged victorious. The entire venue is engulfed in astonishment. Truly remarkable. Huzzah! The handsome gentleman is indeed extraordinary, strikingly charming. Lu Wanyun and the others have succumbed to defeat. Let the revelry commence. The beautiful friends are all aflame with excitement, relishing in their misfortune. Lin Yu remained silent, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You wish to play with me? I shall utterly vanquish you. I. Pan Ing-jun was utterly bewildered. He had clearly rolled 3 2s and 2 4s, yet somehow it transformed into 5 sixes. Lu Wanyun shot him a glare and downed all 3 glasses of mixed spirits from the table. No sooner had she finished than a tumultuous wave surged in her stomach, intensifying her ire towards Lin Yu. After imbibing, Pan Ing-jun gritted his teeth and declared, It was a fluke, an undeniable fluke. Let us try again. However, in the subsequent 6 rounds, he was thoroughly humiliated. Each time he rolled not 5 sixes, but rather 5 ones. This left him utterly astounded. Lu Wanyun too found it incredulous, yet remained unaware of Lin Yu's supernatural prowess, which made altering mere dice outcomes a trivial feat. Half an hour later, the effects of the alcohol took hold. I cannot go on.
Pan Ing-jun succumbed to oblivion.
Lu Wanyun too faltered under the weight of the spirits, her thoughts spiraling into chaos. her gaze becoming increasingly dazed as she leaned back on the sofa and drifted into slumber. Lin Yu was utterly speechless. This Lu Wanyun is truly both inexperienced and playful. Lin Yu gently embraced her slender waist with one arm and wrapped the other around her thigh, softly lifting Lu Wanyun. Her beautiful friends looked on with deep envy toward Lu Wanyun. Now that they were all adults, the forthcoming events were all too clear. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This was disastrous. Wanyun would become wild when intoxicated. Thus, for all these years, she had never dared to drink to excess. Outside the wine estate, in the car, as the effects of alcohol took hold, Lu Wanyun, having just settled into the passenger seat, crawled over and pressed a firm kiss on Lin Yu's handsome face. As he felt her fiery red lips, Lin Yu's body jolted. Wanyun, what are you doing? It soon dawned on him that Lu Wanyun possessed an exceedingly rare bewitching quality. When intoxicated, she would reveal an alluring side unbeknownst to others, reminiscent of a captivating fox spirit. He watched as Lu Wanyun, with a dazed expression, unfastened her seatbelt. As her jade-like legs twisted, she unexpectedly clamped Lin Yu's thigh with them. Her hands began to wander across Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu felt a sense of helplessness, never expecting to be bullied by a woman in his lifetime. To his astonishment, his esteemed master had arranged such a marriage for him. Goodness, Lu Wanyun, please do not undress me. Yet, in her drunken frenzy, Lu Wanyun showed no regard for his protests. This time, she boldly pressed her lips against Lin Yu's, her fervent tongue launching an audacious assault. In a moment of reckless abandon, she tore off her own clothing, revealing an expanse of flawless skin before Lin Yu's eyes. Lin Yu, why do you always provoke me? Just watch as I deal with you. Lu Wanyun's crimson lips curled into a mischievous smile as she took the initiative to strike. Dear lady, I cannot tolerate this behavior any longer. Do not push me. The fiery aura within Lin Yu erupted instantaneously, the air he exhaled scorching hot. At that moment, 2 military SUVs sped towards him, obstructing his vehicle. Lin Yu. Shortly thereafter, a man and 2 women emerged from the military vehicles, the foremost being the formidable female warrior, Lung Rushuang. The other 2 were a male and a female aide whom Lin Yu had encountered once before. The trio approached him with haste. On this occasion, Lung Rushuang was not clad in military attire. Instead, she donned a tailored suit complemented by high heels. Her figure was alluringly voluptuous, and her legs, elegantly encased in stockings, radiated an irresistible charm. It must be said, Lung Rushuang was a natural fashionista, exuding allure in whatever she wore. Compared to her usual icy demeanor, in this moment, she possessed an added appeal of an urban beauty. Lung Rushuang cast a keen glance at Lin Yu, urgently inquiring, Lin Yu, what exactly is your relationship with Zero? Zero, the most enigmatic powerhouse of the Dragon Nation. The reason for her sudden question stemmed from the earlier attempt to apprehend the bloodthirsty madman, during which their comrades had faltered in strength and lay prostrate, their lives hanging by a thread. In that critical moment, Lung Rushuang recalled Lin Yu's words. The bloodthirsty madman bore an old injury on his left chest. Targeting that spot would yield an unexpected advantage. In a desperate bid for survival, Lung Rushuang had no choice but to gamble on luck. As it turned out, precisely as Lin Yu had predicted, the madman's old wound was struck, leading to a significant reduction in his combat prowess. It was Lin Yu's brief intelligence that saved her and the entire team of warriors from peril. She could never forget the astonishment and fear etched on the madman's face. How did you know about my old injury on the left side of my chest? Did Zero tell you? There has always been a legend within the War Department. Zero, immensely powerful and shrouded in mystery, was responsible for apprehending the 4 madmen and imprisoning them in an underwater prison. He was a superhero of the Dragon Nation's War Department. Lung Rushuang had long regarded Zero as her idol. Upon realizing that Lin Yu was aware of the madman's old injury, she surmised that he might indeed know Zero. Just as Lung Rushuang approached the car window, she happened to witness Lin Yu tightly embracing a woman, whose behavior was wildly affectionate towards him, showering him with kisses and caresses. The scene was intensely charged. Lung Rushuang's fair face flushed crimson. You too. Lin Yu was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Lung Rushuang, his expression turning awkward. Do not misunderstand. The situation is not as you perceive. She is intoxicated and merely acting foolishly. Enough. You need not explain yourself. I shall pretend I have seen nothing. Lung Rushuang hastily turned her head away, her face flushed with embarrassment. You, Lin Yu, possess the audacity to act yet lack the courage to admit it. The woman's clothing in the car is nearly disheveled. How dare you claim this is a misunderstanding? However, as the foremost female warrior of Jiangqing, with extensive experience in the martial world, Lung Rushuang immediately sensed something amiss with Lu Wanyun. The woman. Her breath was erratic, her breathing rapid, her body radiating heat. This is outrageous. Could it be that Lin Yu has administered an aphrodisiac to her? With this thought, Lung Rushuang's gaze turned sharp as a blade. Lin Yu vehemently denied. I did not. Cold as frost bellowed. Silence. And cast a knowing glance at the female adjutant. The adjutant, well-versed in the art of medicine, would undoubtedly unveil the truth with her examination. Shortly thereafter, she stepped forward to take the pulse and reported, "This woman is merely intoxicated and acting foolishly." Cold as frost immediately felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Lin Yu spoke in a cold tone. Did you hear that? Soon, under the aid of the beautiful deputy officer's vital energy, Lu Wanyun began to expel the alcohol from her sweat, gradually regaining her clarity. After a series of inquiries, she hesitantly recounted the entire sequence of events. The truth unfolded just as Lin Yu had articulated. Alas, do all you ample-bosomed women lack intellect? How could this innocent young master be so grievously misunderstood? Lin Yu let out a disdainful snort, harboring considerable discontent towards the two enchanting women. Lung Rushuang, feeling both embarrassed and irritated, found herself at a loss for words. How could this man, having taken advantage of the situation, act so innocently? Observing Lung Rushuang striving to regain her composure, Lin Yu inquired, "What exactly is your relationship with Zero?" Lin Yu remained oblivious, engrossed in his phone. The male adjutant behind him, cold as frost, could no longer contain his anger. "Lin Yu, are you deaf? The Cold War god is addressing you." His voice resonated with authority, brimming with a commanding tone. Lin Yu cast a fleeting glance at him and then addressed Lung Rushuang, saying, "He is too noisy. You may have him frog jump over there as punishment." "What? Lin Yu, are you courting death?" The male adjutant appeared on the verge of exploding, while Lu Wanyun, who was witnessing this scene, trembled in fear. She could not fathom how Lin Yu could exhibit such audacity. After all, he was facing Jiangcheng's foremost female warrior and her two adjutants. "Lin Yu, you are courting your own demise. Do not involve me." Chapter 9. Frog leap. At this moment, Lu Wanyun was in a state of panic. She could not comprehend how Lin Yu was acquainted with the formidable female warrior, Lung Rushuang, and why they were at odds with one another. "Lin, do not be so audacious." The male adjutant approached with great intensity, genuinely prepared to unleash a brutal assault on Lin Yu. To his surprise, Lin Yu exhibited no fear. Instead, he threatened Lung Rushuang, stating that if the man did not perform the frog leap, he would not divulge any clues regarding Zero. "Consider it carefully." Lung Rushuang inhaled sharply. The female adjutant whispered to the male adjutant, "You are aware of how desperately our cold goddess yearns for information about Zero. Please accommodate her." The male adjutant's teeth nearly ground to dust in frustration. After casting a fierce glare at Lin Yu, he surprisingly complied and moved to the side to execute the frog leap. Lin Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. How amusing, truly amusing. Beside him, Lu Wanyun was nearly rendered speechless. This fellow had gone mad, daring to be so audacious? Moreover, who was the number 0 they referred to? At that moment, Lung Rushuang took a deep breath and coldly remarked, "Lin Yu, you may speak now, I suppose?" Lin Yu swiftly entered the sports car. "I apologize, but I find your lofty demeanor quite unappealing. Thus I have decided not to disclose anything to you." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu pressed the accelerator to the floor, leaving in a cloud of dust. Lu Wanyun was left dumbfounded, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. The female warrior had been angered by him, yet she had not even entered the car. As expected, Lung Rua and her two aides were thoroughly incensed, shouting furiously, "Lin Yu, don't you dare run." With that, they jumped into their vehicle to give chase. However, Lin Yu was driving a supercar, and they were unable to catch up. Watching the taillights of the two vehicles fade into the distance, Lu Wanyun felt a mixture of embarrassment and fury. That scoundrel Lin Yu actually kissed me and then fled like this? It turned out that moments ago, Lin Yu had received a message from Zhou Lei. He learned that there had been progress in the investigation regarding the fire that led to the downfall of the Lin family, which explained his hurried departure without Lu Wanyun. Soon, Lin Yu met with Zhou Lei. Young master, the devastating fire from years ago nearly reduced all evidence to ashes. Even the surveillance systems on several surrounding streets were not spared. However, after our thorough investigation and the integration of various resources, we discovered that a secret monitoring device, specifically designed for the Ministry of War, was hidden not far from the incident site. This equipment is exceptionally robust, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures as well as severe cold. I am certain it captured crucial footage that night, Zhou Lei reported with utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart surged with hope. The investigation into the Lin family fire was finally making progress, and you have done well. It is my honor to serve you, young master. Zhou Lei felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration as he bid farewell to Lin Yu and promptly resumed his investigation. He then made his way directly to Lu Wanyun's room. Although they were holding a fake marriage certificate, the performance had to continue. Moreover, under Lin Yu's keen perception, he sensed that old Master Lu and Lu Wanyun's three younger sisters were still awake. They were all eavesdropping at their respective doors, listening intently to the commotion outside. Lin Yu couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. This family is rather frivolous. Upon hearing Lin Yu open the door and step inside, old Master Lu's face instantly broke into a beaming smile. Lin Yu entered Wanyun's room, and at last, I could finally sleep in peace. In contrast, Lu Wanyun's three younger sisters felt a sense of unease. Lin Yu was sharing a room with their eldest sister, and the eldest sister was bound to suffer greatly. Inside the room, a fragrant waft of gardenia permeated the air, both refreshing and enchanting. Lin Yu felt a sense of tranquility. Lu Wanyun's boudoir was spacious, complete with a wardrobe, bathroom, and workspace, all one could desire. Furthermore, the decor exuded sophistication and exceptional taste. However, the wardrobe was somewhat disheveled. Several pairs of exquisite, alluring stockings were carelessly draped on the shelves. Bold and seductive lingerie lay scattered across the room. "My dear, the fragrance in your room is quite pure," he remarked, while his gaze lingered on her enticing garments. Lu Wanyun's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Frustrated, she vehemently warned, "Do not gaze where you should not. Control your eyes." After her reprimand, she hurriedly began to tidy up. Yet, there was too much to organize and some items even fell to the floor. Lin Yu observed her in a fluster and smiled as he helped her pick it up. However, that piece of lingerie was indeed quite distinctive in style. Lin Yu could not help but chuckle as he inquired, "What is this with the little straps and lace?" "Ah, who asked you to pick it up for me?" Lu Wanyun swiftly snatched it away, her face flushed even deeper, forcefully pushing Lin Yu out. Lin Yu, unperturbed, smiled as he entered the bathroom. The sound of running water echoed through the space. He was actually taking a bath. What an audacious fellow, so familiar and utterly devoid of courtesy. Moreover, he had abandoned me to drive off on his own this evening, and now he appeared as if nothing had transpired. Lu Wanyun muttered complaints while tidying up. Before long, Lin Yu emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. His upper body was completely bare, revealing exquisitely sculpted pectoral and abdominal muscles. "Hey, why did you come out without any clothes on?" Lu Wanyun was about to unleash her indignation when she was rendered speechless by Lin Yu's flawless physique. His body was truly a masterpiece. The definition of his abs and chest was striking. Every inch of him was muscle, devoid of any excess fat. Coupled with his extraordinarily handsome visage, he was nothing short of a walking embodiment of masculine allure. To her surprise, his physique was so remarkable. Lu Wanyun found herself captivated, her thoughts drifting back to the wild moments in the car earlier that evening when she had explored every contour of Lin Yu's body. I had touched every part of him. Perhaps it wasn't such a loss after all. Lin Yu noticed her in a daze and couldn't help but chuckle. "What's the matter? Is a kiss on the cheek not enough for you? Do you wish to take further advantage of me?" Yet, she sternly warned him, You must not utter a word about my drunken antics tonight. After saying this, she tossed her clothes to Lin Yu. Hurry and get dressed. Remember, this is my room, and you must not touch my belongings. I will take the bed, and you will sleep on the sofa in the office area. If I happen to start dating someone, you have no say in the matter. Likewise, I will not interfere with your affairs. We are merely acting. As for sharing a bed, do not even think about it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. I can agree to everything you say, but sleeping on the couch is out of the question. With that, he donned his clothes and promptly reclined on the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Lu Wanyun was nearly driven to the brink of explosion by his audacity. The following morning, Lin Yu descended the stairs in a suit, much to the surprise of his mother-in-law Lu Xingping. A flicker of delight danced in her eyes. My son-in-law is truly dashing. Meanwhile, his father-in-law Lu Shirtai felt increasingly inadequate, his disdain for Lin Yu growing with every glance. No matter how he looked at it, he found it irksome. However, Old Master Lu held Lin Yu in high regard and was quite pleased with him. Xiao Yu, as you are new to Jiangcheng, you must be unfamiliar with many places. If you wish to explore, Wanyun can accompany you. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyun furrowed her brows tightly. I have an important meeting to prepare for this evening. Let our younger sister Yuding take Lin Yu. She happens to be heading to the yoga studio. Lu Yuding immediately grasped the deeper meaning behind her elder sister's words. Sister is asking me to employ my feminine wiles to ensnare Lin Yu. As close sisters, Lu Yuding would certainly not decline. She rose promptly, her lips slightly parted. Lin Yu, allow me to escort you. Lin Yu did not dwell on it for long, simply expressing his gratitude. To his surprise, Lu Yuding emerged from the garage, pushing a striking motorcycle and handing him a helmet. Dressed in yoga attire for her visit to the studio, the lightweight, elastic fabric accentuated her graceful figure to perfection. From behind, as she mounted the bike, her long legs and voluptuous curves became an exquisite sight on the street. Chapter 10. Yoga. Upon witnessing Lu Yuding's attire and her pose on the motorcycle, a fiery sensation surged within Lin Yu. It must be said, this woman was truly exceptional. In contrast to Lu Wanyun's icy allure, Lu Yuding radiated a softness and charm brought forth by her yoga practice. At that moment, she exuded a unique magnetism. Even Lin Yu, a seasoned adept who had encountered countless individuals, found himself irresistibly captivated. Lin Yu was ensnared. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Lu Wanyun's eyes as she whispered to her younger sisters, Lu Anqing and Lu Meiqi. The two sisters exchanged knowing smiles. With Yuding's flawless figure clad in that alluring yoga outfit, even we felt envious. How could Lin Yu remain unaffected? It wouldn't be long before he could no longer suppress his desires for Yuding. The streets were lined with surveillance, and when the evidence surfaced, he would have no way to deny it. Outside the door, Lin Yu gazed at Lu Yuding's alluring posture atop the motorcycle, feeling a slight dryness in his throat. He deliberately inquired, "Are you really wearing yoga attire while riding this?" Lu Yuding responded with a charming smile, "Is that a problem? At least riding a motorcycle means I won't be stuck in traffic." In truth, Lu Yuding typically did not ride a motorcycle to her yoga studio. However, today she was determined to outsmart Lin Yu for the sake of her elder sister. If Lin Yu dared to engage in any inappropriate behavior while seated behind her, such as embracing her or making lewd advances, he would find it impossible to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Witnessing her younger sister's immense sacrifice, Lu Wanyun felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Yuding, you are truly my considerate little sister. Yet, Lin Yu shook his head gently. A true man does not sit behind a woman. I shall take the reins of the motorcycle. Lu Yuding was taken aback. This country bumpkin was surprisingly resistant. Sitting in the back would afford him the opportunity to take advantage of her, perhaps even engage in some subtle actions. Do you even know how to operate this motorcycle? It's a professional-grade machine and quite difficult to control. She attempted to dissuade Lin Yu. However, he wore a confident expression. Not only can I ride a motorcycle, but I can also pilot a fighter jet. If you want to let me drive, then I want to ride at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuding felt a surge of urgency. To achieve her goal, she suppressed her anger and forced a smile. Very well, you can drive. She planned to deliberately draw close to Lin Yu during the ride, even daring to sneakily caress his thigh. Let us see how you can endure this. Soon, Lu Yuting settled onto the back seat, her delicate hand gently wrapping around Lin Yu's waist. Her slender fingers could not help but lightly graze his sides. In that instant, she was astonished. She had not expected his waist to be so strong. As a yoga expert, she recognized the immense effort required to cultivate such natural strength in one's core. As Lin Yu observed her momentarily stunned expression, a hint of playful amusement danced at the corners of his lips. You better hold on tight. If I fling you off, I won't be held accountable. No sooner had he spoken than he encircled Lu Yuting's delicate arm around his sturdy waist. Consequently, Lu Yuting found herself almost entirely suspended against Lin Yu. To her astonishment, the aura emanating from him did not evoke an unbearable heat. Rather, it brought a peculiar sense of freshness and comfort, akin to a cool breeze on a summer day. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yuting was utterly taken aback. This was indeed the first instance in her life where she had embraced a man's waist so intimately, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. However, this scene was met with profound concern from Lu Wanyun, Lu Anqing, and Lu Meiqi. Oh no! Yuting is in for a major trouble. Lin Yu's lips curled into a smirk as the motorcycle engine roared to life, resembling a beast poised to pounce. With the engine's growl, the motorcycle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Lu Yuting's delicate form lurched forward due to inertia, once again pressing closely against Lin Yu's back. Lu Yuting, have you ever truly experienced speed and exhilaration? He proclaimed, twisting the throttle to its maximum, propelling them onto the city South Ring Road for an authentic high-speed ride. Ah! Help! Lu Yuting cried out in sheer terror, genuinely experiencing the thrill of a chase where the vehicle sped ahead, while her spirit lagged behind. Clinging tightly to Lin Yu's waist, her voice trembled as she pleaded, please drive slower. Lin Yu, with a serene smile, remarked, men accelerate on the highway. They cannot possibly take it slow. Since resistance is futile, why not indulge in the thrill? Lu Yuting paused momentarily, then inhaled deeply, her gaze piercing through the visor of her helmet toward the road ahead. The motorcycle, a fusion of speed and passion, revealed an enchanting allure. Everything around her seemed to slow down and blur, transporting her to an alternate realm where she could momentarily forget all her worries. This experience was truly exhilarating. A glimmer of wonder sparkled in Lu Yuting's eyes, soon replaced by an uncontrollable smile, reminiscent of the first light of dawn, warm and radiant. The soft sensation of her embrace around Lin Yu made him feel as though he were enveloped in a fluffy cloud of comfort. As the motorcycle gradually came to a halt in front of the yoga studio, Lin Yu gently urged her to disembark, but she found herself reluctant to part ways. How was it? Thrilling, wasn't it? Lin Yu observed her radiant smile, and his lips involuntarily curved upwards. Indeed, it was quite exhilarating. Time passes so swiftly. Lu Yuting nodded with enthusiasm. Lin Yu smiled and said, if not for your safety, I could proceed at a swifter pace. With that, he removed his helmet, revealing his sharply defined features illuminated by the sunlight. He appeared perfectly complemented by the luxurious motorcycle beside him, exuding an air of nonchalance and freedom. Lu Yuting found herself momentarily entranced. Wow, that handsome guy is truly striking. Inside the yoga studio, whether it was the beautiful receptionist or the women there to exercise, they all gathered around. Their gazes toward Lin Yu were undeniably filled with admiration. Yuting, he must be your boyfriend, right? Just look at his physique. It's simply perfect. The surrounding yoga enthusiasts inquired, their words laced with envy. Women are inherently inclined to compare, and Lu Yuting was no exception. In the face of everyone's admiration, a sense of indescribable pride surged within her. Lin Yu understood her unspoken thoughts without exposing her little secret, nor did he reveal that he was her brother-in-law. Just then, a Ferrari, like a bolt of lightning, sped around the corner and halted before Lu Yuting. The car door slowly swung open, and a young man wearing sunglasses, clutching a bouquet of red roses, stepped out. His gaze exuded a blend of coldness and confidence, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Not far away, a Range Rover came to a stop, with 4 burly bodyguards standing watch beside it. It was evident that the visitor held considerable influence.
Wang Su.
Upon seeing the man in sunglasses, Lu Yuding's brow furrowed slightly. What brings you here? The receptionist and the yoga enthusiasts immediately frowned and turned away, fearing to offend Wang Su. The previously delightful atmosphere shattered with his arrival. Lin Yu, standing nearby, said nothing, merely observing the unfolding situation. Chapter 11. Living off a woman, Lin Yu was not one to meddle in the affairs of others. Thus, at this moment, he merely observed Wang Su and Lu Yuding in silence. Wang Su removed his sunglasses and confidently remarked, Yuding, I have told you that unless you become my girlfriend, I shall pursue you relentlessly. As he spoke, he extended a red rose towards Lu Yuding, saying, This is meticulously prepared for you. I hope it brings you joy. Lu Yuding rolled her eyes and replied, Please, if you truly wish to pursue me, you ought to understand my preferences. I have an affinity for blue roses, not red ones. Upon hearing this, Wang Su's expression shifted slightly, and he signaled to his assistant nearby. The assistant hurried forward, only to be met with a sharp slap from Wang Su. Remember, from now on only blue roses are permitted. Yes. The assistant, despite the humiliation, dared not offer any resistance and could only obediently accept the red rose and retreat in silence. Lin Yu observed the scene, nearly bursting into laughter. He noticed Wang Su, appearing somewhat awkward, once again addressing Lu Yuding. I have reserved the finest table at the Dihao restaurant. Shall we dine together? Not interested. Lu Yuding's stance was resolute. I have made my feelings clear. I am not attracted to you, so please take your leave. Furthermore, I hope you refrain from disturbing me in the future. Wang Su's expression darkened immediately. Frustration brewed within him. Lacking an outlet, he shifted his gaze to Lin Yu, who stood behind Lu Yuding. Is it because of him? Lin Yu was taken aback. What does this have to do with me? Lu Yuding disregarded Wang Su and strode forward, only to be seized by Wang Su's grip on her arm. Yuding, I have been pursuing you for 2 weeks now. How can you be so heartless? You ought to be aware of my temperament and understand the kind of person I am. Hearing this, Lu Yuding's face flushed with anger as she forcefully wrenched her arm free from Wang Su's grasp. First of all, I did not implore you to pursue me. Secondly, I explicitly rejected you upon our first meeting. It is you who has been relentless in your pursuit. If it were not for the friendship between our grandfathers, I would have reported you to the authorities long ago. Therefore, please refrain from harassing me and spare a modicum of dignity for yourself. Lin Yu admired Lu Yuding's 3 perspectives, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. What are you laughing at? Wang Su, seething with rage, noticed Lin Yu's continued amusement and exploded in anger. To his surprise, Lin Yu's smile only broadened. Dare you still laugh? Wang Su, emboldened by his family's backing, charged at Lin Yu. What are you going to do? Lu Yuding quickly positioned herself in front of Lin Yu, glaring at Wang Su. Are you out of your mind? If you want to vent your frustrations, seek another outlet. Don't take it out on others here. What kind of man are you? Wang Su, incensed by Lu Yuding's rebuke, retorted, You must have just met this fellow, right? You protect him after just getting acquainted? Are you smitten with him? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuding's face flushed crimson.
Wang Su,
sensing her silence as an affirmation, scrutinized Lin Yu from head to toe. Look at him, dressed in plain attire. He doesn't even possess a decent watch or car. Isn't he just a freeloader? Lu Yuding felt her temper boiling over at Wang Su's harsh words. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly wrapped his arms around Lu Yuding's slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. Wang Su, you guessed correctly. I am indeed Lu Yuding's boyfriend, and yes, I am living off her generosity. What do you intend to do about it? Lu Yuding was utterly taken aback. Lin Yu actually dared to say such a thing, and even had the audacity to embrace her. However, curiously, Lu Yuding seemed to revel in the sensation of being fiercely protected by Lin Yu. Yet for Wang Su, this was an utterly humiliating slap in the face. How dare this freeloading man compete with me for a woman? Wang Su gritted his teeth and immediately shouted at the 4 bodyguards. Dispose of him. You dare. Lu Yuding exclaimed in fright, swiftly shielding Lin Yu. He is my boyfriend. If you lay a finger on him, do you not fear my grandfather will seek retribution from yours? Wang Su sneered. He is merely a useless leech. If I pummel him, your grandfather would thank me. Go. Lu Yuding was in a state of desperation. She never anticipated that Wang Su would be so barbaric. Most alarmingly, Wang Su's background was formidable. His bodyguards were all retired special forces, exceptionally skilled in combat. Lin Yu quickly flee. Lu Yuding urgently positioned herself in front of him, hoping to buy him time to escape. However, Lin Yu simply smiled and shook his head. These few individuals are hardly a threat to me. Especially this fool Wang Su. I could easily send him sprawling. Wang Su, witnessing Lin Yu's defiance, was enraged to the point of contorting his face. He swung a mighty punch aimed at Lin Yu's face. Lu Yuding screamed in terror. Although Wang Su was arrogant and dismissive, he had practiced martial arts since childhood and was a bona fide fighter. A single punch from him could shatter a 30-centimeter thick stone slab. If that blow landed on Lin Yu, it would undoubtedly disfigure him. Should he unleash his full strength, Lin Yu could very well perish on the spot. However, a miraculous scene unfolded. Wang Su's massive fist thundered towards Lin Yu, yet Lin Yu struck like lightning, seizing Wang Su's wrist in a swift motion. How could this be possible? Is this all? Lin Yu casually twisted his right hand, causing Wang Su to flip over and crash heavily to the ground. Subsequently, Lin Yu delivered a kick to Wang Su's abdomen, resulting in a disturbing yellowish-brown stain appearing beneath him. Indeed, Lin Yu had struck him so hard that it forced out his bowels. Lu Yuding, witnessing this scene, was left utterly astounded, her mouth agape. Young master, the four bodyguards swiftly gathered to assess Wang Su's injuries. Upon seeing the yellow mess on the ground, they immediately retched. Young master, you've been made to soil yourself. One bodyguard exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Su, seething with rage, barked, enough of this nonsense. Go and incapacitate him immediately. The bodyguards took a deep breath, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. However, Lin Yu paid them no heed, effortlessly overpowering the four bodyguards. In the blink of an eye, they were all sent tumbling to the ground, bruised and battered, and to their dismay, they too had succumbed to an embarrassing fate. My heavens! Lu Yuding gazed at Lin Yu, her eyes wide with shock. In that moment, Lin Yu appeared as an unparalleled master, akin to a hero from a martial arts film, invincible in his prowess. Meanwhile, the incapacitated Wang Su, witnessing the unfolding drama, was equally horrified. The man named Lin Yu, whom he had underestimated as a mere freeloader, possessed such terrifying strength? Lin Yu gazed down at Wang Su with an imposing presence. Mr. Lin, I was wrong, I apologize. Wang Su's voice trembled, nearly pleading. He was genuinely terrified that Lin Yu might take his life on the spot. Slap! Lin Yu delivered a powerful kick to Wang Su's chest, rendering him nearly breathless. I demand that you apologize to Yu Ting. Wang Su, gasping for air, was utterly terrified by Lin Yu's wrath. Struggling to muster his voice, he finally stammered, Yu Ting, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Upon hearing those words, the anger that had been building within Lu Yuting for several days was instantly released. For the first time, she realized how blissful it felt to be protected and supported by a man. She gazed at the profile of Lin Yu, her heart swelling with joy. Chapter 12. Change of heart. Lu Yuting suddenly perceived Lin Yu as incredibly handsome, exuding an aura of masculinity. Lin Yu discerned a distinct change in Lu Yuting's gaze towards him, prompting him to convey a silent message with his eyes, as if to say, I am admonishing someone, do not be infatuated. He then fixed his stare upon Wang Su and declared, should you dare to harass Yuting again, I will not hesitate to end you. I shall only say this once. His voice resonated with a palpable threat, imbued with a fierce aura of menace. Wang Su, utterly terrified, fainted at the utterance. Lin Yu disregarded Wang Su, taking Lu Yuting's delicate hand and leading her into the yoga studio. Lu Yuting not only showed no resistance, but also seemed to feel a touch of sweetness. Lin Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. Did I startle you just now? Lu Yuting nodded, then quickly shook her head. How are you so incredible? She inquired softly, her voice brimming with curiosity. Lin Yu smiled lightly, remarking, what does this amount to? If you were to witness how I single-handedly vanquished an evil sect, you would undoubtedly be even more astonished. Lu Yuting covered her mouth in a delicate laugh, believing Lin Yu was merely boasting. Nevertheless, I am grateful for your assistance in freeing me from Wang Su's entanglement. A glimmer of light sparkled in Lu Yuding's beautiful eyes, her cheeks flushing slightly. After speaking, she turned to depart. As Lu Yuding gazed at Lin Yu's retreating figure, a twinge of melancholy welled up within her. Yet, a flicker of hope ignited in her heart. At that moment, her phone vibrated, signaling a notification. Someone in the Four Flower Sisters WeChat group had sent a message. Yuding, how are things progressing? Has Lin Yu taken the bait? Lu Wanyun's words brimmed with anticipation. She refrained from mentioning that Lin Yu had confronted Wang Su to protect her. He didn't take advantage of you? The three of them were incredulous upon reading the message. They were acutely aware of Lu Yuding's allure, particularly when she donned her yoga attire. She was simply a natural beauty, irresistibly seductive. How could Lin Yu remain unaffected? This scoundrel must have ulterior motives. Yuding, make an extra effort tonight to reveal his true nature. Lu Wanyun and the others began to incessantly offer suggestions in the group. Meanwhile, Lu Yuding found herself lost in contemplation. Unbeknownst to her, her attitude towards Lin Yu had subtly shifted, and she found herself harboring a desire to understand him more deeply. On the other side, Lin Yu arrived at a secluded park in Jiangqing to meet Zhou Lei.
Zhou Lei de Lin Yu a dossier.
Young master, after my investigation, it has been confirmed that the surveillance footage from the Lin family's tragic fire is stored in the Jiangqing War Department's archives. The incident was deemed suspicious and had been classified as a key investigation by the War Department. However, the elite tasked with investigating the Lin family fire perished during subsequent missions, causing all leads to be lost. Thus, for years, even the Jiangqing War Department has remained oblivious to the true cause of the Lin family's fire. Over time, this incident has become an unsolved mystery, sealed within the archives. Lin Yu perused the documents, a slight frown creasing his brow. Was it not rather suspicious that those soldiers who investigated this case had perished? He closed the files and smiled at Zhou Lei, saying, "You have done remarkably well to uncover so many leads in just a day's time." Upon hearing this, Zhou Lei's expression turned regretful. He lamented his own limitations, feeling inadequate for not being able to provide Lin Yu with all the information he desired in a timely manner. Lin Yu smiled lightly and patted Zhou Lei's shoulder, saying, "This matter is quite intricate. There is no need for you to blame yourself. Unraveling it step by step may not be a bad thing." Zhou Lei, somewhat perplexed yet respectful, inquired, "Young master, what do you intend to do next?" Lin Yu's gaze radiated confidence. "At the appropriate moment, I shall personally undertake the investigation. No one can hinder my quest for the truth behind the inferno that befell the Lin family. Should deities obstruct my path, I shall vanquish them without hesitation." As he spoke, Lin Yu's eyes transformed into a piercing glare. Sensing the overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from him, Zhou Lei felt a shiver run through his very being. Those true culprits who have brought misfortune upon the Lin family, brace yourselves. Just then, an unexpected sound abruptly interrupted the conversation between Lin Yu and Zhou Lei. Lin Yu turned his gaze upon hearing the sound, only to witness a Hummer roaring towards him. Bang! A man clad in military attire emerged from the vehicle, his face dark and his eyes brimming with fury. The newcomer was none other than Wang Shuo, the male aide of the formidable female warrior known as Lang Rushi, whom he had encountered twice the previous day. Last night, Lin Yu had employed a clever ruse, compelling Wang Shuo to frog jump on the bustling street. Lin Yu cast a glance over there, only to discover that the formidable female warrior, cold as frost, and her somewhat attractive female adjutant were both absent. Lin Yu extracted a cigarette, igniting it and exhaling a plume of smoke, a playful smile dancing on his lips. "What is this? Did you not have enough fun with the frog jumps last night? Are you here to perform for me again today?" Upon hearing these words, Zhou Lei was left utterly dumbfounded. What had the young master done last night? Had he coerced the male adjutant into performing frog jumps? Was the news truly that sensational? The male adjutant, his teeth clenched in fury, glared with eyes ablaze. "Lin Yu, you escaped last night, but consider yourself fortunate. Today, I shall see how you evade me. No matter what, you must reveal the clues regarding Zero." As he spoke, the adjutant exuded an aura that suggested he was prepared to unleash violence at the slightest provocation. Yet, witnessing the wrath of the battle-hardened adjutant, Lin Yu felt an undeniable tension rising within him. Likewise, the subordinates waiting at a distance mirrored this unease, their expressions taut as if facing a formidable adversary. Unexpectedly, the battle-hardened male adjutant disregarded Zhou Lei and his companions entirely, advancing relentlessly toward Lin Yu. However, at that moment, Lin Yu was still preoccupied with thoughts of the Lin family's devastating fire from years past. I have matters to attend to. Best not to disturb me. How outrageous. Observing Lin Yu's unwavering calmness, the adjutant's expression shifted dramatically. Last night, you deceived the female war goddess and insulted the battle-hardened adjutant. Do you realize the gravity of your transgressions? Lin Yu scoffed disdainfully. Do you intend to use the War Department to intimidate me? Is this the modus operandi of the War Department? A fine example of a sharp-toothed rustic. The male adjutant, infuriated to the point of steaming, retorted, Do not tarnish the reputation of the War Department. Today, I shall deal with you in my capacity as a man of the martial world. As he spoke, the male adjutant shed his military uniform, his true energy surging within him. Seeing this, Zhou Lei's expression turned grave as he hastily shouted, Adjutant Wang Shuo, might we negotiate amicably today? Considering my standing? What are you but a mere nobody? Wang Shuo bellowed in fury. I am the adjutant of the war god, while you are but an inconsequential figure from the martial world. What right do you possess to negotiate? Zhou Lei's face darkened with anger as he gritted his teeth. Though I am a man of the martial world, my cultivation is not inferior to yours. In response, Wang Shuo let out a cold laugh. Zhou Lei, do not claim that I did not forewarn you. By standing up for Lin Yu, you are indirectly challenging the authority of the War Department. Can you and your family bear the consequences of this provocation? At these words, Zhou Lei's subordinates all wore solemn expressions. Chapter 13. A Sudden Illness. In the Dragon Kingdom, everyone was acutely aware of the immense power wielded by the War Department. If the War Department intervened in this matter, Zhou Lei would be targeted in an instant, left with nothing. Yet, instead of retreating, Zhou Lei took a step forward. Young Master Lin Yu saved my life. Even if I were to be shattered to pieces, I shall uphold his will. Not only the Jiangxing War Department, but should the headquarters of the War Department send someone, they must first tread over my corpse if they wish to harm young Master Lin. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of formidable subordinates stood behind Zhou Lei. Observing this scene, Wang Shuo laughed in fury. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Zhou Lei immediately surged his true energy, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Old Zhou, allow me to handle this matter. Lin Yu spoke calmly at that moment. Zhou Lei was taken aback, quickly stepping aside. Yes, young master. He felt immense guilt for failing to uphold the dignity of his master. However, Lin Yu felt a sense of gratitude. Unlike ordinary men of the martial world, who would have fled in the face of the war goddess adjutant's rage, Zhou Lei stood resolute, prepared to engage in a fierce battle to defend his honor. Zhou Lei, a man of deep loyalty, Wang Shuo coldly remarked, at least you possess some sense of responsibility, though that is where it ends. As his words fell, Wang Shuo unleashed his prowess, launching a fierce punch toward Lin Yu. True energy surged forth, uprooting the flowers and grasses from the ground. Wang Shuo was confident that if Lin Yu were to take the full force of his strike, he would either perish or suffer severe injuries. At that point, he would surely divulge all information regarding Zero. However, Lin Yu merely extended his index finger, yet he firmly withstood Wang Shuo's colossal fist. No matter how much power Wang Shuo exerted, he could not advance an inch. Subsequently, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Lin Yu's lips as he delivered a resounding slap to Wang Shuo's face. The sound echoed sharply. Wang Shuo was instantly sent sprawling to the ground, his entire being rendered numb. He could never have anticipated Lin Yu's ferocity, nor the depth of his concealed strength. Lin Yu placed his foot upon Wang Shuo, sneering, Is this all you have? Dare to act arrogant before me? With that, Lin Yu lifted him effortlessly, declaring, I shall grant you another opportunity. Wang Shuo, seething with rage, clenched his fists and hurled a punch towards Lin Yu with all his might. Yet, much like the first time, this full-force strike was effortlessly blocked by Lin Yu with a single finger. With a resounding slap, Wang Shuo was once again sent sprawling to the ground. I offered you a chance. Yet you prove utterly useless. What a farce. This so-called vice commander of the war god. Even the loyal dog I raise on the mountain could exchange blows with me. You are truly beneath contempt. Fortuitously, you are engaging me under the guise of a martial artist. Otherwise, you would bring disgrace to the War Department and your war god master. At these words, an intense bitterness surged within Wang Shuo. Unable to retaliate and continuously subjected to Lin Yu's scorn, he stammered, Lin Yu before he could finish. The overwhelming stress caused him to faint entirely. Zhou Lei and the others stood in stunned silence. Young master, you are astonishingly powerful. Your opponent is a martial artist, the vice commander of the war god. After a prolonged moment, Zhou Lei finally regained his composure, but his expression turned grave. Young master, the records of the Lin family fire are in the War Department. Now that you have dealt such a blow to Vice Commander Wang Shuo, the investigation may become troublesome. However, Lin Yu merely smiled mysteriously. Striking the Vice Commander of the War God may not necessarily be a bad thing. You need not worry. I am well aware of my own bearings. Indeed, Zhou Lei refrained from probing Lin Yu's thoughts, knowing that the actions of a master are often inscrutable. He resolved to dedicate himself wholly to serving the young master. After bidding Zhou Lei farewell, Lin Yu turned to depart, leaving the unconscious Vice Commander Wang Shuo to his fate. At that moment, Lin Yu received a call from Old Mu, the elderly gentleman he had treated when he first arrived at the Lu family. Mr. Lin Yu, I have encountered an exceptionally challenging case, and I urgently seek your assistance. Old Mu's voice resonated with urgency over the phone. Lin Yu, pondering the lack of engagement in his leisure time, decided to pay a visit. Lin Yu smiled faintly, sure, but you must accompany me to a certain place first. Lu Yuding felt a surge of anticipation. Throughout the day, her mind was filled with thoughts of Lin Yu's domineering yet handsome demeanor. Even during her yoga class, she found herself distracted, which was quite rare for a professional yoga instructor. Soon, Lin Yu arrived once again at the yoga studio where Lu Yuding was. She hurriedly stepped out to greet him, having just taken a shower and changed into her casual athletic attire. Yet, her natural beauty shone through. Her fair skin radiated a healthy glow, and even without makeup, she appeared strikingly pure and captivating. Yuding, I never imagined you could look so beautiful without any makeup. Lin Yu beheld the scene with great delight, his admiration genuine. Lu Yuding gently caressed her cheek, revealing a hint of bashfulness. I was concerned that you might wait too long, so I chose not to apply any makeup. Subsequently, Lin Yu unveiled his motorcycle, and Lu Yuding gracefully took her place on the rear seat. Her perfect figure and enchanting curves pressed against Lin Yu's back in an exquisitely elegant manner. Lin Yu immediately felt an indescribable warmth and comfort enveloping him. Yuding, you are holding Lin Yu so tightly, yet you claim you are not a couple? TSK, you two seem incredibly happy. The beautiful young women in the yoga studio erupted into laughter upon witnessing this scene. Lu Yuding's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant as she softly urged, Lin Yu, ignore them, let's get going. Lin Yu smiled faintly and brought Lu Yuding to Old Mu's clinic, informing him of her intention to assist. Lu Yuding was taken aback. Thinking that Lin Yu was solely skilled in massage techniques, she had not anticipated his proficiency in other medical arts. However, upon discovering that the patient was a beautiful woman, she felt a twinge of displeasure. When you are performing massage, be sure to act with caution, lest you tarnish Old Mu's reputation, Lu Yuding admonished seriously. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. You are not feeling jealous, are you? Lu Yuding's delicate face flushed crimson. Nonsense. At this moment, several luxurious cars were parked outside the medical clinic, where a dozen men in impeccably tailored suits vigilantly guarded the entrance. It was evident that the individuals inside held significant status. A strikingly beautiful woman, approximately in her mid-30s, was accompanied by a younger lady, struggling to breathe through an oxygen mask. Her ample bosom rose and fell with each labored breath. Surely, she must be feeling a tightness in her chest, struggling for air. Lin Yu's gaze swiftly landed on the beautiful woman. She was indeed stunning, and it seemed quite natural that her beauty could also impede her breathing. If that were the case, allow me to assist her. However, when Lu Yuding caught sight of the beautiful woman, her eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be Lin Kursen? Lin Yu's face was full of curiosity. Is she really that famous? Lu Yuding nodded and hurriedly explained. The Li family in Jiangcheng is the wealthiest family in the city. Lin Kursen is the beloved wife of the family head, Li Dongkong. The young woman beside her is their daughter, Li Meijun. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded in understanding. Old Mu's medical skills were quite remarkable, even by the standards of ordinary people. Naturally, those who could afford his personal treatment were influential and affluent individuals, which was not surprising. At that moment, Lin Kursen's breathing became increasingly labored. Even with an oxygen mask on, her face flushed a deep red, clearly indicating signs of oxygen deprivation. Chapter 14. Taking action. Old Mu. How is my mother? Li Meijun called out loudly to Old Mu, who was busy in the pharmacy. The bodyguards nearby were also extremely anxious, casting worried glances in their direction. Old Mu quickly exited, followed closely by a nurse clad in white. The beautiful nurse had fair, delicate skin and bright, expressive eyes that sparkled with vitality. Even the loose-fitting nurse pants could not completely conceal her long, alluring legs. She was a strikingly tall beauty, yet her expression was tense, evidently worried about Lin Kursen's condition. Let me examine her, Old Mu said as he pressed his fingers against Lin Kursen's pulse, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. The stagnant energy within her chest was affecting her heart, causing an obstruction in her airways. If this continued, it could lead to life-threatening consequences. He swiftly retrieved silver needles and began acupuncture around Lin Kursen's chest and trachea, hoping to alleviate her condition. However, Old Mu's efforts proved ineffective. Blood began to ooze from the needle sites, and Lin Kursen's complexion shifted from red to pale, clearly indicating the severity of her illness. Old Mu, why does my mother look so pale? Li Meijun exclaimed in shock, quickly followed by anger. I heard your medical skills were exceptional, which is why I brought my mother to you. Yet her condition has worsened instead of improving. Before she could finish her sentence, the bodyguards behind her moved forward, their gazes fierce. The beautiful nurse gasped in alarm and hurriedly tried to mediate. Miss Li Meijun, please calm down. Your emotions are interfering with my grandfather's treatment. However, Li Meijun refused to relent and shouted in fury. Treatment? It seems your grandfather is causing harm instead. As his granddaughter, you certainly would defend him. If anything happens to my mother, I will not only shut down your clinic, but will also ensure your entire family faces dire consequences. Old Mu was already anxious due to Lin Kursen's sudden decline in health, and such threats shattered his composure entirely. He nearly stumbled to the ground, his hands trembling so violently that he could barely hold the silver needles, his mouth beginning to twist in distress. It was apparent that he was on the verge of a breakdown. If not addressed promptly, he could very well suffer a stroke. The beautiful nurse quickly supported Old Mu, her face filled with worry. Grandfather, what is happening? Please don't scare me. Seeing this, Li Meijun and the others were taken aback. Was Old Mu on the brink of death? Was he pretending to be ill to evade responsibility? Quickly take my mother to the nearest hospital and bring Old Mu along. We can't let him feign illness and escape, Li Meijun demanded fiercely, entirely unconcerned for Old Mu's well-being. The beautiful nurse, in a state of panic, clutched Old Mu tightly. My grandfather is about to have a stroke. What you are doing is harming him. Li Meijun retorted coldly, Humph, if he suffers a stroke. It is his own fault for being incompetent and exacerbating my mother's condition. The bodyguards behind her glared menacingly, ready to take action. The situation had escalated intolerably. Lin Yu observed this scene at the entrance of the medical clinic, his anger surging uncontrollably as he swiftly entered the establishment. Lin Yu, Lu Yuding exclaimed, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. The bodyguard from the Li family bellowed a stern warning. No unauthorized personnel are permitted inside. Those who value their safety should depart at once. Lin Yu delivered a powerful slap, sending all the obstructing bodyguards flying onto the street. This scene left both the beautiful nurse and Li Meijun utterly astonished. The situation was already chaotic, and now a fight had broken out outside? Moreover, the skill of the newcomers appeared to be exceptionally formidable. Li Meijun frowned and exclaimed, Who are you to dare harm someone from the Li family? Lin Yu regarded her as if she were nothing more than air, striding directly to Old Mu's side. He gently patted the old man's chest and forehead, infusing him with a stream of ethereal energy. In an instant, the obstructed blood vessels in old Mu's brain and heart were cleared, and his previously dazed expression transformed into one of clarity. This astonishing display of medical prowess left the beautiful nurse, Mu Ro, utterly astounded. After catching his breath, old Mu realized it was Lin Yu who had come to his rescue. Overwhelmed with a mix of excitement and chagrin, he remarked, "Mr. Lin, I am truly embarrassed. This old man has become a source of amusement for you." Lin Yu smiled reassuringly, saying, "Life is full of ups and downs. Today is merely a matter of unfortunate luck. Do not dwell on it too much, lest your blood vessels become obstructed." Mr. Mu nodded repeatedly, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Beside them, Mu Roa's eyes widened as she realized that he was the renowned medical prodigy, Lin Yu, whom her grandfather had frequently mentioned in recent days. "Mr. Lin, thank you. Thank you for coming to my grandfather's aid," Mu Ro exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, and quickly bowed in appreciation. Lin Yu offered a gentle smile as he assisted Mu Raoshuang to her feet. In that moment, even Li Meijun was taken aback by Lin Yu's remarkable medical skills. How could a man so young possess such extraordinary expertise? It must be a facade. He was undoubtedly a scapegoat summoned by old Mu. If misfortune were to befall my mother, old Mu would effortlessly extricate himself from any blame. Observing Li Meijun's continued obstinacy, both old Mu and his granddaughter Mu Raoshuang were nearly driven to the brink of madness. Even Lu Yuding, who stood nearby, furrowed her brow. It was said that the eldest daughter of the Li family, Li Meijun, was notoriously willful and capricious. It seemed the rumors held true. Her malevolence far surpassed expectations. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed through the air, striking Li Meijun's face and sending her sprawling to the ground. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted from her lips as her left cheek rapidly swelled, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. All present were left in shock. To their astonishment, the assailant was none other than Lin Yu. Even Mu Raoshuang could hardly believe her eyes. She never anticipated that Lin Yu would dare to strike the eldest daughter of the Li family. "You dare to hit me? Do you have any idea who I am?" Li Meijun shrieked, her demeanor bordering on madness. What was truly astonishing was the sound of another resounding slap. Lin Yu delivered another sharp slap to her other cheek. This time, with a single forceful motion, he sent her flying out of the door, landing in a disheveled heap. Hiss! Witnessing Lin Yu's relentless assault, everyone present was rendered speechless. Particularly, the beautiful nurse Mu Raoshuang gasped, her chest rising and falling erratically. As for Li Meijun, her face was swollen, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her hair was a tangled mess. Her appearance completely transformed. This scene brought immense satisfaction to everyone, including Mu Lao, Mu Raoshuang, and Lu Yuding. As the pent-up anger in their hearts was released in a tremendous wave, it was simply exhilarating. "You Lin, you're finished. I will never let this go." Li Meijun lay on the ground, seething with rage as she unleashed a torrent of curses. Lin Yu coldly regarded her, expressing his profound disdain for a spoiled young lady like her. "If your Li family possesses any capability, come seek revenge against me. Dare to insult me again, and I shall end you." Li Meijun trembled in fear, rendered utterly speechless. This scene brought immense satisfaction to both old Mu and Mu Raoshuang, who recognized that Li Meijun had encountered a formidable opponent today. At that moment, two luxurious cars swiftly approached and halted at the entrance of the medical clinic. A robust man clad in a suit, accompanied by an elderly gentleman in traditional practice attire, quickly entered. The suited man was none other than Li Dongkong, the head of the Li family, followed closely by his personal bodyguard, Su Yun. What on earth transpired? Li Dongkong's expression shifted dramatically upon discovering his bodyguards sprawled on the ground. However, his primary concern was for his wife Lin Kurson. "My dear, what has happened to you?" Yet, Lin Kurson, suffering from a blockage that led to oxygen deprivation, was on the verge of unconsciousness, finding it exceedingly difficult to speak. Consequently, Li Dongkong turned to old Mu, seeking clarification. "Old Mu, why is my wife's condition so dire?" Just as old Mu was about to elaborate, Li Meijun scrambled to her feet, exclaiming, "Father, You have finally arrived. It is old Mu's lack of skill that has caused my mother's condition to deteriorate. They are even attempting to shift the blame, claiming this man, Lin Yu, assaulted me. Li Meijun, do not invert the truth. Old Mu, witnessing her baseless accusations, was filled with urgency. Li Dongkong, upon hearing his daughter's name and observing the battered woman before him, was momentarily stunned. Had he not scrutinized her closely, he would scarcely have recognized her as his own daughter. An overwhelming surge of unnamable fury surged within him. His granddaughter, Mu Raoshuang, could not contain herself and hastily explained, "Li family head, please listen to us. The situation is not as your daughter described. Your wife's worsening condition stems from an underlying ailment, compounded by delayed treatment. Moreover, your daughter, Li Meijun, has repeatedly interrupted my grandfather while he was treating your wife. My grandfather has dedicated himself to saving your wife, exhausting his energy, and nearly suffered a stroke. Yet now, your daughter unjustly accuses him. This is utterly intolerable." Upon hearing Mu Raoshuang's words, Li Dongkong immediately fixed a stern gaze upon Li Meijun. Is this true? Despite her usual arrogance, Li Meijun trembled at her father's authoritative presence. I speak while looking into my eyes.
Li Dongkang commanda.
Li Meijun, unable to defy him, lowered her head in silence. What she said is accurate. In an instant, realization dawned upon Li Dongkong. With a resounding slap, he struck Li Meijun across the face. Old Mu possesses exceptional medical skills, yet you dare to slander him. You deserve this punishment. Li Meijun's face, already swollen, bled anew from the blow. Although the pain was unbearable, she dared not utter a sound. The onlookers were filled with admiration. None had anticipated that Li Dongkong would be so righteous, refusing to show favoritism even towards his own daughter. Witnessing the unfolding drama, Lin Yu could not help but revel in the spectacle. Such a domineering and capricious young lady truly deserved a lesson. Li Dongkong respectfully bent towards old Mu, apologizing, "I failed to adequately discipline my daughter. I implore your forgiveness. Now, saving my wife is of utmost importance. Could you please attend to her? I shall express my gratitude profusely afterward." Old Mu displayed a conflicted expression, replying softly, "I have attempted various methods, but none have yielded effective results. However, Mr. Lin Yu possesses remarkable medical expertise. If you invite him to assist, there may still be a glimmer of hope." Li Dongkong glanced at Lin Yu, realizing he was the one who had struck his daughter, and felt a pang of anxiety. Unlike his daughter, Li Meijun, he did not underestimate the young man. On the contrary, he believed that old Mu's high regard for Lin Yu indicated his considerable capabilities. "Mr. Lin, could you?" Li Dongkong began, only for Lin Yu to raise a hand, interrupting him. "After witnessing your daughter's brazen behavior, I find myself unwilling to extend my assistance. Your status is elevated, we are unworthy. How could this be?" Li Dongkong inhaled deeply, overwhelmed with self-reproach. Yet he continued to plead respectfully. "I acknowledge my failure in raising my daughter, but my wife is innocent. She is merely a patient. Saving a life is of greater merit than building a 7-story pagoda. I beseech you, Mr. Lin Yu, to lend your aid in treating my wife. I offer my daughter's apologies on her behalf." Nevertheless, Lin Yu remained indifferent. "The one who offended old Mu and Miss Mu was not you. Your apology bears no significance. Moreover, it is quite laughable." In that moment, Li Dongkong comprehended the reality. Unless Li Meijun sincerely apologized to old Mu and Miss Mu Raoshuang, he could not expect Lin Yu to intervene. "Li Meijun, come forth and kneel before old Mu and Miss Mu Raoshuang to apologize." Li Dongkong's sudden roar startled Li Meijun, causing her to tremble in fear. "Did you not hear me? Kneel and apologize." Seeing her hesitate, Li Dongkong's eyes reddened with fury. Ultimately, Li Meijun, unable to withstand the pressure, knelt before old Mu and Miss Mu Raoshuang, her voice quaking, I am sorry. Old Mu and Mu Raoshuang were taken aback, not expecting the imperious Li Meijun to genuinely kneel and apologize. Reflecting on her prior haughty demeanor, her current disheveled state brought them immense satisfaction, flooding their beings with exhilaration. Even Lu Yuding felt a sense of relief upon witnessing this scene. A woman as arrogant and willful as Li Meijun deserved a thorough reprimand. Otherwise, she might truly believe herself a princess. At this moment, both Lu Yuding and Mu Raoshuang regarded Lin Yu as extraordinary, dashing and principled, a truly admirable man. Lin Yu felt a sense of relief. His greatest talent lay in dealing with pampered young ladies. Bring one on. Let us handle it. At that moment, Elder Mu stepped forward to ease the tension. After all, the Li family was the wealthiest clan in Jiangxing, and mishandling today's affair would be detrimental to all involved. Mr. Lin, he began. Though Li Dongkong's daughter may be somewhat willful, his wife, Lin Kursin, has devoted many years to charitable deeds and has gained a commendable reputation. She has assisted numerous orphans and the elderly, often taking a hands-on approach. This is precisely why I felt compelled to save her earlier. Therefore, I earnestly implore you to lend your aid and rescue Lin Kursin. This would indeed be a noble act. Upon hearing Elder Mu's words, Lin Yu could not help but relax his brow. It turned out that Lin Kursin's noble demeanor and aura of fortune were the results of her continuous good deeds. Hearing this, Li Dongkong expressed profound gratitude for Elder Mu's assistance. He immediately bowed to Lin Yu, saying, Mr. Lin, should you choose to extend your hand, regardless of the outcome, the Li family will forever remember your kindness and Elder Mu's goodwill. Lin Yu shook his head and remarked, I am indifferent to the gratitude of the Li family. My actions are merely in deference to Elder Mu. However, I am willing to assist, provided you agree to two conditions. First, your daughter Li Meijun must undergo a year of training in the military to amend her abominable disposition. Upon hearing this, Li Meijun's complexion changed dramatically. The military is a realm governed by strict discipline, where no indulgence or capricious behavior is permitted. For her, this was akin to being cast from paradise into the depths of despair. Nevertheless, Li Dongkong did not afford her the opportunity to voice her objections and promptly acquiesced. Very well. Tomorrow, I shall send her to the military camp to undergo a complete transformation. Li Meijun, in a state of utter distress, felt compelled to swallow her dissatisfaction without daring to contest her father's decision. Lin Yu observed her reaction and could not help but let out a cold smile. As for the second condition, your wife's ailment is located in her chest. To treat her, I require the use of my hands in conjunction with a specialized essential oil to perform a massage on her chest. If you agree, I shall commence the treatment. If not, you may seek another expert. Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly astonished. Lin Yu's method of treatment is indeed remarkably sensitive. At this moment, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Li Dongkong. Chapter 16, The Test. Do you require me to perform massage therapy on my wife's chest? Despite having navigated the tumultuous waters of the business world, Li Dongkong could not help but pale upon hearing Lin Yu's words. As a seasoned veteran in both commerce and the underworld, he had lost many significant possessions. Wealth, status, and reputation could all be forfeited, yet, the one thing he had never lost was his beloved wife. Lin Kursin is, to him, the most precious existence. The two share a deep bond, supporting one another and considering each other as the most significant part of their lives. As for their daughter, Li Meijun, she is merely a byproduct of this love. At this moment, Lin Yu's proposal to perform a massage treatment on Lin Kursin's chest presents a formidable challenge for Li Dongkong. At this juncture, Elder Mu lowered his voice and said, Master Li, I have witnessed Mr. Lin Yu's medical skills firsthand. To call him a miracle worker would not be an exaggeration. If you miss this opportunity, you may regret it for a lifetime. Upon hearing Elder Mu's words, Li Dongkong forced a smile. To have the admiration of Elder Mu, Mr. Lin Yu cannot be an ordinary person. However, he left his thoughts unspoken, yet everyone present understood his unuttered meaning. Subsequently, Li Dongkong took a deep breath and clasped his fists towards Lin Yu, saying, Mr. Lin Yu, I earnestly request you to treat my wife. The crowd was astounded. Lin Yu, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, inquired, Are you truly able to accept that I need to make direct contact with your wife's chest as a husband? You must not later claim that I have disrespected your wife. Li Dongkong's gaze was resolute. Mr. Lin, you are a physician. To you, a patient is merely a patient, devoid of gender distinction. Furthermore, One who earns such respect from Elder Mu must undoubtedly possess extraordinary character. Therefore, Mr. Lin, I place my trust in you. Hearing his words, Lu Yuding, standing behind Lin Yu, could not help but exclaim, "This Li Dongkong is not only fair-minded in his dealings but also articulate and decisive. He is truly an impressive figure." Lin Yu nodded with a smile and said, "Since the head of the Li family possesses such determination, along with Elder Mu's recommendation, I shall proceed to treat your wife." Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with joy. Li Dongkong let out a long sigh of relief. His wife's ailment finally had a chance of being thoroughly cured. However, what Li Dongkong did not anticipate was Lin Yu turning to Elder Mu's granddaughter, Mu Raoshuang, and smiling. "You will accompany me into the treatment room, where I will instruct you on how to perform therapeutic massage for Mrs. Li." Upon hearing this, Mu Raoshuang was momentarily taken aback, somewhat puzzled. Elder Mu was first astonished, then elated. "Mr. Lin intends to impart to you the art of massage therapy. Do not delay in expressing your gratitude." Only then did Mu Raoshuang come to her senses and promptly responded with utmost respect. "Thank you very much, Mr. Lin." Lin Yu chuckled softly. "Do not be too hasty in expressing your gratitude. My therapeutic techniques are quite challenging to master. Without innate talent, one cannot truly grasp them." He then addressed Li Dongkong. "Please carry your wife into the inner chamber. I am prepared to provide her with treatment." With that, Lin Yu stepped into the inner room. Li Dongkong was filled with joy and carefully cradled Lin Kursen as he followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Mu Lao, visibly excited, leaned in closer to Mu Ro and earnestly cautioned, "To gain Mr. Lin's recognition is a fortuitous opportunity. You must cherish it dearly." Mu Ro nodded vigorously, then proceeded to follow Lin Yu into the inner chamber. Outside, Lu Yuding peered in with curiosity and excitement. Lin Yu turned around and offered her a gentle smile, instructing her to wait outside for a moment. Lu Yuding readily nodded, even taking the initiative to close the door for him. "What is happening to me?" It dawned on her that her heart was racing, and her cheeks were flushed. Observing this, old Mu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that the third young lady of the Lu family, Lu Yuding, had unexpectedly captured Mr. Lin's affection. Moreover, Mr. Lin was notably gentle towards Lu Yuding as well. Surely, this is not the outcome that Miss Lu Wanyun had anticipated? Lu Wanyun, if you miss your chance with Mr. Lin, you shall undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. After that, he took a seat and patiently awaited. Approximately half an hour later, the door to the inner room opened, releasing a fragrant blend of herbs and essential oils into the air. "Thank you very much, Mr. Lin." Lin Kursen's complexion was rosy, her spirit radiant, a stark contrast to her previous pallor. This transformation invigorated old Mu, signifying the remarkable success of Lin Yu's treatment. Li Dongkong wore a beaming expression, tightly clasping his beloved wife's hand, his gaze toward Lin Yu brimming with gratitude and respect. The most exhilarated of all was Mu Raoshuang. At that moment, the shock within her was beyond verbal expression, revering Lin Yu as one would a deity. The three of them bowed deeply to Lin Yu, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, your noble virtue deserves our homage." Such a scene left old Mu, Lu Yuding, and the still trembling Li Meijun in utter astonishment. What had transpired in the inner chamber moments ago? Li Dongkong, filled with excitement, remarked, "Mr. Lin's suggestion of therapeutic massage was, in fact, a test of my resolve, to ascertain whether my determination was sufficiently steadfast." Throughout the treatment, Mr. Lin remained behind the screen, guiding Mu Raoshuang in administering the massage solely by discerning sounds, never once peering at my wife's body, let alone harboring any improper thoughts. "His noble character is truly admirable." Mu Raoshuang then added, "Mr. Lin's medical skills and the techniques he imparted were nothing short of miraculous. His guidance granted me clarity, instilling in me a profound epiphany." As they spoke, their eyes sparkled with fervor. In that instant, Lu Yuding beheld Lin Yu through a new lens. This seemingly cynical man possessed an undeniable allure. A surge of intense emotion welled up from her heart, causing her delicate form to tremble ever so slightly. Lin Yu smiled gently at her and inquired, "Do you see the sparkle in my eyes? Surely, you must have fallen for me?" "Ah, I." Lu Yuding's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, yet she did not deny anything. Instead, she took the initiative to embrace Lin Yu's arm. Her eyes were filled with an abundance of sweetness. Lin Yu felt the softness of her delicate body and was momentarily taken aback. Could it be? Are you serious? Lin Yu could not help but jest. Is it appropriate for you to hold my arm like this? After all, I am your brother-in-law. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room fell into an eerie silence. Lin Yu is the brother-in-law of Lu Yuding? How could they be so intimate? Is this relationship not a bit convoluted? Both Li Dongkong and his wife, along with the others present, were taken aback by the revelation. Lu Yuding, noticing the peculiar gazes directed towards her, felt a flush of crimson spread across her cheeks. What are you saying? Your engagement to my sister is merely nominal. Do you think I am unaware that you possess a fake certificate? Lin Yu, do not attempt to deceive me. Lu Yuding's delicate face turned rosy as she cast a resentful glance at Lin Yu, pinching his arm with a bit more force. Witnessing this, the crowd was even more astonished, sensing that the affair between Lin Yu and the young lady of the Lu family was becoming increasingly intricate. However, old Mu's expression brightened. It appeared that Lu Wanyun and Lin Yu were not truly wed. They merely held a counterfeit certificate to fool old Lu. Could it be that my dear granddaughter Mu Raoshuang now has a chance? Chapter 17. Opportunity upon learning the truth behind Lin Yu's sham marriage. Old Mu was filled with exhilaration. He even exchanged a meaningful glance with Mu Raoshuang. For the past few days, Mu Raoshuang had been listening to her grandfather's musings. If only our Mu family could ally with Lin Yu. Grandfather held a deep admiration for the Lu family. When Mu Raoshuang's parents finally witnessed Lin Yu's charisma, they began to understand why her grandfather held him in such high regard. Lin Yu possesses not only an extraordinary temperament and exceptional abilities, but also an undeniably handsome appearance. Especially with everything Lin Yu exhibited moments ago, it has evoked a sense of admiration and affection in Mu Raoshuang. Initially, she presumed Mr. Lin to be a married man, which deterred her from requesting his contact information. Now, realizing the importance of seizing opportunities, happiness must be pursued. She bravely approached him to add him on WeChat. At that moment, Lu Yuding instantly understood that Mu Raoshuang was equally captivated by Lin Yu's charm. Observing Lin Yu gracefully scan the code to add her as a friend, Mu Raoshuang's face blossomed with joy, radiating beauty. This scene only intensified the pressure felt by Lu Yuding. Mu Raoshuang was clearly vying for Lin Yu's affection. At that moment, Li Dongkong presented a check to Lin Yu, offering it with both hands. Mr. Lin, this is your consultation fee. Please accept it. Lin Yu took it and couldn't help but smile. 100 million. You are indeed generous. Lu Yuding was astonished. Had he really just earned 100 million? To her surprise, Lin Yu casually slipped the check into Mu Ro's hands. This money belongs to you for the massage you just performed. Lin Yu's actions left everyone utterly astonished. This was a staggering sum of 100 million. How could one so readily give it away? Mr. Lin Yu is indeed magnanimous. Mu Raoshuang was taken aback and hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. Observing this, old Mu grew anxious, secretly lamenting how his precious granddaughter could be so oblivious. Mr. Lin has offered it to you. You should graciously accept. At that moment, Li Dongkong swiftly regained his composure. He had been so astonished by Mr. Lin Yu's medical prowess that he nearly forgot to compensate both Elder Mu and Miss Mu for their consultation. How embarrassing. Consequently, he promptly issued 2 checks, each amounting to 100 million. Lin Yu smiled gently, recognizing that Li Dongkong, with his cleverness and generosity, is indeed a remarkable talent. My gratitude extends to you. Lin Yu distributed the checks to Elder Mu and Mu Raoshuang, ensuring that everyone received a share, resulting in universal delight. Mu Raoshuang no longer declined and accepted the gift with joy. Now, Lin Kerson's perplexing affliction of breathlessness has been entirely eradicated. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Lin Yu took Lu Yuding away. As they mounted the motorcycle, Lu Yuding immediately wrapped her arms around Lin Yu from behind, a gentle softness enveloping his entire being. Lin Yu smiled faintly, neither rejecting nor hesitating, and drove away. At that moment, Li Dongkong could no longer contain his overwhelming curiosity and inquired of old Mu. Who is Mr. Lin Yu? Old Mu smiled enigmatically. With such remarkable and extraordinary medical skills at such a young age, how could Lin Yu be an ordinary person? Just now, your daughter, Li Meijun, inadvertently offended Mr. Lin, and he merely offered her a slight reprimand. Consider yourselves fortunate, for the Li family has indeed encountered great fortune. After reflecting for a moment, Li Dongkong realized that among the esteemed families he was acquainted with, even with the utmost investment of resources, it would be nearly impossible to cultivate a talent as exceptional as Lin Yu in the art of medicine. Thus, he arrived at a conjecture. Lin Yu is an enigmatic figure, shrouded in a terrifying background. His silence belies a formidable presence, and when he chooses to act, he does so with resounding impact. The more Li Dongkong contemplated this, the more apprehensive he became. Meanwhile, Li Meijun was already so frightened that her spirit seemed to be fleeing. She realized that Lin Yu was not jesting. He truly had the capacity to end her life. Li Dongkong, filled with disappointment, berated her vehemently, expressing his frustration over the years she had flaunted her family's reputation with reckless arrogance. Just moments ago, she had nearly brought ruin upon the Li family, and now he resolved to send her to the military for a thorough reformation. Li Meijun, in tears, pleaded for mercy, but her cries fell on deaf ears as Li Dongkong bound her himself. Meanwhile, Lu Wanyun observed their banter with a frown. She was taken aback by how close Yu Ting had grown to Lin Yu. However, she chose to remain silent for the time being, as Lu Yuting refrained from mentioning the day's events. Lin Yu, Lu Laozu, brimming with delight, called Lu Wanyun over, saying, "Arrange a position for young Yu at the company tomorrow. Working together will surely enhance your marital bond. Let us set his monthly salary at 300,000 for now." Lu Laozu, ever the strategist, was adept at creating opportunities. "Wanyun, your grandfather only has your best interests at heart." Yet Lu Wanyun was taken aback, exclaiming, "Grandfather, why should Lin Yu receive such a high salary?" Her father-in-law, Lu Shitai, could not help but interject. "Father, this could stir discontent among the company employees." Lu Laozu retorted with authority, "My grandson-in-law is a shareholder. What issue is there with a high salary? If anyone has an objection, they may resign." Lu Shitai and Lu Wanyun were left speechless, casting a fierce glare at Lin Yu. "Thank you, grandfather." Lin Yu displayed an air of indifference. How could he refuse the offer of 300,000 a month presented before him? Lu Shitai and Lu Wanyun were seething with indignation, convinced that the old master had fallen under Lin Yu's spell. It turned out that the old master had specifically checked the balance of his black card, only to discover that not a single penny had been lost. This revelation implied that Lin Yu had not squandered his funds during that night at the bar. Consequently, the old master held Lin Yu in even greater esteem. The following day, they returned to work. On Lin Yu's first visit to the company, he naturally seized the opportunity for a ride. He overheard Lu Shitai speaking to Lu Wanyun. "I have heard that Zhou Lei, the president of the Dongzhou Chamber of Commerce in the provincial capital, has arrived in our Jiangqing with a group of elite warriors. It seems he is here to attend to a certain enigmatic figure." Lu Wanyun nodded in agreement. "I have also heard whispers of this. Just the night before last, I encountered the renowned female warrior of Jiangqing, Lung Rushuang. Could it be that Zhou Lei has come to serve her?" Lu Shitai was momentarily taken aback. "You have met the female warrior?" Lu Wanyun's fair face instantly flushed with heat. She found herself at a loss for words, unable to reveal the events of that night when, in a drunken stupor, she had impulsively kissed Lin Yu. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle from behind, remarking, "Zhou Lei's arrival in Jiangqing is not to serve Lung Rushuang." Lu Shitai, with a face full of disdain, retorted, "Is he here to attend to your affairs?" Lin Yu chuckled, "You guessed correctly." Lu Shitai turned his head in annoyance and shot him a glare. "I advise you to watch your words. Do not bring harm to the Lu family." He then turned to Lu Wanyun, saying, "Last night, the prominent figures of Jiangqing went to pay their respects to Zhou Lei. I also heard that the richest man in Jiangqing, Li Dongkong, brought substantial gifts to pay his respects. Unfortunately, the Li family lacks the stature and was not even permitted to enter." Upon hearing this, a smile crept upon Lin Yu's lips. He never anticipated that old Zhou's reputation would be quite formidable. Moreover, that wealthiest man, Li Dongkong, was none other than the individual who had sought his assistance for his wife's rescue just yesterday at Old Moo's place. "Quite intriguing." Daughter Lu Shitai continued, Though the Li family cannot compare to a colossal entity like the Eastern Zhou Chamber of Commerce, their influence in Jiangqing remains significant. You could make an effort to connect with them. If we gain their support, our Lu Group's endeavors will undoubtedly advance further. Lu Wanyun, filled with determination, responded, Dad, I will strive diligently and will not let you down. Good. Lu Shirtai suddenly shifted the conversation to the topic of the formidable female warrior, Lung Rushuang. By the way, you haven't mentioned how you encountered the female warrior. Lu Wanyun felt nearly paralyzed by the sudden shift. Father, why must you bring that up now? Lin Yu sat in the back seat, chuckling mischievously. Lin Yu, what are you laughing at? Be quiet. Lu Wanyun, flustered and infuriated, pressed the accelerator to the floor. Upon arriving at the company entrance, Lu Wanyun unceremoniously tossed Lin Yu out of the car, exclaiming, I have no time to deal with you. Go report to Team 2 on your own. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Lu Wanyun was heartless. He then proceeded directly to the office of Project Team 2. Upon entering, Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. The mingling sense of smoke and snacks filled the air, creating quite the disarray. Even more absurdly, the office seat marked with Lin Yu's name was cluttered with discarded refuse. A group of young men and women, clearly from affluent backgrounds, gazed at Lin Yu with a sense of amusement, seemingly eager to teach the newcomer a lesson in arrogance, unaware that this newcomer was, in fact, a dragon descending from the mountain. Chapter 18. The jester faced with the deliberate provocation from the members of Team 2, Lin Yu remained composed, making his way toward his designated seat. At that moment, a voice called out from across the room. Newcomer, clean the floor. Go fetch me a cup of coffee, with milk and sugar, and I want roasted chicken, served hot. If it's cold, I'll make you regret it. Listening to their unreasonable and ridiculous commands, Lin Yu couldn't help but find it amusing. There was no need to guess. This was undoubtedly Lu Wanyun's doing, orchestrating the others to trouble him. In the next moment, Lin Yu swept the trash from his desk onto the floor. With a nonchalant posture, he crossed his legs and regarded them with keen interest. From this moment on, I am in charge here. The young individuals, unable to tolerate Lin Yu's audacity, immediately rose in outrage. One man pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yu, exclaiming, You, the newcomer, are incredibly arrogant. Lin Yu chuckled. Oh really? Allow me to demonstrate what true arrogance looks like. As he spoke, he hurled an ashtray at the young man, causing a gruesome gash on his head. The onlookers were left in shock. They had encountered many boastful individuals before, but a ruthless character like Lin Yu was truly unprecedented. Yang Chong, the leader of the second team, swallowed hard and stammered, What do you intend to do? Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yu delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, Isn't it obvious? How can you be so foolish? Yang Chong was taken aback, and the others in the second team were equally stunned. Had Lin Yu ever taken a life? Lin Yu was utterly intolerant of these arrogant individuals, administering a thorough beating that left each of them with faces swollen like pig heads. Yang Chong and his companions were at a loss, trembling in fear under Lin Yu's overwhelming and terrifying presence. He inwardly lamented, Damn it, Sister Wanyun, you have brought us to ruin. Why didn't you tell us that Lin Yu is a madman? The initial plan to intimidate Lin Yu had completely backfired. Yet, Lin Yu's ruthlessness was far from over. He placed a foot upon Yang Chong's chest, grinning ominously. Listen closely. I do not wish to see the office in disarray. You have 5 minutes. Yang Chong felt a searing pain in his chest, desperately pleading for mercy. Big brother, please spare me. I will start cleaning immediately. The others echoed his pleas, scrambling to fulfill their tasks. The commands that were originally meant to trouble Lin Yu had now turned against them. In stark contrast, Lin Yu wore a smile, exuding a warm demeanor despite having just assaulted them. How ruthless! This was a true strike at the heart. Subsequently, Lin Yu interrogated each of them and discovered that they were either the grandchildren or children of the shareholders. Clearly well-connected individuals. They spent their days shirking responsibilities, living off the fruits of others' labor, epitomizing a group of utter incompetence. Lin Yu let out a cold laugh. It is Lu Wanyun who has instigated you to create difficulties for me, isn't it? Yang Chong appeared momentarily taken aback, astonished that Lin Yu could deduce such a thing. The group, realizing they could not hide the truth, hastily revealed Lu Wanyun's involvement. At that moment, Yang Chong's phone rang. The caller ID displayed, Sister Wanyun. Just as Yang Chong intended to conceal the phone, Lin Yu snatched it away, pressing the answer button. Yang Chong, have you dealt with them yet? Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. I'm afraid your little scheme has fallen flat. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line, followed by the sound of Lu Wanyun's exceedingly guilty voice. Why are you the one answering the phone? Where are Yang Chong and the others? Lin Yu delivered a swift kick to Yang Chong, insisting, I'm calling for you. Make some noise for her to hear. Yang Chong, overwhelmed with despair, turned towards the phone and barked a few times. Woof, woof, woof. Lin Yu smiled, thinking to himself that this fellow was indeed a talent, adaptable and resourceful. On the other end of the line, Lu Wanyun, her schemes exposed, felt utterly humiliated. I warn you, Yang Chong is mine. Do not act recklessly. Lin Yu showed her no mercy. I am aware of your disdain for me, but you should refrain from sulking like a jilted woman all day long, for it truly diminishes your worth. The contempt Lin Yu displayed infuriated Lu Wanyun to the brink of explosion. Unfazed, Lin Yu terminated the call without a second thought. Even the simple-minded Yang Chong and his companions quickly grasped the situation. A man who dared to speak so rudely to Sister Wanyun could not possibly be an ordinary person. Indeed, Lin Yu casually waved his hand, and a visible golden light emanated from his palm. Astonishingly, the swollen faces of Yang Chong and his friends instantly returned to their original state. Even more remarkably, the acne that marred their skin vanished. Awestruck by Lin Yu's formidable medical skills, Yang Chong and his companions were left utterly speechless. Subsequently, they eagerly presented their cherished wines and teas to host Lin Yu with the utmost hospitality. Brother, from this day forth, you are my true brother. The wealthy second-generation heirs who had initially intended to confront Lin Yu had entirely transformed into his devoted admirers. Ah, splendid! Such awareness and potential. Do well and thrive. Lin Yu effortlessly triumphed in the second group. Meanwhile, after her scheme was uncovered, Lu Wanyun spent the entire afternoon consumed by anxiety. Before the workday had even concluded, she decided to leave early. She intended to abandon Lin Yu, not wishing for him to ride in her vehicle. However, when she arrived at the parking lot, she was utterly astonished. The air conditioning was running, music was playing, and a man was comfortably asleep in the passenger seat. None other than Lin Yu. Lu Wanyun was on the verge of exploding with rage. This insufferable Lin Yu, not only had he the audacity to skip work, but he also dared to take a nap in her car. Seething with anger, she entered the vehicle and shot Lin Yu a fierce glare. Indeed, at that moment, she was so infuriated that she had no desire to utter a single word to him. No words to say. Ah! Lu Wanyun felt as if she might go mad. With her foot pressing the accelerator to the floor, her car sped away, directly forcing Lu Wanyun's vehicle to a halt. In an instant, a dozen thugs wielding machetes surged forth. Faced with the menacing expressions of the thugs, Lu Wanyun's face turned pale, her heart gripped by terror. Lin Yu, call the police. Lin Yu furrowed his brows, stating, calling the police now would be futile. By the time they arrive, you may already be harmed. He then inquired if they had offended someone. As he spoke, he positioned himself protectively behind Lu Wanyun. Although Lin Yu did not harbor strong feelings for Lu Wanyun, he felt a profound sense of failure if she were to be injured under his watch. More importantly, he wished to spare old Master Lu from any sorrow. Lu Wanyun was unexpectedly touched. She had not anticipated Lin Yu would stand up for her. This is none of your business, so leave quickly. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. The leader brandished a machete, striking it forcefully against Lu Wanyun's vehicle, leaving a deep gash in its surface. Lu Wanyun was utterly terrified. Lin Yu initially intended to strike his opponent with such force that it would reduce them to a mist of blood, thus ending the confrontation. However, considering that such an act would terrify Lu Wanyun, he opted instead to employ a display of martial prowess. With a series of resounding impacts, he dispatched the so-called tough individuals to the ground. The adversaries were left both pained and bewildered, unable to fathom how this seemingly unassuming fellow possessed such formidable strength. They had underestimated him. Lu Wanyun found herself in a state of disbelief, struggling to regain her composure. She had previously sent Yang Chong and others to trouble him, only to realize now that the fool was she. As she gazed at Lin Yu's profile, she unexpectedly found him somewhat handsome, her heart racing uncontrollably. Chapter 19. Boldness. At this moment, Lu Wanyun's mind was in turmoil. She suddenly recognized Lin Yu's undeniable charm. Lin Yu felt rather indifferent. Should a similar transgression occur again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. In the vehicle, Lin Yu drove with Lu Wanyun seated in the passenger seat, still somewhat shaken. Lin Yu did not inquire further, for he was well aware that violence often accompanies business competition. However, he wished to protect Lu's hard-earned efforts from being seized. Lin Yu discreetly sent a message instructing Zhou Lei to investigate. Upon returning home, his father, Lu Shitai, wore a furrowed brow. Wanyun, you must exercise caution these days. I will assign 2 additional bodyguards to ensure your safety. Lu Wanyun nodded vigorously, recalling the moment when Lin Yu stepped forward to protect her. At that time, he unhesitatingly shielded her with his body, exuding a certain masculine charm. In contrast, Lin Yu appeared nonchalant, seated in the living room engrossed in his phone. It turned out that Zhou Lei had already uncovered the results. Recently, Jiangqing had launched a monumental investment project, the Starlight Pearl, amounting to over 1.5 billion. The Lu Group, to which Lu Wanyun belonged, had poured immense effort into securing this opportunity. However, the underground kingpin of Jiangqing, Wang Gui, also had his sights set on this project. Wang Gui commanded a formidable army of subordinates and was backed by the Chen Kuan group of Jiangqing, where he had been a pivotal figure in the meteoric rise of its former boss, Wu Chen Kuan. Wang Gui's intention in abducting Lu Wanyun was to leverage her as a pawn, compelling the Lu family to relinquish their pursuit of the project. The plan was exceedingly meticulous, yet it was inadvertently thwarted by Lin Yu. Intriguingly, one of the investors responsible for the Starlight Pearl was none other than Li Dongkong, the wealthiest man in Jiangqing, and Lin Yu happened to be the savior of his beloved wife. Lin Yu shook his head with a smile, lost in thought. If I assist the Lu family in securing the Starlight Pearl project, they would owe me a significant favor. When the time comes for me to depart from the Lu family, surely old Master Lu would not stand in my way. With such musings, Lin Yu's spirits soared. Just as he contemplated calling Jiangqing's wealthiest man, Li Dongkong, to arrange the project for the Lu family, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Zhou Lei. He must have obtained the surveillance footage. Lin Yu's spirit was invigorated as he stepped onto the balcony before answering the call. However, the voice on the other end was not Zhou Lei's. Instead, it belonged to an unfamiliar man, exuding an air of arrogance and dominance, possessing a commanding presence. Lin Yu couldn't help but ponder. In Jiangqing, the only individuals capable of matching Zhou Lei in arm wrestling were those so-called war gods from the Jiangqing War Division. However, there was one more person. That was the war god's male adjutant, Wang Shuo, whom he had once humiliated. Yet, given Wang Shuo's injuries, the likelihood of him being a contender seemed slim. What connection does Wang Shuo have to you? Lin Yu's voice was devoid of warmth. The other party appeared distinctly taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Yu's swift deduction. Lin Yu, I must concede you are quite astute, yet you are equally foolish. Indeed, I am Yuan Feilong, the foremost deputy of the female war goddess of Jiangqing, and Wang Shuo is my junior disciple. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu comprehended the situation. This was a quest for vengeance. Is your esteemed war goddess aware of this matter? Lin Yu coldly inquired. Yuan Feilong chuckled lightly. The goddess of war is preoccupied with myriad affairs. Such trivial matters need not concern her. Lin Yu, how dare you collude with Zhou Lei's faction, attempting to infiltrate the Ministry of War's database to unlawfully obtain surveillance information. His tone carried an air of superiority. You have 1 hour to arrive at Feilong Manor. Otherwise, Zhou Lei shall meet his demise. With that, Yuan Feilong hung up the phone. Lin Yu's eyes instantly filled with a murderous intent. What a foolhardy individual Yuan Feilong is. With that, Lin Yu set forth alone towards the Feilong Manor. Feilong Manor. At this moment, over 20 off-road vehicles were parked outside the estate. Flanking the entrance stood hundreds of men dressed in suits and sunglasses. Inside the grand hall, Dozens of men clad in black training attire, exuding a repressed yet formidable aura, were gathered. Meanwhile, Zhou Lei and his subordinates were bound to the pillars of the hall, their faces marked by evident slap marks, presenting a woeful sight. Upon witnessing this scene, a surge of fury welled up within Lin Yu. Is this truly Lin Yu? Such an unremarkable figure. How could Wang Shuo possibly be defeated by someone like him? With Lin Yu's arrival, the black-clad masters in the hall looked down upon him with haughty disdain, their gazes brimming with contempt. At a tea table behind them sat a robust man, his demeanor cold and imposing. He sat upright, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, with prominent cheekbones, clearly a master of inner strength. An aura of terrifying intensity radiated from him, deterring any approach. This man was none other than Yuan Feilong, the first lieutenant of the Frost Goddess of War. To think Lin Yu truly dared to come. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yuan Feilong's eyes as he murmured to himself. Young master, Zhou Lei, upon seeing Lin Yu outside, was filled with a mix of excitement and shame, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "We have brought shame upon you." Lin Yu gazed at his expression of pent-up frustration and immediately recalled the humiliation he had just endured. "Yan Feilong, I shall grant you one opportunity. Release my people." Lin Yu's gaze was resolute, his tone heavy with gravity. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lei was filled with overwhelming excitement. The fact that Lin Yu regarded him as one of his own made him feel that, even if it meant facing death, it would be worth it. However, Yuan Feilong let out a cold laugh, pouring tea with an air of disdain. "Zhou Lei is not one I captured. If you wish to release him, you must consult my subordinates." The men in black immediately erupted into arrogant laughter. "Lin Yu, you have injured our junior brother Wang Shuo. This is a personal vendetta between you and our Feilong manor. That is precisely why we are not in military uniforms. We are here to settle the score with you. Today we must hold you accountable. Do not entertain the notion that you can easily take Zhou Lei away. If you have the courage, come and rescue him. Otherwise, you'd best retreat at once." Lin Yu also coldly smiled. Since this was a personal grudge, it could not be more perfect. He then strode directly towards the staircase.
Halt!
The two men in suits at the entrance immediately raised their weapons, prepared for battle. Without the command of the Vice Commander Feilong, any intruder would face death. Lin Yu's gaze suddenly turned icy. An overwhelming pressure erupted instantaneously. Bang! Over 100 men in suits were as if crushed by an invisible mountain. Darkness enveloped them, and they collapsed to the ground, unconscious, their weapons scattered across the floor. The scene was extraordinarily shocking. The numerous powerful individuals witnessing this spectacle were left in awe. Their smiles froze in an instant. The intensity of his pressure was astonishing. These seasoned martial artists quickly deduced Lin Yu's profound and unfathomable cultivation. 6 martial artists adorned with 4 embroidered dragon patterns on their chests swiftly drew their swords. In a flash, they charged towards Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu appeared utterly unfazed, continuing his steady ascent up the staircase. Bang! As the 6 martial artists approached within a meter of Lin Yu, they were abruptly sent flying by an invisible force, their garments instantly torn apart. Subsequently, they were propelled like cannonballs, hurtling over 100 meters before crashing to the ground. Puff! Blood erupted from their mouths as they fell into unconsciousness, their fates uncertain. Chapter 20. Recklessness. He defeated the Earth Realm experts solely with his pressure. The powerful individuals in the hall collectively gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixed on Lin Yu, who was steadily climbing the stairs. Could it be that he had already attained the realm of a heavenly martial artist at such a young age? For ordinary individuals, becoming a martial artist is a lifelong pursuit. Achieving the heavenly realm, however, demands relentless effort, extraordinary talent, abundant resources, and rare opportunities. This is the ultimate goal that all martial artists yearn for. Once one steps into the heavenly realm, they can dominate in the secular world. In the later stages of the heavenly realm, one can rise above all beings. Yuan Feilong, though the foremost deputy of the Goddess of War, with exceptional talent, only reached the heavenly realm last year with considerable resources. Yet, the Lin Yu before him possessed the cultivation of the heavenly realm. At this moment, not only were the martial artists astonished, but even Yuan Feilong furrowed his brow in concern. No wonder Wang Shua had been defeated by him. It turned out he was a heavenly realm expert. Lin Yu, your concealment is exceedingly profound. Just as everyone was taken aback, Lin Yu's figure abruptly vanished from their sight. When he reappeared, he stood in the very center of the manor's grand hall. A profound silence enveloped the room, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All the formidable individuals felt a chill wash over them, their hearts racing with trepidation. Indeed, none of them had witnessed how Lin Yu had entered, with a resounding clang. Amidst their overwhelming shock and fear, their expressions twisted into masks of fury as they hastily drew their weapons. Should Lin Yu make any move, they would retaliate with all their might, surging forth. Halt! At this moment, Yuan Feilong decisively interjected, breaking the tense atmosphere that hung over the scene. Based on his assessment of Lin Yu's prowess, even if the formidable figures of Feilong Manor might prevail against him, it would come at an exorbitant cost. This was not the outcome Yuan Feilong wished to see. Should the situation escalate, he would be unable to bear the repercussions. However, Lin Yu remained indifferent to Yuan Feilong's sentiments, striding directly towards Zhou Lei. Old Zhou, are you all right? Zhou Lei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. It's merely some superficial wounds, nothing serious. If it weren't for their overwhelming numbers bullying the few, I wouldn't have been captured. Lin Yu nodded with a smile, preparing to unbind Zhou Lei. Stop! Yuan Feilong rose, shouting furiously at Lin Yu. You have injured so many people in my Feilong manor, and now you wish to take Zhou Lei away. What remains of my authority? Lin Yu let out a cold laugh. What does this have to do with me? If you possess the capability, then stop me from saving lives. If not, remain silent. The group of formidable warriors were instantly infuriated. Their teeth gritted in rage, ready to rush forward and reduce Lin Yu to mere pulp. However, Yuan Feilong raised his hand to halt them, sternly addressing Lin Yu. All this turmoil stems from my desire for vengeance for my junior brother. Let us duel one-on-one. If you prevail, I shall allow you to take Zhou Lei and I will gladly serve you from that day forth. Moreover, the insult you inflicted upon my Feilong manor today will be forgiven. But should you lose, you must bear the consequences and share a cell with Zhou Lei. Do you dare accept this challenge? Upon hearing these words, the assembled warriors were left in shock. They had not anticipated that Yuan Feilong would wager so much. Lin Yu responded with a cold smile. Serve me? You think you are worthy? At this declaration, Yuan Feilong's countenance turned a shade of iron. Since his birth, he had been the pride of the Yuan family, a promising talent that the family held in high regard, and an idol among the warriors of his clan. Yet, in Lin Yu's eyes, he was nothing of significance. Yuan Feilong's gaze instantly filled with murderous intent. Lin Yu, how dare you insult our vice-commander so brazenly? Prepare to pay with your life. In the next moment, with a resounding crash, he burst through a wall and crashed into a distant rockery, creating a large crater upon impact. This spectacle left all those present trembling with fear. What a pathetic creature, daring to embellish his own role. Lin Yu scoffed disdainfully, surveying the entire arena. Let us not squander our time. Yuan Feilong, including yourself, come forth. As he spoke, he provocatively beckoned Yuan Feilong with a flick of his finger. Enraged, he thought to himself, even if I perish today, I shall ensure Lin Yu suffers. Moreover, with the presence of the Vice-Commander Feilong, victory is within our grasp. The formidable warriors of Feilong Manor, witnessing Lin Yu's arrogance, felt their fury surge within them. Yuan Feilong's eyes burned with rage as he declared, Lin Yu, you have brought this upon yourself. No sooner had he spoken than his long sword was drawn, glimmering menacingly in the light. Everyone, attack together. With that command, Yuan Feilong led his subordinates in a coordinated assault against Lin Yu. Lin Yu scoffed disdainfully, trash. No matter how much there is, it remains mere refuse. With a casual sweep of his hand, a surge of golden true energy erupted in the manor's hall, akin to a nuclear explosion. The air resonated with the cries of over 20 black-clad warriors, including Yuan Feilong, who were instantaneously transformed into projectiles, hurtling through walls and ceilings, leaving behind a series of gaping, shocking holes. The thunderous sounds of explosions and anguished screams echoed in succession. Gazing through those enormous openings, one could see Yuan Feilong and his companions flung several hundred meters away. Some crashed into rows of towering trees, others created massive craters upon impact with the ground, while a few plunged into the lake, resembling deep-sea missiles that erupted into towering columns of water. The Grand Feilong Manor had instantly morphed into a perilous ruin. Zhou Lei and his 4 subordinates stood in stunned silence, aghast at the spectacle. With just a casual gesture, the young master had effortlessly subdued all the warriors of Feilong Manor, including Yuan Feilong himself. What extraordinary power this was! Those present could only regard Lin Yu as a celestial being, yet it became evident that the realm of the heavens was utterly inconsequential before him. In that moment, Zhou Lei and the others revered Lin Yu as one would a deity. Lin Yu merely smiled gently as he began to untie Zhou Lei, saying, "You have worked hard, old Zhou." "Not at all, not at all." Zhou Lei and the others quickly shook their heads, their eyes glistening with emotion. "To serve the young master is our utmost honor." Lin Yu patted Zhou Lei on the shoulder and chuckled. "Old man, you certainly have a way with words. At the moment, I have some personal matters to attend to." 300 meters away, Yuan Feilong lay by the lakeside, violently coughing up blood, his complexion ashen. His entire body felt as though it were on the verge of disintegration. The battle officer's uniform he wore was tattered beyond recognition, and the sharp longsword had shattered into several pieces the moment Lin Yu had struck it away. At this juncture, the warriors of Feilong Manor had succumbed to grievous injuries and unconsciousness. Curse it! I never anticipated Lin Yu to be so formidable. Yuan Feilong gritted his teeth and rose, his body trembling incessantly. "For the honor of Feilong Manor and myself, Yuan Feilong, I cannot concede defeat so easily." With a whoosh, he felt a blur before his eyes, a flash of white light illuminating the scene. Lin Yu has already appeared before him. Such terrifying speed. Yuan Feilong had yet to react when Lin Yu seized him by the throat with a single hand, lifting him off the ground. Chapter 21. Worthlessness. At this moment, Yuan Feilong was filled with despair. Moreover, with Lin Yu's grip on his throat, he was in excruciating pain. Worthless, listen closely. Lin Yu disregarded his fate, delivering a chilling warning instead. "If you are dissatisfied, you are welcome to seek vengeance at any time. Should you dare to lay a hand on those around me again, I will reduce you to ashes." With that, Lin Yu casually flicked his wrist. Yuan Feilong was flung like a ragdoll, hurtling 100 meters away, leaving a trail of blood as he skidded to a halt. "Ah!" Yuan Feilong cried out in agony, his entire body shattered. What was even more unbearable was the humiliation inflicted by Lin Yu. The esteemed first deputy of the war goddess had been annihilated in an instant, and the entire elite group of the Feilong Manor was obliterated in a heartbeat. This was the most devastating defeat Yuan Feilong had suffered in nearly 30 years. "Lin Yu, the shame of today, I shall repay tenfold." "Ah!" The fury overwhelmed him, and before he could finish his words, darkness enveloped him, causing him to faint completely. Zhou Lei and the others watched this scene with heightened admiration. Regardless of whether one was a deputy or a war deity, no matter the powerful forces backing them, anyone who provoked the young master would ultimately kneel. The young master was unparalleled in valor. However, what they were unaware of was that had Lin Yu not taken into account the words of his fairy master, who advised him to show some leniency towards the War Department, Yuan Feilong and his cohorts would have long since been reduced to dust. Subsequently, Zhou Lei reported the situation to Lin Yu. "Our investigation has revealed that the surveillance footage from the Lin family fire years ago is under the control of the United Front's Wang Yuan Feilong's elder brother, Yuan Guanglong. The rank of Wang Yuan is superior to that of the war god. Yuan Feilong serves under the frost-like war goddess due to his brother's arrangements, merely gilding his genius martial brother to pave the way for his ascent. Young master, if we wish to obtain the surveillance records from that fire, we must seek out Yuan Guanglong. However, given the events of tonight, acquiring the footage may prove even more challenging." Azul spoke. He cast a solemn glance at the unconscious Yuan Feilong and the scattered warriors of the Feilong Manor. "Do not worry," Lin Yu replied, taking a slow drag from his cigarette, his gaze indifferent. "No one can impede my quest to uncover the truth behind the Lin family fire. If Yuan Guanglong refuses to cooperate, then I shall pay a visit to the headquarters in Jiangqing. It would be best if they are willing to assist. Otherwise, I shall turn the War Department upside down. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lei and the others felt their hearts race uncontrollably. Young master, you truly dare to say such things. However, Lin Yu was somewhat surprised to discover that this matter was unrelated to the war goddess, who remained resolute in her impartiality. Zhou Lei's expression grew slightly awkward. If only his cultivation were a touch higher, he would not have been captured by Yuan Feilong. He chuckled bitterly, his face a mask of lamentation. It has been 6 long years. After sustaining internal injuries during my battle with the enemy back then, my cultivation has stagnated, regardless of the methods I employed. Lin Yu nodded and said, "Now take me to the finest herbal shop in the city."
Zhou Lei promptly replied,
"The largest herbal shop in Jiangqing is my establishment. Young master, should you require any herbs, simply give me a command, and I will arrange for their immediate delivery." Lin Yu smiled gently. "I personally visited the apothecary to assist you in concocting the elixir, to help you transcend the bottleneck of your cultivation. I am never stingy with those who remain loyal to me. Thank you, young master, thank you." In a surge of excitement, Zhou Lei pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing towards his destination, the Dongzhou apothecary. Zhou Lei was renowned in the provincial capital, and the Dongzhou Chamber of Commerce had established its enterprises across the globe. This apothecary, the largest in Jiangqing, was one of his prized possessions. Upon understanding the situation, the shopkeeper promptly closed the store, ensuring that no one would interrupt Zhou Lei and Lin Yu. Lin Yu personally concocted a pill for Zhou Lei, pouring forth a spiritual elixir from the vial left by his master, and skillfully refining it with both literary and martial fire. Upon ingesting the pill, Zhou Lei's dantian, which had remained dormant for 6 long years, suddenly erupted in a fervent turmoil. His entire body became drenched in sweat, as if every organ and cell were ablaze. Subsequently, his body temperature soared to unbearable heights, prompting him to unleash a thunderous roar. With a resounding boom, all the pent-up resentment and toxic injuries within him were expelled. Zhou Lei felt as though every meridian in his body had been thoroughly unblocked. Each breath became incredibly smooth. His cultivation had made a breakthrough, ascending 3 levels in 1 breath. Now, he stood merely a step away from the coveted celestial realm that all martial artists yearn for. Although Lin Yu possessed the capability to propel him directly into the celestial realm, Zhou Lei's body could not withstand such a drastic transformation. Moreover, bestowing favors must be measured. One should not be excessively generous at once. This embodies the wisdom of human interaction. Young master, I, Zhou Lei, have no means to repay you. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. Zhou Lei, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt before Lin Yu on the spot. Lin Yu, with a smile, assisted him to his feet. His spirits lifted. However, as he traversed the path, he soon realized that he was being followed. He decided to venture into a secluded corner of a park, where few souls roamed. Suddenly, 4 figures approached with alarming swiftness. They completely obstructed all avenues of escape for Lin Yu. "You are indeed Lin Yu, aren't you?" the leading man growled, his imposing physique radiating menace. A scar, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, slithered across his face, revealing his lethal nature. It was evident that he was a man with blood on his hands. Lin Yu cast a glance at them and coldly inquired, "Why are you following me?" The scar-faced man sneered repeatedly. "Why? Kid, you aided Lu Wanyun that day and disrupted our plans. Have you forgotten so soon? Listen well. My name is Wang Gue." Lin Yu understood. Wang Gue. He was indeed the mastermind behind the abduction of Lu Wanyun that day. "You come to me uninvited when I wasn't even seeking you out?" Lin Yu lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. "Since I am in a good mood today, if you sever an arm and vanish from Jiangqing henceforth, I may grant you a reprieve." Without casting a glance at them, he continued to envelop the air with smoke. To feign ignorance when death is imminent? Wang Gue, consumed by fury, brandished a large knife and lunged directly towards Lin Yu's heart. It was evident that he was intent on taking Lin Yu's life. His subordinates behind him also brandished their weapons, targeting Lin Yu's vital points. "I offer you a chance, yet you fail to cherish it." Lin Yu scoffed disdainfully, flicking the cigarette butt from his fingers, which split into 3. In an instant, 3 yellow-ranked warriors felt a sharp pain at their brows, only to be eliminated in a heartbeat. Brains splattered, painting the ground in crimson. Wang Gui had never witnessed such extraordinary prowess. He abruptly halted in his tracks. How could he have imagined that this seemingly ordinary man possessed such formidable strength? Terrified, Wang Gui found himself unable to even grip his machete. Lin Yu, however, revealed a chilling smile, reminiscent of a devil.
Chapter 22. Tea.
You shall not regret it. Lin Yu wore a sinister grin, appearing more malevolent than the villains themselves. Great being, spare my life, I implore you. Wang Gui knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Having committed countless heinous acts and squandered immense resources, he had finally ascended to the rank of a warrior. The thought of perishing like a lowly insect left him utterly unwilling to accept his fate. I shall offer you everything I possess and dedicate myself wholeheartedly to your service. I beseech you, mighty one, grant me mercy. Lin Yu raised his hand and unleashed a beam of white light, forcefully extracting his memories. As expected, Wang Gui had committed numerous heinous acts, mercilessly slaughtering the innocent to achieve his goals, rendering him utterly unworthy of sympathy. Remember, in your next life, strive to be a good person. Lin Yu's expression was cold as he flicked his fingers, a surge of energy piercing through Wang Gui's skull. He never showed mercy when dealing with the scum that endangered society. Wang Gui met his demise, tragically and without peace. With his death, the notorious 4 tigers of Jiangqing were eradicated. Subsequently, Lin Yu made a call to Zhou Lei, instructing him to send someone to clean up the filth, ensuring the eradication of Wang Gui's criminal organization. I shall purge Jiangqing of its malignant tumors. Yes, young master. Zhou Lei personally led his men to execute Lin Yu's orders. In an instant, the underground forces of Jiangqing were thrown into turmoil. A storm of bloodshed ensued. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Lin Ke found Grandpa Lu and his affable father-in-law engaged in casual conversation in the living room. Dad, I bring good news. Just an hour ago, Wang Gui was killed. His forces have been uprooted by a mysterious power. Lu Shirtai's expression was one of great excitement, his words trembling with emotion. With this development, his eldest daughter, Lu Wanyun, could finally escape the threat to her life. However, Old Master Lu fell into deep contemplation. What formidable force could possess such strength to completely annihilate Wang Gui's influence in just 1 hour? Listening to their conversation, Lin Yu merely smiled without interjecting. Nonetheless, the old gentleman, with a beaming smile, invited Lin Yu to sit beside him, increasingly pleased with him. Xiao Yu, you are truly a blessing to the Lu family. Since your arrival, we have turned misfortune into fortune. Even the villains who attempted to kidnap Wan Yun have been eliminated by their enemies. Yet his father-in-law, Lu Shirtai, wore a scornful expression. He believed that this matter was nothing more than a vendetta from the underworld, having no bearing on Lin Yu. However, he dared not voice his disdain in front of the old man, only able to harbor his silent grievances. Lin Yu did not wish to elaborate further, lest the old gentleman become even more reluctant to let him go. After speaking, he patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, his gesture laden with significance. Lin Yu smiled reassuringly. Grandfather, rest assured, I understand. The abundance of beautiful women in the bustling city had awakened the latent fire of his extraordinary vitality, which had begun to stir restlessly in recent days. The harmony of yin and yang required an expedited approach. Thus, Lin Yu made his way towards the room where Lu Wanyun resided. Before the door, he paused. Lin Yu knocked on the door, yet Lu Wanyu did not respond. However, Lin Yu was not one to indulge her whims. He swiftly retrieved his key and unlocked the door. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Lu Wanyu emerging from the bathroom, her figure illuminated in a radiant glow that nearly blinded him. The light from within the room paled in comparison to her ethereal brilliance. As he beheld her beauty, Lin Yu felt his breath quicken, his senses ignited with an overwhelming fervor. Truly, she was a vision of splendor. Suddenly, Lu Wanyu let out a startled cry, her entire being frozen in shock. Indeed, she had been accustomed to bathing in the sanctuary of her room without attire, completely oblivious to the possibility of Lin Yu's unexpected entry. Cursed be the moment she had played music in the bathroom, drowning out the sound of the door opening. Now she felt utterly exposed. You shameless Lin Yu, dare you continue to stare? Turn around at once. In a fit of indignation, Lu Wanyu attempted to push Lin Yu away, but her foot slipped, sending her tumbling into his embrace. The sensation was exquisite, and the fragrance that enveloped her was intoxicating. As Lin Yu savored the softness of her skin, a smile broke upon his face. Lu Wanyu, I never anticipated your figure to be so alluring. You scoundrel! How dare you say such things? Lu Wanyu's mortification reached new heights. Not only had Lin Yu seen her in her most vulnerable state, but now he had also touched her. The thought of this incident becoming public filled her with despair. How could she ever face anyone again? Quickly retreat to the bathroom. You shall not emerge without my command. After ushering Lin Yu into the bathroom, Lu Wanyu hastily donned her attire. Indeed, it was a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. In the mist-laden bathroom, Lin Yu inhaled the lingering fragrance left by Lu Wanyu, a bemused smile gracing his lips. Oh, what is this? How peculiar. Lin Yu, filled with curiosity, picked up the items from the hanger. To his astonishment, they were the exquisitely unique undergarments belonging to Lu Wanyun. This. Lin Yu suddenly felt an unbearable heat emanating from his kidneys. This woman in private was simply too alluring. Outside the door, Lu Wanyun suddenly remembered that her undergarments were still resting on the bathroom shelf. Oh no, I absolutely cannot allow him to see that. With a flushed face, she swiftly opened the bathroom door. There stood Lin Yu, hands cradling her garments, utterly dazed, mere centimeters away from his feet. Ah, you perverted fiend. What are you planning to do? Lu Wanyun was filled with shame and indignation, her face burning, mistakenly believing that Lin Yu intended something inappropriate with her clothes. It seems you have misunderstood once again. After Lin Yu completed his breathing exercises, he opened his eyes and turned around. To his surprise, your intimate garments were so exquisite. Indeed, you possess a refined taste. You pervert. Stop it. Lu Wanyun exclaimed as she snatched the clothes from Lin Yu's hands and hurriedly dashed out of the bathroom. Fearing that Lin Yu might lose control, she quickly wrapped herself tightly in a blanket. Am I really that frightening? Lin Yu chuckled at her appearance. Nevertheless, Lu Wanyun's figure was undeniably impressive. Living in the Lu household in the future would not be so monotonous. The night passed without incident, and the following morning Lu Wanyun, as usual, applied a polished makeup look, complemented by a form-fitting outfit, in preparation for work. Lin Yu was in high spirits upon witnessing such exquisite beauty. However, Lu Wanyun shot him a fierce glare and warned, if you dare to speak of last night's events, I will not hesitate to confront you. Downstairs, Old Master Lu addressed Lu Wanyun and her father, stating, this morning, there is a shareholders' meeting at the company. Bring Lin Yu along so he can learn. The old man's demeanor remained as resolute as ever, leaving no room for refusal. Clearly, he regarded Lin Yu as a potential heir to the Lu family's legacy. Lu Wanyun felt a deep sense of melancholy. If this continued, Lin Yu would truly ascend to a position of power. Lin Yu also harbored his own thoughts. Given Grandpa Lu's high regard for him, he could not afford to let him down. Lu's group, shareholders' conference room. As Lin Yu stepped into the conference room, an array of peculiar gazes settled upon him. So, you are Lin Yu? A man in a suit scrutinized him with a playful tone. He had long coveted the position of general manager at Lu Wanyun Group and had consistently schemed against Lu Wanyun from the shadows. Observing Chu Tianxin's arrogant demeanor, Lin Yu responded with a cold smile, choosing to disregard him. Chu Tianxin sneered, everyone present here is your senior. Since this is your first meeting, shouldn't you pour tea and greet your esteemed elders? Lin Yu was brought by Lu Wanyun. Lin Yu was humiliated, and this humiliation was equivalent to that suffered by Lu Wanyun, which would severely undermine her authority. As expected, Lu Wanyun furrowed her brows and coldly remarked, Chu Tianxin, can't you pour your own tea? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Wanyun would come to his defense. However, Chu Tianxin wore a contemptuous expression, pointing at Lin Yu as he mocked him. What does he amount to? A mere waste, the deputy leader of the second group. What right does he have to attend a meeting with us, the senior executives who contribute to the company? It must be said that Chu Tianchen was quite skilled in the art of rhetoric, swiftly positioning Lin Yu in opposition to all the shareholders. Many senior executives remained rather indifferent. To everyone's surprise, Lin Yu actually poured a cup of tea and presented it to Chu Tianchen. Lu Wanyun's expression darkened to an extreme degree. If Lin Yu were to show weakness before Chu Tianchen at this moment, it would be challenging for him to hold his head high in front of the shareholders and the senior management in the future. This would also bring shame to Elder Lu and to Lu Wanyun herself. Chu Tianchen laughed with great delight. Very good. Very good. You are quite obedient. And I appreciate that. Yet, just as he was about to reach out to take the tea that Lin Yu offered, Lin Yu curled his lips into a smirk and unexpectedly splashed the tea directly onto his face. Chapter 23. The conspiracy. Lin Yu directly splashed hot tea onto Chu Tianchen's face. This shocking scene left all the shareholders and senior executives present in utter disbelief. Lin Yu truly is a ruthless individual. You are courting death. Chu Tianchen seethed with rage, attempting to rise, but Lin Yu firmly pressed his head down, forcefully pinning him to the table. Your brain is flooded. It needs to be drained. Subsequently, Lin Yu seized Chu Tianchen's head, mercilessly slamming it onto the table. Bang! 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 The sight alone was excruciating. Lin Yu, stop it. Lu Wanyun, fearing that Lin Yu might inadvertently cause a fatality, hurriedly intervened. However, internally, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, unable to suppress the smile that danced at the corners of her lips. She had longed to deal with Chu Tianchen but had never found the opportunity. Little did she expect that Lin Yu would fulfill this small wish for her today. It seems that this lecherous Lin Yu is not entirely devoid of merit. His brain is flooded. I am merely assisting him. As Lin Yu continued to strike Chu Tianchen's head, the latter exclaimed, "It hurts terribly. Let go. You madman, release me." Chu Tianchen grimaced in pain, howling loudly. Lu Wanyun couldn't help but stifle a laugh, relishing in Chu Tianchen's misfortune as she remarked, "Lin Yu was personally hired by my grandfather, so I kindly ask you to treat him with respect from now on." All right. I shall be courteous to him. I admit my fault." Chu Tianchen was genuinely frightened now, for he had witnessed the terrifying murderous intent in Lin Yu's eyes. Should he provoke him further, it seemed likely that this madman might truly resort to lethal violence. "Brother Lin Yu, I implore you, please release me." Lin Yu then let out a cold smile and released his grip on him. At this moment, the shareholders and senior executives of the group finally understood. No wonder this young man named Lin Yu was so formidable. It turned out that old Master Lu was his backing. Observing Chu Tianchen's frustrated expression, Lu Wanyun felt a surge of delight. The meeting was about to commence. With a command from Lu Wanyun, the atmosphere instantly turned serious. It must be said, the contrast between her demeanor at home and in the boardroom was striking. She embodied the image of a strong woman, and Lin Yu found it quite pleasing to behold. However, Chu Tianchen, humiliated by Lin Yu, gritted his teeth in anger. He vowed that this grudge would not go unpunished. Yet today, his target was Lu Wanyun. He was determined to topple her and seize her position as general manager. Halfway through the meeting, Chu Tianchen cast a sinister glance at Lu Wanyun. "The Kangle Garden project you oversee has encountered disputes with the owners. They are accusing us of being unscrupulous merchants and have begun to gather and protest. This issue is spreading rapidly." Deputy Director Li from the Regulatory Office has also weighed in, stating that if this matter is not resolved, the Kangle Garden project will be ordered to halt. At that point, our group will face substantial losses. Are you not going to explain this to everyone? Upon hearing this, all present turned their gaze toward Lu Wanyun in unison. A flicker of anger flashed in Lu Wanyun's eyes. "Chu Tianchen, do not speak nonsense. I am personally overseeing the Kangle Garden project, and there will be no disputes." Chu Tianchen, however, continued to sneer. "Director Lu, these are the facts as stated by Deputy Director Li. If the project is halted, the group will incur losses of at least 30 million. Furthermore, Qian Kuan Group will undoubtedly take advantage of our predicament to strike us when we are down. This is no trivial matter. Your negligence could lead to enormous losses for the shareholders, and you would be a historical sinner." Chu Tianchen's tone grew increasingly severe, causing the senior executives present to furrow their brows. Lu Wanyun's face darkened. A project manager quietly interjected, "Director Lu, we have received a notification from the regulatory side. We are required to resolve the dispute by 5 p.m. tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyun's expression became even more somber. The others dared not meet her gaze and quickly exited the conference room. Afterward, he could not help but burst into laughter. Lu Wanyun trembled with rage. Upon returning to her office, she immediately instructed her secretary, "Schedule an appointment with Deputy Director Li. I must see him tonight." Meanwhile, in the project department's office, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle, surprised by the disarray within the Lu group. Clearly, Chu Tianchen was not a man of virtue, and with Lu Wanyun's straightforward nature, she would likely find it difficult to contend with him. Grandfather Lu had treated me well, and I could not stand idly by while the Lu group fell into the hands of others. With this in mind, he turned to Yang Chong, who was engrossed in a mobile game on the other side. "Are you familiar with Deputy Director Li Zhenjia of the Regulatory Bureau?"
Li Zhenjia.
Yang Chong immediately set aside his phone, his expression one of disdain. "That fellow is no good. Calling him scum would not be an exaggeration. He frequently frequents nightclubs, indulging in carnal pleasures, and even has a penchant for recording such escapades. Moreover, I have heard whispers of his connections with Wu Chenkuan, the head of Chenkuan Group. Brother, you cannot allow Wanyun to meet him alone. That would indeed be leading a sheep to the lions." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu fell into contemplation. If something were to happen to Lu Wanyun, Grandfather Lu would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Lu Wanyun coldly remarked, "Lin Yu, if you do not come along to disrupt things, I would be grateful." Lin Yu, weary of engaging in further conversation, declared, "The matter rests here. Whether you heed my words is entirely up to you." Nonetheless, Lu Wanyun took Lin Yu's counsel to heart. "It is better to be cautious than to regret. I shall indeed bring along a bodyguard." Consequently, Lu Wanyun summoned 4 trusted bodyguards from Lu Shirtai, all of whom had been hired at great expense by the Lu family. Meanwhile, Yang Chong promptly reported to Lin Yu, "Brother, Wanyun has left accompanied by 4 bodyguards." Lin Yu smiled slightly and instructed, "You follow him quietly and inform me immediately if there is any development." Understood. Although Yang Chong usually exhibited a nonchalant demeanor, he was now thoroughly impressed by Lin Yu's extraordinary abilities. For Yang Chong, Lin Yu represented a golden opportunity for his own resurgence, a chance that he must seize. Observing Yang Chong's newfound determination, Lin Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. This Yang Chong has a promising future. Lost in thought, Lin Yu's gaze turned towards the direction of the Royal Dynasty Club, where Lu Wanyun was headed that evening. At 8 o'clock, Yang Chong called, his voice filled with urgency. "Lin Yu, you truly are remarkable. I've just seen Li Zhenjia summon over 10 of his subordinates into the private room. It appears he intends to target Sister Wanyun." Lin Yu's eyes instantly flashed with a trace of coldness. In a luxurious room within the Imperial Club, "Li Zhenjia, you are a beast." Lu Wanyun lay limp upon a large water bed, even her anger radiating an exquisite beauty, especially her long legs, which were utterly tantalizing. Although Lu Wanyun had heightened her vigilance, she still fell victim to Li Zhenjia's cunning scheme. This scoundrel had bribed the club's attendants to drug her drink. Meanwhile, the 4 bodyguards were now surrounded by a dozen ruffians brought by Li Zhenjia, finding themselves in perilous circumstances. "Lu Wanyun, do you know? I have always wanted to possess you." Li Zhenjia gazed at the utterly weakened Lu Wanyun, smacking his lips with an expression that was as lewd as it was grotesque. "If you obediently comply tonight and bring me pleasure, I shall ensure your project remains unharmed." As he spoke, Li Zhenjia rubbed his hands together and lewdly approached Lu Wanyun. Chapter 24. Murder. "I am the eldest daughter of the Lu family. How dare you?" Lu Wanyun's heart raced, her furious glare piercing through the tension. "What of being the eldest daughter? I have dealt with many like you." Li Zhenjia impatiently unfastened his belt, declaring, "The Lu family pales in comparison to my backing. Blame yourselves for offending the wrong people. Even if I ruin you tonight, there will be those to cover my tracks." Upon hearing Li Zhenjia's words, Lu Wanyun was struck with shock. "Your backing is the Chenkuan Group?" Although her body was paralyzed with weakness, her mind remained alert. "Heh, do not think you can extract information from me." Li Zhenjie sneered as he dialed a number in front of Lu Wanyun. Draft an announcement stating that the Kangle Garden project is substandard and order a halt to all work. Furthermore, declare that the other projects of the Lu Group are also deficient. Then notify the media to accuse them of wage arrears and market monopolization. Let us tarnish the Lu Group's reputation. At that moment, Lu Wanyun was nearly certain that Li Zhenjie's support came from the Chenkuan Group. They were conspiring to bring down the Lu family and the Lu Group. Lu Wanyun, I am here to cherish you. Li Zhenjie leered as he approached her. Tonight, I shall explore every position, capturing high-definition photos and videos, ensuring you remain under my control. Do not come any closer. Lu Wanyun was filled with regret. Had she heeded Lin Yu's advice, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. Bang! At that moment, the door to the room was forcefully kicked open. Lu Wanyun's heart leaped with joy, thinking Lin Yu had arrived. However, the person who entered was not Lin Yu but Yang Chong. Sister Wanyun, do not fear. I am here to save you. Yang Chong. Lu Wanyun's hopes plummeted. This Yang Chong was a typical wastrel, his body long depleted by indulgence. The gap between him and Lin Yu was insurmountable. Moreover, Li Zhenjie had brought over a dozen henchmen. Ahaha! Li Zhenjie could not help but burst into laughter. I thought a formidable opponent had arrived, but it turns out to be a useless fool. In an instant, four ruffians lunged at Yang Chong with fierce eyes. I will risk it all. Though terrified, Yang Chong showed no sign of retreat. Sister Wanyun has always treated me kindly, never viewing me as worthless. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not back down. He shouted loudly and charged towards the intruders. Yang Chong. Lu Wanyun was consumed with worry for him. The combination of anger and the effects of the drug caused her to faint completely. Those long legs were truly a masterpiece. Simply exquisite. Li Zhenjie's mouth watered as he reached out to touch them. Swoosh! At that moment, a wineglass was hurled at Li Zhenjie's hand. Ah! Li Zhenjie's hand was shattered, blood and flesh mingling in chaos. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, more than a dozen ruffians were sent flying, crashing against the walls, rendered as lifeless as a puddle of mud. Li Zhenjie trembled, his spirit nearly fleeing in terror. At the doorway, Lin Yu slowly entered. Li Zhenjie, you shall pay for your sins. Slap. Lin Yu casually waved his hand, and Li Zhenjie seemed to be struck by a freight truck, his entire body shattered, meeting a tragic end on the spot. Zhang Yang and the others trembled in fear, their bodies and minds engulfed in terror. Are you all right? Lin Yu assisted Yang Chong and the four bodyguards to their feet. Brother Lin, we are fine, it's just that you have taken a life. Yang Chong's voice trembled with fear, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Lin Yu. Lin Yu remained remarkably composed. Merely trash can be disposed of without concern. Who could have anticipated? Lin Yu is astonishingly fierce. He kills without a flicker of an eye. Lin Yu, however, wore an expression of calm indifference. Someone will come to address this matter shortly. The incident regarding Li Zhenjie's demise must also remain confidential for the time being. It was you who saved Lu Wanyun, not I. Remember that. Yang Chong, perplexed, inquired, why not say it was you, elder brother, who saved her? Sister Wanyun would be immensely grateful. Lin Yu, however, wore a smile that was both intriguing and enigmatic. I have no desire for her gratitude. If the proud Lu Wanyun were to fall in love with me, it would be quite troublesome. At that moment, Zhou Lei's subordinates rushed in. Even the formidable Chief Xing from the Jiangcheng Police Department had arrived. Without uttering a word, they swiftly began to clear the scene. Yang Chong and the others raised their hands high, not daring to move an inch. Unexpectedly, Chief Xing hurriedly approached Lin Yu, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Li Zhenjie is a man of heinous crimes, with irrefutable evidence against him. We thank Mr. Lin for ridding the people of this menace. Upon witnessing this, Yang Chong trembled with excitement. Lin Yu, my brother, has truly achieved greatness. He has taken a life without consequence. Moreover, he has garnered the respect and gratitude of the police chief. In that moment, Yang Chong and the four bodyguards regarded Lin Yu with the reverence one would reserve for a deity. Upon returning home, their exhilaration kept them awake throughout the night. The following morning, Lu Wanyun awoke to find herself in bed. In astonishment, she discovered Lin Yu seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Observing his calm demeanor, Lu Wanyun felt a surge of anger. I was drugged by Li Jinjia last night and nearly faced humiliation. Even though our marriage is a facade, his nonchalance is unacceptable. Thankfully, I had brought along 4 bodyguards. Otherwise, that beast Li Jinjia would have surely taken advantage of me. Yesterday. Thank you for your warning. Lu Wanyun, with her clear sense of right and wrong, blushed as she expressed her gratitude to Lin Yu. There is no need for thanks. Lin Yu spoke in a calm tone. It was Yang Chong and those 4 bodyguards who saved you. I cannot bear your gratitude. You. Lu Wanyun detected the sarcasm in Lin Yu's words and momentarily found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, sinking once again into contemplation. There is no need to overthink it. The Lu group will be just fine. Lin Yu wore a calm expression. Lu Wanyun paused for a moment and sighed softly. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. You cannot fathom the intricate relationships at play here. Perhaps, he replied. Lin Yu finished speaking and continued to play on his phone. Lu Wanyun gazed at his confident demeanor, pondering deeply. Was he perhaps too composed? The significant events of yesterday surely left a myriad of troubles for her to address at Lu Corporation. At Lu Corporation's high-level conference room, the atmosphere was tense. Lu Corporation was confronting severe challenges. Lu Wanyun. Chu Tianchen slammed the table with fury, vociferously accusing, "It is all your fault that the Kangliuan project has been halted. Not only that, but other projects have also been suspended for review. This immediately involves tens of billions in funding, and the City Bureau has already intervened to inquire. You, the instigator, must provide a reasonable explanation." Lu Wanyun suppressed her rage and replied coldly, "Last night, Li Jinjia drugged me with the intent to assault me. Fortunately, my bodyguard reported it in time to prevent the situation." Her words caused an uproar in the conference room. Unbeknownst to them, Li Jinjia had already been killed by Lin Yu the previous night. The news had yet to emerge. It was merely being suppressed by the police department. Lu Wanyun, have you gone mad? Chu Tianchen seethed with indignation. Now that the police have apprehended Li Jinjia, who do you think they will hold accountable if not us? You have put the entire corporation in jeopardy. Appointing you as general manager was a monumental mistake. Incited by Chu Tianchen, the board members began to exhibit dissatisfaction. I will find a way to resolve this, Lu Wanyun declared, her face pale but resolute. You have no feasible solution.
Chu Tianchen vetoes Confun.
Perhaps if you spend a night with him, the problem could be resolved. At these words, Lu Wanyun's fury ignited. Chu Tianchen, you have gone too far. Too far? Chu Tianchen sneered menacingly. In the current precarious state of the corporation, can your personal virtue compare to the safety of the company? Lu Wanyun trembled with anger. When had she ever endured such humiliation? A tumult of rage and shame overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a slap echoed through the room. Everyone was taken aback as they witnessed Chu Tianchen being knocked to the ground, bloodied. Upon closer inspection, the assailant was none other than Lin Yu. Chapter 25. The turnaround. Lin Yu. Lu Wanyun stared in astonishment at Lin Yu, her emotions a whirlwind. He actually came to my aid? How dare you strike me? Chu Tianchen struggled to rise, his eyes ablaze with fury. Just yesterday, this brute had slammed his own head onto the table. Today, he had the audacity to publicly slap him? This was intolerable. Yet, before Chu Tianchen could unleash his wrath, Lin Yu struck again. With a resounding slap, he struck Chu Tianchen's other cheek. You are unable to discern right from wrong and spew baseless accusations. You deserve this. You should understand that Lu Wanyun was nearly victimized by Li Jinjia in the course of her duties, and yet you blame her for the corporation's troubles? What wrong has she committed? Is it a crime to protect oneself from malevolence? Is it wrong to uphold the corporation's reputation and dignity? Having spoken, Lin Yu's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the board members. The board members fell silent, their faces flushed with shame. Lin Yu, witnessing this scene, Lu Wanyun felt profoundly moved, tears cascading down her cheeks. She had never anticipated that the one to stand up for her at this critical moment would be Lin Yu, whom she had previously underestimated. Moreover, Lin Yu not only defended her but even reprimanded Chu Tianchen publicly. preserving her dignity. In truth, Lu Wanyun had been viewed as the scapegoat of the corporation. Anyone who defended her would be considered a traitor. Yet Lin Yu remained steadfast in his support. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of gratitude surged within Lu Wanyun towards Lin Yu. Chu Tianqin roared in anger, glaring at Lin Yu. What significance does your defense of Lu Wanyun hold? The fact remains that Lu Corporation is facing a life-and-death crisis. Faced with Chu Tianqin's scornful remarks, Lu Wanyun's thoughts became chaotic, and she found herself at a loss for a solution. Lin Yu, however, remained remarkably composed. The fault does not lie with Lu Wanyun. It is the responsibility of the regulatory personnel to resolve the issue. Chu Tianqin was utterly exasperated yet amused. Lin Yu, has your mind become clouded? Do you believe yourself to be the Jade Emperor, declaring what is and what is not? As he spoke, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Lu Wanyun. If this matter remains unresolved, what then? What shall become of the Lu family? Influenced by Lin Yu's demeanor, Lu Wanyun felt an unexpected surge of determination within her. If this issue cannot be resolved, I shall voluntarily resign and relinquish my position as general manager. Lu Shirtai gritted his teeth and declared, I stand with my daughter. If this matter cannot be resolved, I too shall step down as chairman. The words of this father-daughter duo sent shockwaves throughout the conference room. This signified that the Lu family was willingly surrendering control of the conglomerate to the Chu family. These words were uttered by none other than the two of you. Chu Tianqin felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. This was precisely the outcome he had desired. At that moment, the heavily shut conference room door swung open, pushed by an executive who appeared anxious. He reported urgently, Chairman, General Manager, and esteemed shareholders, representatives from the regulatory department have arrived. Upon hearing that personnel from the Quality Supervision Bureau were present, and that it was Director Wang Wenbin himself leading the team, the expressions of those present tightened instinctively. The expressions of Lu Wanyun and her father became exceedingly complex. Initially, they had been contemplating a comprehensive strategy to resolve the issue. However, the harsh reality offered them no respite. In the next moment, all eyes turned in unison towards Chu Tianqin. Could this be his doing? Yet, Chu Tianqin wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Was it because Li Zhenjia had been apprehended that Wang Wenbin, in a fit of rage, had come to seek accountability? Upon this realization, Chu Tianqin's heart soared with joy. In this case, Lu Wanyun and her father would undoubtedly be compelled to relinquish control of the group. Any aspirations they had of establishing themselves in the industry would be nothing short of a delusion. What a fortuitous opportunity! Chu Tianqin was ecstatic. I shall first go to reassure Director Wang Wenbin. Lu Wanyun, you and your father must swiftly devise a means to resolve this crisis. Otherwise, you may as well resign of your own accord. Chu Tianqin, brimming with satisfaction, exited the conference room to welcome Wang Wenbin. The other executives exchanged knowing glances and promptly followed suit. Left in the conference room were only a few loyal shareholders of the Lu family and Lu Wanyun's closest confidants. It's all right, you may leave for now. Lu Wanyun managed a strained smile. I promise that before my father and I resign, we will ensure your maximum interests are protected. The directors and confidants exchanged silent glances, their faces etched with sorrow. Lu Zong and Lu Dong had dedicated everything to the group, only to fall victim to this treachery, which was truly heartbreaking. Lu Wanyun and her father shared a silent, bitter smile, their eyes filled with helplessness. If they were forced to resign, it would be akin to handing over the fruits of Lu Laoji's labor to others. This would undoubtedly be a profound humiliation for the Lu family. Do not worry. Lin Yu smiled confidently, stating, the fault does not lie with you. As I've said before, it is not you who owe an apology. Rest assured, today's matter will be resolved perfectly. With that, Lin Yu exited the conference room. Sighing helplessly, Lu Shirtai expressed, I hope so. Lu Wanyun gazed at Lin Yu's departing figure, lost in thought. In the reception area on the first floor of the headquarters, Director Wang Wenbin of the Quality Supervision Bureau wore a stern expression, exuding an invisible aura of pressure. At that moment, the Lu group seemed to be caught in the eye of a storm, with employees' faces etched with anxiety. Only Lin Yu remained composed and unruffled. Chu Tianqin greeted respectfully, Director Wang, welcome. However, Wang Wenbin interrupted him before he could finish, demanding, "I need to see your general manager, Ms. Lu Wanyun." Chu Tianqin felt embarrassed for failing to flatter him properly, but the thought that Wang Wenbin was there to avenge Li Zhenjie rekindled his excitement. He continued to feign sorrow, saying, "Director Wang, please calm down. This incident was instigated by Lu Wanyun." At that moment, Lin Yu stepped out of the elevator and walked in another direction. "Is that Mr. Lin?" Wang Wenbin observed Lin Yu's back, a wave of shock coursing through him. Just last night, he received a directive from provincial authorities to handle the matter concerning Lu Wanyun and Li Zhenjie according to Lin Yu's wishes, ensuring Lu Wanyun's reputation remained intact. Clearly, Mr. Lin was no ordinary person to have such influential backing. Disregarding the still chattering Chu Tianqin, Wang Wenbin hastened towards Lin Yu. "Director Wang." Chu Tianqin noted Wang Wenbin's disregard for him, turning instead to Lin Yu, filled with confusion. Could it be that Lin Yu had a personal connection with Wang Wenbin? "Mr. Lin." Wang Wenbin hesitated, but Lin Yu simply smiled, saying Lu Wanyun will arrive shortly. Wang Wenbin immediately grasped Lin Yu's implication. Although he did not understand why Mr. Lin wished to conceal his identity, he recognized his duty was to follow the directive. He adjusted his demeanor, nodding gently at Lin Yu. Seeing the apparent lack of connection between the two, a heavy stone lifted from Chu Tianqin's heart. If Lin Yu and Wang Wenbin were close, the situation would certainly be troublesome. Thankfully, that was not the case. As the elevator doors opened again, Lu Wanyun stepped out. Despite her striking beauty and graceful figure, the fatigue etched on her brow was undeniable. Upon spotting Wang Wenbin in the distance, her anxiety intensified. As the director of the Quality Supervision Bureau in Jiangqing, every step in the construction industry was under his scrutiny. A figure of such rarity was now visiting the Lu Group, not for commendation, but for accountability. "Director Wang." Lu Wanyun braced herself for his stern reprimand. To her surprise, Wang Wenbin extended his hand, a gentle smile gracing his face. "I apologize for the abrupt visit, Ms. Lu. It's a pleasure to meet you." This unexpected gesture left everyone present in stunned silence. Lu Wanyun momentarily froze, at a loss for words. "Ms. Lu, Director Wang wishes to shake your hand," a secretary gently reminded her. "Director Wang, welcome. I apologize for not being better prepared to meet you," Lu Wanyun said, regaining her composure. "You are too modest, Ms. Lu." Wang Wenbin replied warmly, shaking her hand briefly before releasing it. "Our visit was indeed unexpected, and I ask for your understanding." As he spoke, Wang Wenbin's expression turned serious. "Ms. Lu, I am here to formally apologize. We have thoroughly investigated the incident from last night. Li Zhenjie drugged your drink with nefarious intentions. The fault does not lie with you, but with him. Furthermore, we have uncovered Li Zhenjie's abuse of power and collusion with corrupt businessmen, which is utterly heinous. Last night, he even attempted to threaten law enforcement personnel and evade justice, but he has since been neutralized." Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyun was utterly taken aback. The most shocked, however, was Chu Tianqin. He had expected to seize control of the Lu Group with Li Zhenjie's covert assistance. Who would have thought that Li Zhenjie would dare to threaten law enforcement? That was a sure path to ruin. Li Zhenjie was killed last night? Lu Wanyun turned to Wang Wenbin, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Lin Yu. Lin Yu's expression exuded confidence, as if everything was under control. A tempest of emotions surged within Lu Wanyun. Lin Yu's earlier confidence. Had he known this information in advance? Yet before she could sort through her thoughts, Lin Yu smiled and departed the scene. At that moment, Wang Wenbin continued, "By the way, I have personally revoked the order to halt the Lu Group's projects from last night, and we have severely punished those who conspired with Li Zhenjie. The Lu Group may resume normal operations, particularly the Kangliuan project, which I have personally inspected. The quality is exemplary, and the project is a model for others. Moreover, I will issue a commendation to the Lu Group, encouraging all real estate companies in the city to learn from you." This unexpected turn of events brought a wave of relief to Lu Wanyun, and tears welled in her eyes. Behind her, shareholders supporting Lu Wanyun and the Lu family wore expressions of joy. Meanwhile, Chu Tianqin and his associates trembled in fury, gritting their teeth. Noticing the ashen faces of Chu Tianqin and his companions, Lu Wanyun smirked. "Chu Tianqin, Your plans have failed. Aren't you feeling rather dejected? Chu Tianchen clenched his jaw, his internal fury simmering. However, Wang Wenbin interpreted the situation differently. It seemed there was an irreconcilable conflict between Chu Tianchen and Lu Wanyun. Wang Wenbin's expression suddenly darkened as he glared at Chu Tianchen. In an instant, Chu Tianchen was terrified, hastily saying, "Director Wang, you misunderstand." Silence. Wang Wenbin interrupted sharply. "I am in conversation with Ms. Lu. You, a mere team leader, have no right to interject." Chu Tianchen felt utterly humiliated, while Lu Wanyun and her allies reveled in their newfound fortunes, nearly bursting into laughter. Ms. Lu, Wang Wenbin turned back to Lu Wanyun, his expression returning to warmth. "We wish to discuss in detail how to establish the Lu Group as a model in the industry. Certainly, Director Wang and esteemed guests. Please follow me," Lu Wanyun replied, brimming with excitement, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Tianchen as she turned. Soon, the dramatic turnaround of events spread like wildfire throughout the building, elevating Lu Wanyun's reputation to new heights. Half an hour later, Wang Wenbin smiled as he said, "Ms. Lu, the matter is resolved. I will take my leave." Lu Wanyun personally escorted him to the door. As Wang Wenbin caught sight of Lin Yu, his expression tightened. He made a concerted effort to maintain his composure, greeting Lin Yu with a smile. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Wanyun was somewhat taken aback. Fortunately, Lin Yu displayed considerable politeness. However, she remained oblivious to the tumultuous emotions swirling within Wang Wenbin at that moment. Had Lin Yu not initiated the conversation, he truly would have been at a loss regarding how to respond. After bidding farewell to Wang Wenbin, Lu Wanyun exhaled a sigh of relief. The storm had finally subsided. Gratefully, she looked at Lin Yu, her cheeks flushed, and said, "Lin Yu, I sincerely thank you for standing up for me just now." Lin Yu's lips curled into a smile. "Don't speak of such trivialities. If you wish to express your gratitude, it is quite simple. Devote yourself to me." A soft giggle escaped Lu Wanyun, her alluring figure subtly rising and falling. Lin Yu gazed at her with delight. "Pray tell, what have you been consuming to develop so splendidly?" Lu Wanyun furrowed her brow slightly and replied in a hushed tone, "Just as I begin to harbor a modicum of affection for you, you start to act insufferably again. Is it that your heart cannot find ease without teasing me for a single day? How can this possibly be my fault?" Lin Yu let out a helpless smile, remarking, "What can I say? Your figure is simply captivating. Do you have any idea how enchanting you look in professional attire?" Upon hearing this unexpected compliment, Lu Wanyun felt a flush of warmth spread across her cheeks. In that moment, she realized that beneath Lin Yu's playful demeanor lay a sincere individual. "You carry on with your tasks. I shall retreat to your car for a nap," she declared, before striding towards the underground parking lot. Observing Lin Yu's departing silhouette, Lu Wanyun found herself torn between exasperation and amusement. "Considering the assistance you offered earlier, I shall grant you the liberty to slack off today." Yet, unbeknownst to Lu Wanyun, her perception of Lin Yu had subtly begun to shift. Lin Yu had just reclined in the fragrant car of Lu Wanyun when his phone rang. The voice on the other end was deep and powerful. "Lin Yu, I am Yuan Kuanglong, the supreme commander under the frost-cold goddess of war, Lung Rushuang. Yuan Feilong, my brother, is her chief aide. Yuan Kuanglong holds a rank even higher than that of the goddess of war. Even Lung Rushuang would salute upon meeting me. In Jiangqing, aside from a few commanders and vice-commanders from the War Department headquarters, Yuan Kuanglong is virtually unmatched." Upon receiving his call, Lin Yu felt no surprise. Instead, he chuckled and asked, "What, do you wish to learn from your brother how I defeated him?" At these words, Yuan Kuanglong's fury ignited, his voice chilling to the bone. "Lin Yu, do you truly believe that defeating Yuan Feilong makes you invincible? Let me make myself clear. Unless you kneel and apologize to my brother, I will bring you to your knees begging for mercy. As for the surveillance footage of the Lin family's fire, do not even think about touching it." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly sharpened, and the air around him seemed to ignite. "Yuan Kuanglong, if you wish for me to kneel in apology, you are not worthy. I shall head to the Jiangqing War Department and personally retrieve the surveillance footage. I want to see who dares to obstruct me." With that, Lin Yu decisively hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the other end, Yuan Guanglong sneered. This madman actually dared to proclaim he would demand the surveillance footage from the Jiangqing War Department? His subordinates could not help but burst into laughter at the audacity. The Jiangqing War Department is one of the 9 major military districts of the Dragon Nation, boasting an army of 1 million soldiers guarding a 3,000-kilometer coastline, along with countless elite troops and cutting-edge weaponry. It could be said that the Jiangqing War Department is the pinnacle of martial prowess and heavy firepower in the southeastern coastal region of the Dragon Nation. This so-called Lin Yu actually dared to brazenly venture into the Jiangnan War Department? What a ludicrous joke. Soon after, Lin Yu found Zhou Lei. Zhou Lei's expression was grave. Young master, the surveillance footage is currently under the control of Yuan Guanglong. How should we respond? Lin Yu spoke calmly. Just go to the Jiangqing War Department yourself. Drive on. Bang. Zhou Lei's heart raced furiously. Young master, are you serious? Without further ado, Zhou Lei immediately took the wheel and headed to the Jiangqing War Department together. Chapter 27. In person at this moment, Zhou Lei's emotions surged with excitement. Lin Yu was truly formidable, although the War Department was immensely powerful. Having pledged to brave any danger for the young master, he resolved to proceed fearlessly along the path ahead. Lin Yu discerned Zhou Lei's thoughts at a glance, unable to suppress a chuckle within. This old fellow is indeed intriguing. The headquarters of the Jiangqing War Department. Any external vehicles must halt at least 1,000 meters away from the warning line. The 30-kilometer radius from the warning line to the main building is strictly off-limits. Guard posts are established every kilometer, with watchmen positioned every 300 meters, all fortified with heavy firepower for protection. Drones patrol the skies. Unauthorized personnel are strictly forbidden from entering. Violators face severe military punishment, with no leniency shown. The starting and ending points of the warning line, along with the colossal fortress and the sprawling walls extending for miles on either side, form an impregnable defensive structure. The Jiangqing War Department. Even a formidable figure like Zhou Lei appears insignificant before such grand fortifications. The formidable military presence of the War Department also rendered him visibly tense. He took a deep breath, striving to steady his emotions. Young master, we lack the necessary pass. How shall we gain entry? After speaking, Lin Yu produced a cigarette, lit it, and proceeded alone. Observing Lin Yu's retreating figure, Zhou Lei couldn't help but admire his audacity. Truly, he is the young master. Bold. Please present your pass. 8 fully armed guards swiftly approached, their gazes sharp and vigilant. Lin Yu produced a golden insignia, inscribed with the word 0. The Dragon Kingdom's War Department had issued a decree. The guards immediately reported, Lord 0, the 5 commanders are in a meeting. You must wait for an hour, but you may rest in the VIP room in the meantime. In the distance, Zhou Lei and others gazed upon this scene, utterly astonished. Who exactly was this young master? However, Lin Yu was eager to uncover the truth behind the Lin family fire. For him, waiting an hour felt interminable. Thus, he vanished in an instant, leaving no trace. Zhou Lei questioned his own eyesight. Even the 8 guards were left in a state of confusion. They blinked vigorously, confirming their perception once more. Lin Yu has truly vanished into thin air. Young master. Indeed, it is terrifying. Zhou Lei was profoundly shaken. Lin Yu's cultivation level had far surpassed his comprehension. Within the headquarters, in a highly secured conference room, a massive round table was surrounded by 5 elderly gentlemen clad in deep green military uniforms, adorned with tiger-patterned insignias on their chests. The table was cluttered with stacks of documents. Their faces bore an expression of grave concern, with each having a deputy commander standing behind them, their expressions tense. Clearly, they were deliberating on a matter of great significance. Suddenly, the 5 commanders halted their actions simultaneously, turning their gazes towards the entrance of the conference room. The deputy commanders, reacting a moment later, swiftly followed suit. Their eyes widened in astonishment, pupils constricting sharply. This was due to the sudden appearance of a man at the entrance. He was leisurely smoking a cigarette, his handsome visage strikingly remarkable. The newcomer was none other than Lin Yu. Lin Yu suddenly appeared in the core conference room of the Jiangqing War Department, leaving everyone present utterly astonished. Who was this uninvited guest? The conference room door was securely locked, surrounded by cutting-edge weaponry and fortified technology. With over 100 elite guards on high alert, how had he managed to infiltrate silently? In an instant, the high-ranking officials in the room deduced that this mysterious visitor possessed extraordinary capabilities, targeting none other than the 5 commanders of Jiangxing's defense. Could it be a decapitation plan from a rival nation? The thought crossed their minds simultaneously. They were poised to activate the emergency first-level combat alarm beneath the floor. The 10 deputy commanders also prepared to draw their weapons. However, an invisible yet immense force restrained them firmly. No matter how they struggled, they could not budge an inch. Such terrifying cultivation. At present, someone could control them from a distance. What kind of formidable strength was required for that? 500,000 units of strength? No, it must be at least 2 million. Reflecting on this, their fear intensified. This person was undoubtedly a master, with cultivation at least at the 9th level of the celestial stage, or perhaps even having transcended to the innate realm. Who are you? A bearded commander questioned sharply. The others were also ready to fight to the death. The atmosphere in the room suddenly thickened, tense and charged. There is no need for alarm, no harm. Lin Yu smiled faintly and waved his hand. A gentle breeze immediately dispelled the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them, transforming the air within the room into a refreshing embrace. The 5 commanders were struck with a sense of trepidation at Lin Yu's formidable cultivation. They realized that should they engage with this young man, they would be swiftly vanquished. He was simply too powerful. In the gaze of all present, Lin Yu took his seat at the round table. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Yu. The 5 commanders narrowed their eyes momentarily, only to feel an immense weight lift from their hearts. They had already experienced Lin Yu's extraordinary prowess firsthand, beyond imagination and unfathomable. The aides finally felt a sense of relief, though they noticed their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, the newcomer was not their enemy. Otherwise, they might have perished long ago. In an instant, they regarded the young man with newfound respect. Mr. Lin Yu, your accomplishments at such a young age are truly commendable. Gu Yuanshan, the leading figure of the Jiangxing battle zone, stood at 63, with a robust physique and a square face that exuded authority. They asked me to wait for an hour, but my time is limited, so I took the liberty of entering. Oh? The 5 commanders exchanged glances, their minds clouded with uncertainty yet filled with delight. This was also an opportunity for them to foster a relationship with the esteemed Zero Lord. Zero Lord, please feel free to convey your wishes, Gu Yuanshan said with a humble demeanor, bowing slightly to Lin Yu. Subsequently, Lin Yu recounted the dissolution of his engagement with Lang Rushuang and the unreasonable actions of Yuan Kuanglong, who had obstructed his access to the fire disaster monitoring records. Upon hearing this, the commanders felt a chill run through them. It turned out that the injuries sustained by the strongmen of Feilong Manor were inflicted by Lin Yu himself. Had he not shown restraint, those individuals would have likely been obliterated. How audacious of Yuan Kuanglong to disrespect the Zero Lord, Gu Yuanshan exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the table and bowing deeply to Lin Yu. It is my failure in leadership. I beseech the Zero Lord for forgiveness. Lin Yu shook his head with a smile and said, this matter is not your fault. What I desire now is to obtain that video footage. This is of utmost importance to me. If the Jiangxing War Department is unable to assist, I shall have to resolve it on my own. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yuanshan and the others couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This was clearly a demonstration of courtesy before force. The implication was that the materials should be provided by the War Department today, whether willingly or not. Chapter 28. In hand feeling Lin Yu's formidable presence, everyone present was on edge. Lord Zero is being overly modest. I will take immediate action, Gu Yuanshan declared solemnly, swiftly assigning the vice commander to expedite the matter. They bypassed Yuan Kuanglong's jurisdiction and accessed the surveillance footage from the Lin family fire incident years ago. It must be said, the efficiency of the War Department was indeed astonishing. Within 5 minutes, a USB drive containing the recorded footage and a brand new tablet were placed before Lin Yu. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yu took the USB drive, feeling that he was one step closer to unraveling the mystery behind the downfall of the Lin family. His heart brimming with excitement. Sensing Lin Yu's exhilaration, Gu Yuanshan and the others exchanged glances before he stood up to earnestly request, Lord Zero, we have a matter to discuss. Oh, upon witnessing the solemn expressions of those present and the pile of documents on the table, Lin Yu surmised that the matter at hand was of great significance. Today, the Jiangxing War Department assisted us in acquiring crucial information. Feel free to speak candidly, esteemed colleagues. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted to one of exhilaration and joy. Not only is Lord Zero extraordinarily powerful, but he is also adept in the intricacies of human relations. To be candid, the Jiangxing War Department is currently facing a formidable predicament. Gu Yuanshan let out a weary sigh and pushed several documents toward Lin Yu. A week prior, a seismic event in the northern frontier led to fissures in the frozen prison, allowing dozens of dangerous inmates to escape. The Northern Frontier War Department swiftly deployed forces, and although the Frost Goddess managed to recapture one of the 4 notorious criminals, the other 3 remain at large. They have vanquished over 8 elite squads led by Commander Wan. The 3 remaining criminals have committed further offenses as they journey south, seemingly intent on eluding capture by heading into international waters. These 3 are at the pinnacle of their powers, and among the other fugitives are several who have reached the 9th tier of the Earth realm. They are not only cunning but also possess extensive experience in evasion. Furthermore, with a coastline stretching 3,000 kilometers and numerous concealed terrains, even if we pinpoint their whereabouts, the War Department cannot guarantee their complete apprehension. The Jiangxing War Department bears the heavy responsibility of coastal defense. Should we fail to intercept these fugitives and allow them to escape into international waters, the prestige of the Dragon Nation's War Department will undoubtedly be tarnished. After Gu Yuanshan concluded, he bowed deeply to Lin Yu, earnestly pleading for Lord Zero's assistance in accomplishing this critical mission of capture. In response, Lin Yu nodded slightly, aware of the gravity of the situation. The incident involving the fugitives has elicited strong reactions both domestically and internationally, and it is crucial for the dignity of the Dragon Nation that this matter be handled with utmost care. 2 years ago, Lin Yu, under the guidance of his celestial master, undertook training at the headquarters of the Dragon Nation's War Department. Lin Yu held a cordial relationship with the senior figures at headquarters, lending them his support in a manner both reasonable and fitting. He spoke calmly, once the fugitive's location is confirmed, inform me at the earliest opportunity. I shall handle the subsequent matters. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuanshan and the other high-ranking officials were instantly filled with excitement. We shall first express our gratitude to Lord Zero. Gu Yuanshan and the others bowed respectfully in acknowledgement. Lin Yu's gaze was resolute. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, serving the nation was an unassailable duty. Moreover, since the esteemed individuals had previously assisted him in obtaining the video materials, it was only fitting to reciprocate. Gu Yuanshan's face lit up with joy, nodding repeatedly. Who could have anticipated that, just when they found themselves at a loss, the illustrious Zero Lord Lin Yu would arrive? It was akin to receiving timely aid in the midst of a snowstorm, like a divine warrior descending from the heavens. Gu Yuanshan immediately instructed his deputy to add Lin Yu's contact information to the primary response list. In Jiangxing, only Lin Yu would warrant the unwavering support of the Jiangxing War Department. Farewell, everyone. Lin Yu held a USB drive in his hand as he bid farewell to Gu Yuanshan and the others. Lord Zero, allow us to see you off. Despite Gu Yuanshan's position as the supreme commander of the Jiangxing War Department, Lin Yu's profound cultivation was beyond comprehension. Furthermore, he was the esteemed Lord Zero, a being of even higher stature, and thus they naturally afforded him the utmost respect. Lin Yu waved his hand with a smile, expressing his preference for discretion, and bid farewell. In an instant, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. This, Gu Yuanshan and the others were once again left in profound astonishment. Is this what one calls low-key? At this moment, they were utterly convinced that Lin Yu's cultivation had transcended the innate realm, perhaps even reaching the legendary status of an immortal practitioner. The civilization of Huaxia has flourished for thousands of years, with tales of transcendence celebrated in every dynasty. Little did they expect, today in the modern world, to witness such a figure in person. Indeed, the strength of an immortal practitioner is formidable beyond measure. Gu Yuanshan's breath quickened, his heart stirred with excitement. Now, with the assistance of an immortal practitioner, the mission to apprehend the fugitive would surely be accomplished with ease. However, Gu Yuanshan recalled the incident involving Yuan Kuanglong's provocation of Lin Yu, and unease settled in his heart. This pair of brothers had nearly plunged the entire Jiangxing War Department into a life-and-death crisis. Deputy Commander Xiao, how could your subordinate be so reckless? Gu Yuanshan's expression grew stern as he harshly reprimanded Xiao Wading, the superior of Yuan Kuanglong. The other 4 commanders also cast sharp glares, their faces etched with anger. The military discipline of the War Department was stringent, and Xiao Wading's complexion turned pale as he hurriedly stood at attention, bowing his head. I acknowledge my failure in discipline and willingly accept punishment. Humph. Gu Yuanshan shot him a glance. Manage your men. Should there be a next time, you shall face military consequences. Understood. Xiao Wading nodded fervently and swiftly exited the conference hall. Unexpectedly, just outside, he ran into Yuan Kuanglong. Yuan Kuanglong was feeling quite pleased with himself for having the authority to block Lin Yu from accessing the surveillance records. However, an urgent report came from the technical department. The high-ranking officials of the Jiangxing War Department had disregarded his authority and directly retrieved the monitoring data Lin Yu required. This left him utterly astonished, and he immediately sought answers. Deputy Commander Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Having just been reprimanded by Gu Yuanshan, Xiao Wading's anger flared anew as he rebuked Yuan Kuanglong. Yuan Kuanglong, this is a decision made by the higher-ups. There is no need for me to explain it to you. Moreover, the higher-ups are quite dissatisfied with your brother Yuan Feilong's actions. Should there be a repeat offense, your military position will be revoked. With that, Xiao Wading strode away without a backward glance. Surrounding generals and guards cast him peculiar glances, deepening Yuan Kuanglong's embarrassment. Reflecting on his earlier threat towards Lin Yu, and now facing his superior's scolding, he felt like a mere clown. It was as though Lin Yu had landed several resounding slaps upon him from afar. He could not fathom why the high-ranking officials of the Jiangxing War Department would show leniency towards Lin Yu. Could it be that Lin Yu possesses a profound background? No. According to investigations, Lin Yu is merely a citizen of Stardust City. Furthermore, he is just a rustic villager descended from the mountains. The more Yuan Kuanglong pondered, the more infuriated he became. Lin Yu, this matter is far from over. I shall repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Gu Yuanshan watched Yuan Kuanglong's retreating figure, shaking his head with a sigh. This young man is far too reckless to shoulder significant responsibilities. As for Lung Rushuang, although she did not partake in the actions against Mr. Lin Yu, her folly in dissolving her engagement with him was equally bewildering. Were her grandfather to learn of this, his blood pressure might soar. Gu Yuanshan understood well that, if Yuan Kuanglong dared to provoke Lin Yu again, no one would be able to protect him. Outside, Zhou Lei and his subordinates looked around, awaiting Lin Yu's return. Old Zhou, get in the car. Suddenly, Lin Yu's voice echoed from within the vehicle. However, he had already taken his seat, holding a brand-new tablet. Yet, no one had noticed his arrival. Zhou Lei's heart was immediately set aflutter. Young master. He hurriedly entered the car, only to see Lin Yu's tablet displaying surveillance footage, and he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Has the matter been resolved? Indeed. Lin Yu nodded, his attention fixated on the video. Meanwhile, a tempest of emotions surged within Zhou Lei. Had the young master truly acquired the surveillance footage from the War Department? After viewing the video, Lin Yu handed the tablet to Zhou Lei. Prior to the devastating fire at the Lin residence, 3 suspicious men had been observed lingering in the vicinity. It was imperative to uncover their identities. Understood, young master, Zhou Lei responded, sensing the fierce determination in Lin Yu's gaze directed toward the window, laden with intent to kill. Just as Lin Yu had surmised, the inferno was no mere accident. It was a calculated act of malice. Chapter 29. Premeditation. The inferno that had claimed the lives of Lin Yu's family and left his mother missing was indeed premeditated. Who could possibly harbor such ill will against the Lin family? Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly, the atmosphere around him vibrating with palpable intensity. A tempest brewed, obscuring the sun and moon. Zhou Lei stood beside him, nearly paralyzed with fear, yet he remained silent, gritting his teeth to endure. After a tense silence of several seconds, Lin Yu gradually regained his composure, his fury subsiding. The ominous clouds dispersed, and Zhou Lei felt the weight on his shoulders lift, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Yu could not help but smile. "Old Zhou, do you find me frightening?" Zhou Lei quickly shook his head. "Young master, you exude a majestic aura that commands the mountains and rivers, rather than a ruthless, bloodthirsty fury. You possess both qualities, which is indeed rare." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Zhou Lei, as an experienced veteran, truly had a way with words. However, Lin Yu could also discern that Zhou Lei's admiration for him was genuine and devoid of any pretense. After bidding farewell to Zhou Lei, Lin Yu was in high spirits due to having obtained the surveillance footage. "I have heard about your outstanding performance at the company today. You have upheld the dignity of the Lu family exceptionally well. Wan Yun remarked, I told you, Xiao Yu is our family's lucky star. Now do you believe it?" Old Master Lu was in a good mood upon learning of the successful turnaround regarding the Lu Group's Kong Lu Yuan project. Beside him, Lu Wanyun's gaze towards Lin Yu seemed to have softened, losing some of its earlier disdain and coldness. Old Master Lu was delighted, as it appeared his granddaughter Lu Wanyun's attitude towards Lin Yu had also undergone a transformation. What a fortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, Lu Yuting gazed at Lin Yu with sparkling eyes, clearly impressed. "Now that my sister's project has been secured, it must be thanks to Lin Yu's discreet assistance. His capabilities are remarkable, more than you all realize." As she thought of Lin Yu's heroic deeds during the rescue at Old Mu's, she felt a swell of admiration. It was evident that Chu Wei was intent on acquiring the coveted No. 3 plot of land held by Zui Yanming in Jiangqing. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyun's expression shifted dramatically. She furrowed her brows and remarked, "Securing the No. 3 commercial plot from Zui Yanming would indeed benefit the Lu Group's development. However, Chu Wei will undoubtedly rally other shareholders and directors to seize at least half of our control. To solidify the Lu family's position within the group, acquiring Zui Yanming's No. 3 plot was imperative." Lu Shitai inhaled deeply, his expression growing more solemn. "There's another piece of bad news. The Qian Kuan Group also aims to acquire the No. 3 plot. Their boss, Wu Qian Kuan, has been seeking to swallow the Lu Group whole. He will fiercely suppress any opportunities that could benefit us." Lu Wanyun, deep in thought, resolved to meet Zui Yanming and plead for him to sell the No. 3 plot to the Lu family. While her aspirations were noble, the reality was quite stark. The Lu family had no connections to Zui Yanming. How could they achieve their goal? The objective was straightforward: to forge a relationship with the real estate magnate Zui Yanming and secure the No. 3 plot before the second-largest shareholder, Chu Tianchen, and his son, could intervene, thereby solidifying their position as the major shareholders. "Lin Yu, you should join the meeting." Lu Wanyun glanced at him with a hint of expectation in her eyes. "Forget it," Lu Shitai scoffed, filled with disdain. "What can a mere country bumpkin like him contribute? We don't need him to create chaos." Lin Yu chuckled, saying, "I am merely a salaryman. Why should I attend meetings when I can indulge in leisurely pursuits?" With that, he propped his legs up and sipped his tea leisurely. "Humph, indulging in trivialities. A useless endeavor," Lu Shitai muttered, hastily dragging Lu Wanyun away, anxious that his eldest daughter might develop feelings for Lin Yu. Just as they departed, Lin Yu's phone rang. It was a call from Mu Raoshuang. "Lin Yu, my grandfather has encountered a rather peculiar case. He would like you to come and take a look. Are you free at the moment? The individual involved is of considerable importance, and my grandfather cannot afford to offend him." Lin Yu inquired with curiosity, "Who is the patient?" "It is the real estate magnate, Zui Yanming," Mu Rou whispered softly. "Zui Yanming?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. "Isn't he the individual that Lu Wanyun and Lu Shitai are eager to please and curry favor with?" Lin Yu pondered briefly and, considering Mu Raoshuang's request, decided to pay a visit. Yang Chong, observing this, could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. "Elder brother? Who is this stunning beauty? Is she your girlfriend?" "Not quite yet," came the reply. Lin Yu was in a good mood, reflecting on how certain matters depend on fate and cannot be forced. "I'm leaving now. Do you have any objections, group leader?" he asked. "Of course I have objections. Do you want me to escort you?"
Yang Qiang replied.
his face beaming with a smile as he personally saw Lin Yu out. The two exchanged glances, sharing a conspiratorial camaraderie. At that moment, Lu Wanyun, having just concluded a meeting, approached Yang Chong and inquired, "Where's Lin Yu?" "He just left." Yang Chong indicated downstairs, his expression filled with envy. A stunningly attractive woman came to pick him up. Lu Wanyun hurriedly glanced down and saw a tall, graceful woman with flowing hair affectionately linking arms with Lin Yu. They were laughing and chatting, resembling a couple deeply in love. In that instant, Lu Wanyun felt a surge of jealousy. Just yesterday, he had praised her charm and remarked on her figure, yet now he was entwined with another woman. Ugh, what a fickle-hearted rogue, a despicable scoundrel. Lu Wanyun harbored a multitude of grievances, secretly cursing Lin Yu. Yang Chong, noticing her reaction, couldn't he help but grin. "Sister Wanyun, are you feeling jealous?" "Jealous? What nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Wanyun shot him a glare. "By the way, why do you call him Brother Lin Yu? Didn't he give you a beating?" Yang Chong was momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, Brother Lin Yu is genuinely concerned about you. He nearly let slip the heroic tale of how Lin Yu effortlessly dispatched Li Zhenjia and his gang to rescue Lu Wanyun. "I see. Sister Wanyun, I've taken note of that. Now he is one of us." Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Mu Raoshuang had just driven away from the Lu group when they were obstructed by a speeding off-road vehicle. Two women hurriedly exited the vehicle, their gazes fixed intently on Lin Yu, as if fearing he might escape. Upon recognizing them, Mu Raoshuang's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. The visitors were none other than the renowned female warrior of Jiangcheng, Lin Rushuang, accompanied by her stunning aide. Chapter 30. Teasing Mu Raoshuang was taken aback. "What brings the female warrior here?" Lin Yu gently patted Mu Raoshuang's hand and smiled. "You wait for me in the car while I speak with them for a moment." Mu Raoshuang was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "My goodness, Brother Lin Yu actually knows the battle goddess." Cold Rushuang cut to the chase, stating, "Lin Yu, I have received confidential information from above. Lord Zero is in Jiangcheng. Furthermore, he will make his move at an appropriate time to assist the battle department in apprehending the three madmen. Do you know where Lord Zero is? Please, tell me." Her gaze was filled with curiosity and eagerness, her lively eyes fixed intently on Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Goodness, this is supposed to be a secret of the Jiangcheng battle department, and you revealed it so casually? It seems you hold Lord Zero in immense admiration." With this thought, a hint of mischief flickered in Lin Yu's mind. He replied nonchalantly, "I indeed know where Lord Zero is. However, if you could sing, baby, I'm sorry for me, I might just tell you." "Baby, I'm sorry?" Cold Rushuang replied, somewhat embarrassed. "Why?" Lin Yu chuckled, "Your male aide has caused me quite a bit of trouble. As his superior, you must apologize on his behalf." Lin Rushuang immediately gritted her teeth and replied, all right, is it that song? Darling, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't care for you." Lin Yu chuckled softly. "Indeed, it is that timeless classic. You may either sing, baby, I'm sorry, or refrain from approaching me. Choose one." Having spoken, he turned to leave. "Wait a moment." Cold Ruoshang urgently intercepted him. "Isn't it just a song? Baby, I'm sorry? I shall sing it." The beautiful adjutant could not help but frown and interject. "Miss, as the foremost war deity of Jiangcheng, this is unbecoming of your stature." With unwavering determination, Cold Ruoshang declared, "I shall risk it all to meet Lord Zero." She then opened her lips to sing, "1,000 roses for you, so that you may cherish yourself. 10,000 apologies." Observing this scene from the car, Mu Ro was utterly astounded. Cold Ruoshang's face flushed crimson, yet she persevered to finish her song. "All right, I have completed, baby. I'm sorry. Now, please tell me who Lord Zero is." "Very well." Lin Yu, with a mischievous smile, leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Listen carefully. Lord Zero is none other than me." "You?" Lin Rushuang, with a face full of astonishment, staggered back a few steps. Upon seeing Lin Yu's triumphant grin, she quickly regained her composure. "Lin Yu, how dare you mock me? You seek death." In her fury, Lin Rushuang was ready to draw her gun. "Miss, please remain calm," the beautiful adjutant exclaimed in alarm, hastily intervening. Lin Yu helplessly spread his hands and said, "The truth is as such. Believe it or not." After speaking, he turned and strode away. "What? Another dire omen. You scoundrel!" Cold as frost, his anger surged, his chest heaving violently. "Magnificent, truly magnificent." Lin Yu laughed heartily, feeling elated. The cold and frosty Lang Rushuang gazed at Lin Yu's receding figure, her face flushed with indignation. "Lin Yu, there is one matter I must clarify. I had no knowledge of Vice Officer Wang Shua's actions regarding you. However, you should be aware that his elder brother has set his sights on you, so do take care." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu turned to glance at her, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. "Oh, is that so? I appreciate your concern. When my mood improves, I shall reveal to you the identity of Lord Zero." Inside the car, Mu Rou remained in a state of shock, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Yu. "Brother Lin Yu, did you truly provoke the war goddess Lang Rushuang? Are you certain there will be no repercussions?" Lin Yu chuckled lightly. "I've teased her more than once or twice. Rest assured, nothing will come of it. By the way, how much do you know about Zhuo Yanming? He owns several large shopping malls and 3 commercial streets. In Jiangqing, there are numerous legendary tales about him. Haven't you heard of them, Brother Lin Yu?" "I must admit, I haven't heard anything about it." Lin Yu smiled indifferently. After all, figures like Li Dongkong, the wealthiest man in Jiangqing, and Zhuo Yanming, the real estate magnate, appeared to him as insignificant characters. They lacked even the qualifications to enter the Zhou Leidong Chamber of Commerce. So how could Lin Yu bother to remember them? Furthermore, Zhou Lei was merely one of Lin Yu's subordinates. Consequently, the so-called prominent figures in Jiangqing, and even in the provincial capital, were nothing more than trifles in Lin Yu's eyes. "By the way, Brother Lin Yu, my grandfather mentioned to me that the patient's condition is quite peculiar. The pulse seems normal, yet the individual frequently exhibits signs of exhaustion, as if plagued by a chronic illness. Despite my grandfather's attempts with various treatments, the results have been minimal. He also expressed that he has never encountered such an enigmatic ailment, which is why he has requested your assistance in examining the patient." Upon hearing the words, Lin Yu had already formed a rough conjecture in his mind. The malaise he sensed was perhaps not solely the result of illness. It could also be indicative of an encounter with malevolent forces, which often manifests similar symptoms. As the two conversed, their vehicle glided towards a secluded private estate nestled in the outskirts. Upon disembarking, Lin Yu immediately perceived an elusive and ominous aura enveloping the estate. As a cultivator, he could discern any malevolence that dared to approach. With a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, he gleaned the general circumstances surrounding the estate's master. Upon entering the manor, Lin Yu found himself in the presence of a composed middle-aged man, the formidable real estate tycoon Zhuo Yanming. Seated on the adjacent sofa was a woman, her expression vacant and her visage withered. Yet, even in her current state, her features hinted that she must have once been a striking beauty in her youth. She was none other than Zhuo Yanming's first wife. Judging by her countenance, this noblewoman possessed a kind heart and had often engaged in charitable deeds. What misfortune, then, could have befallen her to attract such malevolence? A sense of curiosity welled up within Lin Yu. Upon Lin Yu's arrival, old Mu's eyes gleamed with a flicker of hope. He pondered, if even Lin Yu was at a loss, then the lady would undoubtedly be beyond remedy. "Lin Yu, please come here," old Mu exclaimed with palpable excitement. Hastily introducing Mr. Lin, "This is the esteemed general manager Zhuo I mentioned to you." Zhuo Yanming scrutinized Lin Yu before promptly pulling old Mu aside. "Old Mu, I respect you as the master of Jiangqing, which is why I invited you to treat my wife. However, if you are unable to cure her, I shall not hold you accountable. Why then would you bring a young man to deceive me?" Old Mu's countenance turned awkward as he urgently clarified, "General Manager Zhuo, do not be misled by Lin Yu's youth. His medical expertise far surpasses my own." Just then, Zhuo Yanming's wife, in a frail voice, expressed her gratitude. "Old Mu, thank you for your efforts in treating me. I need to rest now." Old Mu, filled with helplessness, turned to Lin Yu and inquired, "Mr. Lin, what is your perspective on Madame Zhuo's condition?" Lin Yu smiled faintly. "In my opinion, if she falls asleep, she may never awaken." "What?" Zhuo Yanming's expression changed dramatically. "You brat, Do not speak nonsense. Old Mu's face was filled with horror. Lin Yu, why do you say such things? Lin Yu maintained his composure. Madame is besieged by malevolent forces. Her primordial spirit is compromised, and she is in a perilous situation. Should she succumb to slumber, her spirit will weaken, and dire consequences may ensue. Upon hearing this, Zui Yanming was instantly consumed by rage. What malevolent forces? This is utter nonsense, mere theatrics. Chapter 31. Affections you, young man, seem to be engaging in mere sophistry, spouting a collection of absurdities. Old Mu, I hold you in high regard and will not quibble with him, but I implore you to have this boy vacate the premises immediately. Zui Yanming was filled with suspicion towards Lin Yu, and was thoroughly disheartened by Old Mu's medical expertise. Although Old Mu could not fathom why Lin Yu was so adamant, he firmly believed in Lin Yu's assertions. Zua, I comprehend your urgent sentiments. Yet please, hold your horses and listen to Lin Yu. Listen to what? My wife's condition is deteriorating by the moment. We must hasten to the capital to seek the counsel of a renowned physician. His words were a clear jab at Old Mu's medical skills. The individuals you have summoned are merely of the same caliber, if not charlatans. Old Mu felt a wave of embarrassment, and Mu Rou was exceedingly anxious. Yet Lin Yu laughed nonchalantly. Whether you believe it or not, the esteemed doctors in the capital will also find themselves perplexed and ultimately seek my guidance. Zui Yanming's eyes blazed with fury. With so many skilled physicians in the capital, how could they possibly fail to treat my wife? You speak in folly. Lin Yu smiled and remarked, do those so-called masters of medicine possess my abilities? Upon finishing his words, Lin Yu waved his hand, and a radiant golden light enveloped everyone present. Bathed in this golden glow, Zui Yanming and the others could distinctly perceive the erratic dark malevolence lurking within the estate. Sinister and venomous. In that moment, all were awestruck by Lin Yu's display of power. A true master without a doubt. As Zui Yanming regained his composure, he fell to his knees before Lin Yu with a thud. Mr. Lin, please forgive my previous disrespectful demeanor. I was blind to your greatness. I truly deserve to be punished. As he spoke, he struck himself hard across the face. Mr. Lin, I beseech you, my wife is suffering terribly. Please save her. Yet Lin Yu remained unyielding, merely offering a faint smile. Did you not proclaim your intent to seek renowned physicians in the imperial capital? Just moments ago you spoke disparagingly to Elder Mu. Why must you now beseech me? Upon hearing these words, Zui Yanming felt as though Lin Yu had delivered an invisible slap to his face. Mr. Lin Yu, I truly regret my actions. My impulsiveness led me to offend you. Rejected by Lin Yu, Zui Yanming awkwardly turned to Elder Mu for assistance. Elder Mu, I did not mean it that way. I implore you to assist me. Elder Mu, understanding Lin Yu's intention to instill a sense of gratitude in Zui Yanming, intervened with a smile. Mr. Zui's earlier demeanor was merely a result of his desperation to save his wife. It was an inadvertent misstep. Mu Rou, moved by Zui Yanming's genuine display of emotion, chimed in, Brother Lin Yu, please lend a hand to Uncle Zua and Auntie. She gently tugged at Lin Yu's arm, her eyes filled with earnest pleading. Very well. Lin Yu, not one to hold back, cast a glance at Zui Yanming and said, for the sake of Elder Mu and the beautiful Raoshuang, I am willing to lend my assistance. Zui Yanming's heart swelled with gratitude as he repeatedly expressed his thanks. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Elder Mu. Thank you, Miss Raoshuang. Elder Mu felt a surge of delight within, secretly commending Lin Yu for his perceptiveness and understanding of human relations. The true source of malevolence resided within the 4 exquisite portraits of ladies adorning the hall's walls. Lin Yu directly pointed out the crux of the matter. Upon hearing this, Zui Yanming's expression darkened. These ancient paintings of ladies were gifted to my wife by Chu Wei, the vice director of the Lu Group, half a month ago. As he spoke, Zui Yanming's demeanor became exceedingly furious. Chu Wei, are you attempting to harm my family under the guise of a gift? Lin Yu also smiled, realizing that the gift-giver, Dong Chu Wei, was none other than the father of Chu Tianqin, who was in direct opposition to Lu Wanyun. However, Old Mu wore an expression of confusion. How could mere depictions of 4 noble women give rise to such malevolence? As soon as Old Mu finished speaking, Lin Yu waved his hand, and a blaze of golden light surged towards the ancient painting. In an instant, the surface of the ancient artwork peeled away, revealing its true nature. Who could have anticipated that beneath the four noblewomen's portraits lay a demonic image? Dark, tangible tendrils of malevolence emanated from the mouth of the demon's portrait, rendering the scene extraordinarily enigmatic. What was that? The crowd gasped in astonishment. It was evil energy. Lin Yu did not conceal the truth. Within the realm of Taoist arts, there exists both righteousness and malevolence, capable of both aiding and harming individuals. The painting of the lady had been infused with sinister energy, specifically designed to bring harm. Upon finishing his explanation, Lin Yu waved his hand, and a radiant golden flame incinerated the erratic black malevolence into nothingness. Subsequently, Lin Yu provided Lu Wenjin with a massage and acupressure, unblocking her vital energy and blood flow. In merely a minute, Lu Wenjin's vitality swiftly rejuvenated. How miraculous! I feel my strength gradually returning. Such a scene. It was beyond the realm of scientific explanation. Zui Yanming's heart surged with emotion, his admiration for Lin Yu flowing like a roaring river. In his eyes, Lin Yu was not only a master of medicine but also a hidden expert within the esoteric realms. Such a remarkable figure should never be underestimated. Meanwhile, old Mu was filled with joy, having already regarded Lin Yu as a prospective grandson-in-law. Now, as Lin Yu revealed his extraordinary abilities, he felt a profound sense of pride. The heavens and the earth are vast, and their mysteries are endless. The mystical arts of the ancient Huaxia civilization, having endured for millennia, are profound and unfathomable. In the face of the unknown, we ought to approach it with reverence. Lin Yu's words, though unadorned, are imbued with profound wisdom. Mr. Lin Yu, we are indeed enlightened by your insights. The couple, Zui Yanming and Mu Lao, wholeheartedly concurred, nodding in agreement. Mu Ro's eyes sparkled with admiration and affection for Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, I presume you have yet to partake in lunch. Might we share a simple home-cooked meal together? Zui Yanming earnestly proposed. You have just saved my wife, and I wish to take this opportunity to express my gratitude. Lu Wenjin affectionately urged, Mr. Lin, do grant us the pleasure. Mu Lao seized the moment, his smile warm and inviting. What a coincidence. I find myself a bit hungry as well. May I also join for a meal? He yearned for Mu Ro and Lin Yu to spend more time together to deepen their bond. Oh, how could you say such a thing, Mu Lao? It would be my honor to have you stay for dinner. Zui Yanming replied, his demeanor radiating warmth and hospitality. Lin Yu certainly understood Mu Lao's heartfelt intentions. He wished for Lin Yu to forge a connection with Zui Yanming. Brother Lin Yu, why don't we have lunch here with Uncle Zua? Mu Raoshuang thought little of it, merely desiring to spend more time in Lin Yu's company. No problem. Lin Yufei, not one to be arrogant, couldn't help but smile and remarked, it is indeed a delightful occasion for us all to gather today. We should celebrate together. I wish the lady a long-lasting fortune. Subsequently, Zui Yanming instructed the estate's head chef to prepare an extravagant feast. Mu Raoshuang sat beside Lin Yu. The two engaged in lively conversation and laughter, much to the delight of old Mu, whose face radiated with joy. Lu Wenjin observed Lin Yu and Mu Raoshuang, the gentleman strikingly handsome and the lady elegantly beautiful, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. Darling, do you not think Mr. Lin and Miss Raoshuang possess a remarkable couple's aura? Zui Yanming readily concurred. Not merely a couple's aura. They are, in fact, a perfect match, destined for one another. Upon hearing this, Mu Raoshuang blushed deeply and shyly addressed Zua Uncle and Aunt Wenjin. You are jesting about me. Haha, we mean no jest. These are our heartfelt words. Lu Wenjin inquired with curiosity, Raoshuang, I presume you and Mr. Lin are now in a romantic relationship? Chapter 32, Oddity. This. Mu Raoshuang's face flushed with color as she shyly glanced at Lin Yu. We have yet to reach the stage of being a couple. Lin Yu gazed at Mu Raoshuang's delicate face and smiled gently. It all depends on whether Raoshuang is willing to grant me this opportunity. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Mu Raoshuang felt as if her heart was melting. So it turns out, Brother Lin Yu also has feelings for me. How wonderful! Today is indeed a splendid day. I shall drink this toast, and you all may indulge as you wish. Among those present, the happiest was undoubtedly old Mu. Typically composed, He could hardly conceal his excited emotions at this moment. He had longed to see Lin Yu develop a relationship with his granddaughter. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, everyone gradually relaxed, and the conversation became more lively. At that moment, Zhu Yanming set down his chopsticks and turned his attention to Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, since you reside with the Lu family, I understand that Lu Group is interested in purchasing my land. How about I transfer the commercial lot number 3 to the Lu family? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu merely smiled faintly. It was evident that Zhu Yanming was trying to ingratiate himself with him. Lin Yu replied with indifference. Hasn't Mr. Zhu already accepted a generous gift from Chu Wei, selling the land to the Lu family? Wouldn't that constitute a breach of contract? Luo Yanming, a seasoned titan of industry, was acutely aware of the fierce rivalry between the Lu and Chu families within the Lu group. Instantly, he discerned the deeper implications behind Lin Yu's words. Mr. Lin deliberately remarked that Chu Wei presented a generous gift, clearly indicating that I instigated retaliation against Chu Wei. If I cannot accomplish even this, I am utterly unworthy of being considered Mr. Lin's friend. With such thoughts, Zhu Yanming's expression turned icy. What does Chu Wei amount to? His gift nearly cost my wife her life. This grievance shall surely be avenged. Lin Yu merely smiled, understanding that some matters are best left unspoken. As for Zhu Yanming's desire for vengeance against Chu Wei, that was his own affair. Lu Wenjin, sensing the subtle atmosphere around them, interjected eagerly. Darling, I have heard that the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Wanyun, is an exceptionally capable woman. Moreover, her project has received commendation from the city leaders. If we sell the land to her, we needn't worry about future developments. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu glanced at her and remarked, Indeed, Lu Wanyun possesses commendable abilities. However, I leave the decision in your capable hands. Very well, then it is settled. We shall transfer the land to the Lu family. Zhu Yanming, genuinely wishing to cultivate a friendship with Lin Yu, promptly instructed his assistant to handle the matter. Upon returning to Old Mu's clinic, Mu Raoshuang, filled with excitement, took a seat beside Lin Yu. Brother Lin Yu, I never imagined you could also wield the mystical arts of the Shen Men. Lin Yu gazed at her exquisite and beautiful face, unable to suppress a smile as he remarked, What do the spells of the Shen Men amount to? Mine are celestial arts. Brother Lin Yu, you are truly humorous, she replied. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue as she earnestly fixed her gaze upon his eyes. Brother Lin Yu, what do you think of me? Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that Mu Raoshuang wished to deepen their relationship. You are gentle and kind, and indeed, you possess a beauty and intellect that is striking. However, the flaws within you are also quite apparent. As Lin Yu spoke, Mu Raoshuang's voice grew soft and hesitant, her expression turning notably anxious. Brother Lin Yu, what are my shortcomings? She asked, genuinely fearful that Lin Yu might harbor feelings of aversion towards her. Lin Yu gazed at her charming appearance, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Your greatest flaw is having too many virtues for me to count. What? Mu Ro's delicate face instantly flushed crimson. Brother Lin Yu, you are incorrigible. The two engaged in a delightful conversation, their laughter echoing, while not far away. Old Mu was grinning with a face full of wrinkles. Old Lu, do not blame my granddaughter for vying for love. It is not my fault that Lin Yu is so exceptional. At that moment, Lu Wanyun returned from work and spotted Lin Yu alighting from Mu Raoshuang's car. Lin Yu, Lu Wanyun was immediately filled with indignation. Grandfather summoned you to the corporation to work, not to arrive late and leave early. You, on the other hand, are enjoying a high salary while doing nothing, gallivanting about to pursue women. Mu Raoshuang, witnessing Lin Yu being scolded from the car, hurriedly exited. Sister Wanyun, I apologize. Brother Lin Yu is out to assist my grandfather in healing. If you wish to be angry, direct it at me, and do not blame Brother Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Lin Yu smiled broadly, taking a keen interest in the exchange between the two women. Alas, it is my own fault for being too remarkable. The ladies are competing for my affection.
Mu Raoshuang.
Lu Wanyun was utterly astonished upon seeing her. She never anticipated that Lin Yu would be with her. Most importantly, Mu Raoshuang spoke highly of Lin Yu, and her gaze toward him was imbued with affection. Although Lu Wanyun was not well acquainted with Mu Raoshuang, she was the granddaughter of the renowned physician Old Mu. Her status was hardly inferior to her own. She was indeed a true heiress of a prominent family. How could such an outstanding young lady be involved with a rogue like Lin Yu? Lu Wanyun gazed at Lin Yu with increasing incredulity. Lin Yu directly disregarded the furious Lu Wanyun, gazing tenderly at Mu Raoshuang. "All right, brother Lin Yu." As she observed the two exchanging glances, Lu Wanyun felt an overwhelming pang of jealousy, akin to being force-fed several bottles of vinegar. "What is your relationship with Mu Raoshuang?" Lu Wanyun glared at Lin Yu, her face a mask of indignation. Lin Yu smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. "Have you forgotten that our union is merely a sham? We agreed not to interfere in each other's romantic affairs." "You!" Lu Wanyun glared at Lin Yu with indignation, her heart filled with a bittersweet ache. Yet, Lin Yu chuckled with a hint of mischief. "Your reaction is rather intense. Are you perhaps feeling jealous?" "Who would be jealous? Even if I were to feel envy towards a pig, it would never be directed at you, you scoundrel," Lu Wanyun asserted defiantly, though doubt gnawed at her insides. "Why do I care so much about Lin Yu? Could it be that I truly have feelings for him?" Her mind was in turmoil. When she saw Lin Yu immediately video chatting with Mu Ro upon getting into the car, her anger nearly reached a boiling point. "That wretched scoundrel! Who would ever like you?" The hall was filled with family members, and her father, Lu Shitai, was furiously pointing at her younger sister, Lu Yuding, reprimanding her. "Yuding, how could you be so foolish? You've ruined everything now." Seeing her father's furious expression, Lu Wanyun hurriedly approached him, asking, "What on earth has happened?" Lu Shitai glared at Lin Yu with contempt. "It's all his fault. A few days ago, he assaulted Wang Su, the young master of the Wang family." Wang Su was the notorious playboy who had been harassing Lu Yuding at the yoga studio. After receiving a severe beating from Lin Yu, he was left in a rather unfortunate state. Hearing this, Lu Wanyun's heart sank. During a meeting at the company, Lu Wanyun and her father had already strategized about leveraging the relationship between the Lu and Wang families to arrange a meeting with the influential real estate mogul, Zhu Yanming, to persuade him to sell a prime commercial plot to the Lu family, thus solidifying their position within the conglomerate. In essence, the shareholders were pragmatic capitalists. Their sole objective was profit. They supported whoever could provide them with financial gain. However, they had not anticipated that in his attempt to help his sister extricate herself from a romantic entanglement, Lin Yu would resort to violence against Wang Su at the yoga studio, severely deteriorating the relationship between the Lu and Wang families. To make matters worse, Lu Yuding had remained silent about the incident for so long, seemingly shielding Lin Yu from blame. It was only when Lu Shitai reached out to old Mr. Wang for assistance that he uncovered the truth. Chapter 33. Interrogation. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuding, who had always been the obedient and sensible one, stepped forward to stand in front of Lin Yu. "Dad, if you must scold someone, then scold me. Do not blame Lin Yu. This situation is entirely Wang Su's fault." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Yuding would defend him so fervently. Indeed, Lu Yuding was a kind-hearted woman, and his assistance to her that day was not in vain, but rather quite commendable. "Yuding, why are you still supporting him?" Lu Shirtai's face flushed with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Though his heart burned with rage, he understood that Lin Yu had acted to protect his daughter from harm. In this instance, Lu Yuding was blameless, and so was Lin Yu. The true fault lay in his own inadequacy. He lacked even the right to confront Zhu Yanming. Lu Wanqing regarded Lin Yu with a complex expression, recalling how he had stood up for her during the group meeting, teaching Chu Tianqian a lesson and restoring her dignity. At that moment, she felt immense gratitude towards Lin Yu for his courageous intervention on her behalf. Thus, she could profoundly empathize with her younger sister Lu Yuding's sentiments and was grateful for Lin Yu's support. Meanwhile, the elder Lu sighed wearily. "To solidify your positions within the group, I shall swallow my pride and seek out old Wang. After all, he owes me a favor from long ago, and we are old friends." Observing her grandfather's aging visage, Lu Wanqing felt a pang of discomfort, while Lu Shitai hesitated to speak. Soon, the call connected. "Hello, it's old Lu." The elder Lu spoke to the other party in a familiar tone. However, the response was notably cold. "Ah, it's Director Lu? Feeling the intentional distance in the other person's tone, the elder Lu's heart sank. Nevertheless, for the sake of his descendants, he forced a smile and began, "My friend, if you have a moment." Before he could finish, the other party hastily interrupted. "Director Lu, please mind your words. I am not your friend, nor should you make presumptuous connections." Wang Lao's tone was haughty, showing no regard for the elder Lu's dignity. The Lu family members were deeply pained by this exchange, and could not help but secretly criticize the Wang family for their ingratitude, completely forgetting the favors the elder Lu had extended to them. The elder Lu's expression darkened as he suppressed his fury, stating, "Director Wang, you once promised me that you would repay the favor I extended to your family in the past. Therefore, I kindly ask you to arrange a meeting with Boss Zhua for a meal." Wang Lao's words dripped with sarcasm. "Director Lu, how dare you be so audacious? Your grandson-in-law has assaulted my dear grandson, humiliating him utterly, and you still have the audacity to mention favors?" As he spoke, he glanced at his grandson Wang Su, chuckling, "How about this? My grandson is quite fond of your granddaughter Lu Yuding. If you agree to marry her to him, I will naturally repay your favor." What? Even with the elder Lu's admirable composure, he could no longer contain his fury. Shameless! Lu Wanqing and Lu Shirtai were equally enraged, their bodies trembling at the audacity of Wang Lao, who was even more infuriating than Wang Su. Lin Yu struck his grandson. A deserved punishment indeed. Old Master Lu's countenance darkened as he coldly remarked, "I cannot consent to this matter. Your grandson is unworthy of my granddaughter." On the other end, Old Master Wang scoffed dismissively, "Director Lu, your Lu family is no longer what it once was. Do not overestimate your own significance. Furthermore, your Lu group has already drawn the attention of the Chenkuan group. I advise you to wisely transfer your shares to the esteemed Wu Chenkuan, lest you end up with nothing." With that, Old Master Wang abruptly ended the call. Fury consumed me. Old Master Lu trembled with rage, while Lu Shirtai was equally incensed, erupting in indignation. "I never imagined the Wang family could be so ungrateful, so brazenly insulting my father. Lin Yu, your rebuke of Wang Su was commendable. I stand with you. Earlier, my anger clouded my judgment, leading me to speak harshly to you and Yuding. I acknowledge my fault." Everyone was taken aback, utterly astonished that Lu Shirtai would apologize to Lin Yu. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that his rather cantankerous father-in-law would apologize. He had remained silent earlier, merely observing whether the Lu family possessed discernment and integrity, and whether they were deserving of his assistance. It seems that offering help would not be an issue after all. The Lu family is quite intriguing, and lending a hand would merely require a few words from him. Meanwhile, Lu Wanyun, filled with concern, supported the elderly patriarch, saying, "Grandfather, please do not let this matter distress you and harm your health. My sister is right. The Wang family is unworthy. It is not worth getting upset over them." The other three blossoms hurriedly approached to comfort the old man. Yet, the patriarch appeared to age a decade in an instant, lamenting, "Alas, I am old. I wish to help you, yet I find myself powerless." At that moment, Lin Yu interjected, "Grandfather Lu, rest assured, Zui Yanming will undoubtedly sell the third parcel of land to the Lu family." Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. "Xiao Yu, do you have a plan?" Lin Yu merely smiled slightly, saying, "Didn't Grandpa Lu always say that I am the lucky star of the Lu family? If I say I can do it, then I certainly will." With that, Lin Yu walked to the balcony to smoke. Watching his retreating figure, the expressions of those inside were complex. One could only hope it would unfold as he claimed. However, Lu Yuding's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unlike others, she was acutely aware of Lin Yu's capabilities. That day at the Mu Medical Clinic, Lin Yu had impressed Zhongcheng's wealthiest man, Li Dongkong. Surely he could also sway the real estate tycoon, Zui Yanming. Meanwhile, at the Wang family residence, Old Wang scoffed derisively. The Lu family is under Wu Chenkuan's scrutiny. Their decline is virtually inevitable. His grandson, Wang Su, echoed the sentiment with scorn. They actually think we would help invite Zui Yanming to purchase land? What a pipe dream. Old Wang's smile was laced with malice. When Wu Chenkuan comes after the Lu family, make sure you perform splendidly. If you secure Wu Chenquin's favor, it will be difficult for the Wang family not to prosper.
Wang Su not that early. Garang phát.
Should we arrange to meet Zui Yanming first, acquire the third piece of land, and then present it to Wu Chenquin? Old Wang regarded his grandson with approval. This matter must be executed flawlessly. With his grandfather's endorsement, Wang Su quickly dialed Zui Yanming's number. Hello, Mr. Zui. This is Wang Su, the young master of the Wang family. Zui Yanming was somewhat surprised to receive Wang Su's call. Wang Gu, Wang Su's grandfather, was a retired employee of the Jiangcheng Police Department, so a small measure of respect was warranted. Wang Su, with a face full of ingratiating smiles, said, "Tomorrow evening, my grandfather and I would like to invite you to dinner, and we hope you will grace us with your presence." Tomorrow evening? Zui Yanming had already made a promise to Lin Yu to consider selling the third piece of land to the Lu family and had planned to discuss this matter with them. Instead of immediately agreeing, he posed a counter-question. To be honest, Lu Wanyun from the Lu family is also interested in my land. Young Master Wang, how much do you know about the Lu family? This was evidently Zui Yanming's way of probing Wang Su. Chapter 34. Speculation. Unaware of Zui Yanming's intentions, Wang Su blurted out without hesitation. The Lu family's reputation is lacking. They previously faced scandals involving owners protesting en masse. The leadership skills of Lu Wanyun and her father are also subpar, and internal strife within the Lu group is rampant. Moreover, they are under the watchful eye of Chenquin group, and it's merely a matter of time before the Lu family collapses. He rambled on, disparaging the Lu family, yet unbeknownst to him, Zui Yanming had conducted thorough research on the Lu family after parting ways with Lin Yu. The Kong Lu Yuan project, personally overseen by Lu Wanyun, had received rave reviews. The alleged protests were nothing but baseless rumors, the result of malicious actions by the second-largest shareholder, Chu Wei. Furthermore, Lu Wanyun had even received commendations from the city's quality supervision authorities, and the Lu group had been recognized as a model enterprise. Zui Yanming quickly deduced that the Wang family bore a grudge against the Lu family. It was clear that this Wang family was no benevolent entity. Simultaneously, he recalled the gifts of 4 exquisite paintings sent by Chu Wei, the second-largest shareholder of the Lu group. He smiled and inquired, "By the way, young Master Wang, do you know Chu Wei, the second-largest shareholder of the Lu group? He gifted me 4 exquisite paintings, quite valuable." Upon hearing this, Wang Su's heart sank. He hadn't anticipated Chu Wei's swift actions in befriending Zui Yanming. He knew that Chu Wei had clandestine connections with Wu Chenquin. They had nearly ruined the Kong Lu Yuan project, which Lu Wanyun was personally overseeing. It was evident that the two were conspiring together to devour the Lu group. What a stroke of fortune! If he could introduce Chu Wei, wouldn't the Wang family gain yet another solid ally? Wang Su then smiled ingratiatingly. "Mr. Zui, I know Chu Wei. We are friends. To be honest, his capabilities far surpass those of Lu Wanyun and her father, and he holds great esteem within the Lu group. If the Lu group doesn't fall into Wu Chenquin's hands, it will surely fall into Chu Wei's." These words ignited Zui Yanming's fury. "Friends, are we? Tomorrow evening. Let us see how I deal with you," he thought, while also intending to demonstrate to Lin Yu his commitment to their friendship. Despite the anger brewing within him, Zui Yanming maintained a calm facade. "Very well, tomorrow evening. You might as well invite Chu Wei to meet me at the Jinkai Grand Hotel." Upon hearing this, Wang Su was nearly beside himself with excitement. "Mr. Zui, we will certainly be there on time." After hanging up, he joyfully relayed the news to Wang Gu. "Grandfather, it's done. Zui Yanming has even invited us. Most importantly, it seems Zui Yanming held high hopes for me and Chu Wei. This way, I can purchase the third piece of land and present it to Wu Chenquin, securing his favor and saving a substantial amount of money." Wang Gu beamed with satisfaction at Wang Su's performance. "Haha, Suer, you've finally grown up. I can rest easy knowing you will become the head of the Wang family in the future." Meanwhile, in a tranquil villa on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, Lu Wenjin looked at Zui Yanming, puzzled. "Yanming, didn't we agree to meet with the Lu family tomorrow evening? Why have you invited their sworn enemies?" Zui Yanming smiled with a knowing glint. "My dear, did you not perceive earlier? The Wang family wishes to curry favor with Wu Chenquin and conspire with Chu Wei to bring down the Lu group. Moreover, The 4 paintings sent by Chu Wei nearly caused your demise. This enmity must be avenged. Tomorrow presents an excellent opportunity for me to forge a connection with Mr. Lin Yu. As he spoke, Zui Yanming's eyes narrowed. Additionally, there is one more matter pending confirmation. I expect an answer soon. Lu Wenjin remained bewildered. Just then, Zui Yanming's assistant hurried in with a document. Boss, I have obtained the information you requested. Please review it. Zui Yanming immediately took the materials and began to peruse them, a smile creeping onto his lips. Just as I suspected. I knew Mr. Lin Yu was no ordinary individual. It turned out that the document detailed the killing of Wang Gui, Wu Chenkuan's most trusted subordinate, just days prior. On the same day, the nefarious forces Wang Gui had painstakingly cultivated were entirely dismantled by a mysterious and formidable power. Lu Wenjin, gazing at the documents, widened her eyes. Yanming, do you suspect this incident is connected to Mr. Lin? Zui Yanming smiled enigmatically. The day before Wang Gui's demise, he had dispatched subordinates to abduct Lu Wanyun, and most crucially, Mr. Lin was present with Lu Wanyun at that time. A series of recent targeted incidents against the Lu family seem to have found resolution, and Mr. Lin's shadow lurks behind them all. Upon hearing Zui Yanming's words, Lu Wenjin's eyes grew wide. In that case, it certainly does not appear to be a mere coincidence. Zui Yanming smiled with confidence, asserting that it must have been Mr. Lin Yu who had eliminated Wang Gui and dismantled his nefarious influence. Mr. Lin Yu harbored intentions to bolster the Lu family enterprise, and any impediment to their ascendance would surely be obliterated. Listening to her husband's astute analysis, Lu Wenjin felt a profound shock. If that were the case, Mr. Lin Yu had concealed himself remarkably well. Chapter 35. Turning point, my dear. Remember this. The actions of a master are often inscrutable. Consider why Lin Yu possesses such extraordinary medical skills at a tender age, coupled with mastery of esoteric arts. Most importantly, when he encounters me or Elder Mu, he maintains an attitude of neither servility nor arrogance. My aura does not seem to affect him. Rather, his demeanor can overshadow mine. Can an ordinary individual truly exhibit such an unflinching composure in the face of adversity? Upon finishing, Zui Yanming noticed Lu Wenjin taking a deep breath, increasingly convinced of his reasoning. Darling, your analysis is quite sound. Mr. Lin must possess even more astonishing identities. Zui Yanming's gaze became resolutely steadfast as he replied, Tomorrow evening, we must forge a favorable relationship with the Lu family. Even if it involves gifting land, we must demonstrate our sincerity to Mr. Lin. At that moment, the couple felt a profound reverence for Lin Yu, akin to that felt by the wealthiest couple in Jiangqing, Li Dongkong and his wife. In the Lu household, within Lu Wanyun's chamber, she had attempted numerous strategies but could not find a way to invite Zui Yanming for a meal. Earlier, her grandfather had humiliated himself by pleading with the Wang family patriarch, only to be met with scorn, leaving her engulfed in self-reproach. Why am I so inept? If I were but a bit more capable, our family would not be subjected to such indignities. Lost in her turbulent thoughts, Lu Wanyun felt increasingly agitated, her vitality waning. Observing her distress and exhaustion, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. My dear, do not dwell on such thoughts. Did not Grandpa declare that I am the Lu family's lucky star? Perhaps tomorrow fortune will smile upon you, and all matters will resolve themselves effortlessly. Lu Wanyun was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated that this seemingly frivolous man would express concern for her well-being. Feeling the unexpected warmth of Lin Yu's kindness, her inner turmoil found a flicker of solace. This incorrigible flirt had, in fact, been considering the Lu family all along. Lin Yu couldn't help but glance at Lu Wanyun, noticing that the prideful spark in her eyes had faded, replaced instead by a hint of melancholy typical of a gentle woman. This revelation took Lin Yu by surprise. He had never expected that the consistently proud and resilient Lu Wanyun could possess such a vulnerable side. Sigh, why am I sharing these bothersome thoughts with you? Lu Wanyun cast a glance at Lin Yu, offering a wry smile filled with resignation. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile faintly. Now that you've shared the troubles of your heart with me, at least your mood isn't as bitter, is it? You seem to have a point, Lu Wanyun replied, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of her lips. It suddenly struck her that she was actually conversing with Lin Yu, The scoundrel. Moreover, he appeared to be offering her comfort. Lu Wanyun found herself staring blankly at Lin Yu. The atmosphere in the room grew oddly awkward and peculiar. Was it friendship? It didn't seem so. Was it flirtation? Perhaps a little. Could it be that I have actually developed a slight fondness for Lin Yu? That scoundrel? Enough of this, she thought. I'll ponder some more. You should get some rest. Lu Wanyun hurriedly averted her gaze from Lin Yu's handsome face. Lin Yu, brimming with confidence, smiled and said, Lu Wanyun, you are indeed an exceptionally talented woman of great capability. You must have faith in yourself. Perhaps Wei Yanming will reach out to you. Moreover, my predictions have always been remarkably accurate, so you should trust in my words. Hearing him praise himself so extravagantly, Lu Wanyun could not help but smile slightly. If only your words could come to fruition, she wished. Just as she uttered this, her phone, resting on the bed, vibrated unexpectedly. The caller displayed an unfamiliar number. Is this General Manager Lu Wanyun? This is Wei Yanming, chairman of Zhuoyang Group. Wei Yanming? Lu Wanyun was taken aback, leaping out of bed in shock. Chairman Zhua. Hello. Her heart raced with excitement, her voice trembling ever so slightly. Family who can truly understand this feeling. The jest that Lin Yufeng had just made has unexpectedly become a reality. Lu Wanyun's beautiful eyes blinked incessantly, gazing at Lin Yu in astonishment. Are you looking at me this way because you desire to share a bed with me? Lin Yu chuckled, yet in his heart, he regarded Zhuo Yanming with a newfound respect. Like Li Dongkong, Zhuo Yanming was astute and worthy of being his subordinate. General Manager Lu, are you available for dinner tomorrow evening? I wish to discuss selling the commercial land lot number 3 to your esteemed Lu family. Zhuo Yanming, without any preamble, got straight to the point. Lu Wanyun was so excited that she could hardly hold her phone, repeatedly affirming, Chairman Zhuo, I am available. Available? Then we shall meet tomorrow evening without fail. Zhuo Yanming replied with a hearty laugh, feeling exceptionally pleased, and he continued to converse for a while longer. Although the primary focus of their meeting was to negotiate the sale of the land, General Manager Lu could certainly bring family along. The more, the merrier, as it would enliven the atmosphere. Lu Wanyun eagerly agreed, and they chatted for some time before finally ending the call. Little did she anticipate such a tremendous turn of events. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Lu Wanyun began to bounce on her bed with glee, momentarily forgetting that she was clad only in a delicate camisole. With one more leap, she thought mischievously, she might just come tumbling out. Lin Yu chuckled softly, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Wanyun's bosom. In that moment, something utterly unexpected transpired. Lu Wanyun, overwhelmed by her emotions, leaped from the bed and enveloped his neck in a fervent embrace. Consequently, her magnificent form pressed firmly against Lin Yu's face. Chapter 36. The realization Lu Wanyun delivered an unprecedented assault upon him. The sensation, exquisitely soft, sent Lin Yu's mind reeling. Only those who experience it can truly understand. This is incredible. Lin Yu, everything you said has come to fruition. Lu Wanyun, oblivious to her own beauty, fervently shook Lin Yu's head, her excitement palpable, moving him in every direction. Up, down, left, right, front and back with no angle left untouched. Hold on, Lu, my enchanting beauty. If you continue like this, I fear I may lose control. Lin Yu's inner fire was suddenly ignited, and his hands instinctively found themselves resting upon Lu Wanyun's curvaceous form. At that moment, Lu Wanyun realized she was merely clad in a delicate camisole, and her figure was entirely pressed against Lin Yu's face. Ah! With a startled cry, Lu Wanyun hastily pushed Lin Yu away. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She stomped her feet in anger, exclaiming, You scoundrel! Once again taking advantage of me. Lin Yu found himself in a rather exasperating situation. Could you please make some sense? He exclaimed. It was you who leaped onto me, and you who pressed your bosom against my face. Who could possibly know if you were attempting to take advantage of the situation? Lu Wanyun's delicate face flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. Please, stop talking. This is mortifying. I wish to sleep now, and you should do the same. With that, Lu Wanyun hurriedly cocooned herself in the quilt, feigning slumber. Yet, She could not suppress the memories of the warmth she felt while embracing Lin Yu. Lin Yu exuded a subtle and enchanting fragrance, captivating in its allure. Moreover, his physique was remarkably robust, making him a delight to embrace. Most significantly, the intense warmth radiating from him nearly led her to succumb to temptation. Clearly, this scoundrel was attempting to take advantage of her, yet she found herself devoid of any anger. As Lu Wanyun turned over in her quilt, her mind wandered into a realm of fanciful thoughts, eventually lulling her into slumber, where she inexplicably dreamt of engaging in playful antics with Lin Yu. The following day, due to Zhu Yanming's invitation to the Lu family for dinner at the Jin Kai Hotel, the Lu household remained in high spirits throughout the day. After a long wait, as evening descended, Lu Wanyun personally drove to the villa. Upon arrival, she witnessed the elder Lu eagerly hopping into the car, not forgetting to wave enthusiastically at Lin Yu, exclaiming, "Xiao Yu, come quickly." Lin Yu smiled and did not refuse, taking a seat beside Old Master Lu. After this incident, Old Master Lu regarded Lin Yu even more as the Lu family's lucky star. With Lin Yu present, the Lu family was invincible. Even Lu Shirtai, the cheap father-in-law who usually looked down on Lin Yu, wore a beaming smile at this moment. "Lin Yu, remember, when you meet Chairman Zhu later, be sure to choose your words wisely." The car could accommodate 5 people, and besides Lin Yu and the other 4, there was one additional empty seat. Lin Yu cast a glance at the 3 exquisite daughters of the Lu family outside the car and beckoned to the third sister, Lu Yuding. "Come along, third sister. Let's go and experience something new." "Brother-in-law, you are so kind." Lu Yuding promptly hopped into the car. This left the second and fourth sisters utterly perplexed. Hadn't it been agreed that they would employ their charms to deal with Lin Yu together? Old Master Lu remained silent. Since Zhu Yanming had permitted family attendance, he appreciated a lively gathering. Furthermore, the third sister was both beautiful and melodious, well-mannered and sensible. Bringing her along might indeed add a delightful touch. Lu Wanyun did not dwell on it much, merely acknowledging that Lin Yu had previously assisted the third sister in escaping the clutches of Wang Su, thus fostering a sense of gratitude towards him. As the family chatted and laughed along the way, they soon arrived at the Golden Kai Hotel. Just as they stepped out of the open-air parking lot, Lu Wanyun spotted Chu Wei and the Wang family, Wang Su and his grandfather. "It's them." Lu Wanyun's expression darkened with anger. Just yesterday, Wang Go had subjected her grandfather to relentless humiliation over the phone, a memory that was still vivid. However, what Lu Wanyun and the others did not anticipate was that Chu Wei, the vice chairman and second shareholder of the Lu Group, was actually allied with the Wang family. Wang Su, regarding the Lu family with a sneer, exclaimed, "Oh, is that not old Lu? Who are you dining with?" Before they could respond, Chu Wei disdainfully interjected, "Young Master Wang, don't waste their time. They are busy trying to forge connections to meet Chairman Zhua." Following this, Chu Wei and the Wang grandfather and grandson erupted in laughter, viewing the Lu family as mere jesters. Finally, Wang Su's malicious gaze fell upon the third sister Lu Yuding, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Lu Yuding, I have transformed into someone you cannot aspire to reach. I received a personal invitation from Chairman Zhua after just one phone call last night. I trust you now regret not being with me?" The Lu family trembled with rage. The Wang family was brazenly bullying them, while Chu Wei was betraying his own. In this moment of indignation, Lin Yu stepped forward, a cold smile on his face. "Fool, have you finished speaking? It's you." Wang Su's eyes narrowed. The person before him was the very one who had once humiliated him. "I warned you that if you dared to offend Yuding again, I would strike you. It seems you have not heeded my words." With that, Lin Yu delivered a resounding slap. Wang Su spun around thrice before collapsing onto the ground. A yellow stain spread across his trousers as he was once again struck down. "You dare." Wang Ji's face turned pale, trembling as he pointed at Lin Yu. "Do you understand the consequences of offending the Wang family?" Lin Yu scoffed disdainfully, declaring, "In my eyes, the Wang family is nothing but trifles. Listen closely. This matter has nothing to do with the Lu family. It is merely my personal grievance against you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu struck with the swiftness of lightning, landing 2 resounding slaps on Wang Gu, sending his teeth flying. "You old fool. You should be disciplined for your lack of respect." Even Chu Wei was not spared, as Lin Yu delivered a powerful kick that sent him hurtling 5 or 6 meters away. You are no better, a traitor among your own. If it were not for the fear of publicly committing murder and alarming Old Master Lu and Lu Wenyun, he would have acted more fiercely. Lin Yu had long since reduced them to ashes with a blazing golden flame. At this moment, the Lu family members were utterly astonished. They could never have anticipated Lin Yu's ferocity. Although his public display of aggression was somewhat reckless, it was undeniably satisfying to witness, especially for Old Master Lu, who beamed with delight, increasingly admiring Lin Yu in his heart. Lin Yu is a man of great responsibility. In crucial moments, he truly dares to take action. I will entrust the Lu family to Lin Yu in the future, and I can rest assured. Wang Gu and his companions were thoroughly dealt with by Lin Yu, their faces flushed with rage. Lin Yu, you are nothing but a rustic villager. Wang Su gritted his teeth, cursing vehemently. We will take our revenge for this. Even if you strike me, it changes nothing. We will be dining with Zui Yanming later. Your Lu family is destined for failure. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Old Master Lu and Lu Wenyun shifted dramatically. Just then, Zui Yanming, accompanied by his wife Lu Wenjin, approached swiftly. The Wang family members were spouting nonsense. Who said they would dine with you? Zui Yanming's voice was icy, filled with disdain for the Wang family. Chu Wei's expression darkened to an extreme. He had already guessed that the Wang family had been played by Zui Yanming. Chapter 37. A date. Zui Yanming directly ignored Wang Su and the others, instead approaching Old Master Lu with a beaming smile. This scene resembled a reunion of old friends. Old Master Lu, greetings to you and your esteemed family. After speaking, he courteously extended his hand toward Old Master Lu. Seeing such politeness, Old Master Lu was taken aback, hastily shaking hands with Zui Yanming. Chairman Zui, I have long admired your reputation. Zui Yanming was in high spirits, holding on to Old Master Lu's hand for an extended moment. Ah, Old Lu, I have heard much about your remarkable presence. I have long held you in high esteem. This display granted the Lu family ample face. He cast a furtive glance at Lin Yu, noticing the triumphant smile at the corner of his lips, and felt a surge of excitement. It seems that Mr. Lin is in quite a good mood. He likely appreciates my efforts to win over the Lu family members. Meanwhile, Wang Su and his grandson wore expressions of utter embarrassment, forcing themselves to speak. Chairman Zui, we clearly agreed yesterday to dine together and discuss important matters. But are you playing with me now? Zui Yanming coldly interrupted before he could finish. What are you to me? Do you think you deserve to dine with me? What if I am playing with you? Can you not afford it? Young and impulsive, Wang Su gritted his teeth. Zui Yanming, although you are formidable, our Wang family is not to be trifled with. Zui Yanming, a person of great stature, would not tolerate such insolence from a mere youth. The bodyguards following him swiftly stepped forward, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Wang Su and his companions. This scene instantly left Old Master Lu and Lu Wenyun feeling elated, secretly laughing at Wang Su's foolishness.
Chu Wei,
accompanying them, was also caught in the crossfire. The Lu family speculated that Zui Yanming had witnessed Wang Su humiliating the third sister and deemed the Wang family's character deplorable, leading to a sudden decision to withdraw from any collaboration. However, the third sister, Lu Yuding, held a different belief. It must be Lin Yu orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes. You all have no idea of his remarkable capabilities, but I do. Lin Yu wore a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth and discreetly winked at Lu Yuding, signaling her to refrain from saying too much. Indeed, it was he who had intervened from behind the scenes. Lu Yuding was overwhelmed with excitement. Had the circumstances permitted, she would have undoubtedly embraced Lin Yu and planted a kiss on his cheek. Old Master Lu, along with the esteemed members of the Lu family, was present. Zui Yanming no longer cast a glance at Wang Gu and the others. Instead, he turned to Old Master Lu and said with a smile, "The private room is ready. Let us dine and converse simultaneously. Then we must express our gratitude to Chairman Zui." Old Master Lu replied, his eyes gleaming with delight as he intentionally glanced at Wang Gu and the others, a look of schadenfreude evident on his face. It was utterly heart-rending. Lu Wenyun could not help but gently nudge Lin Yu with her fragrant shoulder, exclaiming, "Lin Yu, you truly are our family's lucky star." Her words were sincere, and her smile was gentle, lending Lu Wanyun an enchanting charm. Lin Yu chuckled. If you wish to express your gratitude, it is quite simple. Just offer yourself to me. Lu Wanyun shot him a glance. Yet her smile remained undiminished. You wishful thinker. After taking their seats, Zui Yanming and his wife exchanged a glance with Lin Yu and remarked, Mr. Lin, it is a pleasure to see you again. This scene astonished everyone present. Lu Wanyun, filled with curiosity, could not help but inquire, Chairman Zua, do you know Mr. Lin? Zui Yanming was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that Mr. Lin had not disclosed to the Lu family the fact that he had saved his wife's life. Thus, the Lu family remained unaware that the reason for his assistance was indeed linked to Mr. Lin. Zui Yanming felt a bit awkward, unsure of how to continue the conversation. He chuckled nervously. Lin Yu's demeanor was calm as he smiled and said, Yesterday, I stepped out during work hours. In fact, I visited old Mu. At this point, he deliberately cast a glance at Lu Wanyun, adding, Wanyun is aware of this matter as well. What? Lu Wanyun exclaimed in astonishment. Just the day before, she had scolded Lin Yu for neglecting his duties during work hours, accusing him of pursuing frivolous endeavors. She never anticipated that he had encountered Zui Yanming at Old Mu's place. One must admit, his luck was indeed unparalleled. Lin Yu glanced at the complex expression of Lu Wanyun and said with a smile, I merely took the liberty of showing Mr. with the projects undertaken by Wanyun. Mr. Zua appeared quite pleased. Lu Yanming quickly nodded. That is precisely the case. Since Mr. Lin does not wish to disclose this matter to the Lu family, I shall continue along the lines of Mr. Lin's words. I have always approached matters objectively, rather than subjectively. I have reviewed the projects led by General Manager Lu Wanyun, and they are indeed commendable. I have every confidence in transferring the number 3 land parcel to the Lu family. Consequently, Lu Wanyun felt that it was her own capabilities that had impressed Lu Yanming, coupled with Lin Yu's extraordinary stroke of luck, that had led to this significant turnaround. As the meal progressed, the atmosphere became increasingly harmonious, and the conversation flourished. The agreement regarding the transfer of the No. 3 commercial land to the Lu family was smoothly finalized, bringing joy to both parties. At that moment, Lin Yu received a WeChat message from Mu Raoshuang. Lin Yu, do you have some time? I would like to invite you to go shopping. Mu Raoshuang, brimming with excitement, quickly sent the meeting location to Lin Yu. With the Lu family's difficulties resolved, it was time for a delightful rendezvous with a beautiful woman. With this thought, Lin Yu casually concocted an excuse and left the gathering. Lu Wanyun cast a peculiar glance at Lin Yu's departing figure, thinking, he smiles so joyfully. He must be going on a date with another woman. For some reason, she felt a pang of jealousy within her. Humph, just wait until I get home. I will settle this with you. Meanwhile, in Jiangqing, at the Future Light Grand shopping mall, a graceful woman sat alone on a high stool, gazing at the bustling crowd at the entrance. Her extraordinary beauty and elegant demeanor acted as a powerful magnet, drawing the attention of passers-by. She was as pure as ice and as exquisite as jade. This enchanting figure was none other than Mu Raoshuang. However, at this moment, a subtle hint of sadness and longing lingered in her eyes. In an effort to leave a lasting impression on Lin Yu, Mu Raoshuang had meticulously dressed at home, striving for perfection. Yet, nearly half an hour had passed since their agreed-upon time. The figure of Lin Yu has yet to materialize, which only deepens Mu Raoshuang's anxiety. Could it be that Lin Yu does not wish to see me? Just as her thoughts spiraled into uncertainty, her phone suddenly vibrated, displaying Lin Yu's number. Mu Raoshuang's heart raced as she took a deep breath before answering the call. Brother Lin Yu, it is I. Lin Yu's voice was gentle yet imbued with magnetism, instantly stirring ripples within Mu Raoshuang's heart. Where are you? She endeavored to maintain her composure, yet her heartbeat echoed clearly in her ears. Deep within, she fervently prayed that he would not say he was unable to come due to some unforeseen circumstance. Lin Yu smiled gently. I am right behind you. Behind? A wave of surprise surged within Mu Raoshuang as she swiftly turned around. Indeed, Lin Yu stood there with a smile. It seems you were eager to see me. Mu Raoshuang's cheeks flushed crimson. Brother Lin Yu, you are late. She feigned displeasure on the surface, yet her heart was filled with uncontainable excitement. How wonderful he has appeared. Lin Yu sat beside Mu Raoshuang and gently remarked, as compensation, I am willing to grant you a wish through my celestial magic. Celestial magic? Mu Raoshuang's heart brimmed with anticipation as she replied, if you can conjure a morning dew blue star, I shall forgive you. The morning dew blue star was her most cherished flower. However, Lin Yu shook his head, causing her to feel a twinge of disappointment. Yet he continued, merely conjuring a single flower is too simplistic. I shall create an entire sea of blossoms. As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, from the top of the shopping mall, countless morning dew blue stars cascaded down like raindrops, instantly weaving a dreamlike ocean of blue flowers. Chapter 38. Striving for excellence, the blue flower sea was ethereal. Wow! The guests gasped in awe, their eyes brimming with wonder and delight. Most profoundly impacted was, of course, Mu Raoshuang. She gazed at the blooming flower sea above, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light, filled with disbelief. It was so enchanting, so surreal. She could hardly believe she was not dreaming. Lin Yu, how did you accomplish this? She exclaimed, her excitement palpable, breath quickening. Lin Yu smiled and remarked, I employed a celestial technique, so what I have created is undoubtedly a miracle.
Impossible.
Mu Rou exclaimed in disbelief, then speculated, I see now. The reason for your tardiness was to prepare this surprise for me. Am I correct? Lin Yu had not anticipated that Mu Raoshuang would make such associations. Do women always indulge in such imaginative thoughts in the face of surprise? He chuckled inwardly and readily agreed, Raoshuang is truly clever, to have guessed it so quickly. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Mu Raoshuang's delicate form trembled slightly. Soon after, tears streamed down her face like a rushing spring. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback and softly inquired, Raoshuang, why are you in tears? Mu Raoshuang gently shook her head, the glistening tears shimmering in her beautiful eyes. I am not quite certain myself. Perhaps it is simply because I have never experienced such overwhelming joy. Lin Yu could not help but sigh internally, fully aware that Mu Raoshuang had never experienced the sweetness of love. He promptly handed her a tissue. Thank you, she replied, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Lin Yu. What I wish to express is my profound gratitude for the surprise you have given me. I understand. Lin Yu's lips curved into a gentle smile. However, this delightful surprise comes at a considerable cost. Fortunately, I have been using old Master Lu's bank card. Mu Rou couldn't help but chuckle softly. You truly are a devoted son. By the way, how did you come to know that I have a penchant for morning light blue star? Her gaze shifted, looking deeply and affectionately at Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt a stir within his heart. At this moment, Mu Raoshuang was exceptionally captivating, particularly her gaze, filled with deep emotion, possessed an enchanting allure that could mesmerize anyone. Lin Yu opened Mu Raoshuang's WeChat profile page. Your avatar and the background of your moments all eloquently express your adoration for the dawn blue star. Mu Raoshuang felt a sudden clarity. Her cheeks flushed with bashfulness, yet her heart was brimming with warmth and joy. Family, who understands? Brother Lin Yu, you are truly remarkable. Lin Yu, noticing the rosy cheeks of Mu Raoshuang, asked with a smile, do you like the surprise I prepared for you? Mu Raoshuang's face flushed, and she gently nodded, her heart brimming with sweetness. Inside the shopping mall, Lin Yu and Mu Raoshuang strolled hand in hand through the dazzling array of shops, resembling a pair of affectionate lovers. Mu Raoshuang relished the ambience, feeling as though she had fallen deeply in love. Just then, a melodious feminine voice resonated from behind. Zhang Manlin? Upon hearing her best friend's familiar voice, Mu Raoshuang's heart skipped a beat, and she hastily released Lin Yu's arm, slowly turning around. Before her stood a stunning young woman clad in a light yellow off-shoulder floral dress, exuding an air of elegance. With a radiant smile, her cheeks bore two charming dimples. Her lively eyes conveyed an optimistic spirit, starkly contrasting with Mu Raoshuang's innocence. Moreover, she appeared to be even younger than Mu Raoshuang. This woman was truly beautiful. Lin Yu couldn't help but admire silently. Zhang Manlin instantly noticed Lin Yu, a playful smile gracing her lips. Raoshuang, when did you find such a handsome gentleman? You certainly know how to keep him hidden. As she spoke, Zhang Manlin cast a flirtatious glance, teasing Lin Yu with boldness that was quite striking. Taken aback, Lin Yu was astonished by Zhang Manlin's audacity to flirt with him in public. She approached swiftly, playfully chiding, "Raoshuang, why don't you introduce this dashing gentleman?" Mu Raoshuang, slightly embarrassed, quickly introduced, "This is Lin Yu, and this is my dear friend Zhang Manlin. We are college classmates." Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement, offering a courteous smile to Zhang Manlin. Indeed, it was he. Mu Raoshuang's delicate face flushed slightly. Ever since parting ways with Lin Yu yesterday, his image had lingered in her heart, refusing to fade. Especially after their recent hand-in-hand stroll, she found herself utterly captivated by him. "You two best friends catch up. I shall try on the new outfit Raoshuang purchased for me." Moments later, as Lin Yu emerged from the fitting room clad in a sleek, dark black suit, Mu Raoshuang's heart raced uncontrollably. My heavens! Lin Yu's brother is undeniably handsome, isn't he? Even though he is currently dressed in ordinary attire, it fits him as if it were custom-tailored, perfectly accentuating his robust and statuesque physique. His confident gaze and smile radiate an extraordinary charm that is uniquely his own. In the blink of an eye, the air around him is filled with an intense masculine aura that seems to envelop the entire store. Zhang Manlin couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes, while the surrounding waitresses gasped in awe. This man is simply too stunning. "Rudu, how does this outfit look?" Lin Yu inquired with a smile. Mu Rudu's lovely eyes flickered with a hint of panic as she eagerly replied, "It looks great, truly wonderful." Her eyes were filled with admiration and affection for Lin Yu, even hinting at a deep-seated love. Life, at times, is just this uncomplicated. Zhang Manlin hastily pulled Mu Rudu aside and asked earnestly, "I must ask you seriously, do you have any intentions of pursuing Lin Yu further?" Mu Rudu hesitated, aware of her long-standing pure image, and ultimately shook her head. "I merely admire Lin Yu. I have no considerable thoughts at the moment." "Really none?" "Absolutely none." Mu Rudu's response sparked a mischievous glint in Zhang Manlin's eyes, and a playful smile graced her lips. "In that case, I shall not hold back." Dread surged through Mu Rudu as her heart raced. Zhang Manlin's beauty and grace rivaled her own, and with her open and proactive personality, her expressive eyes could easily captivate countless men. "Lin Yu, may I add you on WeChat?" Zhang Manlin approached him swiftly, her enchanting gaze whispering allure. Mu Rudu immediately felt restless. First adding on WeChat, then late-night conversations, and finally real-life dates. With Zhang Manlin's charm, could Lin Yu possibly resist? Mu Rudu dared not ponder further, her eyes dimming with a sense of melancholy. However, Lin Yu shook his head at Zhang Manlin. "Since this is our first meeting, let's hold off on adding each other on WeChat. You can contact me through Rudu if you need anything." Upon hearing this, Mu Rudu took a deep breath and looked earnestly at Lin Yu, discovering that he was gazing back at her with tenderness and care. This unexpected delight was beyond what anyone could fathom. Mu Rudu was instantly moved to the point of tears. Lin Yu understood her all too well, and he fought for her with unwavering determination. Chapter 39. Investigation. Mu Raoshuang was utterly moved by Lin Yu's actions, while Zhang Manlin appeared astonished and dazed. She had never anticipated Lin Yu would gently decline her advances. This was her first experience of rejection from a man. "Well then," Zhang Manlin forced a smile, striving to alleviate the awkwardness, but cast a lingering, resentful glance at Mu Raoshuang as she turned away. Mu Raoshuang couldn't help but chuckle softly. Although their friendship was profound, women often engage in subtle competitions. This time, it was evidently Mu Raoshuang who triumphed. Her spirits soared, and her affection for Lin Yu soared to new heights. Alas, Zhang Manlin gently nudged Mu Raoshuang. "My dear sister, you must be braver. Do not let him slip away, or you shall regret it immensely." Sigh. "Why is it that I do not have such a handsome man interested in me?" After Zhang Manlin departed, Mu Raoshuang continued her leisurely stroll through the market with Lin Yu. Following this brief interlude, their bond grew even closer. Ultimately, Mu Raoshuang couldn't resist wrapping her arm around Lin Yu's, and they appeared as if they were a couple. Lu Wanyun and her family remained enveloped in the exhilaration of securing the third plot of land. Although Lu Wanyun felt elated, she couldn't help but tease Lin Yu upon seeing him. Lin Yu merely smiled, turned, and ascended the stairs to take a shower and retire for the night. Clearly, his date with Mu Raoshuang had put him in high spirits. "Humph, what an ungrateful fellow," Lu Wanyun gazed at Lin Yu's retreating figure, and for some inexplicable reason, her mood soured. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Lu Wanyun, as usual, prepared to head to work. However, Lin Yu was fixated on his phone. His brow furrowed, showing no intention of leaving with her. I have matters to attend to. I won't be going to the company today, he stated curtly before stepping out to seek Zhou Lei. Lu Wanyun immediately frowned. This fellow is always so enigmatic. What on earth is he up to? It turned out that Lin Yu had received an update from Zhou Lei regarding the investigation into the Lin family's tragic fire from years past. To his astonishment, Mu Raoshuang's father, Mu Yingqi, had now become embroiled in the situation. His shadow loomed over the inferno that had consumed the Lin family, making him one of the three main suspects. This revelation plunged Lin Yu into profound contemplation. Through their recent encounters and dates, an undeniable affection had blossomed between him and Mu Raoshuang. The connection had taken root from their very first meeting and had only intensified with each subsequent rendezvous. Zhou Lei, perceptive to Lin Yu's predicament, couldn't help but suggest softly, if Mr. Lin finds himself in a quandary, perhaps it would be prudent to let me handle it? Lin Yu ignited a cigarette, slowly exhaling the smoke. I will handle this matter myself. You should pursue the other two suspects.
Zhou Lei nodded in acknowledgement.
Fully aware of Lin Yu's exceptional decisiveness and intelligence. This was the man who had single-handedly infiltrated the Jiangxing War Department solely to uncover the truth behind the Lin family fire. How could he possibly hesitate in front of Mu Yingqi? I shall commence the investigation at once, Zhou Lei said, respectfully taking his leave. Lin Yu gazed at the departing figure of Zhou Lei, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This elderly man has been unwaveringly loyal to me. Once the opportunity arises, I shall undoubtedly assist him in ascending to the realm of martial artists. Subsequently, Lin Yu resolved to bypass Mu Raoshuang and directly seek out Mu Yingqi. However, upon reaching his destination, he discovered that Mu Yingqi's enterprise had been sealed off by the Jiangxing War Department. A throng of onlookers had gathered around, including Mu Raoshuang and her friend Zhang Manlin, both of whom wore expressions of deep concern upon their exquisite faces. Nearby, a young man was furrowing his brow as he smoked, evidently troubled by the situation at hand. What has transpired here? Lin Yu hastened forward to inquire. Brother Lin Yu? Mu Ro's expression, once filled with surprise, swiftly transformed into sorrow as she whispered. The War Department accuses the Mu medical group of harboring and assisting fugitives. My father and the senior executives have been taken away. Lin Yu immediately recalled the recent events. The four notorious individuals had led dozens of desperate criminals in a daring escape from the frigid prison, attempting to breach the coastline controlled by the Jiangxing War Department to flee. Mu Raoshuang expressed her growing concern. There are fugitives hiding among the cargo, having been captured by the formidable forces of the War Department. Now, they suspect my father is colluding with these fugitives and are preparing to subject him to severe interrogation. If found guilty, not only will my father face dire consequences, but all associated individuals will also be at risk of capital punishment. As she spoke, tears brimmed in Mu Raoshuang's eyes, her voice choked with emotion. The ramifications of this incident are immense. Even Mu Lao's connections hold no sway in this matter. Zhang Manlin cast an anxious glance at the young man beside her, who was smoking. Yang Wenhao, didn't you previously mention you were acquainted with some high-ranking officials of the War Department? Could you perhaps persuade them to grant bail for Uncle Mu, to spare him from suffering? Yang Wenhao, the scion of the Yang family, had long held affections for Mu Raoshuang. The two families were allies in the business realm. Years ago, the Mu family had lent substantial support, helping the Yang family navigate through a crisis. Since then, the Yang family's fortunes had flourished, allowing them to forge connections with numerous prominent figures in Jiangxing, including the upper echelons of the War Department. At that moment, Yang Wenhao's expression was exceedingly awkward. The so-called high-ranking acquaintances he claimed to know were merely a few ordinary patrollers from the War Department, and he hadn't even managed to befriend a captain. His boastful claims were nothing more than empty bravado. To avoid having his deception exposed, Yang Wenhao shook his head in refusal. This matter involved serious felons and treason. The risks were too great. Who would dare to wade into such murky waters? Moreover, It was the elite troops under Yuan Guanglong's command that had apprehended Rao Shuang's father. They were notoriously ruthless and unyielding. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Yuan Guanglong, the individual who once vowed to obstruct his acquisition of surveillance data, had unexpectedly become embroiled in this matter. Yang Wenhao continued, "If I were to cultivate connections, what if Yuan Guanglong's associates take notice? Wouldn't that be akin to courting disaster? Perhaps even my Yang family would be implicated." Witnessing his selfishness, Zhang Manlin was filled with indignation. It is one thing to refuse assistance, but how could you utter such callous words? Yang Wenhao's cheeks twitched as he continued to argue. This is the stark truth. The War Department is the backbone of Longhua. With Uncle Mu captured by them, who would dare to plead on his behalf? Honestly, he has drawn such immense trouble upon himself. It is better for one to bear the burden than to drag others into it. Surely he does not wish to implicate us as well? Mu Raoshuang, usually composed, was unusually irate. Yang Wenhao, you have gone too far. Those significant contracts your family secured last year were fought for by my father on behalf of the Yang family. In essence, the Mu family is your benefactor. Now that my father is in peril, you still choose to kick us when we're down. Do you possess no sense of conscience? Publicly reprimanded by Mu Raoshuang, Yang Wenhao felt immense embarrassment. Yet, he remained silent, turning his back to the crowd, one hand in his pocket, the other continuing to smoke, resolute in his decision to remain an observer. Mu Raoshuang had no time to concern herself with him, as they were currently unable to find trustworthy assistance. Her good friend, Zhang Manlin, also felt powerless, momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Lin Yu spoke up. Perhaps I could give it a try. Chapter 40. Touching Lin Yu, do you have a solution? Upon hearing Lin Yu's suggestion, Mu Raoshuang and Zhang Manlin's eyes instantly brightened. However, Yang Wenhao turned around with a scornful expression. What kind of joke is this? Who do you think you are? I know you. You are merely the betrothed of the Lu family. Yet, you are but a rustic villager, and you expect the War Department to show you any respect? Lin Yu cast a frosty glance at him, and then delivered a sharp slap. The sound resonated, echoing with a loud slap. Ah! Yang Wenhao felt as though he had been struck by a metal board, crashing to the ground in utter disarray. Mu Rou and Zhang Manlin were rendered speechless by this scene, especially Zhang Manlin, who could hardly fathom that Lin Yu would dare to strike Yang Wenhao. As Yang Wenhao regained his composure, his eyes blazed with furious indignation. How dare you lay a hand on me? Lin Yu's gaze was piercing. If it weren't for the profound relationship between the Mu family and yours, you would already be dead. Yang Wenhao found himself at a loss for words, fully aware of the Yang family's indebtedness to the Mu family, rendering him unable to refute. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's steadfast defense, Mu Raoshuang felt a warm surge of emotion within her, deeply moved. Zhang Manlin's heart raced as well, greatly admiring Lin Yu's courageous actions, and she couldn't help but silently exclaim, "Indeed, he is a man of responsibility. No wonder Raoshuang is so captivated by him." Even after enduring a beating, Yang Wenhao, unwilling to yield, gritted his teeth in fury and spat. "Lin Yu, even my connections are of no help. Stop deceiving yourself." Lin Yu let out a cold snort. "Who do you think you are? Your connections are not worthy of comparison to mine. As long as Uncle Mu has no ties to the fugitive, I assure you he will return safe and sound." Mu Raoshuang suddenly recalled that Lin Yu was acquainted with the formidable female warrior, Lung Rushuang. Perhaps this time, the tides could indeed be turned. "Brother Lin Yu, I must thank you in advance." With hope and gratitude filling her heart, tears glimmering in her eyes, Mu Raoshuang leaped into Lin Yu's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around him. "What?" Yang Wenhao was so taken aback that he stumbled to the ground, overwhelmed by an abyss of jealousy and rage that nearly drove him to the brink of insanity. At this moment, she was actually throwing herself at Lin Yu? In that instant, Yang Wenhao wished to charge at Lin Yu and confront him fiercely. Yet, he refrained, fearing another brutal beating at Lin Yu's hands. Zhang Manlin, observing the scene before her, felt a surge of joy. Wonderful! Raoshuang has finally gathered the courage to take the initiative. As she spoke, the proud man gently released Mu Raoshuang and strode forward. His instincts told him that Yuan Guanglong had personally ordered the arrest of Mu Yingqi. Beyond the investigation into any collusion with the fugitive, there was likely a conspiracy aimed at him lurking beneath the surface. Nevertheless, Lin Yu's resolve remained unshaken. No force could hinder his quest to unearth the truth behind the mysterious fire that befell the Lin family. Zhou Lei, come with me to find Yuan Guanglong. Even through a mere phone conversation, Zhou Lei could sense the terrifying aura of killing intent emanating from Lin Yu. Taking a deep breath, he mused, Yuan Guanglong, you had better not be acting with malice. Otherwise, you shall face utter destruction. With that, he hastened towards the third command post of the Jiangxing Battle Department. Brother Lin Yu. Mu Raoshuang gazed at Lin Yu's resolute departing figure, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Beside her, her close friend Zhang Manlin felt her heart racing. The resolute spirit and sense of responsibility embodied by Lin Yu are truly captivating. She whispered to Mu Raoshuang, Lin Yu has placed his trust in you. Upon hearing this, Mu Raoshuang's cheeks flushed crimson. How can you speak of such things at a time like this? Despite her words, a wave of sweetness unconsciously surged within her heart. Lin Yu's kindness towards her was undeniable, yet she had not anticipated that he would dare to venture alone into the heart of the War Department for her sake. Nearby, Yang Wenhao seethed with frustration, loathing Lin Yu for publicly humiliating him, and fearing that Lin Yu's reckless act to save Mu Yingqi might endanger the Yang family. The third command center of the Jiangxing War Department was heavily fortified. Yuan Guanglong, having received commendations for apprehending several fugitives, was in high spirits. At that moment, a photograph of Mu Yingqi rested upon his desk. Do you think Lin Yu will come knocking? His burly aide, Cui Lijia, inquired with a smirk. Humph, Yuan Guanglong scoffed. Lin Yu is determined to uncover the truth behind the Lin family fire. He will certainly seek out Mu Yingqi for answers. But if he wishes to meet her, he must come here and pass through me first. Cui Lijia and the other aides exchanged malicious grins. Yuan Guanglong feigned a serious demeanor, proclaiming, What are you saying? I always act impartially. Even if he were to kneel and plead, I cannot show favoritism. Indeed, the commander is wise. His subordinates erupted in laughter. Initially, while pursuing the fugitives, they had inadvertently discovered connections between Mu Yingqi's enterprise and the case. Coincidentally, Yuan Guanglong recognized Mu Yingqi as a crucial witness in the fire incident involving the Lin family. It was unfortunate for Mu Yingqi. After all, whose daughter was it that was so close to Lin Yu? Yuan Guanglong chuckled with satisfaction, draining his cup of fine tea. Report. Lin Yu and Zhou Lei wished to see Commander Guanglong. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in with the news. Cui Lijia and his colleagues exchanged glances, unable to suppress their eagerness. Commander Guanglong's foresight is unparalleled. Lin Yu has indeed arrived. Yuan Guanglong sneered. Let him come. We are quite busy. Have him wait outside. Aren't you quite the formidable one, Lin Yu? We'll make you wait. However, the messenger's expression turned awkward as he whispered. But Lin Yu said if he is not granted an audience with Commander Guanglong within a minute, he will break down the door. Laughter erupted among the aides. Has he lost his mind, daring to act so brazenly in the War Department? Tell him if he wishes to wait, he may do so. If not, let him try to break down the door. Let us see if our heavy machine guns can turn him into Swiss cheese. The subordinate nodded and exited. That Lin Yu must be lacking a few screws. Cui Lijia sneered contemptuously. Yet, moments later, a thunderous crash echoed from the command center's entrance. Boom! A violent shockwave rippled outwards, shattering windows and stone tables even 500 meters away. Panic ensued as Yuan Guanglong's expression shifted dramatically, springing to his feet. Report. Lin Yu has smashed through the door. A dusty subordinate rushed in, trembling with fear, blood trickling from his forehead. That damned country bumpkin dares to wreak havoc in the War Department. Does he think we don't exist? Cui Lijia and the other commanders erupted in curses, hastily arming themselves and charging towards the entrance. Chaos reigned as dozens of guards lay incapacitated on the ground, and heavy machine guns atop the watchtower were utterly destroyed, leaving all marksmen and snipers unconscious. Lin Yu and Zhou Lei strode through the gate, treading over the scattered weapons, their steps resolute. Chapter 41. The Great Battle. Lin Yu, you are audacious. How dare you vandalize the gate of the third command? Yuan Kuanglong glared at Lin Yu, roaring incessantly. Lin Yu smiled. A gate? What gate is there now? Meanwhile, Zhou Lei's heart was in turmoil, filled with shock and dread. He never anticipated that Lin Yu would so recklessly dismantle the entrance to the War Department's command center. This was not a negotiation. It was a direct assault on the heart of the matter. If judged by law, this would undoubtedly be a capital offense. All accomplices would inevitably meet the same grim fate. Zhou Lei could hardly believe he had participated in such a monumental event alongside the young master. It was worth a lifetime. Zhou Lei, both anxious and exhilarated, realized there was no turning back. He could only follow Lin Yu to the very end. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Cui Lijie led the assembled commanders to the scene. Hundreds of elite personnel from the War Department surrounded Lin Yu and Zhou Lei. Under Yuan Kuanglong's command were 4 war gods, whose collective strength far surpassed that of Lung Rushuang. They urgently reported the assault on the third command point to their superiors, requesting assistance. Lin Yu gazed intently at Yuan Kuanglong. Now, I present you with an opportunity. Voluntarily surrender Mu Yingqi. I have matters to discuss with him. Should it be confirmed that he has colluded with fugitives, I shall personally ensure his departure from this world. This is my sole declaration. Yuan Kuanglong's eyes glinted with a cold light. Mu Yingqi is suspected of colluding with notorious criminals from the northern border. We are about to conduct an interrogation. We shall not release him without obtaining crucial intelligence. I see you and Mu Yingqi as accomplices, conspiring with the fugitives from the north. Your intrusion into the command center serves as evidence. Zhou Lei, upon hearing this, could not help but widen his eyes in shock. Yuan Kuanglong intends to frame the young master. How despicable! How insidious! Just as he contemplated warning Lin Yu had vanished. When he reappeared, it was directly behind Yuan Kuanglong, eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Unbeknownst to Yuan Kuanglong, Lin Yu was lurking right behind him. Where had Lin Yu gone? He searched frantically, suspecting that Lin Yu had slipped away. Yet, his subordinates wore expressions of disbelief, soon followed by a primal fear that gripped their souls. Yuan Tongzhan, be cautious. Lin Yu is right behind you,
shouted Deputy Commander Cui Lijie.
Boom! Yuan Kuanglong's heart jolted violently. Lin Yu stood behind me? In the next moment he suddenly turned around. There he was, with an expression of indifference, merely half a meter away. His eyes glinted with a chilling light. Yuan Kuanglong's heart raced, and every hair on his body stood on end. The nearly 100 formidable warriors of the Battle God Legion held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly, yet none dared to make a move. All eyes were fixed on Lin Yu and Yuan Kuanglong. It felt as though the air had solidified at that instant, the tension reaching a boiling point. At that moment, a withered yellow leaf slowly descended, landing perfectly between the gazes of the two adversaries. Suddenly, clang! Though Yuan Kuanglong was filled with fear and astonishment, he was the Unification King, a champion among thousands. Seizing the moment, he swiftly drew his sword, launching a fluid arc aimed directly at Lin Yu. This strike amalgamated Yuan Kuanglong's battlefield experience and his lifetime of cultivation, poised to unleash his full force. It was a desperate, lethal blow. The sword energy surged forth, unerringly targeting Lin Yu's throat. Young master! Zhou Lei exclaimed in shock at the unfolding scene, feeling as though the sky might collapse. Meanwhile, Cui Lijie and the others were filled with uncontainable joy, immensely proud that Yuan Kuanglong could retaliate against Lin Yu in such a perilous moment. They were convinced, at such a close range, Lin Yu was struck by the furious sword of Yuan Kuanglong, an attack that should have been fatal without a doubt. However, unexpectedly, Lin Yu, however, smiled. Yuan Kuanglong, do you truly believe you are worthy of attempting to ambush me? In an astonishing display, Lin Yu was pierced in the throat by a sword yet remained utterly unscathed. In contrast, Yuan Kuanglong's treasured blade shattered instantaneously into fragments. Moreover, the terrifying force of the backlash left Yuan Kuanglong's sword-wielding hand as if it had been caught in a meat grinder. Muscles torn, flesh mangled, and armor splintered. Ah! My hand! Yuan Kuanglong screamed in agony, his complexion paling and body trembling uncontrollably. The entire assembly was rendered speechless with shock. They had all witnessed the tip of Yuan Guanglong's sword pressed against Lin Yu's throat. A full-force strike capable of cleaving mountains and shattering even the finest steel had been effortlessly countered, leaving Lin Yu unharmed while Yuan Guanglong lay grievously injured. Quickly, save Yuan Tongzhan. Cui Lijie was the first to react, roaring as he led hundreds of members from the Dragon Warrior Corps in a furious assault. Yet, Lin Yu did not spare them a glance. He merely raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With a resounding boom, an overwhelming surge of celestial energy erupted forth, akin to the shockwave of a nuclear explosion, hurling those nearby into the air. Bang! 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 Cui Lijie and his companions were propelled like cannonballs, crashing through the fortified walls of the command center, leaving its structure in utter disarray. Unfortunate souls collided with tanks and armored vehicles, instantly transforming them into scrap metal. Dust billowed and smoke enveloped the area. The strong either lay gravely injured or coughed up blood. Not a single person could remain upright. In an instant, the once magnificent command center was reduced to a wasteland, resembling the aftermath of a fierce battlefield. What the? Zhou Lei was utterly astounded, his body trembling with excitement. He had believed that Lin Yu's swift defeat of numerous martial artists at Feilong Mountain Manor was enough to leave him in awe. Little did he expect that Lin Yu would once again obliterate the Dragon Warrior Corps, which was several times stronger than those at Feilong Manor, and even demolish the renowned 3rd Command Post known for its defenses. More crucially, everyone from the War Department was thrown back by Lin Yu's celestial force, yet Zhou Lei remained unaffected within the same radius. The crimson flag at the stronghold's edge stood unwavering, signifying that Lin Yu's impact was not only immense and far-reaching but also exquisitely controlled. Incredible! The young master is nothing short of a deity. What the? The more Zhou Lei pondered Lin Yu's terrifying prowess, the more he was left in awe, unable to articulate his admiration beyond expletives due to his limited education. Accompanying Lin Yu to the War Department had proven invaluable. However, the most astonished of all was Yuan Guanglong. Scanning the ruins of the command center and feeling the oppressive aura of Lin Yu, he was nearly rendered catatonic. At that moment Lin Yu spoke, clutching his bloodied arm. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Mu Yingqi has colluded with fugitives. With a single word from me, he will meet his demise. In the end, it is you who has lost." Lin Yu did not express anger. Instead, he nodded with a cold smirk and declared, "So simple, then I shall render you speechless." With that, he firmly grasped Yuan Guanglong's head and forcefully slammed it against the ground. Bang! The earth instantly caved in, and cracks rapidly spread outwards for hundreds of meters, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Yuan Tongzhan, Cui Lijie, and the other generals who had not succumbed to unconsciousness could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Upon closer inspection, they saw Yuan Guanglong's head bloodied, his body gushing with crimson, his breath faint, teetering on the brink of death. Beneath the dust and rubble, only the remnants of life remained. Cui Lijie and the others were utterly stunned. No one anticipated that the invincible Yuan Guanglong would be so ruthlessly devastated by Lin Yu. Moreover, he had no capacity to retaliate. It was as if the entire Dragon Warrior Corps and the 3rd Command Post had been annihilated. The combined strength of the entire regiment did not even match the power of Lin Yu's single finger. What a disgrace! Not a single capable fighter among them. Lin Yu cast a glance at the fallen Yuan Guanglong, surveying Cui Lijie and others with disdain. "Old Zhou, go fetch Mu Yingqi from the detention room." "Yes." "Splendid. Damn it." Cui Lijie and the others were furious, their faces flushed, yet they dared not voice their anger, forcing it deep within. At that moment, a series of rumbling sounds resonated from the low sky. Looking up, they beheld 4 helicopters approaching rapidly, armed with heavy machine cannons, exuding an imposing aura. Reinforcements from the Jiangcheng War Department had arrived. Vice Commander Xiao was present, along with Vice Commander Lei Hu, and even Vice Commander Huafeng had come. Chapter 42. Deservedly so, our reinforcements have arrived. Cui Lijie and the others were filled with ecstatic joy. Even the dying Yuan Guanglong managed to open his eyes with great difficulty, gritting his teeth. "Lin Yu, Zhou Lei, your time has come." The 3 vice commanders of the Jiangcheng War Department had actually gathered. Zhou Lei could not help but gasp in astonishment. The Dragon Kingdom's War Department was a realm of formidable talents, governed by a strict hierarchy. The path to promotion required outstanding military achievements and unparalleled strength. To gain the title of War God, one must accumulate the feat of 500 kills. For the title of United War King, the feat of 1,000 kills was necessary. To ascend to Vice Commander, one must accomplish 10,000 kills and 100 victories. Strength and prestige were equally paramount. At this moment, the presence of Vice Commanders Xiao Wading, Lei Hu, and Huafeng was an immense encouragement for Yuan Kuanglong and his associates. Zhou Lei felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. In the underground world of the provincial capital, he was a towering figure. Yet, when compared to the vice commanders, he felt utterly insignificant. Beneath the low sky, the 3 vice commanders looked down upon them. Their command center was shrouded in smoke and dust. Their faces instantly darkened with rage. Who dared to belittle the Jiangqing War Department? The trio exuded an intimidating aura, weapons in hand, and leaped directly from the helicopters. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled, the atmosphere overwhelming. The 3 vice commanders had finally arrived. Yuan Kuanglong attempted to rise, but was powerless to do so. Cui Lijie and the other warriors, equally battered, could not stand either. Upon witnessing their subordinates suffer such devastating losses, and seeing the tanks and armored vehicles utterly destroyed, the 3 vice commanders were consumed with fury. What had transpired? Yuan Kuanglong gritted his teeth and explained. We apprehended Mu Yingqi. He is suspected of colluding with escapees from the extreme cold prison. We were about to interrogate him when a man barged in, demanding Mu Yingqi's release. When we refused, he attacked. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 vice commanders turned ashen. Who possessed such audacity to attempt a rescue from the War Department? Such a lawless individual must be affiliated with the notorious trio from the extreme cold prison. Where was he? The 3 questioned fiercely, their voices reverberating through the air. A tempest rising. Yuan Kuanglong quickly pointed towards Zhou Lei and Lin Yu. The trio's gaze sharpened, an aura of murderous intent enveloping them. Such an overwhelming presence. Though Zhou Lei stood hundreds of meters away, he could still feel the oppressive force bearing down on him, sending chills down his spine, his expression tense. Lin Yu leisurely retrieved a lighter, igniting a cigarette and taking a slow drag. Today, even if emissaries from the War Department's headquarters were to arrive, they could not prevent me from taking Mu Yingqi away. His tone remained nonchalant, disregarding the 3 deputy commanders. Facing imminent death, do you still dare to feign strength? Yuan Kuanglong and Cui Lijie seethed with rage. Yet, upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, Xiao Wading and the others trembled involuntarily. This voice was etched into their memories. Although they had only heard it once, it was unforgettable. It was during a meeting in the Jiangqing War Department's operations room when Lin Yu made his sudden appearance. How could the voice be so similar? Could it truly be him? The 3 deputy commanders exchanged glances, taking a deep breath as they focused on the figure emerging from the haze of smoke. There he stood, tall and striking, exuding an air of confidence and grace. Particularly, the pride and self-assurance in his eyes evoked a sense of awe. This was bad. It was indeed him. As Xiao Wading and the others recognized Lin Yu's face, their anger swiftly turned to ice, their eyes reddening, hearts racing. On that day, the 5 commanders had endeavored to befriend Lin Yu, imploring him to capture the 3 madmen. They had repeatedly emphasized the importance of maintaining a good relationship with Lin Yu. They even privately agreed that as long as Lin Yu's requests did not contravene the law, they must comply, ensuring he would never become an enemy of the Jiangqing War Department. Yet now, under Yuan Kuanglong's command, the Longzhan Corps and the 3rd Command Post were clashing with Lin Yu, provoking opposition from the 3 deputy commanders. Mismanagement was a grave offense. Yuan Kuanglong's actions had inadvertently led the 3 deputy commanders to defy the orders of their leader, irrevocably offending Lin Yu, should the situation spiral out of control. Lin Yu might indeed launch a devastating strike against the core leadership of the Jiangqing War Department. The thought of such dire consequences made Xiao Wading and the others tremble. However, Yuan Kuanglong and Cui Lijie mistakenly believed the 3 deputy commanders were trembling with rage, becoming increasingly arrogant. Lin Yu, let's see how you meet your end. Ah ha ha ha. Silence. The 3 of them suddenly shouted in unison. cutting through Yuan Kuanglong's arrogance, delivering a kick toward Yuan Kuanglong and Cui Lijia's faces. Already battered, they now found themselves bloodied and disoriented. In their agony, they struggled to comprehend the situation. But Xiao Wading and the others had already sprinted toward Lin Yu at full speed. They clasped their fists and bowed deeply. "Mr. Lin Yu, we beg your forgiveness for our offenses." Zhou Lei, standing beside Lin Yu, was utterly astonished. While he was aware of Lin Yu's remarkable abilities, he had not anticipated them to be of this magnitude. The 3 deputy commanders of the Jiangqing War Department commanded hundreds of thousands of troops. At this moment, they were bowing in apology to Lin Yu. "Deputy Commander Xiao, what is this?" Yuan Kuanglong and Cui Lijia were nearly rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Hearing Yuan Kuanglong still daring to speak, Xiao Wading could not help but grit his teeth in fury. Return and dispose of him, lest he diminish the intelligence of the War Department. The 3 of them hastily explained to Lin Yu, "Mr. Lin, today's events are all a misunderstanding. We hope you will quell your anger. Yuan Kuanglong's life and death hinge on your word." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kuanglong and Cui Lijia trembled uncontrollably, filled with dread and apprehension. Lin Yu, without even glancing at them, calmly declared, "I only seek to take Muingqi with me. As for their lives or deaths, it is of no consequence. Let Zhou Lei handle it." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kuanglong and the others felt as if they had been struck by a heavy blow, overwhelmed by shame. It became evident that Lin Yu had never regarded them as adversaries. Instead, they had deluded themselves into viewing him as an enemy. At this moment, Zhou Lei was filled with excitement. Although the young master had severely wounded Yuan Kuanglong, he had spared his life, thus preserving the dignity of the Jiangqing War Department. Now, by entrusting the power of life and death over Yuan Kuanglong and the others to me, it was as if the Jiangqing War Department owed me a significant favor. Indeed, Xiao Wading and the others immediately turned their gazes toward Zhou Lei, their eyes brimming with humility and entreaty. At this moment, Zhou Lei felt an unparalleled sense of elation. The once lofty nobles he had admired now showed him deference, and he held their fates in his hands. He understood very well that this was the honor and confidence bestowed upon him by the young master. Since the 3 vice-commanders claimed it was a misunderstanding and the young master chose not to pursue the matter, let it be resolved by the 3 vice-commanders. Zhou Lei suppressed his excitement, smiling in response, giving full respect to the War Department. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wading and the others felt a wave of relief and nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, old Zhou. No need for such formality." Zhou Lei waved his hand with a smile, his gaze turning gratefully toward Lin Yu. He knew that through this incident, the Zhou family's status would undoubtedly rise, granting them ample confidence even before the War Department. The young master's words had directly rewritten the fate of the Zhou family. This was an opportunity gifted to him by the young master. As Zhou Lei sensed Lin Yu's formidable strength, his heart swelled with admiration and astonishment. From this moment onward, he vowed to remain loyal unto death. Although Xiao Wading was grateful for the magnanimity of Lin Yu and Zhou Lei, he still had to make a statement. The Yuan Kuanglong Battle God Corps was disbanded, all members confined for a month to reflect on their transgressions. Yuan Kuanglong himself was confined for 2 months and demoted to an ordinary soldier, with an announcement made to the entire army as a warning. After Xiao Wading issued the decree, Yuan Kuanglong and the others were filled with regret for their earlier actions. They had endured countless hardships to attain their current status. Zhou Lei, observing their despondent expressions, could not help but chuckle inwardly. "Who told you to provoke the young master? You brought this upon yourselves." Lin Yu promptly led Muingqi to the car, followed closely by Zhou Lei, who was halted by Xiao Wading's call. "Elder Zhou, please hold on." Zhou Lei turned with a start, perplexed, and inquired, "Deputy Commander Xiao, is there something more?" In Chapter 43, titled Accomplished, Xiao Wading and his companions appeared somewhat awkward as they spoke. In the future, should Mr. Lin visit the Jiangqing War Department, we hope Elder Zhou will inform us in advance. This would prevent misunderstandings and maintain our mutual friendship, allowing us to assist each other more effectively. What do you think? Zhou Lei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that the 3 esteemed leaders were indeed intimidated by the young master. They wished for him to serve as a bridge between the young master and the War Department. Subsequently, Zhou Lei nodded with a smile. You are too kind, deputy commanders. It is my honor to serve the War Department. In the future, should the young master have dealings with the War Department, I will certainly notify you first. Excellent. The three of them beamed with joy and extended their hands in a gesture of friendship. From now on, we are friends. Do not hesitate to express any difficulties you encounter. Thank you. Zhou Lei was overwhelmed with excitement. He had long yearned to connect with the high-ranking officials of the War Department but had been unable to do so due to his lack of strength. However, after aligning with Lin Yu, not only did Xiao Wading and the others respect him, but they also actively sought his friendship. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Lei exchanged contact information with Xiao Wading and his companions, solidifying their mutually beneficial and amicable relationship. Inside the vehicle, Lin Yu gently pressed his fingers against Mu Yingqi's forehead, employing his mystical abilities to extract her memories. Although Lin Yu shared a profound emotional bond with Mu Rou, he was not a benevolent savior overflowing with compassion. Should Mu Yingqi be implicated as the mastermind behind the Lin family fire, or if she were found to be in collusion with the fugitive, a grim fate awaited her. Conversely, if Mu Yingqi proved to be innocent, she would be spared from any repercussions and regain her freedom. After accessing Mu Yingqi's memories, she succumbed to a brief state of unconsciousness, overwhelmed by the sudden and immense mental burden. Young master, what is the situation? Zhou Lei quietly inquired of Lin Yu, disregarding Mu Yingqi's condition. Lin Yu's lips curled slightly, revealing a sense of accomplishment. Turns out that Mu Yingqi was innocent. On that fateful night, Mu Yingqi happened to drive past the Lin residence, coinciding with a mysterious and raging inferno. His presence near the Lin family was fortuitously captured by military surveillance. During the fire, Mu Yingqi not only participated in the rescue efforts but also saved several servants of the Lin household. Notably, at that time, Mu Raoshuang was seated in the passenger seat of Mu Yingqi's car, marking their first encounter in life. Every meeting is a masterful arrangement by fate. Lin Yu rarely displayed a sense of sentimentality. Meanwhile, Mu Yingqi, accused of colluding with a fugitive, was actually ensnared in a misunderstanding, as the criminal had stealthily infiltrated the Mu group's convoy. Unbeknownst to Mu Yingqi, Lin Yu's thoughts drifted to Mu Raoshuang, and a smile gradually spread across his face. He swiftly retrieved paper and pen, sketching the outlines of two faces. These are the appearances of two additional suspects I encountered in Mu Yingqi's memories. You must identify them. As he scrutinized the sketches, an epiphany struck him. I seem to recognize this second individual. Indeed, I have seen him in the wanted poster of a fugitive from the extreme cold prison. He is nicknamed Evil Tiger, a notoriously ruthless character. He is a right-hand man of one of the four madmen. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's gaze sharpened with determination. What a coincidence! The Jiangqing battle group has requested my assistance in capturing the four madmen and their associates. Once I acquire a lead, Evil Tiger will undoubtedly fall into my hands. Zhou Lei, listening to Lin Yu, could not suppress his joy. Congratulations, young master. This perplexing case has made significant progress. At that moment, Mu Yingqi gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing Zhou Lei seated across from him, he was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Lei, deliberately adopting an imposing demeanor, stated, "It is the combined efforts of the young master and myself that have rescued you. You are now safe. Remember, do not inquire into matters that do not concern you, and refrain from speaking what should remain unspoken. Do you understand?" Mu Yingqi nodded vigorously, his gaze towards Lin Yu filled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that a friend of his daughter could summon Zhou Lei's assistance, even persuading the War Department to release him. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Mu Yingqi's eyes welled with tears as he nodded in gratitude. The Mu family was in deep distress over Mu Yingqi's safety, especially Mu Lao and Mu Raoshuang, who were nearly beside themselves with worry. They exhausted all avenues to seek help, but to no avail. Apart from Lin Yu, no one dared to offer a helping hand. At this moment, Mu Raoshuang's eyes were red, her complexion haggard. Her friend, Zhang Manlin, shared her anxiety. Yet, Yang Wenhao continued to douse their hopes with cold water. If Lin Yu can accomplish this, then anyone can. Do not harbor unrealistic expectations for that rural peasant. Just then, Mu Yingqi's voice echoed from outside. It was the voice of his father. Mu Raoshuang sprang to her feet, and the entire Mu family directed their gaze towards the entrance, just in time to see Mu Yingqi hurriedly step through the door. Joy surged among them as they rushed forward to embrace Mu Yingqi tightly, tears streaming down their faces. Mu Raoshuang quickly wiped her tear-streaked cheeks and glanced toward Lin Yu, who leaned casually against the front of the car, smoking a cigarette and wearing a warm, radiant smile. Lin Yu. Mu Raoshuang's heart quaked violently, her admiration for him swelling like a tidal wave. It was Lin Yu. He had rescued my father, truly fulfilling his promise. In that moment, even Zhang Manlin looked at Lin Yu in disbelief, her beautiful eyes sparkling with shock and excitement. My heavens! How did he manage this? The ones who took Mu Yingqi were members of the Jiangcheng War Department. A sense of inexplicable admiration blossomed within Zhang Manlin's heart. Lin Yu, usually so refined and graceful, acted decisively in critical moments, showcasing immense strength. Such an outstanding man was truly captivating. If I were Mu Raoshuang, I would have been unable to resist pulling him into a room to express my affection. Zhang Manlin's thoughts spiraled, and she bit her lip, her heart racing. However, in stark contrast to the two beautiful women's elation, Yang Wenhao appeared pale, his face a mask of disbelief. This is impossible. He could not accept the reality before him. The situation that had left him utterly powerless was effortlessly resolved by Lin Yu, a mere rustic. Moreover, judging by Lin Yu's calm demeanor, rescuing Mu Yingqi seemed a trivial feat for him. There must be some trickery involved. This could not have been accomplished by Lin Yu. Do not be deceived by Lin Yu. He attempted to persuade Mu Raoshuang and Zhang Manlin, exhibiting a shamelessness that knew no bounds. Chapter 44. Disdain. Yang Wenhao was truly shameless, attempting to deny Lin Yu's contribution at such a moment. However, the two women not only disregarded his counsel but, overwhelmed by gratitude and affection, rushed towards Lin Yu, embracing him tightly. Mu Raoshuang pressed her body close to Lin Yu, tears flowing freely. Lin Yu, thank you, she exclaimed, eager to express her heartfelt gratitude. Feeling the softness and warmth of Mu Raoshuang's embrace, Lin Yu was deeply moved. Her gesture required not only genuine emotion but also extraordinary courage. Gently, he patted her delicate back in a gesture of comfort. It is all right. I will fulfill the promise I made to you. Hearing Lin Yu's tender words, Mu Raoshuang was further touched, her joy transforming into tears. Everyone was aware that the War Department's laws were strict, and given Mu Yingqi's alleged collusion with a traitorous criminal, even if he survived, he would endure severe torture. Yet, at this moment, Mu Yingqi had returned unscathed. More importantly, Lin Yu had not only saved Mu Yingqi but had also rescued the entire Mu family. Such a gesture warranted nothing less than kneeling in gratitude. Mu Lao was so overwhelmed with emotion that he trembled, regarding Lin Yu as family. At this moment, his son had returned safely, and it seemed that the bond between his granddaughter and Lin Yu was rapidly deepening. It was truly a case of turning misfortune into fortune. A double blessing. I too wish to give Lin Yu a grateful embrace. Zhang Manlin seized the opportunity and tightly wrapped her arms around Lin Yu, her beautiful face glowing with admiration and excitement. My dear lady, while your embrace is welcome, might I request that you refrain from wandering hands? Lin Yu felt a tingling sensation coursing through his thigh. It was none other than Zhang Manlin's delicate hand that had stealthily crept in. I am truly sorry. It is entirely my fault for being so excited. Zhang Manlin's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Yet, she pressed on even further, emitting a series of gasps. Isn't this man's physique simply extraordinary? Mu Raoshuang noticed Zhang Manlin's increasingly audacious behavior and swiftly intervened. You are clearly taking advantage of the situation. Release my Lin Yu at once. However, Zhang Manlin showed no intention of relinquishing her hold. No, please let me embrace him a little longer. She pressed her ample bosom against Lin Yu's arm. Her gaze towards him was almost obsessive. We too wish to embrace Mr. Lin. At that moment, the women of the Mu family could hardly conceal their gratitude, eagerly converging towards Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Mu Yingqi led the other family members, hastily stepping forward to bow deeply in respect to Lin Yu. Lin Yu naturally became the center of attention, radiating brilliance. Damn it! I am infuriated. Yang Wenhao was consumed by envy, jealousy, and hatred. nearly grinding his back teeth to dust. He felt utterly superfluous. Just when Yang Wenhao was engulfed in extreme embarrassment, Zhang Manlin took the opportunity to mock him. You previously asserted that Uncle Mu's collusion with fugitives was a capital offense, claiming that no one dared to risk rescuing him to avoid being implicated. You even stated that it was better for Uncle Mu to suffer alone than for everyone to be affected. When Lin Yu declared his intent to rescue him, you ridiculed him, dismissing him as nothing but a mere villager of lowly status. You claimed he could never save Uncle Mu and urged us not to harbor any illusions. Yet now, Lin Yu has achieved the impossible. Uncle Mu has returned safely. What are your thoughts on this? As Zhang Manlin's words echoed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Following this was the furious gaze of the Mu family. The Mu family had always treated Yang Wenhao as an esteemed guest, showing him great respect. Moreover, in business, the Mu family had significantly supported the Yang family. Little did they expect that Yang Wenhao would be such an ungrateful individual. In contrast, Lin Yu, whom he regarded as a mere peasant, exhibited profound loyalty. Yang Wenhao's complexion turned pale, harboring intense hatred for Zhang Manlin. Damn that Zhang Manlin, you wretched woman! You push me to speak at this moment, tarnishing my reputation. Humph! Zhang Manlin concealed her laughter behind her crimson lips, casting a triumphant glance at Mu Raoshuang. It was as if she were saying, "Look, sister, today I shall vindicate you. Let everyone see Yang Wenhao's true nature." This deeply moved Mu Raoshuang. Zhang Manlin, as her closest confidant, steadfastly stood by her side, offering unwavering support. Consequently, Lin Yu regarded Zhang Manlin with newfound respect. Not only was she strikingly beautiful and alluring, but her character was also commendable. A truly admirable woman. Their gazes met, and the glimmer in Zhang Manlin's enchanting eyes reflected her unmasked admiration for Lin Yu.
Uncle Mu.
Allow me to explain. Silence. Mu Yingqi's eyes were ablaze with fury. Yang Wenhao, not only did you refuse to lend a helping hand, but you also uttered such callous words? I nearly broke my legs in my efforts to assist your Yang family. Driven by rage, she struck Yang Wenhao sharply across the face. Ouch! Yang Wenhao was left dizzy and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he staggered to the ground. You dare lay a hand on me? He bellowed in indignation. Before the formidable power of my Yang family, what do you Mu family count as? At my command, your family's business will suffer immensely, leaving you destitute, reduced to begging. At this proclamation, the Mu family erupted in fury, akin to a volcano in eruption. Yang Wenhao, do you dare insult my Mu family so? Shouted several members of the Mu family in unrestrained outrage. Mu Raoshuang was also incensed. Yang Wenhao, you are utterly shameless. Yang Wenhao, now losing control of his emotions, laughed in rage. Am I not speaking the truth? The Mu family has been left far behind by my Yang family. Half of your business relies on our support. Upon hearing this, although the Mu family members seethed with anger, they found themselves at a loss for words. For his words rang true. If all business ties with the Yang family were severed, the Mu group would rapidly decline. This was the very reason Mu Raoshuang, despite her disdain for Yang Wenhao, had always hesitated to sever ties completely. Humph, are you afraid? Yang Wenhao stood with hands on his hips, exuding arrogance. Mu Yingqi, do not forget, your Mu family's economic crisis remains unresolved. Only I can offer assistance. You would do well to recognize your position and come kneel before me, serving tea and apologizing. At this, the crowd erupted in outrage. This scoundrel dares to demand an apology from the head of the Mu family? Yang Wenhao, you. Both Mu Raoshuang and the elder Mu trembled with fury. Just then, Lin Yu strode forward and delivered a powerful kick to Yang Wenhao's face. Ah! Yang Wenhao immediately let out a chilling scream. He was sent flying several meters, his head buzzing and blood pouring from his mouth. Everyone present was utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before them. No one had anticipated that, at this critical moment, it would be Lin Yu who stepped forward to deal with Yang Wenhao. Chapter 45. Seeking death. Ouch, that hurts terribly. Yang Wenhao clutched his split lip, his eyes filled with malice. Lin Yu, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike me? Lin Yu's gaze was extraordinarily frigid. Do not speak of merely striking you. Taking your life would be of little consequence. In my presence, your Yang family amounts to nothing. As long as I am here, no one shall bully the Mu family. With that, Lin Yu swiftly advanced and delivered another kick towards Yang Wenhao's face. Ah! Yang Wenhao cried out once more, nearly fainting from the agony. Meanwhile, Mu Yingqi watched the scene before him, his blood surging with excitement. He recognized that Lin Yu was a person of significant stature, concealing his true identity. Even a figure as formidable as Zhou Lei was merely Lin Yu's subordinate. The 3 deputy commanders of the Jiangqing War Division revered Lin Yu as if he were a deity. In Lin Yu's presence, the Yang family was utterly insignificant. With a mere word from him, the Mu family could soar to great heights, while the same utterance could plunge the Yang family into irretrievable despair. Mu Raoshuang was so moved that tears streamed down her face. With misty eyes, her heart was brimming with thoughts of Lin Yu. Even Zhang Manlin was deeply touched, her legs tightly drawn together. So incredibly handsome. This Lin Yu is simply mesmerizing. He is stealing my breath away. Yang Wenhao, be gone. At that moment, Mu Yingqi stood tall, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Wenhao with a fierce reprimand. Get out of here. Mu Raoshuang, too, was rarely consumed by such fury, resolved to sever all ties with Yang Wenhao, no longer expecting him to assist the Mu family. Thus, he awkwardly crawled to his vehicle, not forgetting to issue a harsh threat. You shall see. My Yang family will never let this go. Damn Lin Yu, Mu Raoshuang, and Zhang Manlin. You will all pay for this. His heart was filled with malice as he vowed to seek vengeance. Lin Yu paid little heed to Yang Wenhao's thoughts. Were it not for the concern of alarming the Mu family, he would have long since orchestrated Yang Wenhao's disappearance from this world. Ro Shuang, congratulations to you. At this moment, Zhang Manlin embraced Mu Raoshuang, her smile radiating warmth and affection. Mu Raoshuang smiled in return, stepping forward towards Lin Yu, her beautiful eyes shimmering like gentle spring waters. Lin Yu, thank you. Lin Yu smiled gently and said, you should truly be grateful to me. Do invite me for a meal when you have the time. Mu Raoshuang's heart fluttered slightly. Is he implying a formal date with me? Zhang Manlin looked on with envy, teasingly remarking, Lin Yu, you have completely captivated our Ruoshuang's heart. She would gladly spend the night with you. Upon hearing this, Mu Ruoshuang's delicate face turned crimson. Manlin, please refrain from such nonsense. Zhang Manlin chuckled merrily. Oh, are you feeling shy? The way you gazed at Lin Yu just now was brimming with affection. Ah! Mu Ruoshuang blushed even deeper, hastily covering Zhang Manlin's alluring red lips. Lin Yu, do not listen to her foolishness. She is merely jesting. Lin Yu gazed at Mu Raoshuang's flustered and bashful demeanor, warmth flooding his heart. Darling, you are truly adorable. Upon hearing this, Mu Raoshuang's delicate face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Subsequently, an overwhelming sense of sweetness surged within her heart. He truly knows how to charm, dear family. Suddenly, Mu Raoshuang felt as though she had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Darling? Had he not just called her Raoshuang? Instead, he referred to her as darling? You? Just now. Mu Raoshuang's lips quivered slightly, words caught in her throat. Yet, she found Lin Yu gazing at her, his voice tender. From this moment onward, you shall be my darling. At his words, even after taking several deep breaths, Mu Raoshuang could not contain her inner excitement, tears streaming down like a fountain. Oh my! Even Zhang Manlin's heart raced like a startled fawn. She had never anticipated Lin Yu to be so carefree and genuine. The charming Lin Yu, if you treat me in such a manner, I would willingly offer you anything you desire. Mr. Lin, we raise a glass in your honor. At that moment, Mu Yingqi, accompanied by her family, approached with wine glasses in hand, all raising their cups in salute to Lin Yu. Cheers! Lin Yu laughed heartily, raising his glass in jovial camaraderie with Mu Yingqi and others. In this moment, Lin Yu truly exuded charisma. Zhang Manlin gazed at Lin Yu's departing figure, once again grasping Mu Raoshuang's hand. Raoshuang, to be frank, I genuinely envy you. Mu Raoshuang parted her lips slightly, offering a subtle smile. You too could find a man as remarkable as he is. With your beauty and charm, it would certainly be within your reach. However, Zhang Manlin gently shook her head, saying, A true man like Lin Yu is a rare find. If it weren't for the fact that you are my dearest friend, I would have already thrown myself into Lin Yu's embrace. Well, I must take my leave now. With that, Zhang Manlin playfully patted Mu Raoshuang's delicate form and gracefully stepped into her vehicle, departing. Mu Raoshuang watched the silhouette of Zhang Manlin's car fade into the distance, her heart a tumult of emotions. Zhang Manlin's marriage was a union orchestrated by their families, devoid of any semblance of happiness. She too wished for Zhang Manlin to encounter her true love. After Lin Yu and Mu Rou bid farewell, dusk had descended. The two agreed to dine together the following evening for a delightful date. Suddenly, 4 men leapt from a car, each exuding an aura of ferocity. It was evident that they were ruthless warriors, stained with blood and death. However, this was merely Lin Yu's perspective. They were also coveted martial protectors sought after by prominent families. At that moment, Lin Yu remained in good spirits, calmly smoking as he observed the 4 men blocking his path with keen interest. "Kid, I didn't expect your life to be so precious. Someone has offered 40 million for us, the Tsongshan 4 wolves, to take your life," sneered the leader, a bald man, as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yu. The 3 men behind him slowly drew their weapons. For those who sought his life, Lin Yu would show no mercy. Without uttering a word, he snapped his fingers. 3 blazing golden flames materialized out of thin air, lunging directly at the 3 men brandishing their weapons. In an instant, the 3 men let out blood-curdling screams. No matter how they writhed on the ground, they could not extinguish the terrifying flames engulfing them. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to ashes, their existence obliterated. Thud. Witnessing this, the bald man immediately fell to his knees before Lin Yu, desperately bowing his head in supplication. Lin Yu cast a glance devoid of interest, enveloping him in a radiant glow. The bald man trembled uncontrollably, his eyes vacant as Lin Yu forcefully extracted his memories. "Wu Qianquan, it seems you have grown weary of life," Lin Yu remarked with a chilling smile upon uncovering the mastermind. With a swift motion, he struck the bald man, reducing him to a mere puddle of flesh. Subsequently, a blaze of golden light erupted, sweeping away the 4 Huang realm warriors as if they had never existed in this world. Elsewhere, Wu Qianquan sat in his opulent office, relishing the attentions of his beautiful secretary. He even indulged in fantasies of the Lu family's impending doom, eagerly offering the 3rd parcel of land as a gesture of goodwill, ultimately acquiring the shares of the Lu group at a pittance. "Boss!" At that moment, a subordinate burst through the door in a flurry. "Boss, the 4 wolves of Tsongshan are unreachable. They are likely dead." At this revelation, Wu Qianquan's body jolted in shock, and he kicked the secretary away. "What did you say?" The secretary, unperturbed by the dismissal, swiftly straightened her attire and exited the office, closing the door behind her. "Useless. All of you are utterly worthless, unable to even deal with a mere country bumpkin." Yet, before he could finish his tirade, a golden light materialized before him. As the brilliance faded, Lin Yu unexpectedly found himself standing right before Wu Qianquan. Chapter 46. Spring Breeze. "Lin Yu? How did you appear here?" Wu Qianquan exclaimed in disbelief, convinced that he was experiencing an illusion. Lin Yu firmly pressed his hand upon the man's head, forcefully slamming him onto the marble desk. Release me. Please let go." Wu Qianquan felt a disorienting dizziness and excruciating pain coursing through his body. However, Lin Yu paid no heed to his cries, maintaining his relentless grip. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of cracking bones echoed as Wu Qianquan's skull was subjected to the brutal pressure. "Have you underestimated me so gravely? Spending 40 million to hire a bunch of inept fools to purchase my life? I can comprehend your vendetta against the Lu group and the Lu family, but why do you choose to provoke me?" With that, Lin Yu pressed down on Wu Qianquan's head with renewed vigor. Boom! This time, the opulent and sturdy marble desk shattered into pieces. Wu Qianquan was left bloodied, half of his face a gruesome sight. He could never have anticipated such a turn of events. "Lin Yu's strength is truly terrifying. Spare me my life, and I shall offer you everything I possess." Wu Qianquan exerted all his strength to utter these words of supplication. Yet it was already too late. Lin Yu is not a saint. For those who seek to take his life, he will strike them down without hesitation. Bang! Lin Yu delivered a swift backhand strike to Wu Chenkuan's face, sending him hurtling against the wall with tremendous force. Wu Chenkuan's bones shattered upon impact, rendering him utterly lifeless. Yet, in his unseeing eyes, devoid of animosity towards Lin Yu, there resided only an overwhelming sense of dread. How utterly uninspiring. Wu Chenkuan proved to be remarkably frail and incapable of enduring a confrontation. Lin Yu shook his head in disinterest, casting a glance at his utterly stunned subordinate before sneering repeatedly. As Wu Chenkuan's trusted aide, you must have committed countless heinous acts. It is time for you to meet your demise. With that, Lin Yu delivered an invisible slap. The unfortunate subordinate was sent flying, crashing into the wall, ultimately collapsing in a suggestive position atop Wu Chenkuan. 10 minutes later, news of Wu Chenkuan's death spread like wildfire across Jiangqing. Madam, have you seen this news? The real estate tycoon, Zhu Yanming, gazed at the report, his mind awash with thoughts. His wife, Lu Wenjin, widened her beautiful eyes, utterly astonished. Yanming, your speculation has come to fruition. Wu Chenkuan truly is dead. Zhu Yanming nodded, inhaling deeply. This incident is most likely the handiwork of Mr. Lin. All obstacles hindering the Lu family's rise will be eradicated. Madam, we must intensify our support for the Lu family. Mr. Lin, we must ensure we cultivate a positive relationship with him. Even if Mr. Lin holds us in disdain, we cannot afford to offend him. Meanwhile, the wealthiest couple in Jiangqing, Li Dongkong and his wife, pondered over the news. After a considerable pause, Li Dongkong summoned his assistant. Make arrangements to allocate the Starlight Pearl project to the Lu family. This is a precious opportunity to strengthen our ties with Mr. Lin. Immediately, on another front, the Lu family, upon learning of Wu Chenkuan's demise, was equally shaken. Lu Wanyun was perplexed. First, Wu Chenkuan's right-hand man, Wang Gui, had perished, and now it was Wu Chenkuan himself. These events unfolded during the period when the Chenkuan group was targeting the Lu group. Could it be that Lin Yu was behind this? Suddenly, a vivid image of Lin Yu as a heroic figure, slaying foes to protect himself and the Lu family, flashed in her mind. What am I thinking? Lin Yu merely has extraordinary luck. What power does he possess to contend with Wu Chenkuan? Surely, I am overthinking. Lu Wanyun shook her head, dismissing the absurd fantasies from her mind. However, Lu Shirtai was exhilarated. With Wu Chenkuan gone, our Lu group is free from obstacles and can finally showcase our strength. Yet, Lu Yuding, the third sister, remained convinced that Lin Yu had indeed orchestrated Wu Chenkuan's death. Her sister and family were oblivious to Lin Yu's capabilities, but she was acutely aware. The previous evening, Chairman Zhu had sold the third plot of land to the Lu family, all thanks to Lin Yu's influence. She felt a mix of urgency and helplessness. My dear sister, how can you be so foolish? If you do not love Lin Yu, then let him go to me. Allow me to cherish him. Displaying a triumphant smile, upon seeing Lin Yu, Lu Wanyun felt a surge of anger. Earlier that morning, Lin Yu had left without a word, ignoring her calls. His cheerful demeanor suggested he was out on a date with another woman. What a scoundrel! Unbeknownst to her, Lu Wanyun's heart felt a pang of jealousy. Seeing this, Lin Yu laughed mischievously and said, "My dear beauty, you seem rather displeased with me." As he passed by her, he took the opportunity to give her a playful slap on her perky backside, exclaiming, "Not bad at all. The feel is truly delightful." Infuriated by Lin Yu's audacious teasing, Lu Wanyun was on the brink of explosion. "How dare you take advantage of me? Are you seeking your demise?" she retorted, poised to chase after him. However, Lin Yu was swift, shutting the door to the room just before she could catch him, taunting, "Ha! You can't reach me. I shall be the cause of your fury." Standing outside the door, Lu Wanyun was nearly driven to madness. Yet she could not shake off the recollection of the sensation from Lin Yu's earlier playful slap. Lin Yu's hand felt extraordinarily warm, and as it struck her own buttocks, it was as if a mystical current surged through her entire being. Though she was reluctant to admit it, the sensation was undeniably pleasurable. My heavens, what am I thinking? Have I lost my mind? Meanwhile, Lin Yu truly disregarded her. After finishing his shower, he utterly forgot about Lu Wanyun and neglected to open the door for her. This only served to infuriate Lu Wanyun further. The following day, Lu Wanyun chose not to attend work at the company. The Lu family had acquired the number 3 plot of land due to the untimely demise of Wu Qianquan. The Lu group was poised to embrace an unprecedented opportunity for growth. Thus, she decided to grant herself a 2-day respite. She also arranged a gathering with several close friends at an upscale restaurant renowned for its unique charm to celebrate the occasion. Lu Wanyun, already blessed with a voluptuous figure and striking beauty, enhanced her allure with a meticulous makeup application, rendering her breathtakingly exquisite. Upon witnessing Lu Wanyun's captivating beauty, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile, finding her a delight to behold. Sensing that Lin Yu was captivated by her appearance, Lu Wanyun felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Just as she was about to inquire whether he would like to join her for a meal, Lin Yu's phone received a WeChat voice message from Mu Raoshuang. "Brother Lin Yu, are you free tonight? I would like to treat you to dinner." At the end, she playfully sent a kissing emoji in front of Lu Wanyun. Listening to Lin Yu's gentle voice and gazing at the flirty expression he sent, Mu Raoshuang felt that this marked their first genuine date since confirming their couple status. It was essential to leave a good impression on Lin Yu. Our Raoshuang truly understands. Mu's father was filled with pride and excitement, wishing nothing more than for his granddaughter to marry Lin Yu on the spot and enjoy their wedding night. Meanwhile, Lu Wanyun, witnessing Lin Yu's triumphant demeanor, felt a surge of anger. She stormed out in a huff. "How dare you, Lin Yu? I was planning to bring you along for dinner to deepen our relationship. Yet here you are, flirting with another woman in front of me?" Seeing Lu Wanyun's inexplicable fury, Lin Yu was somewhat bewildered. However, he couldn't be bothered to engage with her, as they were merely in a sham marriage, having agreed not to interfere in each other's private lives. As Lu Wanyun slammed the door behind her, she took a deep breath. "What am I doing? Why am I so angry? Could it be that I actually have feelings for that scoundrel?" Chapter 47 Dinner. Lu Wanyun felt a mix of anger and anxiety. She feared that she might have developed feelings for Lin Yu. At that moment, in a private booth at the restaurant, 2 men and a woman were waiting for Lu Wanyun. Upon her arrival, the 3 welcomed her eagerly. One of the men, named Xie Yibin, came from a large family engaged in the stone business. The other, Bai Junzuo, hailed from a logistics background, possessing a modest fortune. They were university classmates of Lu Wanyun and Beijia, maintaining a good relationship. Moreover, Xie Yibin had always regarded Lu Wanyun as his ideal and had been pursuing her persistently. Tonight, the 4 had gathered to reminisce about their university days. "Wanyun, you look even more beautiful than the last time we met." Xie Yibin's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Lu Wanyun. As soon as they sat down, he promptly presented the carefully hidden roses and gifts to her. "Wanyun, this is a small gift I prepared for you, and I hope you will accept it." At that moment, Beijia played along, teasingly saying, "Xie Yibin, how biased you are. None of us received gifts, only Wanyun." While speaking, she took the gift from Lu Wanyun and dramatically unwrapped it in front of everyone. Her expression exaggerated. "Wow, this is the new Imperial Roman necklace released this month, worth a staggering 300,000. However, Lu Wanyun appeared somewhat embarrassed and politely declined. "Xie Yibin, this gift is too extravagant. I cannot accept it." "Wanyun, it's a gift from President Xie, you should accept it. Earning 300,000 is merely a few days' work for him," Beijia insisted, placing the necklace box into Lu Wanyun's hands, as if to say, "See how I assisted you." At that moment, Bai Junzuo chuckled awkwardly. "Wanyun, our President Xie is far better than that good-for-nothing Lin Yu." Beijia scoffed. "I heard Wanyun say that Lin Yu still relies on his parents, spending old Mr. Lu's money. How shameless! What right does he have to compare with President Xie?" Hearing their remarks, Xie Yibin could not help but smile, standing a little taller. However, Lu Wanyun felt no joy at their disparagement of Lin Yu. Instead, she felt a twinge of irritation. Just then, Mu Raoshuang entered the restaurant, arm in arm with Lin Yu, laughing and chatting. "Is that Lin Yu and Mu Raoshuang?" Lu Wanyun's heart jolted as she saw the 2 enter so intimately. Tonight, Mu Raoshuang wore a violet off-shoulder dress that reached just above her knees, showcasing her porcelain-like skin and long, exquisite legs. She looked perfect. The heart-shaped pendant hung gently around her swan-like neck, beautifully accentuating her alluring curves. To win Lin Yu's favor, Mu Raoshuang applied a touch of makeup, elegant yet regal. The overall appearance was stunning, radiating youthfulness and personality. Even the usually proud Lu Wanyun and Beijia couldn't help but secretly admire Mu Raoshuang's unparalleled beauty. Lin Yu, dressed in a deep red tailored suit, stood tall and exuded an extraordinary aura. He emanated an innate noble charm, his confidence and pride illuminating the room like a dragon appearing, overshadowing everyone else. In Lin Yu's presence, Xie Yibin and Bai Junzuo's charisma seemed to dissipate, completely eclipsed by his brilliance. Truly, they were a pair of golden boys and girls, far too striking. As Lin Yu and Mu Raoshuang walked in hand, the guests couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Raoshuang, everyone is praising your beauty. Lin Yu gently whispered close to her ear, unable to resist inhaling the intoxicating fragrance. Is that so? Mu Raoshuang felt Lin Yu's tenderness, her heart racing uncontrollably. Her body instinctively leaned closer to Lin Yu, and the sweet atmosphere between them grew increasingly intense. Lin Yu reveled in Mu Raoshuang's affection, his smile radiating joy. At that moment, Mu Raoshuang gently remarked, "Brother Lin Yu, let us take our seats. I have already reserved a place for you." As she spoke, their eyes locked, a silent exchange of emotions unfolding. Their gazes sparkled with tenderness, and their smiles held profound significance, drawing envious glances from the surrounding crowd. However, to Lu Wanyun, this scene evoked a pang of bitterness. Is Lin Yu officially on a date with Mu Raoshuang? How could he do this? I have already changed my opinion about you, Lin Yu, and my attitude towards you has also improved. Have you not noticed this at all? The more Lu Wanyun thought about it, the angrier she became, her heart filled with bitterness, which instantly transformed into a blazing fury. Meanwhile, Benigia gazed enviously at Mu Raoshuang. She is the granddaughter of the renowned Dr. Old Mu, a true heiress of a wealthy family. Furthermore, the handsome gentleman beside her is exceedingly attractive. Could he be her boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyun's eyes flickered, her tone heavy. He is Lin Yu. What? He is Lin Yu? Upon hearing Lu Wanyun's words, Benigia straightened up in astonishment, her face reflecting disbelief. She often heard Lu Wanyun speak of Lin Yu, describing him as a layabout, doing nothing of substance. This led Benigia to mistakenly assume Lin Yu was a portly, disheveled man. Little did she expect that the Lin Yu, whom Lu Wanyun painted in such unflattering terms, would turn out to be this dashing and suave. Humph! I despise pretty boys the most. Now that he is with Mu Raoshuang, he must be trying to live off her riches. To spare Lu Wanyun's feelings, Benigia insincerely mocked Lin Yu. Lu Wanyun remained silent, merely nodding in agreement with Benigia's words. Although she incessantly berated Lin Yu in her heart, she felt an increasing pang of sorrow. A hint of pain even arose within her. Do I truly harbor such deep disdain for him? Yet why does my heart ache? Is it envy and jealousy that I feel? Lu Wanyun bit her crimson lip, fervently questioning herself deep within. Opposite her, Xie Yibin secretly rejoiced, sensing an opportunity to win Lu Wanyun's favor. Fortune smiles upon me. If I take this chance to relentlessly belittle Lin Yu, I shall surely win her heart. He could not help but sneer. I suppose Lin Yu's attire tonight and the expenses incurred by Mu Raoshuang are all funded by old Lu's money. This scoundrel is utterly shameless. Lin Yu and Mu Raoshuang also noticed Lu Wanyun. It was Sister Wanyun. Mu Raoshuang immediately recalled the incident where Lin Yu had obtained a fake certificate and entered into a sham marriage with Lu Wanyun, causing a sudden sense of insecurity to envelop her heart. Instinctively, she loosened her delicate grip on Lin Yu's arm. Do not be afraid. Lin Yu gently placed his hand on Mu Raoshuang's hand, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Our rendezvous is sincere and unreserved. We need not concern ourselves with the opinions of others. Mu Raoshuang, feeling Lin Yu's warmth and seeing the resolute expression in his eyes, felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. She once again tightened her embrace around Lin Yu's arm. Witnessing the intimate interaction between Lin Yu and Mu Raoshuang, Lu Wanyun could not contain the fiery indignation swelling within her. This scoundrel truly believes I am no longer alive? Lu Wanyun, consumed by her unbridled anger, called out to Lin Yu in a cold tone, Lin Yu, what are you doing here? Lin Yu cast a glance at her, a smug smile gracing his lips. Can't you see that Ru Shuang and I are on a sweet date? Lu Wanyun, taken aback by Lin Yu's blatant disregard for pretense, erupted in exasperation. Your salary hasn't even been paid. Where do you find the money for dates? You heartless scoundrel. I bet you're squandering Grandpa's money again. Lin Yu Gij hasn't misused Grandpa Lu's funds. Mu Raoshuang interjected, feeling a pang of discomfort at Lu Wanyun's accusations directed at Lin Yu. Lin Yu Gij is quite capable. You truly misunderstand him. Previously, at the clinic, Lin Yu had casually provided guidance that led Mu Raoshuang to cure the wife of Jiangxing's wealthiest man, Li Dongkong. That day, Lin Yu had earned a staggering 100 million in less than half an hour, and even gifted 100 million each to himself and his grandfather. However, Lin Yu paid no heed to Lu Wanyun's escalating fury, simply wrapping his arm around Mu Raoshuang's slender waist as he attempted to depart. Lin Yu, is it? Xie Yibin, witnessing Lin Yu's blatant dismissal of Lu Wanyun, immediately became enraged. Wanyun is speaking to you. What is your attitude? In the face of Xie Yibin's rebuke, Lin Yu merely scoffed dismissively. I am conversing with my fiancée. What business do you, a sycophant, have in this? Upon his arrival, Lin Yu had already discerned the malicious expression on Xie Yibin's face. Without a doubt, this fellow sought to undermine him in hopes of winning Lu Wanyun's favor. Yet, he was sorely mistaken. Lin Yu's mockery instantly infuriated Xie Yibin. Lin Yu, at this moment, Xie Yibin's close friend Bai Junzuo could no longer contain himself and angrily exclaimed, Isn't your manner of speaking rather uncouth? Lin Yu cast a cold glance at her and said, You speak of quality. Do you possess any? He is but a sycophant, and you are not much better, merely a lapdog. Do you think you have the right to target me? Lin Yu's words were remarkably straightforward, leaving Xie Yibin and Bai Junzuo with flushed faces. Xie Yibin took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger to retort, Lin Yu, your hasty departure only reveals your fear of us unmasking your true self, afraid of embarrassing yourself in front of Mu Mainv. Benija and the others could not help but chime in with their mockery. Stop talking about him. He hasn't even received his salary yet. His rush to leave is merely to avoid footing the bill. However, witnessing her friends ridicule Lin Yu in such a manner, Lu Wanyun felt no sense of satisfaction. Instead, a wave of unease washed over her. Lin Yu had just descended from the mountain, unfamiliar with the ways of Jiangxing and devoid of funds. At times, despite her disdain for Lin Yu, she found herself reluctant to mock or ridicule him. After all, Lin Yu had assisted her not just once, but on numerous occasions. Mu Raoshuang felt a profound sense of guilt, her heart aching as she gazed at Lin Yu. Brother Lin Yu, it is all my fault for choosing to dine here. Otherwise, they would not have ridiculed you. My dear, you mustn't shoulder the blame for others' faults. In my eyes, they are as insignificant as ants. Lin Yu gazed into Mu Ro's eyes, filled with tenderness, while simultaneously becoming increasingly confident. Since they wish to embarrass themselves, I shall oblige. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's pretentiousness, Xie Yibin and the others found amusement instead. To purchase this restaurant within 3 minutes? Are you aware of the identity of the owner behind this establishment? This place rivals a 5-star dining experience in value. Lin Yu, Lu Wanyun, taken aback by Lin Yu's audacious boast for the sake of pride, was infuriated. Enough! Do you even comprehend the nonsense you are uttering? In truth, she wished to express that with such grandiose claims, how could she possibly come to his aid? However, Xie Yibin and his companions misinterpreted Lu Wanyun's feelings, believing she harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Lin Yu, thus intensifying their ridicule. Lin Yu, if you lack funds, do not feign extravagance. Hubris invites retribution. The entire assembly is observing you. I am genuinely eager to witness how you extricate yourself in 3 minutes. Lin Yu gazed at the furious expression on Lu Wanyun's face and could not help but smile. He placed the bank card, given to him by old Master Lu, directly in front of her. I haven't spent a single cent of the money within. If you doubt it, feel free to investigate. By the way, I should mention that I am exceedingly wealthy, of a magnitude you cannot even fathom. At the forefront stood the restaurant owner, Zhou Fu, who anxiously surveyed all those present, eagerly inquiring, which one of you is Mr. Lin Yu? At that moment, Lu Wanyun was utterly taken aback, and Xie Yibin and the others were left completely dumbfounded. How could the owner of Recollection Restaurant suddenly appear? Moreover, it had only been a mere 2 minutes. Not even 3. Had he truly purchased the entire establishment? Countless speculations swirled in Lu Wanyun's mind. In that instant, she increasingly realized how enigmatic Lin Yu was. Ha, here I am. Lin Yu observed the restaurant owner, Zhou Fu, whose expression was one of urgency, and calmly spoke. In the next moment, Zhou Fu, accompanied by his staff, hurried over and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. His demeanor was respectful, and his words were sincere, leaving everyone astonished and slack-jawed. Lin Yu merely smiled faintly, casting a glance at Lu Wanyun and the others, whose faces resembled that of withered bitter melons. He then gently embraced Mu Ro's slender waist, saying, "I wish to dine with this beautiful lady. Please arrange for us a quiet and elegant private room." "Certainly, Mr. Lin Yu," Zhou Fu replied with utmost respect, personally guiding Lin Yu to the location. Lin Yu smiled faintly as he passed by Lu Wanyun, casting a glance at Xie Yibin and the others. "By the way, I do not wish to see them. Have them leave," he instructed. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhou Fu's expression changed dramatically, and he promptly commanded the bodyguards to expel Xie Yibin and his companions. At that moment, Lu Wanyun's face turned pale. She looked at Lin Yu with a sense of unfamiliarity, her heart a tumult of emotions. Lin Yu gazed at the pale-faced Lu Wanyun and couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you now comprehend the extent of my abilities?" At that moment, Lu Wanyun appeared as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Previously, she had unjustly accused him of squandering her grandfather's money, and now he must hold her in utter disdain. Overwhelmed by shame, she turned and fled the restaurant, her eyes brimming with tears. Observing Lu Wanyun's despondent silhouette, Mu Ro felt a profound sense of discomfort in her heart. "Brother Lin Yu, Wanyun's expression is quite grim. Perhaps you should check on her? That is her own doing. There is no need to coddle her." Lin Yu gently brushed the tip of Mu Raoshuang's nose, his smile radiating warmth and affection. "But you, so kind-hearted, are you not afraid that someone might take me away?" Mu Raoshuang's cheeks flushed with a lovely hue, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. "That will not happen. Brother Lin Yu is not the kind of person to abandon someone after a fleeting romance." Her expression was resolute and unwavering. Lin Yu smiled warmly, saying, "Let us dine first and not allow those unhappy matters to affect us. Wanyun, do not be upset. That Lin Yu is not a good person and is not worth your anger." Meanwhile, outside, Xie Yibin quickly transformed into a supportive figure, rushing over to console Lu Wanyun, though he dared not mention the humiliation he had just endured. At that moment, Bai Junzuo and Bei Nijia also hurried over to offer their comfort. Seeing her friends so concerned for her, Lu Wanyun's gloomy spirits were slightly lifted. The four of them gathered their emotions and made their way to the 8th floor sports club, hoping to release their feelings through exercise. "Wanyun, look over there," Bei Nijia exclaimed, gripping Lu Wanyun's arm tightly in excitement, her heart racing. "Why are you so excited?" Lu Wanyun followed her gaze, her heart jolting. It was indeed her. The woman they saw was none other than the legendary female warrior of Zhangcheng, Lung Rushuang. Ever since she apprehended the level 1 fugitive known as the bloodthirsty maniac, her fame skyrocketed, becoming the invincible goddess in the hearts of the citizens of Longhua. Furthermore, with her unparalleled beauty and an even more alluring figure than top international models, she was truly a national idol. With a graceful motion, Lung Rushuang bowled a perfect strike, eliciting waves of enthusiastic applause from the crowd. Remarkable, not a single miss. Lu Wanyun couldn't help but join in the fervent clapping. This time, she was determined to find an opportunity to express her gratitude to the female warrior in person. "Oh, is it her?" Lung Rushuang's piercing gaze locked onto Lu Wanyun, and she strode over with long strides. "Oh my, the warrior is coming our way." Bei Nijia's heart raced with excitement, unable to suppress her gasp. Following her were Lung Rushuang's beautiful aide and several high-ranking officials from the city's safety department, further amplifying her commanding presence. The atmosphere was saturated with her formidable aura. What a striking figure. Lu Wanyun felt her heart pounding fiercely. Bei Nijia and Xie Yibin shared the same expression of tension and reverence. As Lung Rushuang approached Lu Wanyun, All eyes turned towards her. If I recall correctly, you must be Lu Wanyun, she stated, her voice melodious yet authoritative. Lu Wanyun nodded quickly, her body trembling slightly. Although she had met Lung Rushuang once before and was the general manager of her group, facing the formidable warrior, she found it impossible to project the confidence of a strong woman. Lung Rushuang had investigated Lin Yu thoroughly, including a comprehensive review of the Lu family and its corporation, thereby knowing that Lu Wanyun was bound by an engagement to Lin Yu, just as she was. What about the man you were with last time? Why isn't he by your side? She casually inquired about Lin Yu, seeking more information regarding the enigmatic figure known as Zero. He is just an acquaintance? Lu Wanyun replied hesitantly. Lung Rushuang frowned slightly, evidently sensing Lu Wanyun's discomfort with the sudden marriage arrangement, suggesting she was oblivious to the details surrounding Zero. The hope of gleaning insight into Zero faded, and a hint of regret appeared on Lung Rushuang's exquisite face, adding to Lu Wanyun's anxiety. Oh no! Has Lin Yu offended the female warrior? If so, will the Lu family be implicated? Gathering her courage, Lu Wanyun ventured. Might I ask, warrior, what business do you have with him? Nothing of great importance, merely trivial matters, Lung Rushuang replied, shaking her head with a sigh, aware that the affairs concerning Zero were classified and could not be disclosed to the public. She cast a glance at Lu Wanyun, offering a faint smile. You need not be anxious. It's nothing serious. Go enjoy yourselves. Farewell. With that, she turned to leave. However, Lu Wanyun summoned her last bit of courage, bowing deeply to her retreating figure. Warrior, thank you for taking care of me the last time I was drunk. Lung Rushuang paused, glancing back slightly. It was merely a chance encounter. There is no need for thanks. Perhaps you are unaware, but it was Lin Yu who saved you from being drugged by Li Zhenjia of the Quality Inspection Department. As for why he concealed the truth from you, I cannot say. You might inquire directly with him. After speaking, Lung Rushuang departed, leaving Lu Wanyun stunned, as if struck by lightning. That time it was Lin Yu who saved me. This cannot be true. Recalling Lin Yu's previous attitude towards her, Lu Wanyun found it hard to believe. He despises me. How could he have saved me? Just as she was about to seek further confirmation from Lung Rushuang, 2 guards blocked her path. The warrior requires rest. Please do not disturb her. It was my rudeness. Lu Wanyun stammered, at a loss for words on how to explain herself. By this time, Lung Rushuang had already left in the elevator with the city officials. Bei Nijia exhaled in relief, then became excited again. So you know the female warrior. The connections of your Lu family are truly impressive. Nearby, Xie Yibin and Bai Junzuo exchanged glances, pondering. No wonder the Lu Corporation has been so fortunate lately. They are backed by a powerful ally. This only served to deepen Xie Yibin's admiration for Lu Wanyun, viewing her as a goddess among goddesses. Yet, Lu Wanyun herself felt a bitter smile creeping onto her face. Her encounter with Lung Rushuang had been mere coincidence, lacking any deep connection. As she mulled over her thoughts, Lu Wanyun couldn't help but recall the incident of being drugged by Li Zhenjia. After that day, I asked Yang Chong and those 4 bodyguards about what happened, but they seemed evasive, as if hiding something from me. With that in mind, Lu Wanyun sought out Yang Chong and the 4 bodyguards directly. Yang Chong and the others, puzzled, asked, Sister Wanyun, why did you gather us all here at night? Are we to protect you while negotiating a big deal? Lu Wanyun fixed her gaze on Yang Chong, stating seriously, Yang Chong, how do I usually treat you? Yang Chong, sensing the gravity in her tone, sobered up. In my eyes, you are like my own sister, and our families have been friends for generations. Lu Wanyun nodded, turning to the 4 bodyguards. I have treated you well, haven't I? The 4 bodyguards nodded vigorously. Absolutely, miss. You have treated us the best. Good. Now tell me honestly, was it Lin Yu who saved me the night I was drugged by Li Zhenjia? At Lu Wanyun's questioning, Yang Chong and the 4 bodyguards exchanged glances, suddenly alert. Lu Wanyun noticed their expressions and pressed on. Tell me, that night, was it Lin Yu who truly came to my rescue? Yang Chong and the 4 bodyguards felt a chill run down their spines. Since Lu Wanyun had already guessed the truth, it seemed unnecessary to continue concealing it. Yang Chong endeavored to overcome his fear of Lin Yu and resolutely decided to reveal everything. Indeed, it was brother Lin Yu who saved you that night. Upon hearing the truth, Lu Wanyun's mind went blank. It was really him. She found it hard to believe, or rather, she was unwilling to accept this reality. Lu, it was indeed brother Lin Yu who saved you that night. The 4 bodyguards spoke in unison. Yang Chong's words are not false. Yang Chong pondered for a moment and began to recount the events. That night, after you were drugged by Li Jinjia, we attempted to take you away but were besieged by his subordinates, who even sought to incapacitate us. The enemy was numerous, and the 5 of us could hardly resist. At the critical moment, brother Lin Yu appeared. He single-handedly faced off against a group of muscular men, and in mere seconds they were all eliminated by him, including Li Jinjia. I assure you, brother Lin Yu is the bravest and most extraordinary person I have ever encountered. Regrettably, you had already lost consciousness and could not witness that spectacular scene. In the end, brother Lin Yu instructed us not to disclose his involvement in your rescue. Upon hearing their account, Lu Wanyun trembled in shock. She never dreamed that her savior would be Lin Yu. Chapter 50. Heartache after learning the truth. Lu Wanyun felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Yet I have always criticized him for his lack of ambition, constantly arguing with him. If it weren't for his secret protection, I might have perished long ago. Reflecting on her past disdain and provocation towards Lin Yu, Lu Wanyun bit her lip, filled with regret. She deeply blamed herself for looking down on Lin Yu, especially after unjustly berating him for spending Grandpa's money. She felt utterly unforgivable. He treated me so well, yet I responded with sarcasm. He must have felt profoundly disappointed. With this thought, tears welled up in Lu Wanyun's eyes. Wanyun, are you all right? Yang Chong asked with concern, noticing her dazed expression. I'm fine. Lu Wanyun quickly wiped her tears and forced a smile. It's nothing. You may leave now. Rest assured, I won't let Lin Yu know about this. Yang Chong and the others exchanged glances, feeling significantly relieved, and then dispersed. However, Yang Chong had other thoughts. What has happened to Wanyun? She seemed a bit despondent. My heavens, could it be that she has been charmed by brother Lin Yu and fallen for him? Should I inform brother Lin Yu about tonight's events? After weighing his options, Yang Chong decided to remain silent. It's best not to stir the pot further, or brother Lin Yu may genuinely become furious with me. After returning home, Yang Chong and the others left, while Lu Wanyun remained alone in the office, lost in her tumultuous thoughts. Should I admit my mistake? Or pretend that everything is normal and that nothing happened? After a fierce internal struggle, Lu Wanyun ultimately resolved that she must apologize to Lin Yu. But would he be willing to accept my apology? However, Lin Yu was not home. The meticulously prepared words of apology had nowhere to go, leaving Lu Wanyun feeling increasingly anxious. Most troubling was the discovery that Lin Yu's belongings and his tattered bag were missing. Oh no, could it be that he has run away from home? Lu Wanyun's heart tightened as she noticed even Lin Yu's slippers were gone. Initially, she thought he had simply gone to meet Mu Raoshuang. Little did she know, Lin Yu had quietly left the Lu residence. This is bad. He must have left out of anger. Lu Wanyun's already heavy heart grew even more frantic. How can I explain this to Grandpa? At that moment, the more joyous her grandfather appeared, the deeper her internal panic became. If Grandpa finds out that I drove Lin Yu away, she could hardly bear to think further. Lu Wanyun felt helpless, racking her brain for a way to explain to her grandfather. But she dared not conceal the truth, so she descended the stairs, filled with unease. Grandpa, there is something I need to tell you. You must prepare yourself. Lin Yu's belongings are all gone. The implication being that Lin Yu had completely left the Lu household. Lin Yu has left our home? Lu Laozi's smile instantly froze. Fury ignited in his eyes. He slammed the coffee table with a deafening bang. Lu Wanyun, what outrageous thing have you done? How could you make Lin Yu leave without even saying goodbye to this old man? Lu Wanyun dared not hide the truth. She confessed how she and several friends had insulted and mocked Lin Yu at the restaurant. She also presented the bank card gifted to Lin Yu by Lu Laozi. Foolishness. Lu Laozi's rage boiled over as he forcefully threw the bank card to the ground. I have warned you multiple times that Lin Yu's willingness to use our Lu family's money is an honor for us. Why do you never listen to your grandfather? Lu Wanyun wept profusely. I tried to contact Lin Yu just now. Grandpa. She sobbed, filled with regret. Yet suddenly, she recalled Mu Raoshuang. Lin Yu had a date with her. Since she could not reach Lin Yu, she decided to contact Mu Raoshuang to find him. After a short while, the call was connected. Lu Wanyun's heart raced with anxiety. Hello, Raoshuang, is Lin Yu with you? Could you please ask him to take the call? Mu Raoshuang, upon hearing this, quickly replied, Sister Wanyun, Brother Lin Yu received a phone call just now and has separated from me. As she spoke, she recalled that Lu Wanyun's expression had been rather poor tonight. After hanging up the phone, Lu Wanyun's mood instantly brightened. It turned out that Lin Yu had not left without a word. She had simply overthought the situation. However, she remained perplexed. Lin Yu was not on a date with Mu Ro? What could possibly be more significant than a first date? Turns out, just 5 minutes ago, Lin Yu received intelligence from Zhou Lei, the second arson suspect in the Lin family fire, also known as the escaped convict Mad Tiger, is about to appear at the Fengxing bar. Upon reading this information, Lin Yu's expression turned icy, and a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Lin Yu certainly would not miss any opportunity to investigate the clues surrounding the inferno that once engulfed the Lin family. Brother Lin Yu, do you have pressing matters to attend to? Please, go and take care of your important affairs. Mu Ro, with her delicate sensibility, did not wish for Lin Yu to be distracted by her concerns. Sensing her understanding, Lin Yu embraced her tightly and planted a fervent kiss upon her lips. Mu Ro felt the blend of Lin Yu's fierce yet tender affection, filling her heart with sweetness. Their romantic relationship had been firmly established, and there would be ample opportunities for dates in the future. As soon as he stepped into the bar, Lin Yu unleashed his perceptive abilities. The ferocious tiger had yet to make an appearance. However, he sensed the presence of 9 formidable martial artists at the pinnacle of their craft, scattered throughout the bar in 9 distinct directions. 7 men and 2 women, all were divine warriors from the Jiangxing War Department. It seemed the War Department had also received word of the ferocious tiger's impending arrival, which added an intriguing layer to the situation. Lin Yu wandered casually through the bar, only to encounter Zhang Manlin, the dear confidant of Mu Raoshuang. At that moment, Zhang Manlin's flowing hair was elegantly gathered with a hairpin, revealing her enchanting collarbone and graceful neck. She donned a form-fitting, deep V-neck purple slip dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure, undeniably captivating the gaze of onlookers. Her long, slender legs were adorned with shimmering pointed high heels, which, under the sultry lights of the bar, further enhanced her allure and elegance. Truly a sight to behold. A subtle smile graced Lin Yu's lips. As Zhang Manlin sat alone, indulging in her drink, numerous men approached her, only to be met with her unyielding rejections. It was evident that her mood was quite dismal at that moment. My dear beauty, would you honor me with a drink? I have already said no. Zhang Manlin replied, her face displaying palpable irritation, ready to dismiss yet another suitor. However, her enchanting eyes suddenly sparkled with delight upon recognizing the newcomer. Lin Yu? Chapter 51. Best Friend. The sight of Lin Yu filled Zhang Manlin's heart with genuine joy. Lin Yu could not help but smile faintly. He perceived Zhang Manlin to be a woman of genuine character, and she treated Ro Shuangye with remarkable kindness. Since the wild tiger had yet to make an appearance, it seemed quite agreeable to share a drink with Zhang Manlin. My dear Manlin, what brings you to drink alone in such solitude? Just as Zhang Manlin was about to reply, her words faltered on the tip of her tongue. In truth, she was aware that this evening marked Lin Yu's first formal date with Mu Raoshuang. Witnessing the closeness between Mu Raoshuang and Lin Yu stirred within her a blend of joy and an inexplicable pang of sorrow. It was neither jealousy nor envy that plagued her, but rather a poignant reflection on the whims of fate. As Mu Raoshuang had articulated, Zhang Manlin's marriage was far from blissful. The couple had long been estranged, rendering their union a mere facade. However, her husband's family, the Liao clan, wielded considerable influence and power. Should Zhang Manlin seek a divorce, it would undoubtedly cast a significant shadow over her husband's family, and she herself would bear a heavy toll. This predicament weighed upon her heart like a formidable shackle. Compounding her turmoil was Lin Yu's presence, which plunged Zhang Manlin into an inescapable infatuation. She had never felt such an intense flutter of emotions. Yet, Mu Roushuang was her closest confidant. Betraying her friend was an unthinkable act. The unfortunate circumstances of her marriage, coupled with her yearning for Lin Yu that remained unattainable, tormented Zhang Manlin's soul, prompting her to seek solace in solitary drinking. Little did she anticipate encountering Lin Yu in this very place. "I am waiting for someone." Zhang Manlin lamentably fabricated a lie, taking a hesitant sip of her wine. Lin Yu discerned the underlying truth with a mere glance and remarked with a smile, "It seems you are not waiting for someone, but rather burdened by melancholy, seeking solace in solitude and drink." A sudden jolt coursed through Zhang Manlin's heart, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Lin Yu and exclaimed, "How did you know?" Lin Yu smiled softly and sat directly beside Zhang Manlin, taking the wine glass from her hand. "The drink in your hand is called Autumn Dusk, characterized by its rich flavor and high alcohol content, which brings a delightful sensation when consumed, possessing the enchanting power to dispel worries. I surmise that you must have consulted the bartender about which beverage could alleviate your troubles, and the bartender recommended this particular drink to you, am I correct?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Manlin's eyes sparkled with surprise and excitement. Even the attractive bartender at the bar couldn't help but glance over, casting an approving look at Lin Yu. Indeed, Lin Yu had completely guessed right. "Do share. What is it that has clouded your spirits?" Zhang Manlin seemed somewhat flustered, instinctively avoiding Lin Yu's gaze. If I were to confess that my melancholy stemmed solely from thoughts of him, she would surely not believe me. Zhang Manlin parted her crimson lips and murmured, "Let us refrain from discussing those distressing topics." Lin Yu seemed to have perceived something. He merely offered a faint smile and did not pursue the matter further. "Please prepare 2 glasses of island breeze for us, and do remember to add plenty of ice," he suddenly instructed the beautiful bartender. Zhang Manlin, intrigued, inquired, "Why order 2 glasses? What kind of drink is this island breeze?" Lin Yu smiled and remarked, "The island breeze is a concoction crafted from milk, pineapple slices, coconut, and whiskey. Unlike the autumn dusk, which can easily lead one to intoxication, it is far more adept at uplifting one's spirits. The reason I ordered 2 glasses is, of course, that I wish to share this delightful experience with you, casting our worries aside." Upon hearing this, the bartender momentarily froze, only to subsequently give Lin Yu a discreet thumbs up. Having worked in the nightclub for so long, she had never encountered a man who understood the hearts of women as profoundly as he did. Zhang Manlin felt a flush creep across her delicate features, her heart racing. Goodness, how does he know so much? And the key is, he is so incredibly handsome. At that moment, Zhang Manlin finally comprehended why Mu Roushuang was so infatuated with Lin Yu. With a smile, she raised her glass and said, "Thank you for accompanying me for a drink." With that, she tilted her graceful neck and drained her island breeze in one go. What a remarkable capacity for drink. Lin Yu laughed heartily and raised his cup to drink. As their gazes met, laughter danced in their eyes. Another cup. The two indulged in several more exquisite wines, and the atmosphere gradually turned delicate. The distance between them drew ever closer. After several drinks, a rosy blush graced the exquisite beauty of Zhang Manlin's face. Amidst the music, the effects of alcohol, and Lin Yu's rapid-fire witty remarks, Zhang Manlin's spirits noticeably lifted, and in her tipsy state, she exuded an enchanting charm and allure. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel at Zhang Manlin's captivating beauty. If Mu Roushuang epitomizes the bashful type of beauty, then Zhang Manlin undoubtedly represents the exuberant allure of femininity. Each of her expressions and every smile radiates a brilliance that is simply irresistible, stirring emotions within any man fortunate enough to behold her. Lin Yu was no exception. Zhang Manlin, tipsy, leaned gently against Lin Yu's shoulder, whispering softly, "Do you know? I drank alone tonight because I envy Roushuang. I miss you too. But I dare not disturb you. My marriage is in shambles. Since I met you, you have illuminated a glimmer of hope in my otherwise dreary life. I am truly captivated by you." Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Although he suspected that Zhang Manlin might have developed feelings for him, he had not anticipated that, in her inebriated state, she would be unable to restrain her heartfelt confessions. Lin Yu did not interrupt. Instead, he served as a patient listener, quietly absorbing the anguish that Zhang Manlin poured forth. He listened intently as she recounted the misfortunes surrounding her engagement. Beneath Zhang Manlin's candid and bold exterior lay a wealth of sorrow, her forthrightness and confidence merely a facade for her vulnerabilities. Lin Yu was overwhelmed with emotions as he gently patted Zhang Manlin's snow-white back. Zhang Manlin, seemingly lost in a dream, could not help but embrace Lin Yu, whispering in a daze, "If this is but a dream, let me forever slumber within it." Lin Yu shook his head with a light chuckle. "Manlin, my dear, it seems your capacity for wine is rather lacking." Yet, at this moment, she appeared not only alluring and charming but also exuded a unique charm. Just then, a middle-aged man approached, accompanied by 4 sturdy men. "Madam, I implore you to conduct yourself with decorum. The chairman has instructed that you must not become overly familiar with other men in public to preserve the family's honor." Zhang Manlin suddenly regained her composure, a hint of sorrow flickering in her beautiful eyes. "He can flirt around freely, and I am denied even the liberty to share a drink with friends? Liao Yong, do not trouble me. I will speak to the chairman myself." Lin Yu suddenly comprehended that not only was Zhang Manlin trapped in an unfortunate marriage from which she could not escape, but she also had to endure the stringent surveillance imposed by the Liao family. Even her freedom to form friendships was subjected to harsh limitations. This was utterly excessive. The middle-aged man named Liao Yong, upon perceiving Zhang Manlin's intent to resist, adopted an abruptly frigid demeanor and sternly warned Lin Yu, "Whoever you are, it would be wise to keep your distance from Our Lady. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." The surrounding patrons hastily retreated, fearful of entangling themselves with the Liao family, observing the unfolding drama from a distance. These individuals were certainly not to be trifled with. "Well then, let this be the end of the evening. I am grateful for your company." His words were laden with a sense of regret. Lin Yu formulated a plan and took the initiative to grasp her delicate hand. The few buffoons were utterly inconsequential. The evening was still young, and I yearned to share several more rounds with you. Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. Zhang Manlin was profoundly shaken. She had never anticipated that Lin Yu possessed such audacity, and a surge of emotion welled up within her. "He has boldly stood by me. I cannot let his efforts go to waste." Zhang Manlin, with her alluring charm and candid nature, surprisingly chose to sit back down, ready to continue the revelry with Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled faintly, regarding Zhang Manlin with newfound admiration. She was indeed a straightforward and loyal woman of remarkable character. However, Liao Yong and his companions felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. "What are you drinking for? Didn't I tell you to get lost?" One of Liao Yong's subordinates bellowed at Lin Yu, forcefully toppling all the exquisite wine on the table to the ground. Chapter 52. Seeking Death. Lin Yu observed the wine bottles scattered across the floor, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "You seem to have a death wish." In an instant, the man shot forth like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the wall several meters away. With a mere wave of his hand, blood erupted from Liao Yong's subordinates, leaving a shocking scene in its wake. "Oh my goodness! A fight has broken out." The bar descended into chaos. Seeking death. "Attack him." Liao Yong's 3 henchmen brandished their daggers, menacingly advancing towards Lin Yu. With another casual flick of his wrist, an invisible yet formidable force sent the trio flying, leaving them gasping and bloodied, much like their fallen comrade. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, realizing this dashing gentleman was indeed a hidden master. In that moment, the crowd's interest and shock towards Lin Yu intensified, especially for Zhang Manlin. She had never anticipated that the carefree and charming Lin Yu possessed such remarkable skills. This was also the first time Zhang Manlin witnessed someone standing up for her against the Liao family. A warm sensation of safety surged within her, causing her beautiful eyes to well with tears. However, Liao Yong's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze now steely. "I didn't expect you to be a martial artist as well." He scrutinized Lin Yu with cold disdain. "Now, allow me to show you the true prowess of the Liao family." With that, Liao Yong let out a deep roar. Tables and chairs were sent flying, and shards of glass scattered everywhere. The aura of a terrifying martial artist engulfed the space, indicating that his skills far surpassed Lin Yu's. "This man is overestimating himself by provoking the Liao family. Isn't this courting disaster?" The murmurs among the onlookers suggested they believed Lin Yu would meet a tragic end. Yet, Lin Yu remained undeterred, striding confidently towards the bar. A glass of whiskey, with ice. The entire room was taken aback. The enemy stood right before him, and yet he dared to indulge in a drink? Such audacity was beyond belief. Zhang Manlin's heart raced, but her faith in Lin Yu remained unwavering. "You insolent fool!" Liao Yong seethed, his murderous intent palpable. Meanwhile, 9 hidden operatives, known as the war god of Jiang City, sensed the impending danger. This unexpected conflict could very well jeopardize their mission to apprehend the fugitive Mad Tiger. Indeed, as Mad Tiger and his accomplices approached the bar, they detected the presence of martial artists within. "Boss, something feels off inside." His fellow escapees became alert. "Humph!" Mad Tiger lowered his gaze, a cold smile forming on his lips. "With our strength, even if we encounter the war god of Jiang City, we are more than capable of handling it. A mere brawl among low-tier martial artists in a bar is nothing to be concerned about." His companions, sensing his ruthless demeanor, displayed wild grins. They were not your average criminals. Mad Tiger's gang craved extreme thrills and derived pleasure from challenging the dignity of the martial arts community, preying upon the weak, and abducting beautiful women. Their heinous deeds were truly egregious. Now, having escaped from a maximum security prison, their desires for revenge and chaos had only intensified. "Let us go and have some fun with the ladies." Despite being over 70 years old, Mad Tiger's cultivation techniques made him appear no older than 40, with a robust physique adorned with large, vibrant tiger stripes, exuding an intimidating aura. The 4 men accompanying him were equally formidable, their eyes brimming with arrogance. As they entered the bar, a heavy atmosphere of oppression enveloped the patrons. Even Liao Yong momentarily set aside his grievances with Lin Yu. The 9 Lives war god of Jiang City was concerned that the ensuing conflict might cause Mad Tiger to flee. To their surprise, Mad Tiger strode in boldly. They exchanged glances, unease settling in. Reports indicated that Mad Tiger was both cunning and cautious. His willingness to enter despite sensing danger indicated one thing: confidence. The patrons trembled, contemplating their fates, while only Lin Yu remained composed. He had sensed Mad Tiger's malevolent energy from 10 kilometers away. Mad Tiger's appearance was entirely within Lin Yu's expectations, and it could be said that he had been awaiting his arrival. "Ah, this bar is indeed filled with stunning beauties. We have come to the right place." Mad Tiger scanned the room, quickly identifying several exquisite models, and commanded, "Take them away." And those in black and white stockings, as well as those voluptuous ladies, seize them all. His burly henchmen grinned wickedly as they approached the women. The expressions of the ladies turned pale, while the other patrons panicked, recalling the recent notorious incidents in Jiang City, where a group of escaped convicts had terrorized the area, abducting and violating numerous women. "Stop!" Mad Tiger's voice suddenly rang out, his gaze locking onto the enchanting Zhang Manlin. "A rare gem indeed. This beauty is simply exquisite. Bring her to me." A scar-faced brute advanced towards Zhang Manlin, his eyes filled with greed. Terrified, she hurriedly hid behind Lin Yu. "Stop!" Liao Yong shouted, his demeanor arrogant. "I implore you to spare us a favor from the Liao family." "Liao family?" Mad Tiger exchanged knowing glances with his men, and they all burst into mocking laughter. The scar-faced one struck Liao Yong down with a powerful punch, then placed a foot on his chest. "Liao family? To us, you're nothing." Liao Yong, shocked by the brute's strength, felt his face pale in fear. "I apologize for my earlier demeanor. You may take Zhang Manlin and do as you wish with her. I only ask that you spare my life." The crowd was stunned. Liao Yong had once been so arrogant towards Lin Yu, yet now he groveled before a stronger opponent, even offering up Zhang Manlin. Furious, she retorted, "Liao Yong, do you still consider yourself a man?" Without a shred of shame, Liao Yong replied, "This scar-faced lord is so formidable. Being taken by him would be an honor. How could I risk my life for a harlot?" He then pleaded with the scar-faced man, "Please, show me mercy." But the scar-faced man remained unmoved. "I'm sorry, but tonight, the beauties are ours, and as for you, I have no intention of letting you go. You were quite disrespectful earlier." With a snap, the scar-faced man stomped down, and Liao Yong's body was left lifeless on the ground. Liao Yong never imagined, even in his final moments, that his fate would culminate here. Lin Yu smiled indifferently. Even if the scarred man did not kill him, he would not spare Liao Yong. Today, Liao Yong was destined to meet his demise. A murder has occurred. The patrons present were filled with dread, screaming in horror. The deceased was Liao Yong, a formidable warrior of the Liao clan. This signified greater peril for the ordinary individuals present. Zhang Manlin had long since turned pale with fear. She could not have anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. Run away. It was unclear who first screamed, but the guests scattered in panic. The music in the bar abruptly ceased. The lights blazed to life. I challenge anyone to flee. With a thunderous roar, the mad tiger's overwhelming presence felt as though a mountain had descended upon them. The crowd trembled in fear, paralyzed and unable to move. Ha ha ha, now that's more like it. The mad tiger grinned wickedly. Scar, bring the beauty to my side. The scarred man laughed lewdly, advancing directly towards Zhang Manlin. My dear, tonight my brother will grant you an experience of unparalleled ecstasy. No. Zhang Manlin was utterly terrified. Yet Lin Yu swiftly shielded her behind him, softly reassuring her. Do not fear. With me here, no one can harm you in the slightest. Upon hearing this, the scarred man nearly burst into laughter. Only one foolish hero has perished, and now another appears? Chapter 53. The Great Battle 2. Since you wish to be a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, allow me to show you the price. Just as the scarred man was about to strike Lin Yu down, halt! At that moment, 9 warriors from the Jiangqing War Department simultaneously released their formidable powers, instantly neutralizing the mad tiger's oppressive aura. Simultaneously, they curtailed all actions of the scarred man. The mad tiger's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the 9 individuals. I thought you were someone of significance. It turns out you are the so-called warriors of the Jiangqing War Department. It seems you have long been lying in wait for us. His subordinates grew vigilant, their gazes turning fierce and menacing. Taking advantage of the standoff, the patrons hurriedly fled the scene. The mad tiger and his men did not obstruct them, their full attention fixated on the 9 warriors. A bloody battle was imminent. However, Lin Yu merely smiled slightly, watching them with keen interest. It appeared that this confrontation was unavoidable. The mad tiger scanned the 9 masters from the Jiangqing War Department, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Run. If you don't escape now, you will lose your lives. Hundreds of patrons quickly evacuated. Yet, Lin Yu did not depart. Instead, he approached the bar and poured himself 2 glasses of exquisite wine. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Zhang Manlin exclaimed anxiously, attempting to pull Lin Yu away. Lin Yu smiled indifferently. You just asked me why I came here. Now, allow me to reveal that my objective is none other than the mad tiger. Moreover, he intends to abduct you. How could I possibly stand idly by? Upon hearing this, Zhang Manlin was taken aback. Is Lin Yu intoxicated? Opposite him stands a ruthless outlaw, a convict who has escaped from prison, a demon with blood on his hands, particularly the fearsome figure known as the Mad Tiger. News reports have proclaimed him as a formidable subordinate of the 3 notorious madmen. At this moment, the Mad Tiger and his companions, along with the 9 battle gods of the Jiangqing War Department, cast their gazes towards Lin Yu. Why are you still here? A battle god's eyes blazed with fury. It's one thing that you nearly jeopardized our plans earlier. Do you now wish to become a burden to us? Lin Yu, with a serene smile, took his seat unperturbed. It remains uncertain who the true burden is. As long as the furious tiger remains alive, I shall not depart. Zhang Manlin, an astute woman, immediately surmised that a deep-seated enmity existed between Lin Yu and the furious tiger. However, the furious tiger found amusement in the confrontation. What audacity from this brash youth! How much counterfeit wine must he have consumed to be so arrogant? Once I have dealt with this pack of War Department mutts, I shall shatter your limbs, and we shall see how boastful you remain. With that, he turned to the 9 war gods of the War Department. You are all worthless. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Upon hearing this, the 9 war gods were instantly consumed by rage. How dare this audacious fool seek to kill us? You shall perish first. In an instant, the 9 launched their assault. The furious tiger's gaze sharpened as he led his 4 companions into battle. One cannot deny the recklessness of these societal scourges. Faced with the combined might of 9 celestial war gods, they exhibited no fear. It is no wonder that the War Department headquarters had issued urgent commands to apprehend them. Allowing them to roam free would surely lead to societal turmoil. Kill. The 4 war gods engaged in one-on-one combat with the 4 companions of the furious tiger, while the remaining 5 united against him. Taste the might of my steel hammer. A burly male war god swung a colossal hammer toward the furious tiger with tremendous force. The air trembled violently, igniting a fierce whirlwind. The sheer power of the strike was undeniable. Yet, the furious tiger merely scoffed, choosing to meet the hammer with his fist. Boom! The clash of their powers sent tables and chairs flying, and glass shattered all around. Ah! The steel hammer war god screamed, as he was violently propelled 10 meters away by the furious tiger's overwhelming strength. Do you think you can match my strength? The furious tiger sneered, eager to deliver a fatal blow. Seeing this, the steel hammer war god's expression changed drastically. Fortunately, at that moment, the 4 war gods rushed to his aid. No matter how many worthless beings come, they remain mere refuse. The furious tiger, far from intimidated, was invigorated. The battle escalated, a whirlwind of blades and shadows, transforming the bar into a wasteland. Lin Yu, this place is terrifying. Zhang Manlin, having never witnessed such a horrific clash, felt her complexion pale and her legs weaken. Do not fear. Lin Yu embraced Zhang Manlin, his eyes brimming with tenderness and confidence. Fear not, for in my arms, no one can harm you. As he spoke, he boldly drained his cup of fine wine. Zhang Manlin, held in Lin Yu's embrace, found her heart steadied in an instant. Initially taken aback, her heart soon raced with fervor. She perceived Lin Yu as a quintessential hero from ancient times, exuding an aura of masculinity and unparalleled dominance. Most importantly, he had taken the initiative to embrace her. Perhaps it was due to her absolute trust in Lin Yu, or perhaps emotions were beginning to stir within her. Zhang Manlin instinctively tightened her grip around Lin Yu's sturdy waist, finding solace against his reassuring chest. Meanwhile, the combatants around them were acutely aware of their surroundings. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's apparent leisure in wooing a woman amidst battle, an impulse surged within them to cease hostilities and eliminate Lin Yu at once. Yet, they could not halt the conflict. They could only unleash their boundless fury upon their adversaries. Consequently, the battle intensified, reverberating throughout the bar. Huge brother, it seems the elite forces of the Jiangcheng War Department are gathering outside, Scarface warned, suggesting that they could not linger here any longer. However, the 9 warriors of the War Department were brimming with excitement. We possess a plethora of strong fighters and advanced weaponry. Victory shall undoubtedly be ours tonight. Yet, the wild tiger merely scoffed, his laughter laced with derision. You celebrate too soon. Before your reinforcements arrive, I am confident I can slay you all. With that, the wild tiger unleashed a thunderous roar, his clothing tearing apart to reveal a muscular physique adorned with tiger stripes, radiating a ferocious aura. Even more alarming was the rapid expansion of his muscles, amplifying his already volatile energy. Oh no, he has concealed his true power. The 9 warriors of Jiangxing observed the wild tiger's surge in strength, their expressions turning grave, hearts pounding in trepidation. They had initially planned to encircle the wild tiger, leveraging their superior numbers. It was evident that he had traversed a tumultuous path to Jiangxing, ruthlessly seizing resources to bolster his strength, and capturing women to enhance his power. Even with a 9-to-1 advantage, victory seemed uncertain. At this moment, only 5 warriors united against the wild tiger, clearly insufficient in firepower. Ha ha ha! The wild tiger reveled in the pale expressions of the 9 warriors, his laughter echoing ominously. With my nefarious techniques, I have amplified my strength. Before me, you are but mere insects. As he cackled, his gaze fixated on 2 striking female warriors, eager to absorb their inner strength. Feeling the wild tiger's greedy and malevolent demeanor, the 2 female warriors instinctively recoiled. The steel hammer warrior and the other 7 felt an overwhelming tension. The situation was dire for the Jiangxing War Department. Lin Yu spoke with a calm demeanor, saying, "Whether you can handle it or not, I am growing increasingly impatient. If it doesn't work, let me take over." Chapter 54. It's him. If it doesn't work, let me take over. Lin Yu's words left the 9 warriors of Jiangqing with ashen faces. You reckless fool. Do you take delight in chaos? Can you not comprehend the dire situation at hand? If you were to engage, the ferocious tiger would reduce you to mere pulp with a single strike. Cease your nonsensical babble and do not disrupt our morale. The steel hammer warrior could not contain his fury, gritting his teeth in anger. However, Lin Yu merely smiled faintly. In that case, let us strive with all our might. Fellow comrades, our only task now is to hold off the ferocious tiger, awaiting the arrival of the esteemed individual our commander spoke of. He is indeed our ultimate trump card in the Jiangqing War Department. The steel hammer warrior exchanged a determined glance with the other 8 warriors. Suddenly, the ferocious tiger made his move. Ha! You pitiful trash! Daring to think you can hold me back? Do you even deserve it? The tiger's grin was menacing as he instantly appeared before the steel hammer warrior, delivering a vicious punch that was both ruthless and cunning. Ah! Caught off guard, the steel hammer warrior let out a horrific cry as he was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing through a wall and hurtling out of the bar. Boom! 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 The tiger's speed was akin to lightning, with his strength escalating in tandem. One by one, he attacked, dismantling them effortlessly. The bar erupted with a cacophony of sounds, leaving devastation in its wake. The 9 warriors of Jiangqing were now bloodied and utterly devoid of combat capability. Ants are but ants, incapable of withstanding a single blow. The tiger spat with utter disdain, his face twisted in contempt. His 4 subordinates could not help but burst into raucous laughter, their arrogance off the charts. Damn it! The steel hammer warrior and the others were overwhelmed with shame and anger. Even more infuriating was the sight of the tiger approaching the 2 injured female warriors, intent on draining their cultivation and inner strength through dark sorcery. Quickly, call upon that esteemed individual for assistance, or we shall surely meet our doom. The steel hammer warrior clenched his bloody teeth and immediately activated the emergency communication. Almost simultaneously, a haunting realization echoed in his mind. How lonely it is to be invincible. The ringtone of Lin Yu's mobile phone rang out, piercing the air with its harshness. The steel hammer god, upon hearing the incessant ringing, felt a surge of fury. Do you not see that we are in a life-and-death struggle with a fugitive? How dare you play music at a time like this? The other 8 warriors glared at him, their eyes filled with resentment, wishing they could strike Lin Yu down on the spot. Lin Yu glanced at the unfamiliar number on his phone, a frown creasing his brow before he promptly hung up. The persistent busy tone emitted from the phone of the steel hammer war god left him in utter frustration. What could that esteemed individual be so occupied with that they would not answer our call? Observing this, the mad tiger could not suppress a sneer. Ha! Where, pray tell, is your so-called powerful ally? Could it be that upon hearing my name, they have become too frightened to show themselves? With a sudden burst of energy, the mad tiger unleashed a ferocious punch, sending a violent wave of true energy toward the steel hammer war god, leaving no room for a plea for assistance. This is bad. The steel hammer war god's expression changed drastically as he exerted every ounce of strength to barely evade the attack. Yet he was still sent flying several meters by the residual force. Steel hammer. The 8 war gods of Jiangqing wore grave expressions, but their severe injuries rendered them powerless to assist. Coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, Steel Hammer seized the opportunity to distance himself from the mad tiger and attempted once more to contact the mysterious reinforcements. As he pressed the dial button again, Lin Yu's phone rang once more. Invincibility can be such a profound solitude. What the hell? The 9 war gods were on the brink of collapse when a sudden realization struck them. No, something is amiss. Lin Yu held Zhang Manlin in one arm while sipping wine with the other. His phone remained on the table throughout. Just moments ago, during the 2 calls for help, Lin Yu's phone rang simultaneously. Could it be? An overwhelming sense of shock and disbelief surged within them. Hello. Lin Yu casually picked up his phone to answer the call. Reporting, my lord. The voice of the steel hammer war god trembled as he spoke into the synchronized phone call. We have encountered a fugitive ambush and urgently require assistance. I have seen it. Lin Yu slowly nodded, casting a smile towards Steel Hammer and his companions, revealing an expression of both helplessness and disdain. Leave the rest to me. Boom! Steel Hammer and the others were struck as if by lightning, their spirits shaken. Who could have imagined that the Lin Yu before them was, in fact, the esteemed Master Zero, the secret trump card of the Zhangcheng combat unit? He had been among us all along. We were the jesters. The most astonished of all was Zhang Manlin. My heavens! Although she was somewhat tipsy, she immediately deduced that Lin Yu was indeed the formidable reinforcement that Steel Hammer and his comrades had long awaited. A flood of realizations surged through her mind regarding everything that had transpired today. No wonder Lin Yu was able to rescue Rao Shuang's father. No wonder Lin Yu claimed that his target was the Mad Tiger, because he was a member of the combat unit and of high standing. In that instant, everything became crystal clear. She never would have anticipated that this gentle and humorous man concealed such a terrifying identity. Lin Yu. Zhang Manlin's lips quivered slightly, her speech faltering. Are you frightened? Lin Yu gazed into Zhang Manlin's astonished eyes, revealing a gentle smile. After a brief pause, he promised, we shall continue our drinking shortly. With that, he strode directly towards the group of wild tigers. Zhang Manlin watched Lin Yu's immensely confident figure. Her lips pressed tightly together and her legs clenched in agitation. Though her body remained rooted in place, her heart had long since been led away by Lin Yu. Across the way, the wild tiger leader, upon seeing Lin Yu step forward, exchanged knowing glances with his subordinates before bursting into laughter. I expected reinforcements to be figures of significant standing from Zhangcheng, perhaps even those old men. A flicker of anxiety crossed my mind, but I never anticipated you would bring a fool as your strongest support. This is utterly hilarious. Their laughter echoed, tears of mirth welling in their eyes. Meanwhile, Steel Hammer and his companions wore expressions of profound embarrassment. They too had not foreseen that the so-called strongest reinforcements would be Lin Yu. Upon their initial meeting, they had dismissed him as merely a low-tier martial artist. Given his youth, how could he possibly be the formidable Zero Lord? Had there been a grave misunderstanding? Steel Hammer and his companions exchanged glances, filled with doubt and trepidation. If this were indeed a mistake, their entire group might face utter annihilation. Snap! Lin Yu paid no heed to their thoughts. With a casual elegance, he lit a cigarette and slowly declared, Killer Tiger, I offer you the opportunity to kneel. Upon hearing this, Killer Tiger's grin twisted into a derisive sneer, swiftly contorting into a face of fury. You expect me, Killer Tiger, to kneel before you? Who the hell do you think you are? The scar-faced men shared a similar expression of menace. Brother, do not waste your breath on this fool. Allow me to end him with a single strike. Upon hearing these words, Steel Hammer and the others were gripped by an overwhelming tension. To eliminate an ordinary person would require no more effort than a mere puff of breath. Lin Yu merely glanced at him before casually waving his hand. Bang! Before Scar could react, an overwhelming force shattered him into a mist of blood. At that moment, a golden flame appeared out of thin air, instantly consuming the blood mist entirely. The unfortunate Scar was obliterated, both body and spirit. Hiss! Everyone was petrified by this scene, their eyes wide with terror. Even the mighty tiger was gripped by fear. It was over. They had encountered a true harbinger of death. However, for Steel Hammer and the others, the spectacle was profoundly uplifting. The intelligence had been accurate. He was indeed the Zero Lord mentioned above. In their exhilaration, several tough men were moved to tears. Lin Yu, Zhang Manlin was equally enchanted, completely captivated by Lin Yu's heroic image and extraordinary prowess. Such a Lin Yu, utterly magnificent. With Lin Yu's powerful intervention, the battlefield's dynamics shifted in an instant. Brother Tiger, what shall we do? A few escapees turned pale, their gazes fixed on Lin Yu, anxiously inquiring of the furious tiger. Huh? Where has Brother Tiger gone? They looked around desperately, only to find that Tiger had long since vanished. Damn it! Did Brother Tiger flee alone? The crowd was engulfed in panic. Steel Hammer and the war gods were equally astonished. Who would have thought that this tiger was so cunning? He had managed to escape while everyone was still reeling. Chapter 55. Rest assured, with such a villainess' profound cultivation and ruthless nature, should he escape, countless innocent women would undoubtedly fall victim. He would certainly seize the opportunity for revenge, and the consequences would be dire. No one can escape from my grasp. Lin Yu flashed a wicked smile, his left hand grasping at the void. Steel Hammer and the others looked on in skepticism. The speed at which Tiger fled was astonishing. In mere seconds, he had vanished hundreds of meters away. Coupled with the bustling city's towering buildings and throngs of vehicles, he had countless opportunities for concealment and escape. Capturing him would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, just as everyone believed Lin Yu could not possibly apprehend Tiger, the surrounding air and space began to twist into a colossal vortex. Whoosh! A massive gravitational force instantly generated a miniature black hole beside Lin Yu. Moreover, the black hole faintly shimmered with mysterious runes, exuding an enigmatic aura. Meanwhile, in another area, Tiger was sprinting with all his might, secretly reveling in his luck. No matter how formidable you are, Lin Yu, you cannot surpass my years of experience navigating the underworld. When it comes to evasion, I, Tiger, am a master among masters. The moniker of Tiger not only stems from his wild nature but also from his robust and agile physique, running with the ferocity of a mountain beast. However, just as he was basking in his triumph, a massive dark vortex suddenly appeared directly in front of him. Like the gaping maw of an abyss, it mercilessly engulfed him. Tiger barely had time to react before being drawn into its depths. He felt darkness envelop him, and when he next opened his eyes, he wondered, "What has happened to me?" Confusion flooded his mind. Unknown forces and sheer terror caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. He was nearly paralyzed with fear. Yet, all of this was witnessed by Steel Hammer and the 9 war gods. Each of their pupils was filled with incredulous shock. It could even be described as a dual assault on their minds and vision. They beheld the mysterious and inscrutable power of the runes, the bizarre spatial distortions, and the surging aura of celestial energy. All of this involuntarily led them to associate it with a term that existed only in ancient legends: immortal techniques. Lin Yu has just demonstrated a celestial technique. So, is Mr. Lin a formidable cultivator? The few men surrounding Steel Hammer exchanged glances, taking a deep breath in unison. At this moment, the realization dawned upon them. The reason why Lin Yu was referred to as Jiangqing's strongest trump card was that he was a cultivator, transcending the realm of mortals. He was also the ultimate master of all martial arts. Lin Yu, although Zhang Manlin understood little of the intricacies, she too was profoundly shaken by the scene before her. She never anticipated that the man she admired possessed such unfathomable strength. The man she cherished was indeed so powerful. Yet, Lin Yu appeared utterly unperturbed, leisurely smoking a cigarette. Was it merely a minor celestial technique? Why the excessive fuss? Meanwhile, on the other side, the ferocious Tiger and his subordinates, fully aware of their hopeless escape, resolved to take desperate measures. They attempted to seize Steel Hammer and the other warriors as hostages, hoping to grasp a sliver of survival. The moment their gazes met, they lunged towards Steel Hammer and the other warriors. "This is bad. They intend to take us hostage." The expressions of Steel Hammer and the others changed dramatically, but before their thoughts could fully form, they witnessed the opponents' bodies erupt, transforming into billowing clouds of crimson mist, akin to blood-red fireworks. Clearly, this too was Lin Yu's handiwork. Steel Hammer and the others were once again astounded, their gazes filled with gratitude toward Lin Yu. "Lord Zero, once again he has saved us." As for the ferocious Tiger, his fate was even grimmer, bordering on the realm of despair. His limbs were severed at the roots, and even the 5th appendage was a mangled mess. He lay submerged in a pool of his own blood. "My hands, my feet, my very essence." He writhed in agony, howling pitifully, having long lost his previous arrogance and bravado. "I offered you the chance to kneel and beg for mercy, yet you failed to appreciate it. With your worthless existence, how dare you attempt to snatch away the beautiful Manlin from me? What audacity do you possess?" Lin Yu's words resonated deeply within Steel Hammer and the others, sending tremors through their hearts. Fortunately, they had not genuinely offended him earlier. Otherwise, the repercussions would have been unimaginable. At this moment, they regarded Lin Yu with the reverence one would afford a deity. "Lord Zero, What course of action shall we take regarding the mad tiger? Steel Hammer and his 9 companions, enduring intense pain, approached Lin Yu with utmost respect. Lin Yu's gaze was cold and indifferent as he fixed his eyes upon the wild tiger, his voice frigid. 5 years ago, the Lin family mansion in Jiang City was engulfed in flames. Who instigated you to commit such an atrocity? The revelation twisted Wild Tiger's face with fury. Since my demise is imminent today, why should I divulge the truth to you? I shall carry this secret to my grave. You will never uncover the reality. If you seek the truth, come find me on the road to the underworld. Ahahaha. In the face of Wild Tiger's maniacal laughter, Steel Hammer and his companions were filled with wrath. Impudent rogue! How dare you show such disrespect to Lord Zero? However, a hint of disdain and contempt curled at the corners of Lin Yu's mouth. Wild Tiger, do you truly believe I am powerless against you? As the words left his lips, with a swift motion of his hand, Lin Yu unleashed a mysterious beam of white light that penetrated directly into the mind of the mad tiger. In an instant, the mad tiger's consciousness was invaded by this radiant force, allowing Lin Yu to rummage through the depths of his inner secrets. The mad tiger was overwhelmed by an unprecedented mental torment, a suffering far surpassing any physical wounds. The Steel Hammer and his companions were taken aback, realizing that Lord Zero possessed the formidable ability to forcibly extract memories from others. The spectacle was nothing short of terrifying, leaving them in awe. Upon returning, they would undoubtedly boast to their peers about having witnessed Lord Zero's extraordinary powers firsthand and having fought alongside him. Such an honor would serve as a lifelong source of pride. Soon, the mad tiger lay vacantly on the ground, having succumbed to excessive blood loss and completely lost his fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Steel Hammer and the others refrained from making any rash movements, awaiting Lin Yu's instructions with bated breath. Lin Yu has acquired the clues he sought from the ferocious tiger. The tiger is but a mere pawn on the chessboard, or merely an executor of orders. In the past, the underworld had placed a substantial bounty, demanding that the Lin family be set ablaze at a specific time. The ferocious tiger was indeed the executor who accepted this commission. However, at that time, the tiger had already attained mastery in the heavenly realm. Why then, did he stealthily resort to arson against the Lin family? Such an anomaly surely harbors sinister motives. Regardless, my investigation has progressed further. Now, it suffices to identify the individual who issued the bounty, and the truth shall inevitably come to light. Lin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart and promptly contacted Zhou Lei, instructing him to investigate matters pertaining to the underground world's bounty organizations. You shall take the wild tiger away, he commanded. Lin Yu slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. One of the 3 notorious madmen, the Northern Martial Maniac, is poised to make an appearance in the coastal industrial district of Jiangqing. You are to proceed with reconnaissance. Upon hearing these words, Steel Hammer and his companions were invigorated. This was a significant and pivotal piece of intelligence. Should the War Department succeed in capturing the Northern Martial Maniac, all involved would earn illustrious accolades for their valor. Lord Zero, we are immensely grateful. Steel Hammer expressed his thanks repeatedly, overwhelmed with excitement. He could not suppress a cough that drew blood. The remaining 8 warriors were similarly gravely injured, their conditions dire. Although Lin Yu harbored disdain for them, upon reflecting on their spirit of sacrificing themselves for the nation that night, he nonetheless infused them with a breath of ethereal essence. With a swift motion, this celestial energy surged into their bodies, rapidly stabilizing their heart meridians and qi. This not only prevented the deterioration of their injuries, but also safeguarded their cultivation and foundation, bringing them a profound sense of relief. Gratefulness filled the hearts of Steel Hammer and his companions as they bowed deeply once more, their gratitude evident in their demeanor. Enough, the matter is settled. You may depart. Lin Yu gently waved his hand, directing his gaze towards Zhang Manlin as he approached her. Zhang Manlin found herself captivated by the handsome man drawing near, her heart racing uncontrollably. His impressive chest rose and fell with each breath, a testament to his striking presence. This evening, Lin Yu's display of tenderness, humor, and fearless valor completely won her heart. Lin Yu paused before her with a smile, the trouble seemingly resolved, though the prospect of drinking together was lost. Lin Yu. Zhang Manlin gazed at him, her eyes brimming with deep affection. Even without the wine, I find myself intoxicated. I apologize. I cannot restrain myself any longer. With that, she rose onto her toes, pressing her alluring red lips against Lin Yu's. Chapter 56. Turmoil of the heart with a soft pop. Their lips met, producing a sound thick with ambiguity. This moment, even for the battle-hardened Lin Yu, who had triumphed countless times in the arena of emotions, was a jolt to his senses. Before Zhang Manlin's soft and enchanting lips, coupled with her intoxicating fragrance, he found himself momentarily stunned. This was not merely a physical delight, but a spiritual ecstasy as well. After all, Zhang Manlin was a close confidant of Mu Raoshuang, their bond akin to that of sisters, which only heightened the thrill of the encounter. Meanwhile, from a distance, Steel Hammer and his companions bore witness to this scene, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe. Soon, the 7 male warriors directed their gazes towards Lin Yu, filled with envy and admiration. Lin Yu is not only exceptionally skilled but also remarkably handsome. At this moment, the beautiful Zhang Manlin is not only willing to initiate a kiss, but also desires to entrust everything to Lin Yu. Countless men yearn for her affection, yet Lin Yu alone captures 99% of that desire. How can one not feel envious? The 2 female warriors gaze upon Zhang Manlin with envy, admiring her ability to kiss Lin Yu. Not only has he conquered Zhang Manlin, but he has also left them utterly captivated. What woman does not adore a hero, especially one as strikingly handsome as he? At this moment, regardless of gender, all eyes are fixed upon the kiss shared by this pair of lovers, their gazes filled with profound admiration. Lin Yu took a slight step back, his expression a blend of astonishment and barely concealed pride. How did you suddenly kiss me with so many people around? He gestured with his eyes for Zhang Manlin to observe their surroundings. Following his gaze, Zhang Manlin looked around and discovered that Steel Hammer and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Manlin's elegant face instantly flushed crimson, her countenance brimming with shyness. Steel Hammer and the others also felt exceedingly awkward and hastily suppressed their pain as they made a swift exit. Lord Zero, we shall take our leave. You may continue. Upon hearing this, Zhang Manlin's embarrassment deepened even further. Lin Yu's lips curled into a faint smile as he gently inquired, Manlin, have you perhaps indulged a little too much? I'm not drunk, Zhang Manlin hurriedly refuted, her gaze flickering with a myriad of emotions. I cannot fathom why I am being so audacious. Yet, I find myself unable to avert my gaze from you. With my eyes closed, your visage fills my mind. Just like in this very moment, I am once again losing control. Before her words could fully dissipate into the air, Zhang Manlin rose onto her tiptoes once more, passionately capturing Lin Yu's lips with her own. Simultaneously, her arms encircled his neck, pressing her fiery form against him. Lin Yu was enveloped in a tight embrace, feeling the gentle warmth of Zhang Manlin's tongue. That sweet sensation instantly filled his entire being. Manlin, although Lin Yu is a cultivator, he fervently pursues freedom and spontaneity. His celestial master often reminds him, all things in the world may be forsaken, but one must never betray the beauty of a woman. Thus, in this moment, Lin Yu cannot betray his own convictions and neglect this fervent emotion. At this instant, Zhang Manlin trembles as if struck by an electric jolt. The ethereal aura emanating from Lin Yu enveloped her, making her feel as if she were floating among the clouds, nestled in his embrace. Zhang Manlin's marriage was far from blissful, her long-suppressed emotional and physical needs having been stifled for far too long. In that moment, Lin Yu's kiss and embrace ignited a spark within her, allowing her to momentarily forget that Mu Raoshuang was her closest confidant. Lin Yu, her eyes were filled with deep affection and bewilderment, her breath becoming increasingly rapid, her demeanor both enticing and enchanting. Manlin, faced with such a captivating beauty, Lin Yu felt a surge of passion coursing through him, the fire of the Qilin kidney igniting fervently. However, as fate would have it, just then, Zhang Manlin's phone rang out unexpectedly, the tune strikingly fitting, a pop song titled Best Friends. It was a ringtone she had specifically set for Mu Raoshuang. Upon hearing the melody, Mu Raoshuang's image instantly flashed in Zhang Manlin's mind, abruptly pulling her from the throes of passion and compelling her to break the kiss with Lin Yu.
No.
How could I act this way? She retreated a few steps, flustered, and hurriedly answered the call. "Hello, Raoshuang. Manlin, you promised to call me. Have you forgotten?" Came Li Raoshuang's mildly reproachful voice from the other end. "You aren't drinking alone again, are you? Remember, you can't drink without me." Zhang Manlin glanced at Lin Yu beside her, anxiety stirring within her. "No, that's not it. I didn't go drinking. I must have dozed off from being too tired today." Li Raoshuang's voice softened slightly. Then she excitedly continued, "Manlin, I have wonderful news. I'm going on a date with Lin Yu tonight. I'm so happy. I can't sleep from the excitement." Ah? Zhang Manlin had already known about this, but it was accompanied by an inexplicable bitterness. "That's truly wonderful. I'll call you back after I finish my shower." With that, she hastily hung up, her heart heavy with guilt and mixed emotions towards Mu Raoshuang. What am I doing? Regret filled her heart. Yet when she looked at Lin Yu, her beautiful eyes concealed an attachment that was hard to relinquish. "This is all my fault. Please, do not tell Raoshuang about tonight. I am truly sorry." As she spoke, she hurried away, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Manlin." Lin Yu gazed at Zhang Manlin's departing figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He realized that he had inadvertently stirred the emotional maelstrom between Mu Raoshuang and Zhang Manlin. Lin Yu considers herself to be carefree and spontaneous, with a clear distinction between love and hate. However, the emotions she shares with her close friends are far from simple. They may make sacrifices for the sake of their friendship, choosing to let go in order to support one another. If not handled delicately, Lin Yu risks causing harm to these two women. Her master often says that among the myriad challenges in life, none are more difficult to navigate than matters of the heart. Lin Yu softly sighed, having gained a deeper understanding and insight into the worldly trials mentioned by his master. The trials of the mortal realm not only involve the exploration of profound love and beauty, but also the pursuit of true freedom in life. The matters of the heart serve as one such test. Old Master Lu had spent the night awake, and upon seeing Lin Yu's return, he hurriedly stepped outside to greet him, his eyes filled with concern. Lin Yu smiled gently and asked, "Why are you still awake at this late hour, Mr.?" Lu's face was etched with concern. "Is it not because I worry you might be hurt? I am fully aware of the ridicule you faced from Wan Yun and her friends at the restaurant. You must be quite upset, aren't you?" As he spoke, Mr. Lu raised his voice towards Lu Wan Yun inside the room. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and apologize to Lin Yu. Do you wish to drive me to my grave?" Lu Wan Yun shot an angry glare at Lin Yu and reluctantly approached him. "Lin Yu, I am truly sorry, Mr. Lu then added, "Xiao Yu, I have already reprimanded Wan Yun. She understands her mistake now. For the sake of this old man, could you find it in your heart to forgive her this once?" Lin Yu did not even cast a glance at Lu Wan Yun, merely offering a smile to Old Master Lu. "Grandfather Lu, I truly have not taken this matter to heart. The wind outside is quite strong. Allow me to assist you inside." Sensing Lin Yu's magnanimity, a weight was lifted from Old Master Lu's heart. He then grasped Lin Yu's hand tightly, exclaiming, "Xiao Yu, you are truly a filial and sensible child." Lu Xingping, Lu Wanyun's mother, observed Lin Yu's filial demeanor with immense satisfaction. She could not help but gently chide Lu Wanyun. "Look at Lin Yu. His demeanor is so commendable and he is so devoted. You must not let him slip away." Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyun's face flushed crimson, her expression exceedingly awkward. Indeed, this fellow. Lu Wanyun's spirits plummeted. Yet, recalling Lin Yu's act of saving her, her resentment and displeasure diminished significantly. A subtle sense of gratitude even began to blossom in her heart. At this moment, Lu Wanyun's feelings towards Lin Yu were extraordinarily intricate. Xiao Yu, Chapter 57, wept. Oh, Lin Yu was acutely aware that Old Master Lu was testing his capabilities. However, he also harbored his own schemes. He wished to withhold his true identity to prevent Old Master Lu from becoming even more reluctant to let him depart from the Lu family in the future. If Lu Wanyun were to develop feelings for him, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. This simply would not do. It would be too troublesome. Lin Yu responded without hesitation. "Grandpa Lu, the truth is that the funds I possess were provided by the city's wealthiest man, Li Dongkong. He entrusted me with 100 million for the medical expenses of his wife. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Lu was taken aback, astonished by the unexpected closeness between Lin Yu and Li Dongkong, the richest man in Jiangqing. However, he quickly presented his own golden card, saying, Xiao Yu, take this card. Grandpa Lu, there is no need for that. Lin Yu smiled faintly, accepting the card and placing it before Lu Wanyun. Wanyun seemed to care deeply about this bank card. Grandfather Lu, you should just give it to her. Lu Wanyun was no fool. She naturally detected the sarcasm in Lin Yu's words, feeling a mix of shame and anger. Without hesitation, Lu Wanyun took the card, her smile appearing exceedingly insincere. Lin Yu, I am truly grateful to you. You are far too courteous. In Lin Yu's eyes, there was nothing but disdain, as if to say, I mock and ridicule you, so what? Splendid. Now that the misunderstandings between you, a married couple, have been resolved, your grandfather, can rest easy. Old Master Lu gazed at Lin Yu with eager anticipation. Xiao Yu, strive diligently. May your grandfather soon hold his great-grandson in his arms. I shall do my utmost. Lin Yu smiled, deliberately casting a glance at Lu Wanyun. The matter of having children requires her cooperation. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyun shot him a fierce glare. You've just finished a date with Mu Rou, and now you wish to seduce me? Shameless. Indecent. After returning to her room, Lu Wanyun hastily shut the door. Observing this, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, a playful smirk gracing his face. Are you so eager to engage in this game of procreation with me? Don't flatter yourself. Lu Wanyun, her face flushed with anger, demanded. Tell me honestly, did you secretly rescue me the last time I was drugged at the hotel? Where did you hear that? Lin Yu inadvertently engaged in a profound conversation with Lu Wanyun. Casually shedding his outer garment, he prepared to bathe. Lu Wanyun, relentless in her pursuit, swiftly positioned herself before Lin Yu, blocking his path. Tell me the truth, she exclaimed with a chuckle. Lin Yu chuckled softly. Even if it is me, what of it? Do you intend to pledge your body and soul to me? As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Yu suddenly leaned closer to her. Lu Wanyun, startled as if struck by lightning, instinctively recoiled. However, she inadvertently tripped over the carpet, losing her balance and toppling backward. Ah! Lu Wanyun exclaimed in alarm. Lin Yu reacted swiftly, extending his arm to securely embrace Lu Wanyun's slender waist. With a graceful turn, he positioned his own body as a support for her. Bang! Thump! Thump! At that moment, the sound of their heartbeats resonated remarkably clearly in the tranquil air. Their gazes locked for a full 3 seconds. Just then, the door that Lu Wanyun had previously closed failed to latch properly and swung open by itself. Coincidentally, her mother, Lu Xingping, happened to pass by. The scene of Lin Yu and Lu Wanyun tightly embracing one another was fully witnessed by her. Oh my! The sight of her mother's wide-eyed astonishment made Lu Wanyun's face turn crimson with embarrassment. She hurriedly attempted to rise from Lin Yu's embrace, only to inadvertently tumble back into his arms once more. I didn't see anything. I merely happened to pass by, Lu Xingping said with a benevolent smile as she swiftly made her way to her room. How quickly she seemed to have reconciled with Lin Yu. Mother. Please don't misunderstand. Lu Wanyun tried to catch up and explain, but Lu Xingping cast her a knowing glance, signaling her understanding, and then smiled as she closed the door behind her. Lu Wanyun felt on the verge of tears, while Lin Yu wore a similarly despairing expression. This was a disaster. A significant misunderstanding had arisen. Lu Wanyun's mother would undoubtedly inform grandfather Lu of this incident, leading them to mistakenly believe that he had been intimate with Lu Wanyun. If that were indeed the case, leaving the Lu family would become exceedingly difficult. Humph! Lu Wanyun glared at Lin Yu with an expression full of fury. It was clearly him taking advantage of her, yet he acted as if he were the more wronged party. Tell me honestly, was it you who saved me last time at the hotel? Yes. Lin Yu's mind was in turmoil, consumed with thoughts on how to explain to Grandpa Lu and Lu Xingping. At that moment, he was utterly preoccupied with other matters. Confronted by Lu Wanyun's inquiries, he, however, realized, upon regaining his composure, that it was too late. Indeed, Lu Wanyun had heard Lin Yu confess that he was the one who saved her, and she was engulfed in shock. What was even more alarming was the glimmer of gratitude that welled up in her eyes, causing Lin Yu to be seized by an overwhelming fear. Good heavens! Lu Wanyun was moved by me? This simply cannot be. I truly do not wish to be entangled with you in any manner. If you fall in love with me, I shall be driven to despair. I asked, why are you in tears? Lin Yu inquired cautiously, have I not shed a tear? Lu Wanyun maintained her haughty demeanor on the surface, yet discreetly turned away to surreptitiously wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. With her back turned to Lin Yu, her voice was laden with sorrow. I have always looked down upon you, openly mocking you on numerous occasions. Yet, why do you still choose to save me? Lin Yu unusually stuttered, well, you are the eldest granddaughter of Grandpa Lu. Assisting you is something I would prefer to avoid, as I do not wish to see him distressed. Moreover, even if I were merely a passerby encountering such a situation involving drugging, I would still intervene to offer my aid. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyun fell silent for a moment, her gaze deepening with contemplation. So, even if I am not the eldest daughter of the Lu family, you would still rise to the occasion in the face of such peril, would you not? Lin Yu nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, even if the other party were a mere pig, I would still extend my hand to save them. However, what took Lin Yu by surprise was that Lu Wanyun suddenly began to sob with a sense of grievance. Lin Yu, even though we are merely a couple in name, sharing the same roof and dining together, how could you compare me to a pig? Do I appear so insignificant in your eyes? I am not only the female president of the corporation but also the belle of the university during my college days. Even the astute Lin Yu could not have anticipated that Lu Wanyun would pose such an unreasonable question. Just how intricate could this woman's thought process be? Despite being two distinct topics, how could she conflate them so seamlessly? Well, in a moment of helplessness, Lin Yu could only force a bitter smile, acknowledging, in truth, you are not entirely without merit in my heart. Then tell me, reveal it to me at once, what do I truly signify to you? Lu Wanyun, with tears glistening in her eyes, leaned closer to Lin Yu, her emotions surging. The distance between them was less than 10 centimeters, their breaths almost intertwining. Chapter 58. Do not love me. Lu Wanyun, with tearful eyes, appeared incredibly captivating, pressing Lin Yu to clarify his feelings for her. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to kiss me? Lin Yu quickly stepped back, anxiously exclaiming, what has caused her to behave this way all of a sudden? Well, you are my fictitious wife, a beautiful one at that. Moreover, you are my superior at work. I believe I have expressed myself quite clearly. Lu Wanyun pondered for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction. You do possess a certain self-awareness. My perception of you has shifted. In truth, you are not as bothersome as I once thought. Hearing this, Lin Yu remained silent, his face adorned with a bitter smile, his heart troubled. What has prompted this sudden fondness for me? If you find me agreeable, does that not mean the old man will prevent my departure even more? It's getting late. I shall take a shower. Lin Yu, weary of the chaotic matters at hand, made his way directly to the bathroom. However, Lu Wanyun suddenly let out a soft giggle. Lin Yu, thank you for saving me last time. Her cheeks were flushed, and her gaze was imbued with a gentle smile of gratitude. Yet, there lingered an indescribable complexity of emotions on her face. It was evident that Lu Wanyun's gratitude toward Lin Yu was genuine and heartfelt. Thud. Lin Yu's heart raced. What? Does Lu Wanyun have feelings for me? No way. Such an absurd scenario must not come to pass. Haha. Lin Yu immediately feigned a frivolous demeanor. Your token of appreciation is rather paltry. It would be more fitting for you to offer your very self. Indeed, this statement instantly ignited fury in Lu Wanyun's eyes. You must be dreaming. With that, Lu Wanyun forcefully shoved Lin Yu into the bathroom and shut the door behind him. Seething with rage, she stood outside, muttering curses under her breath. You just finished a date with Mu Ro and now expect me to offer myself? What do you take me for? This scoundrel is nothing but a lecher, shameless and vile. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. In a fit of frustration, she kicked the door, venting her discontent towards Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Lin Yu in the bathroom was thoroughly amused. Ah, just as it should be. Do not fall for me. As long as Lu Wanyun maintains her aversion towards me, This marriage proposal is bound to fail. At that point, leaving the Lu family won't be so embarrassing. The following morning, upon seeing Lin Yu still sound asleep on the sofa, Lu Wanyun's irritation reached new heights. It's time for work. Get up. Good-looking, yet a parasitic boss. Lin Yu rubbed his eyes and, after a brief wash, descended to the dining area for breakfast. His mother, Lu Xingping, warmly served him eggs and poured milk. Xiao Yu, make sure to drink plenty of milk to replenish what you consumed last night. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's body trembled, nearly causing the bowl to slip from his grasp. Surely she does not presume that I engaged in anything improper with Lu Wanyun last night? Lin Yu felt a bitter smile spread across his face as his brows knitted together. At that moment, Lu Wanyun suddenly recalled that Lu Xingping had witnessed the intimate embrace shared between the two of them the previous night. Mom, you misunderstood. It's not what you think. Lu Wanyun attempted to clarify, but was interrupted by Lu Xingping's laughter. Wanyun, there's no need for explanations. I understand. Such matters between men and women are entirely normal. She chuckled. Old Master Lu's eyes nearly squinted into slits from his laughter. Xiaoyu, Wanyun, it seems you both put in quite the effort last night. Your grandfather is very pleased. Old Master Lu and Lu Xingping were both in high spirits. However, Lu Shirtai was engulfed in bitterness. Alas, a beautiful flower placed upon cow dung. Wanyun, you have disappointed your father. Observing the various expressions of the Lu family, Lin Yu felt increasingly bewildered. Lu Wanyun's face flushed deep crimson, glaring at Lin Yu, and she kicked him beneath the table. Lin Yu dodged, causing Lu Wanyun's foot to land on Lu Xingping instead. Lu Xingping merely laughed. Frustrated by yet another misunderstanding from her mother, Lu Wanyun wished she could vanish into a crack in the ground. Lin Yu could only manage a wry smile. At the Lu Corporation headquarters, Lu Wanyun was brimming with determination. With the demise of Wu Qianquan, the Qianquan group had lost its leader, plunging into chaos. Lu Wanyun intended to seize this opportunity to surpass the Qianquan group. However, upon the return of Chu Wei and his son, Chu Tianqin, in the afternoon, they planned to convene a high-level meeting. It was evident that they were up to their old tricks again. Lu Wanyun couldn't help but furrow her brow. She was eager to see what schemes the Chu father and son would concoct. After adjusting her appearance, Lu Wanyun strode directly into the conference room. Inside the conference room, all the executives and shareholders were present. Chu Wei cast a glance at Lu Wanyun and her father before speaking. I have just reviewed the company's accounts, and the Zhao Decoration Group still owes us 50 million. We need someone to go and have President Zhao sign the documents. I believe this task should fall to Team 2. Team 2 was Lin Yu's team, composed largely of idlers and frivolous youths, save for Lin Yu himself. There is no need for Deputy Director Chu to worry about this. I have already set things in motion. However, Chu Wei dismissed the notion. Surely, Chairman Lu isn't concerned that Team 2 cannot handle such a trivial task as obtaining a signature? If they are incapable of even this, I see no point in their existence. We might as well disband them. As soon as Chu Wei finished speaking, a shareholder immediately chimed in, chuckling. I agree with Director Chu's suggestion. If they can't even handle a simple signature, the company can't afford to support idlers. Another chimed in, supporting the Deputy Director's rationale. In an instant, those aligned with the Chu family echoed the sentiment. Although Team 2 was a relatively minor department, it served as a crucial bridge between the Lu family and the shareholders, and its dissolution would be unwise. Otherwise, the shareholders backing Team 2 might perceive the Lu family as having lost its authority, potentially shifting their support to the Chu family. To put it plainly, shareholders are ultimately merchants. They follow whoever wields power and can generate tangible benefits. Despite maintaining a calm exterior, Lu Wanyun responded solemnly, it's merely a small matter. Team 2 will certainly manage it. Haha. Chairman Lu, indeed wise. Chu Wei retorted, his laughter brimming with arrogance. His deliberate assignment of Team 2 to secure the signature from the Zhao Group was clearly intended to undermine the Lu family's prestige. Hearing her father's analysis, Lu Wanyun felt a wave of frustration wash over her. The prospect of sending Yang Chong and Lin Yu to the Zhao Group to obtain the signed contract left her particularly troubled. She knew Yang Chong all too well. While he excelled in revelry, he was wholly unreliable for contract negotiations. As for Lin Yu, his mischievous nature made him adept at charming women and engaging in brawls, but entrusting him with debt collection would likely yield even less favorable results. No, I must have my younger sister accompany them to keep an eye on things. With this thought, Lu Wanyun promptly called her sister Lu Yuding. Without hesitation, Lu Yuding agreed, her heart brimming with delight. Wonderful. I have another opportunity to be with Lin Yu. Soon, news of Team 2's assignment to secure the signature and collect debts spread rapidly. In the Team 2 conference room, Yang Chong's face flushed with anger. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Yu chuckled softly. Isn't it merely a matter of signing? What could possibly be difficult about that? Yang Chong, however, wore a distressed expression, nearly on the verge of tears. The president of the Zhao Group, Zhao Hao, had once risen through the ranks of the underworld before eventually transforming into a legitimate businessman. He was not someone to be trifled with. It was rumored that Zhao Hao possessed an extensive network of connections and had previously clashed head-on with Wu Chenkuan from the Chenkuan Group, proving to be a formidable figure. Now that Wu Chenkuan was deceased, it was certain that Zhao Hao would be even more arrogant. If I were to approach him for a signature, I fear I might be beaten to a pulp. Yang Chong lamented increasingly. If I were to botch this matter, not only would I bring shame upon Sister Wanyu, but my grandfather would also deem me worthless, and my family might forsake me. Lin Yu, my dear brother, I implore you, please save me. Chapter 59. The members of Team 2 had gathered around, practically on the verge of kneeling before Lin Yu. Brother Lin Yu, please rescue us, they pleaded, their faces etched with concern as they sought his assistance. Lin Yu remained silent, simply listening attentively to Yang Chong's heartfelt confessions. It was evident that Zhao Hao held Yang Chong in utter disdain. He might even deliberately postpone the signing of the contract to further frustrate Lu Wanyun and her daughter. Clearly, it seemed that Chu Tianqin and his son had colluded with Zhao Hao long ago. However, from another perspective, one could argue that this was, in fact, assisting the old gentleman. Observing the near-tearful expression on Yang Chong's face, Lin Yu chuckled. Very well. I shall accompany you. That's wonderful. Brother Lin Yu, you are incredibly kind to me, even more so than a biological brother. The burdens that weighed heavily on Yang Chong's heart were instantly lifted. Simultaneously, his admiration for Lin Yu deepened. As he spoke, tears of gratitude streamed down his face. Lin Yu, in turn, recognized Yang Chong's resolve. He discerned that Yang Chong was indeed a person with aspirations. He simply lacked the opportunities to showcase his potential. The following morning, Yang Chong personally drove to pick up Lin Yu. At that moment, Lu Yuding, the third sister, arrived on her motorcycle, roaring into the scene. Lin Yu, I'm free today and can accompany you. Upon witnessing Lu Yuding's graceful figure, a smile involuntarily graced Lin Yu's lips. Having a beauty by his side was undoubtedly a delightful affair. As before, Lin Yu drove while Lu Yuding sat behind him. However, this time, it appeared that Lu Yuding was not wearing a top beneath her jacket. When her alluring form pressed against Lin Yu's back, it invigorated him instantly. Yuding, was that intentional? Aren't you afraid of your sister's reprimand? Lin Yu chuckled softly as she turned to glance at the bashful Lu Yuding, saying, I am unafraid. My sister fails to recognize your virtues, so I shall cherish you. Upon finishing her words, she tightened her embrace around Lin Yu even more, causing her ample bosom to be completely squished and deformed. Lin Yu felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, unable to suppress his laughter. Even though he was aware of Lu Wanyun's orchestration, he harbored no objections. In terms of being sensible and well-behaved, Lu Yuding far surpassed Lu Wanyun. How intriguing! Soon, the trio made their way to a winery under the Zhao family to seek someone. At that moment, Zhao Hao was indulging in fine wine within the winery. He casually dialed a number. Chu Wei. Chu Wei had already surmised the reason for Zhao Hao's call, grinning with satisfaction. Hello, President Zhao. Zhao Hao laughed heartily. Vice Chairman Chu, Lu Wanyun just called to demand repayment. I told her outright that I had no money and hung up. Upon hearing this, Chu Wei wore a sly grin. Who in the construction industry does not know your illustrious name? President Zhao? Listening to Chu Wei's flattery, Zhao Hao's face crinkled with laughter. If the Lu family sends someone to seek my signature, I need not pay them any mind, correct? Chu Wei replied with a smile. Indeed, President Zhao, You need not concern yourself at all. Zhao Hao smiled contentedly. It seems that Vice Chairman Chu and I are kindred spirits. Let us collaborate more in the future. Thank you, President Zhao. After hanging up, Zhao Hao tossed his phone onto the table. At that moment, a statuesque beauty entered the room. President Zhao. 3 individuals from the Lu family have arrived and wish to see you. A flicker of anger flashed in Zhao Hao's eyes. Lu Wanyun truly disregards me. Sending people here to seek me out? President Zhao, the 2 individuals outside are quite imposing, and one of them is a woman, reportedly the 3rd miss of the Lu family, Lu Yuding. The secretary's voice was gentle but subtly incited Zhao Hao's emotions. Hearing this, Zhao Hao's eyes brightened. At least they are considerate, coming to deliver beauty to me. In the reception area outside, Lin Yu, Lu Yuding, and Yang Chong were leisurely seated when 2 burly men clad in martial arts attire approached. At that moment, Zhao, their superior, commanded the 2 men to leave while retaining the women. One of the men, fierce and imposing, pointed at Lin Yu and unleashed a torrent of insults. Faced with the menacing figure, Yang Chong's brow furrowed in concern as he stammered, We seek Zhao to discuss official business. The menacing figure retorted, Leave at once or face a broken leg. Upon hearing this, Yang Chong was immediately flustered, his gaze shifting anxiously to Lin Yu. Brother Lin, perhaps it is time for us to depart? Lin Yu smiled and retorted, What happens after you leave? Will you continue to be useless? Yang Chong's eyes rekindled with determination. I certainly do not wish to remain useless. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Now that you have left, do not expect to turn the tide again. What do you think we should do? Upon hearing Lin Yu's profound inquiry, Yang, steeling himself, replied, Find Zhao Hao and compel him to sign the repayment agreement. Lin Yu smiled with great satisfaction. Not bad, you still possess some spirit. If you feel afraid, you may wait for me outside. Yang Chong's expression was awkward, yet he managed to force a smile. Brother Lin Yu, I am not afraid. I shall not back down. Lin Yu smiled lightly, picked up the document, and strode forward, completely disregarding the 2 burly men. Are you deaf? Stop right there. The menacing-looking brute immediately erupted in fury, swinging a fist directly towards Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu merely executed a simple sidestep, deftly evading the attack, and in one fluid motion, delivered a powerful kick to the adversary's abdomen. A dull thud resonated as the burly man was sent sprawling against the wall, collapsing to the ground like a heap of lifeless clay, rendered unconscious on the spot. Witnessing this, another robust figure was instantly engulfed in terror. However, Lin Yu was unwilling to squander any more time. He swiftly followed up with another kick, rendering this one unconscious as well. Let us depart. Lin Yu smiled as he led Lu Yuding and Yang Chong directly towards the inner chamber. Along the way, more than a dozen sturdy men sprang forth to obstruct them. However, before Lin Yu, none could withstand even a second. Brother Lin Yu, you are simply incredible, Yang Chong exclaimed, his heart swelling with excitement. Lu Yuding, too, was filled with exhilaration. The man I admire is just so dashing. If the circumstances were different, she would surely have embraced Lin Yu and planted a fervent kiss upon him. It seemed she had completely forgotten her elder sister, Lu Wanyun's, admonition to keep an eye on Lin Yu. How dare they block our path without recognizing who stands beside me? Gazing at the elated Lu Yuding, Lin Yu merely smiled, holding her hand as they continued onward. In the blink of an eye, the only ones left standing in the entire vineyard were Zhao Hao and the enchanting female secretary. The beautiful secretary was already paralyzed with fear, sitting on the ground, too terrified to utter a sound. Upon glancing back, she noticed 2 men standing right behind her. Who are you, and how did you get in here? Zhao Hao's eyes glinted with menace, his expression exceedingly grave. We are from the Lu group, here to collect a debt and secure your signature. Lin Yu abruptly tossed a document onto the dining table. Zhao Hao, both astonished and enraged, turned sharply towards the entrance. To his dismay, he beheld his subordinates lying defeated. You possess quite the audacity. Were you sent here by Lu Wanyun? He bellowed, his finger pointed towards the doorway, his face contorted with fury. Leave at once, and I shall refrain from pursuing this matter. Lin Yu cast a sidelong glance at him and smiled, saying, Are you implying that you no longer wish to sign? I simply refuse to sign. What can you do about it? Zhao Hao scoffed. Lu Wanyun and her daughter do not dare to act recklessly in my presence. Who do you think you are? Lin Yu remained silent, merely exchanging a glance with Yang Chong. Brother Lin, watch me. With Lin Yu by his side, Yang Chong felt emboldened. He seized the wine jug from the table and brought it crashing down onto Zhao Hao's head. In an instant, Zhao Hao was left dazed, blood streaming from his forehead. No, please. Zhao Hao pleaded in terror, on the verge of losing consciousness. Only then did Yang Chong lift him up, inquiring with a grin, my brother wants you to sign. Will you? Enraged, Zhao Hao's eyes blazed as he shouted, if you have the guts, just kill me. Yang Chong felt a twinge of unease, pondering how fiercely stubborn Zhao Hao was. If he wished for death, so be it. Lin Yu, after finishing his words, swiftly seized Zhao Hao and hurled him against the wall. Chapter 60, Acknowledgement. Bang! Zhao Hao's left arm was shattered into a pulverized fracture. Scoundrel! I will ensure your demise, and the Lu group shall share your fate. Lin Yu, weary of idle chatter, delivered a swift kick to his face. I shall ask one last time, will you sign? Zhao Hao, intimidated by Lin Yu's formidable presence, could no longer maintain his bravado. Stop hitting me. I will sign. I will sign. Witnessing Zhao Hao's plight, Yang Chong couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that Zhao Hao was merely blustering. He too feared for his life. When it came to confronting ruthless individuals, my elder brother is an unparalleled expert, a grand master. Yang Chong felt an exhilarating rush within. I've signed. Now, you all must leave. Zhao Hao gasped, pleading fervently. Although he had affixed his signature to the contract, a murderous intent surged within him. The two who had attacked him today must perish, and the Lu group must be obliterated. Lin Yu picked up the contract, a disdainful smile curling his lips. We are all civilized individuals, yet you compel us to resort to violence. Truly a case of inviting one's own suffering. With that, Lin Yu delivered a sharp slap to Zhao Hao's face. With Lin Yu by his side, Yang Chong felt emboldened, delivering a fierce kick to Zhao Hao. Enough! I truly regret my actions. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth, no longer daring to be defiant. Let us go. Lin Yu finished reviewing the contract without any issues, wrapping his arm around Lu Yuding's slender waist as they turned to leave. Meanwhile, Yang Chong eagerly followed behind Lin Yu, his face brimming with excitement. With Lin Yu by his side, he felt invincible. There was no problem that could not be resolved. He gratefully accepted the contract handed to him by Lin Yu, filled with admiration for his prowess. Did Chu Tianqin and his son truly believe they could conspire with Zhao Hao against Sister Wanyun? Did they think they could disband the second project team? Such aspirations were mere fantasies. He could hardly fathom that he had demonstrated such valor today, reducing Zhao Hao to kneeling and begging for mercy. Who would dare to regard him as worthless after this? Yang Chong gazed at Lin Yu with fervent admiration. Lin Yu, were you satisfied with my performance just now? Yes, you did quite well, Lin Yu replied, noticing Yang Chong's growing confidence. Lin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, San Mei, Lu Yuding, gazed at Lin Yu with admiration written all over her face. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you staring at me? Has your face blossomed? Lu Yuding couldn't help but burst into laughter. Flowers can't compare to your beauty. You were incredibly handsome when you confronted Zhao Hao just now. Lin Yu gazed at her with great interest. Were you not sent by your sister to keep an eye on me? How is it that you are now praising me? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuding's face flushed crimson. She had not anticipated that Lin Yu would discern her intentions so swiftly. Lu Yuding blinked her beautiful eyes and, with utmost sincerity, declared just now. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have likely fallen victim to Zhao Hao's torment. I am not the kind of person who would burn bridges after crossing them. Rest assured, I shall not reveal your act of defense to my elder sister. Lin Yu let out a hearty laugh, increasingly intrigued by Lu Yuding. She was a striking contrast to Lu Wanyun, embodying a delightful blend of beauty and intellect. As the two engaged in cheerful conversation, a luxurious business vehicle approached slowly. Mr. Lin, what brings you here? The driver was none other than the real estate tycoon Zui Yanming. Upon spotting Lin Yu and Lu Yuding at the entrance of the winery, he appeared quite taken aback. Are you and Miss Lu also here to meet Mr. Zhao? What a coincidence. I too am here to seek him. Lin Yu smiled faintly and said, Zhao Hao and I are not friends. His character is rather questionable. It would be wise for you to limit your interactions with him. Upon hearing this, Zui Yanming's smile instantly froze. Mr. Lin's words seemed to harbor hidden meanings. After speaking, Lin Yu crossed the street and drove away with Lu Yuding. As he watched Lin Yu's retreating figure, Zui Yanming felt a twinge of unease. He hurriedly entered the winery. Along the way, he discovered that all of Zhao Hao's subordinates lay unconscious on the ground. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao was in a room, raging madly, seemingly on a phone call. He issued a decree that anyone who dared to collaborate with the Lu group would be opposing him. Zhao Hao, Zui Yanming, filled with terror, rushed in. At that moment, Zhao Hao, bloodied and slumped on the sofa, had his left arm hanging limply. Brother Zua, when did you arrive? Zui Yanming's eyes narrowed. Did you just have a conflict with Lin Yu? Zhao Hao, burning with rage, coldly questioned, what, Brother Zua knows him? Zui Yanming displayed a look of sympathy. Heed my advice. Apologize quickly. Otherwise you will encounter troubles. And they will be substantial. Hearing this, Zhao Hao's expression darkened. Brother Zua, we are considered brothers, right? How can you speak to me like that? Look at my current state. Damn it, this matter is not over. I must deal with that brash young man Lin Yu. However, Zui Yanming gazed at him as if he were a fool. You truly do not know how to seek death. You dare to confront Mr. Lin? Zhao Hao, considering their past camaraderie, was informed by Zui Yanming. The Wang Gui quartet has a 99% probability of being killed by Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao's face changed dramatically, shock filling his eyes. Is this true? Zui Yanming stared at him earnestly, causing Zhao Hao's hair to stand on end. Indeed, Zhao Hao had previously clashed with Wu Chenkuan and understood the ruthlessness of Wang Gui's group. He had suffered a crushing defeat then, and they had extorted a significant sum from him. When he had heard that Wang Gui and his companions were dead, he had secretly rejoiced for a long time. Now, Zui Yanming informed him that the merciless killer of Wang Gui's group was, in fact, the very Lin Yu who had beaten him up. Moreover, Wu Chenkuan was already dead, and this was undoubtedly related to Mr. Lin. As Zui Yanming lightly patted Zhao Hao's shoulder, he added, let me tell you another thing. Mr. Lin is my wife's lifesaver. He is also the lifesaver of Li Dongkong's wife, the wealthiest man in Jiangqing. If you provoke Lin Yu, not even a deity can save you. Zhao Hao became increasingly fearful, his complexion turning pale. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Zhao Hao's voice trembled as he hastily made a phone call. Zui Yanming, confused, inquired, what did you do just now? Zhao Hao was nearly in tears. I previously threatened to make all suppliers terminate their cooperation with the Lu group. Upon hearing this, Zui Yanming instinctively took a few steps back. He gazed at Zhao Hao with immense sympathy. You fool. You are digging your own grave. The phone was unreachable. Zhao Hao, frantic, gasped for breath. I can't just wait to die. I must rush to the Lu group and beg Lin Yu and Yang Chong for forgiveness. Wasting no time, Zhao Hao dashed out the door. Meanwhile, at the Lu group, the beautiful assistant received several urgent calls. Her expression tense. She immediately reported to Lu Wanyun. General Manager. Bad news. Multiple construction material suppliers are calling to terminate all cooperation with the Lu group. This is no trivial matter. It could trigger a series of disastrous chain reactions. If not handled properly, other suppliers may also cease collaboration. At that moment, Lu Shirtai, her father, also called. Wanyun. Hurry to the conference room. Yang Chong and Lin Yu have caused a mess. Zhao Hao is uniting local construction suppliers to retaliate against our group. Lu Shirtai's words were filled with dissatisfaction and anger towards Yang Chong and Lin Yu. Hearing this, Lu Wanyun was taken aback. What on earth happened? Didn't I warn Yang Chong not to mention the signing in front of Zhao Hao? What could they possibly have done? One was lazy and aimless, devoid of ambition. The other merely indulged in pleasure, oblivious to the world. It was a miracle they didn't run into trouble with Zhao Hao. Chapter 61. Taking credit, Lu Wanyun was also seething with anger but had to pacify. Dad, don't worry. I will find a way to resolve the supplier issue. She then hurried to the conference room. Along the way, She repeatedly called Yang Chong and Lin Yu, but no one answered. In desperation, she called her younger sister, Lu Yuding. Sister, where have Yang Chong and Lin Yu gone? Why aren't they answering their phones? Lu Wanyun was infuriated. Did I not instruct you to keep an eye on them? How could you lose track of them? They have gotten themselves into a huge mess. Unable to restrain her anger, she yelled, "Find them and have them come to me immediately." After ending the call, Lu Wanyun anxiously rushed to the executive meeting room. Meanwhile, Lu Yuding playfully stuck her tongue out at Lin Yu, looking exceedingly adorable. Yang Chong, driving behind, was left dumbfounded. At that moment, Lu Yuding resembled a gentle little kitten clinging to Lin Yu. The two appeared as if they were a couple in love, evoking envy from onlookers. Big Brother is truly remarkable, not only capturing Wanyun's heart, but also winning Yuding's affection. Big Brother, when will I be as exceptional as you? In the boardroom, the executives and board members of the group had taken their seats, and the atmosphere was exceptionally heavy. Lu Wanyun, you have finally arrived. The Chu Wei father and son wore barely concealed smirks. Lu Shirtai sat at the head of the table, his expression grim.
Manwile, Yang Kiang es grandfather, Director Yang.
Wore a scowl. Lu Wanyun. Chu Wei immediately feigned an enraged demeanor, loudly admonishing, Yang Chong and Lin Yu from the second group have angered Zhao Hao. Now, President Zhao has united with local suppliers to boycott our Lu group. As he spoke, he deliberately cast a glance at Yang Chong's grandfather. Deputy Director Yang, your precious grandson Yang Chong is quite impressive, isn't he? Director Yang was left speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. How could something so simple as signing a contract turn into such a debacle? Do you believe the second group, which is utterly useless, has any reason to continue to exist? I suggest disbanding them. Hearing Chu Wei's words, the last vestige of confidence within Director Yang shattered. He could only lower his head. Silently lamenting, he muttered, Deputy Director Chu, now is not the time to delve into who is at fault. We must promptly clarify the situation to Mr. Zhao. However, upon hearing this, Chu Wei only smiled with greater satisfaction. Since the trouble was instigated by your grandson, it is your responsibility to address it. You could certainly seek assistance from Chairman Lu, as your families are well acquainted. After all, Lu Wanyun shot Chu Wei a disdainful glance, striving to contain her fury. Yet,
Chu Wei merely scoffed.
What you say to us is futile. We are not concerned with the process, only the outcome. But what if an apology fails? An apology? If apologies were of any use, even a sow could climb a tree. Zhao Hao is already my business partner. Even if you, Lu Wanyun, were to come and apologize with a group, it would be a fruitless endeavor. If the second group were truly disbanded, it would only lead to dissatisfaction among the shareholders and directors regarding the Lu family. Such delightful prospects certainly bring joy to Chu Wei. At that moment, Lu Yuding entered the room. Lu Wanyun clenched her fists, barely able to suppress her anger. Call them here immediately. Meanwhile, Yang Chong was strutting with self-importance in the lobby of the group's first floor. However, before he could bask in his glory for long, he was halted by Lu Yuding. Lin Yu, Yang Chong, my sister requests your immediate presence in the executive meeting room. With that, he flashed a mysterious smile. Seeing his expression, Lu Yuding felt overwhelmed. Yang Chong chuckled. Brother Lin Yu, Sister Wanyun and the board members will surely regard our actions with newfound respect. Perhaps. Lin Yu chuckled, absolutely. Yang Chong laughed heartily. We have accomplished what the Lu group could not achieve for half a year. We are the true heroes now. After exiting the elevator, Lu Yuding pulled Lin Yu aside and whispered, Lin Yu, it seems my elder sister is aware that you gave that scoundrel a good beating. Subsequently, Lu Yuding decided to let Yang Chong face the meeting room alone, unwilling to see Lin Yu scolded. Yang Chong, however, walked confidently toward the meeting room. Inside the conference room, the directors and senior shareholders were gathered.
Ahem Yang Kiang,
he declared, but before he could even enter, his cheerful laughter echoed within. Yet, upon opening the door, Yang Chong's smile instantly froze. A palpable tension enveloped the room, overwhelming him. He cautiously greeted the assembly. Greetings, esteemed shareholders. Seeing this, the father-son duo, Chu Wei and his son, could not suppress their laughter.
Yang Kiang,
What a talent! Meanwhile, Lu Wanyun was infuriated by his demeanor. This fool can still laugh at such a serious moment.
Yang Qiang.
Come here. Lu Wanyun commanded sternly, gesturing for him to approach her. Yang Chong felt a wave of unease wash over him. What had caused such a heavy atmosphere? Had something significant occurred? Or had he made a mistake? Surely not. He had compelled Zhao Hao to sign the repayment contract. A monumental achievement. General Manager. I represent Team 2. We successfully obtained the signed repayment agreement from Zhao's group. He proudly displayed the agreement to Lu Wanyun. Chu Tianchen laughed even more heartily. Yang Chong, you are truly the foremost contributor to our group. I, Chu, am in complete admiration. However, the sharpness in his words made Yang Chong's heart tighten. His grandfather, standing up in fury, fixed a glare at him. Before Yang Chong could inquire about the cause of his anger, he received a resounding slap across the face in front of everyone. Stunned, Yang Chong could hardly comprehend. His grandfather had never laid a hand on him before. Feeling wronged, Yang Chong asked, Grandfather, why did you hit me? How dare you ask me that? Do you even realize what you've done? You nearly ruined the Lu Group. Vice Director Lu furiously pointed at Yang Chong. Didn't he, the chairman, instruct you not to mention the signed contract to President Zhao? Because of your reckless actions, the entire Lu Group has been implicated. Yang Chong stood there, utterly bewildered and filled with indignation. Wasn't it you senior executives who sent me to negotiate with Zhao Hao for the repayment agreement? I successfully completed the task. How can you say I nearly destroyed the company? This is absurd. He was on the verge of tears from the injustice. At that moment, Chu Wei gleefully inquired, Yang Chong, I am quite curious. What exactly did you do to anger President Zhao so thoroughly? The other directors looked on coldly. Yang Chong's face turned pale. He clearly hadn't recovered from the recent humiliation. Lu Wanyun was equally furious. All our suppliers that previously collaborated with us have ceased their supplies. They have united to suppress us. I investigated, and it's all because you antagonized Zhao Hao. Hearing Lu Wanyun's words, Yang Chong was left in shock. How had things escalated to this point? Wasn't Zhao Hao subdued by Lin Yu and willing to pay his debts? Could it be that the man was going back on his word? Meanwhile, downstairs at the Lu Group, a black business vehicle arrived swiftly, halting at the entrance of the lobby. A figure emerged, disregarding the security's warnings, and rushed inside. This person bore a face marred with bruises, blood trickling from his mouth, and his arm heavily bandaged. Yet he seemed oblivious to his injuries. Panic etched across his face as he frantically pressed the elevator button. It was Zhao Hao. Learning of Lin Yu's formidable prowess, he hurried to the Lu Group to apologize. This wretched elevator. It's infuriatingly slow. He was anxious, wishing for a rocket booster to propel him upwards. Simultaneously, the conference room remained filled with harsh admonitions directed at Yang Chong.
Liu Wanyun demanded, Yang Qiang.
Confess honestly how you managed to obtain President Zhao's signature. Detail the entire process, or I won't be able to assist you. Yang Chong, at a loss for words, was hesitant to reveal that he and Lin Yu had secured the signed agreement through a severe beating of Zhao Hao, even fracturing his arm in the process. At this juncture, Chu Tianchen added fuel to the fire. Yang Chong, really now it was just a signature agreement. How did it come to this? Don't you know your own capabilities? If you lack the skill, why take on such delicate tasks? Just remain a useless drifter. The chaos Yang Chong had wrought was evident, and he felt a surge of anger toward Chu Tianchen, wishing to tear him apart. Just then, the conference room door burst open, and a swollen-faced man rushed in, his expression a mix of fear and confusion. Recognizing the man, Chu Wei's heart raced. It was none other than Zhao Hao, the president of Zhao's group. What was he doing here? Zhao Hao quickly composed himself, adjusting his breath before donning a friendly smile. General Manager Lu, Chairman Lu, I apologize for startling you with my sudden arrival. The calls regarding the termination of our supplier relationship were all a misunderstanding. The Lu Group is a paragon in the construction industry, and I hold immense respect for you. From now on, Zhao's group will deepen our cooperation with the Lu Group, providing the highest quality materials at the most competitive prices. You will find our future collaborations exceedingly satisfactory. Upon hearing these words, both Lu Tai and Lu Wanyun were rendered speechless. How could the situation suddenly take such a turn? Zhao Hao, a man who plays both sides, has made a complete 180-degree shift in his attitude? Meanwhile, Chu Wei was equally stunned, his mind a blank slate. Zhao Hao disregarded Chu Wei's presence and turned to fawn over Lu Wanyun, saying, "Manager Lu, our collaboration has concluded successfully. I have already transferred the funds to your company's account. I sincerely apologize for the delay in settling the payment." Lu Wanyun paused for a moment before responding, "Mr. Zhao, you are too kind." Zhao Hao's smile appeared awkward as he felt a jolt upon seeing Yang Chong. "Team leader Yang." "No, I should call you Brother Yang. What a surprise to see you here. Where is Mr. Lin?" As he spoke, he forced a smile and approached Yang Chong. Yang Chong, taken aback, was filled with confusion. This man, whom I had beaten so thoroughly, now calls me brother? Yet, he quickly grasped a crucial truth. It wasn't his own strength that had subdued Zhao Hao, but rather the formidable backing of his brother, Lin Yu. Clearly, Zhao Hao had come to apologize upon learning of Lin Yu's background and prowess.
Yang Qiang's spirits lifted,
And he straightened himself, declaring, "Vice Captain Lin is not here. You may speak to me directly if you have matters to discuss." With newfound confidence, Zhao Hao expressed no resentment and instead gripped Yang Chong's hand with a beaming smile. "Team leader Yang, it is evident that you are a rare talent among men. With a genius like you supporting Lu Group, your company is destined to become a benchmark in the City South real estate sector. I hope we can collaborate more in the future, and that you can convey my apologies to Mr. Lin for my earlier rudeness. I truly recognize my mistake." Observing this exchange, Elder Yang could hardly believe his eyes. How could this be? When did my grandson become so formidable as to command Zhao Hao's respect? The other shareholders shared his incredulity. However, Yang Chong was bursting with excitement, wanting to shout, "Brother Lin Yu, you are amazing. Brother Yang, if there are no further instructions, may I take my leave?" Zhao Hao inquired, while continuing his flattery. Yang Chong, in high spirits, waved his hand, indicating, "You may go. Just remember to exercise caution in your dealings from now on. Do not be reckless. I will speak a few good words for you to my brother." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao let out a sigh of relief. All his flattery had been to elicit this response from Yang Chong. After bowing once more, he finally exited the conference room. What on earth has transpired? Lu Shirtai was baffled and promptly instructed Lu Wanyun, "Wanyun, please see Mr. Zhao off." Zhao Hao quickly halted, turning with a smile. "There's no need for you to trouble yourself, Manager Lu. I can see myself out. Please, do stay." Lu Wanyun and her father gazed at Zhao Hao, whose face was alight with smiles. Still feeling that the entire incident was utterly incomprehensible, the senior executives in the conference room wore complex expressions, their faces inscrutable. At that moment, Yang Chong spoke up, "Sister Wanyun, I have completed the group's task. May I take my leave now?"
Elder Yang, feeling conflicted,
was about to apologize to Yang Chong when he was preempted. "Grandfather, I didn't take that slap to heart. You were upset because someone tried to stir up trouble, aiming to damage the relationship between our families." Addressing the other executives, he added, "Do not let those with ulterior motives lead you astray." With that, Yang Chong deliberately glanced at Chu Tianqin and his son. Upon hearing this, Elder Yang felt warmth in his heart, immensely gratified. My eldest grandson has finally matured. Meanwhile, Chu Wei and his son were seething with anger, fully aware of whom Yang Chong was referring to. Lu Shirtai and Lu Wanyun felt a surge of satisfaction, with Lu Wanyun sarcastically asking, "Deputy Director Chu, do you still believe it is necessary to dissolve Team 2? Her voice was soft but laced with irony.
Chu Wei, incensed,
felt his rage boiling over. Yet he maintained a facade of calm. It was not yet the time to completely sever ties. He stifled his fury and forced a smile. Team 2 has made significant contributions to the group, especially Yang Chong and Lin Yu, who deserve rewards for their efforts. With that, he stormed out of the conference room. Lu Wanyun, this matter is far from over. Chu Tianqin shot a glare at Lu Wanyun before hastily pursuing his father. Didn't we agree to join forces against Lu Wanyun and her father? Why have you turned against me at the last moment? Are you playing me for a fool? Chu Wei's face flushed with rage. To his surprise, Zhao Hao was even more furious. Chu Wei, you fool. Don't drag me down with you. You nearly cost me my life. Mark my words, from now on we are no longer connected. If you keep harassing me, I will have someone deal with you. With that, Zhao Hao hung up the phone without a shred of mercy. Chu Wei was left in stunned silence, utterly baffled by what had just occurred. Beside him, Chu Tianqin remained silent, fearful of incurring his father's wrath. He too was confused. What had gotten into Zhao Hao? After all, Zhao Hao was not someone easily trifled with. Why was he showing such deference to that useless Yang Chong? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Wei gritted his teeth. Something was amiss. He needed to investigate what had transpired when Yang Chong and Lin Yu approached Zhao Hao. Chapter 63. The hacker Chu Tianqin nodded in agreement. Dad, you can rest assured. I will uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Lu Wanyun, having finished her work, hurried to Team 2. Sister Wanyun. Upon seeing Lu Wanyun, Yang Chong beamed with a wide smile. Today, you were quite fortunate. Otherwise, your grandfather would not have spared you. Lu Wanyun shot him an annoyed glance. Yang Chong made no rebuttal, only grinning sheepishly. Now tell me, how did you manage to secure that signed contract? Did someone assist you? Lu Wanyun questioned, her gaze fixed on Yang Chong while also observing Lin Yu's reaction. Upon mentioning this matter, Yang Chong's excitement surged. Sister Wanyun, today I was truly formidable. I fought my way through, and Zhao Hao's subordinates were all taken down. Zhao Hao was completely subdued by me and willingly signed the contract. At this, Lu Wanyun's expression shifted to one of fury. You boast about fighting? With your physique, who could you possibly defeat? You had better come clean. Lu Wanyun immediately sensed that Yang Chong was exaggerating.
Yang Qiang quickly backtracked. Hehe.
It was really brother Lin Yu who helped me. Lin Yu, once again you are the one resorting to violence. Lu Wanyun feigned anger as she looked toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu merely offered a faint, derisive smile. It was Zhao Hao's subordinates who initiated the conflict. Our counterattack was merely an act of self-defense. Yang Chong can attest to this. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Yang Chong quickly nodded in agreement. He certainly would not disclose to Lu Wanyun that it was, in fact, Lin Yu who single-handedly defeated more than 10 adversaries in a mere instant. Even if you claim it was self-defense, Lu Wanyun exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. However, you disregarded my instructions and acted independently. Hence, your wages will be docked by 6,000. Should there be a next time, the punishment will be doubled. Having spoken, she reverted to her usual cool demeanor and exited the office. Yang Chong, watching Lu Wanyun's departing figure, could not help but feel a deep sense of grievance. Lin Yu gazed at the retreating figure of Lu Wanyun, unable to suppress his disdain. What a heartless woman. Whoever marries her will undoubtedly be drained dry. This is your bonus. Don't squander it all at once. With those words, Lu Wanyun placed a check on Yang Chong's desk and turned to leave. Wow! A bonus of 600,000. Yang Chong exclaimed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. The rest of the second team joined in the jubilant celebration. Indeed, this marked the first achievement of the second team since its establishment, as well as their inaugural bonus, a substantial sum of 600,000. Observing their excitement, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed Lu Wanyun was quite adept at social niceties, at least refraining from usurping others' accolades. This indicated her competence as a senior manager. Around the corner of the corridor, Lu Wanyun listened to the cheerful laughter of the second team's employees. Especially upon witnessing the smile on Lin Yu's face, she found herself smiling involuntarily as well. Humph. Now you know the truth after misunderstanding me. I wanted you to feel guilty, she mused to herself, reflecting on how remarkably fortunate Lin Yu was. Truly a great blessing for the Lu family. Her thoughts wandered back to the moment Lin Yu had rescued her, particularly that instance when he had left home, and she had thrown herself onto him. A blush crept onto Lu Wanyun's cheeks as she recalled that memory, and a desire to treat Lin Yu better began to blossom within her. My kindness towards him is merely a result of his past assistance, and for today's achievement on behalf of the company. She reminded herself, I must remember, I do not harbor feelings for him. Lu Wanyun continually reassured herself, even as she reluctantly acknowledged the subtle emotions she had begun to develop for Lin Yu. The entire afternoon, her thoughts remained in disarray. As work hours came to an end, Lu Wanyun suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to see Lin Yu, even contemplating inviting him to dinner. This thought quickly left her feeling dejected. You scoundrel, you're not going to seek out Mu Raoxuang again, are you? The possibility of Lin Yu going on a date with Mu Raoxuang ignited a surge of jealousy within Lu Wanyun, prompting her to message him with an inquiry. This remark infuriated Lu Wanyun. So, I'm fierce, am I? Praising another woman in front of me, is that it? Lin Yu was indeed prepared to go on a date with Mu Ro when he encountered Zhou Lei personally driving over. Young master, based on the clues you provided, we have uncovered some information regarding that underground bounty organization. Once we locate them, I believe we can unearth significant clues about the great fire that befell the Lin family back in the day. Subsequently, a document was sent to Lin Yu's phone. Zhu Long, a colossal underground bounty organization. This organization operates in utmost secrecy, with no one aware of its exact location. It is known that all bounty tasks are disseminated through a web platform named the Fengyun Tianbang. This platform has existed for a considerable time, and its emblem is that of a dragon, leading to its controller being referred to as Zhu Long. However, their true identity remains shrouded in mystery. To ascertain the actual whereabouts of this organization, the assistance of a highly skilled hacker is imperative. Zhou Lei respectfully stated. Lin Yu nodded and inquired, Old Zhou, do you have a suitable candidate who can assist me in locating the precise whereabouts of the Zhu Long organization? She had assembled a network technology team to serve the Zhou group, and last month they achieved remarkable success in an international competition. You saved us back then, and she has always wished to express her gratitude to you, mentioning that she has consistently thought of you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel surprised. He must now pursue the clues surrounding the Lin family's fire years ago. However, he had already made plans with Raoxuang. Raoxuang, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Our date must be postponed by a few hours. Nevertheless, I assure you that I will come to see you tonight. He added a heart emoji at the end, which deeply touched Lin Yu. Raoxuang cared for him so profoundly and supported him unconditionally, never questioning his reasons. To receive her love was undoubtedly a blessing from the heavens. He could never let her down. With this in mind, Lin Yu sent another message, rest assured. Once I finish, I'll come over. We won't miss each other tonight. After replying, he immediately set off with Zhou Runan to search for someone. Although Raoxuang felt a slight pang of disappointment, she believed Lin Yu indeed had something important to deal with. Since their date had to be postponed, she reached out to her good friend, Zhang Manlin. You've rescheduled the date? Zhang Manlin expressed surprise. Could it be that Lin Yu feels guilty for kissing me and is avoiding our date? A wave of regret washed over her. She then headed to the Dream Fate CAF, where she had arranged to meet Raoxuang. Sometimes the world presents such coincidences. Manlin, look, isn't that Lin Yu? Raoxuang, seated by the window, caught a glimpse of Lin Yu's figure across the street. Lin Yu? Zhang Manlin followed her gaze and indeed confirmed it was him. However, at that moment, a stunningly attractive young woman dashed out of a car. She joyfully ran up to Lin Yu and enveloped him in a bear hug, unabashedly declaring, Lin Yu Gij, I've missed you so much. This woman was Zhou Runan, the granddaughter of Zhou Lei, a hacker. Her appearance was both bold and alluring, especially her curvaceous figure accentuated by her shorts. Oh no. Zhang Manlin immediately felt a sense of worry for Lin Yu. She had not anticipated that Lin Yu's reason for postponing his date with Raoxuang was to meet another woman. What a master of time management he was. Chapter 64. Whoa, it turned out our Lin Yu was indeed a master of time management. How infuriating. Zhang Manlin was angry, yet she pretended not to see clearly and tried to console Raoxuang. I don't think that person is Lin Yu. The man's back only resembles Lin Yu's. He can't possibly be him. Upon hearing this, Raoxuang's anxiety eased slightly. Did I misjudge? Thankfully, but unexpectedly, Zhou Runan suddenly embraced Lin Yu tightly, exclaiming, Lin Yu Gij, let me hug you. Her voice was loud and filled with flirtation, causing a blush for anyone who heard it. Moreover, while hugging Lin Yu, her ample bosom nearly pressed against him. It was evident she was the kind of girl who was deeply in love. Lin Yu wore a broad smile, his eyes sparkling with joy. They subsequently entered a luxury car and sped away. Upon hearing Zhou Runan call Lin Yu's name, Zhang Manlin was momentarily stunned and unconsciously glanced at Ro Shuang. Sure enough, Ro Shuang's body trembled slightly, her brows furrowed, and her beautiful eyes glistened with tears. She never expected that Lin Yu's explanation for postponing their date was to meet another girl. After waiting in anticipation all day and dressing up thoughtfully for the entire afternoon, what had it all been for? Was she merely being overly sentimental? Ro Shuang. Zhang Manlin felt an urgent need to comfort her best friend. Although she had some grievances with Lin Yu, she was certain he was not the type to toy with emotions. She could see that he was sincere and genuine when he was with Ro Shuang. The deep affection and adoring gaze were unmistakable. Try not to overthink it, all right? Ro Shuang lifted her tear-filled eyes, filled with sorrow. Really? But Manlin, why do you always defend Lin Yu? Huh? Zhang Manlin felt a pang of anxiety and defensively replied, I'm not defending him. I'm merely stating the facts. Suddenly, she recalled that night at the bar. Wait, Ro Shuang, there's something I need to tell you. Thus, she recounted the events of that night when she witnessed the Jiangqing War Department and Lin Yu join forces to eliminate the group led by the Mad Tiger. Of course, she intentionally omitted the part where she had kissed Lin Yu. But this revelation was enough to shock Ro Shuang. That incident had stirred up quite a commotion, even making headlines in major media outlets. She had not anticipated that Lin Yu was so intricately involved in that operation. Ro Shuang's attention was immediately captured. Zhang Manlin, seizing the opportunity, said, Think about it. Lin Yu easily rescued Uncle Mu from the War Department, which shows his exceptional relationship with them. I suspect Lin Yu may have obtained crucial information from the Mad Tiger, which is why he delayed your date. In fact, he is likely on a secret mission with that fiery beauty. Upon hearing Zhang Manlin's clear analysis, Ro Shuang's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. Are you saying Lin Yu isn't deceiving me but is genuinely occupied with something important? Absolutely. Zhang Manlin replied confidently, patting her proud chest. Trust me, my instincts and judgments are always spot on. All right. Ro Shuang nodded vigorously, tightly embracing Zhang Manlin, her mood shifting from despair to joy. Thank you, my dear sister. Without you, I might have fallen into endless suspicion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Manlin smiled, though a hint of bitterness lingered within her. What am I doing? Why am I defending Lin Yu? Isn't this akin to handing him over to Ro Shuang? Sigh. Love has not even begun, and it feels like it has already ended. My heart aches. I want to cry. After all I've invested, once this matter concludes, I must find a way to make it up to Lin Yu. On the other side, a sneeze. Lin Yu sneezed twice in quick succession, muttering to himself, Is there a woman cursing me from behind? Why do I feel a twinge of anxiety? Zhou Runin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Well, who could blame you? Being a notorious flirt, it's hardly surprising that women would scold you from time to time. Lin Yu gently patted her rounded posterior, admonishing, Behave yourself and focus on tracking the target. Despite the slight discomfort in Zhou Runin's rear, her heart swelled with joy. She felt a delightful sense of being needed by Lin Yu, a sweet and blissful feeling. Her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, and the computer screen promptly displayed a series of data. Subsequently, a blinking location icon appeared before Lin Yu and Zhou Lei, indicating a position at the intersection of Jiangqing and the provincial capital. Taiyuan Club? Zhou Lei exclaimed, a look of surprise mixed with something unusual crossing his face. What's the matter? Lin Yu and Zhou Runin asked in unison. The president of the club is named Wang Taiyuan, a formidable figure renowned in the previous generation of the martial world. The Wang family is equally one of the 5 great clans. Over the years, our Zhou family has suffered considerable losses at their hands. Just yesterday, in a dispute over land development rights, several disciples from the Zhou family were injured by them. However, I never anticipated that Taiyuan's club would have ties to the Dragon Pursuit organization. This revelation casts an increasingly intricate shadow over the truth behind the mysterious fire that befell the Lin family years ago. Listening to his grandfather Zhou Lei, Zhou Runin couldn't help but glance at Lin Yu. Indeed, a rare and overwhelming killing intent surged in Lin Yu's eyes. If Wang Taiyuan's astonishing club is connected to the Dragon Pursuit organization, I shall eradicate them all. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lei involuntarily gasped in shock. He felt an intense premonition. A significant event is destined to unfold today. Wang family, May you seek your own fortune. Zhou Lei secretly reveled in this thought. He understood that if the Wang family had indeed played a role in the arson against the Lin family, their doom was inevitable. At this moment, Lin Yu was quite curious about the affairs of the martial world. Old Zhou, where does your Zhou family rank among the 5 great clans? Zhou Lei's expression grew somewhat awkward. In terms of economic strength, our Zhou family can be placed among the top 3. However, regarding family heritage and martial prowess, we are at the bottom. Our Zhou family has only risen in the past 30 years, while the other 4 great families have accumulated over a century of foundation, deeply rooted in the provincial capital, making them difficult to shake. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. I thought the Zhou family ranked first. Zhou Lei's expression grew increasingly awkward as he mused to himself. Who wouldn't want that? Alas, they lacked the requisite strength. However, Lin Yu patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, just the first in the provincial capital, quite simple. At these words, Zhou Lei's heart raced. He grasped Lin Yu's implication. As long as he exerted himself to serve the young master, the Zhou family could indeed ascend to the status of first in the provincial capital. Quick, step on the gas. In his excitement, he urged the driver to accelerate. Chapter 65. Arrogance. The car sped past and soon arrived at the Taiyuan Club. As the second most powerful entity among the 5 prominent families of the provincial capital, it was built against a mountain, sprawling and imposing. A line of robust guards stood at the entrance, their muscular frames and keen gazes revealing their training as martial artists. Announce that your master is to see Zhou Lei. Upon alighting, Zhou Lei immediately took charge, clearly acting as Lin Yu's representative. Zhou Runan thought to herself, only a figure like the handsome Lin Yu could inspire such effort from her grandfather. Zhou Lei? The guards at the entrance were well aware of Zhou Lei's reputation. They quickly recalled the various grievances between the Zhou family and their own over the years and hurriedly reported. Zhou Lei? How many people has he brought? The current master, Wang Hongjie, the eldest son of the Taiyuan Club's founder Wang Taiyuan, held considerable influence in the martial arts realm of the provincial capital. His subordinates reported promptly, aside from Zhou Lei, there is a young man and a strikingly alluring red-haired woman. Only 3 of them? Wang Hongjie narrowed his eyes, feeling increasingly vigilant. Last night, our Wang family seized their commercial land and injured many of their people. Considering all the accumulated grievances over the years, Zhou Lei has only brought 2 companions? Most crucially, my father is in seclusion and cannot intervene. Zhou Lei must have seized this opportunity to stir up trouble. Tell him to scram. Or don't blame the Wang family for being merciless. Wang Hongjie commanded sharply. He then whispered to a few senior members beside him, if Zhou Lei dares to act rashly, kill him on the spot and initiate our plan to absorb the Zhou family. We accept the order. The elder executives bowed in acknowledgement, their eyes glinting with fierce killing intent. It turned out the Wang family had long harbored ambitions to annex the Zhou family. However, due to the old patriarch Wang Taiyuan's prolonged seclusion for cultivation, Wang Hongjie could only adopt a strategy of gradual encroachment. This was the true reason behind the escalated conflict between the Wang and Zhou families in recent years. Today, Zhou Lei's appearance at the Wang family's headquarters was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Outside Zhou Lei, our master says to scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless, shouted a subordinate of the Wang family from a distance. Immediately, dozens of burly men wielding weapons swiftly assembled. Nearby, core members of the Wang family observed with exceptionally fierce expressions. Kill them all. Upon hearing Lin Yu's direct and succinct command, Zhou Lei's heart surged with excitement. He had long yearned to strike against the Wang family, yet his previous lack of strength had held him back. But now, with the young master as a backing, what was there to fear? Zhou Lei gathered his energy and charged into the ranks of the Wang family's experts. Bang! 2 adept fighters were caught off guard and were instantly sent flying, perishing on the spot. Zhou Lei had committed murder. A group of Wang family experts was taken aback. They could hardly believe Zhou Lei was so audacious as to single-handedly breach the enemy lines. Stand aside. Let us handle this. The core members, initially mere spectators, rushed forward to join forces against Zhou Lei. Yet Zhou Lei remained undaunted. Boom! Several elder fighters were forcefully repelled over 10 meters by Zhou Lei's formidable strike. 2 of them were rendered unconscious, and Zhou Lei swiftly stomped one to death. Blood sprayed 3 feet. At that moment, Wang Hongjie arrived with his men and was immediately infuriated by the scene before him. "Zhou Lei, you have some audacity," Wang Hongjie bellowed, unleashing the family's renowned technique, the Thunder 7 killing fist. Boom! His energy surged, and the wind from his punch roared like thunder, barreling towards Zhou Lei with immense force. Zhou Lei thought to himself, "Perfect timing. Today, I shall take your life as an offering." Bang! The 2 fists collided. Wang Hongjie was violently thrown back, spewing blood uncontrollably. His prideful iron fist had shattered bones, inflicting excruciating pain. It was then that he realized why Zhou Lei was so bold. His cultivation had surged dramatically within a week, nearing the threshold of the martial artist's celestial realm. How could this be possible? Wang Hongjie clutched his pained chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. Hey! Zhou Lei felt a swell of pride, attributing it all to the young master's enhancement of his strength. He straightened his posture and feigned seriousness. "I have always been accommodating, yet you Wang family members have grown increasingly arrogant, truly believing that the Zhou family fears you." Lin Yu and Zhou Runan exchanged glances, each thinking to themselves how this old fellow was quite adept at putting on an act. Ahem. Lin Yu lightly coughed, prompting Zhou Lei to immediately grasp the situation and sternly interrogate Wang Hongjie. "What connection does the Dragon Pursuit organization have with your Wang family?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hongjie and the others were instantly taken aback. This was the Wang family's utmost secret. Only a select few core members like Wang Hongjie were privy to it. Even some of the direct descendants of the Wang family were unaware. How did Zhou Lei come to know? "What nonsense are you spouting?" Wang Hongjie feigned toughness, yet his gaze furtively shifted towards the laptop in Zhou Runan's hands. Could it be that woman leaked the secret? Zhou Lei also surmised that Wang Hongjie would not easily relent, sneering coldly. "If you know what's good for you, you will honestly disclose everything about the Dragon Pursuit organization. Otherwise, none of you will survive." The expressions of Wang Hongjie and the others darkened. "Zhou Lei, don't get carried away. My father, Wang Taiyuan, is a genuine powerhouse at the celestial realm. When he makes his move, you will kneel and beg for mercy." Zhou Lei, however, merely smiled nonchalantly. "Is that so? Then hurry and summon him. Let us see who kneels before whom. With the young master here, no matter how formidable you claim to be, you will all kneel." At that moment, a thunderous and ancient roar erupted from the depths of the club. "Who dares to be so audacious, thinking there is no one left in my Wang family?" The voice accompanied its owner, resounding like thunder. "Father, the old master." Both Wang Hongjie and the core warriors of the Wang family were elated. Wang Taiyuan was the founder of the Thunderstorm 7 Kill Fist. He appeared to be in his 80s, tall and robust, clad in a white training outfit, with silver hair and eyebrows, and deep, authoritative eyes. That old man seemed to have grown even stronger. The atmosphere fell into silence with Wang Taiyuan's arrival. Tick-tock. At that moment, Lin Yu took out a cigarette and lit it, inhaling lightly. "Wang Taiyuan, I give you 10 seconds to kneel and disclose all information regarding the Dragon Pursuit organization." Upon hearing this, the crowd was left speechless. It was one thing for Zhou Lei to be arrogant, but this young man was equally audacious, daring to act so recklessly before Wang Taiyuan. Chapter 66. A Single Finger. "You're courting death." Wang Taiyuan's peripheral gaze swept over Lin Yu, and a chilling aura surged in his eyes. Lin Yu's expression was one of indifference. "You have 5 seconds remaining." Infuriated, the 2 elderly men from the Wang family could no longer endure the provocation and rushed toward Lin Yu from either side, intent on taking his life. Bang! Lin Yu did not even cast a glance. He merely raised his hand, and with a swift motion, the 2 individuals were sent flying dozens of meters away, meeting their demise in a violent explosion. A gasp of shock rippled through the crowd, all eyes now fixated on Lin Yu. This young man was also a formidable being of the celestial realm. How could it be? At such a tender age, he had attained such strength. The expressions of the Wang family's numerous experts shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with disbelief. Moreover, their bodies involuntarily retreated a few steps. No one dared to act recklessly. It was beyond their imagination that the old man Zhou Lei had brought forth such an extraordinarily powerful youth. Even Wang Taiyuan inhaled sharply, his demeanor turning grave. The atmosphere in the arena became palpably tense. Zhou Lei and Zhou Runin exchanged glances, pride and satisfaction evident in their eyes. Are you astonished? You ought to be. We were once equally awed by the young master. Wang Hongjie struggled to quell the rising panic within him, hastily looking to his father, Wang Taiyuan. When did Jiangsheng acquire such a prodigious talent? Could he possibly be a scion of a super clan from the capital? Stay calm. Wang Taiyuan, with his wealth of experience in the martial world, managed to maintain his composure. He then inclined his hands towards Lin Yu, inquiring, such youth and yet you stand as a celestial realm powerhouse. May I ask from which sect you hail? Unexpectedly, Lin Yu coldly retorted, what are you to question my origins? You have 3 seconds. Will you kneel or not? As his words fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment once more. This young man was undeniably audacious. Wang Taiyuan, taken aback by Lin Yu's arrogance, felt a surge of anger swell within him. Though I am aged, my prowess remains undiminished. This is the headquarters of the Wang family, teeming with formidable fighters. Do you believe I cannot subdue you? Hearing this, Wang Hongjie and the others regained their confidence, their eyes gleaming with fierce determination. As long as the elder head of the family, Wang Taiyuan, stood firm, the Wang family would endure. Moreover, this was their stronghold. In the end, it would surely be Lin Yu and Zhou Lei who would meet their demise. However, Lin Yu regarded the Wang family's misplaced confidence with disdain. He glanced at his watch. Time was up. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he strode purposefully toward Wang Taiyuan, his gaze growing increasingly sharp and lethal.
Arrogant brat.
Wang Taiyuan, sensing Lin Yu's murderous intent, clenched his teeth in fury. Today, I shall claim your head to bolster the Wang family's reputation, and then we shall annihilate the Zhou clan. They had always harbored ambitions of devouring the Zhou family. Let us set the plan in motion now. With a fierce shout, Wang Taiyuan was the first to strike. His right arm, a steel fist brimming with his full might, hurtled toward Lin Yu. The punch was extraordinarily fierce, the air around it seemingly ignited, unleashing a torrent of flames and thunderous roars. Such explosive power was a rarity in the world. Moreover, its speed was akin to lightning. This move was the ultimate secret technique of the Thunderstorm 7 Fiends Fist. The 9th strike, heaven-shaking 7 Fiends. Witnessing Wang Taiyuan unleash such a ferocious attack, Wang Hongjie and his companions felt an exhilarating rush. The punch was both rapid and unexpected, with Wang Taiyuan so close to Lin Yu that even with Lin Yu's lightning-like speed, evasion was improbable. In the blink of an eye, Wang Taiyuan's colossal fist was nearing Lin Yu's heart. Boy, you are doomed. Wang Taiyuan was elated, holding absolute confidence that no one of the same rank could withstand this full-force strike. The old patriarch is indeed formidable. Once Lin Yu falls, the Zhou family shall follow suit. Wang Hongjie and the others were brimming with excitement, sensing victory within their grasp. However, none anticipated that this terrifyingly fierce punch from Wang Taiyuan would be entirely thwarted by a sudden, mysterious force. A powerful surge of energy erupted, creating gusts of wind that sent everyone sprawling to the ground. Save for Zhou Lei and Zhou Runin. What had just transpired? Everyone held their breath, straining to comprehend, only to feel their hearts race and their spirits tremble. For the spectacle before them defied all expectations. Lin Yu merely extended a single index finger, effortlessly blocking Wang Taiyuan's formidable punch, filled with unwavering confidence.
Impossible.
Wang Hongjie and the others were incredulous at the scene before them, especially Wang Taiyuan, who felt as though the sky was collapsing around him. Hiss! In that moment, Wang Taiyuan was both astonished and enraged. He desperately intensified the power of his 7 Fiends Fist, attempting to crush Lin Yu's finger. Whoosh! His vital energy surged with fervor, causing his entire body to become scorching hot. The overwhelming release of energy made his hair and even his training attire stand on end. However, reality proved to be relentlessly unforgiving. No matter how Wang Taiyuan struggled, even with all his might, Lin Yu held his ground against the force of his opponent's fist, not flinching in the slightest. Wang Taiyuan was completely taken aback. Everyone present held their breath in anticipation. Wang Taiyuan, Do you truly believe that with such trivial skills you can threaten my life, Lin Yu, and bring ruin to the Zhou family? Lin Yu's face was filled with disdain as he exerted more pressure with his index finger. Ah! Wang Taiyuan immediately let out a piercing cry of agony. His fists, as solid as iron, were shattered and broken. The sheer force of Lin Yu's finger forced him to kneel on the ground. Crack! Amidst the scattering of stone fragments, Wang Taiyuan's wails echoed in the air. His knees were obliterated, blood gushed forth, and the scene was utterly harrowing. The members of the Wang family were left in a state of shock, paralyzed by an indescribable terror that surged from the depths of their souls. They trembled uncontrollably, their faces ashen. Lin Yu's strength is truly formidable, terrifying beyond measure. They had never witnessed such power and could scarcely conceive that someone could achieve so much with just a single finger. In an instant, the Wang family felt as if they were facing utter calamity. It was not only them. Even Zhou Lei, who had accompanied Lin Yu through numerous significant events, now stared wide-eyed, his hands trembling uncontrollably, although he had prepared himself prior to this moment. The sheer force of Lin Yu's singular prowess left him utterly astounded. Young master, he is nothing short of a divine being among mortals. Lin Yu. Zhou Runan was equally captivated by the display of Lin Yu's strength, her heart racing with excitement, and her legs instinctively tightening in response. Brother Lin Yu, you are truly striking. Is this not a matter of life and death? Due to Lin Yu's remarkable prowess, the atmosphere on the field has evidently polarized into two extremes, resulting in a complete imbalance of the situation. Mr. Lin, I implore you to spare my life. Wang Taiyuan lay on the ground, his body drenched in blood, his eyes filled with terror, bereft of the arrogance and hubris he once displayed. Lin Yu slowly inhaled a puff of smoke, his tone devoid of warmth. Just moments ago, I granted you a 10-second reprieve, yet you failed to seize even a single second. Bang! As his words fell, Lin Yu's index finger applied pressure once more. Wang Taiyuan was instantly transformed into a mist of crimson. Whoosh! A golden flame ignited spontaneously, incinerating the blood mist in an instant. Father! Patriarch! Upon witnessing the utter vanishment of Wang Taiyuan, Wang Hongjie and the other formidable members of the Wang family were rendered utterly petrified. Their gazes turned vacant. One after another they knelt before Lin Yu. This version of Lin Yu was simply insurmountable. Now, are you prepared to divulge all information pertaining to the Dragon Pursuit Organization? Lin Yu's voice, though not loud, resonated in their ears like the pounding of a heavy hammer. Chapter 67. A surprise, I declare. The core members of the Wang family hastily emerged from their state of terror, bowing their heads in submission. Among them was Wang Taiyuan's son, Wang Hongjie. At this moment, he was overwhelmed by Lin Yu's formidable presence, his face a mask of fear. The arrogance and confidence he had displayed during his confrontation with Zhou Lei had long since vanished. You? Lin Yu cast a glance at him and said, I have just slain your father. Do you not feel sorrow? Yet you still seek to ingratiate yourself with me? Wang Hongjie forced a smile, his face still brimming with obsequiousness. It is my father's own folly for offending a powerful being. He reaped what he sowed. Furthermore, it is my utmost honor to serve such a formidable entity. I, Wang Hongjie, am willing to be a devoted servant, even if it means becoming a mere dog. In his desperation to preserve his life, he was prepared to relinquish his dignity. However, he clearly underestimated Lin Yu. Although Lin Yu is charming and dashing, he is profoundly loyal. Had Wang Hongjie chosen to avenge his father, perhaps Lin Yu would have allowed him to retain his complete form. With a gentle wave, Lin Yu extracted memories from Wang Hongjie's mind. Instantly, a blaze of golden light engulfed him, transforming Wang Hongjie into a being of fire. In a realm of endless agony, Wang Hongjie was mercilessly burned alive. A fitting end. Zhou Lei felt an immense sense of satisfaction in his heart, then quietly inquired of Lin Yu, young master, how shall we deal with the remaining individuals? Lin Yu merely smiled coldly and retorted, they seek to annihilate the Zhou family.
What do you propose?
His tone, though calm, was imbued with an immense sense of intimidation. The implication was unmistakable. Regardless of the number, any threat to me must be subdued. Any harm inflicted upon me must be eradicated. Zhou Lei's heart trembled violently, for Lin Yu's decisiveness and resolve exceeded his expectations. I understand now. Zhou Lei's gaze instantly transformed into one of grim determination. He already harbored animosity towards the Wang family, and in this moment, Lin Yu's ruthless resolve fortified his own determination. Strike. One must eradicate the roots to prevent future repercussions. Kill. Zhou Lei bellowed in fury, launching a merciless massacre against the core experts of the Wang family. In the blink of an eye, screams filled the air, and the ground was strewn with corpses amidst a tempest of blood and carnage. The Wang family, once one of the formidable and ruthless five great families, faced utter annihilation today. I have indeed brought about the downfall of the Wang family. Although Zhou Lei was seasoned in the ways of the world, he could not suppress the exhilaration swelling within him. The demise of the Wang family signified the vanquishment of the Zhou family's greatest adversary. Most importantly, with the integration of the Wang family's valuable resources, the Zhou family's power would be exponentially amplified. Not only could they escape their previous disadvantaged position, but they might even ascend to become a leading force in the provincial capital. Lin Yu smiled calmly. We should pay a visit to the Wang family's underground facility. For there lies a server room connected to the Zhu Long organization. This is the secret tool used by Wang Hongjie to communicate with the members of Zhu Long. I have already acquired the login password and the coded phrases. From Wang Hongjie's memories, he learned that the Zhu Long organization is extraordinarily vast. The Wang family is merely responsible for a portion of their operations within the provincial capital. To uncover the information pertaining to the Lin family's tragic fire from years past, it is imperative to delve into their headquarters database. Subsequently, the three of them arrived at the Wang family's underground facility. Before them stood rows of server rooms and a labyrinth of intricate wiring, overwhelming to behold. Zhou Lei could not help but marvel. No wonder, over the years, the Wang family has consistently been a step ahead in all their endeavors, with information flowing extraordinarily freely. It turns out they rely on this extensive intelligence network. Are you confident? Lin Yu inquired of Zhou Runan. Leave it to me. Zhou Runan's lips curled slightly as she produced a hairband, deftly gathering her long crimson tresses into a high ponytail. Her fair fingers danced swiftly across Wang Hongjie's laptop, exuding an air of remarkable efficiency. Lin Yu secretly admired the enchanting sight of this little sprite engrossed in her work. Soon, a myriad of codes appeared on the screen. Zhou Lei crossed his arms over his chest, intently gazing at the display, nodding in contemplation. Lin Yu cast a glance at him and inquired, Do you understand? He chuckled lightly. Zhou Lei, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Though I may not comprehend it fully, I have faith that Ruanan will certainly manage it. 8 minutes later, I accessed the database of the Zhu Long organization's headquarters through Wang Hongjie's laptop and the local server information. Moreover, I uncovered the network code that had issued the bounty for the burning of the Lin family incident from years past. If granted 2 more days, I am confident I could decipher it and pinpoint its actual location. The mastermind behind the bounty will also be unearthed by me. Zhou Ruanan was visibly elated, her proud bosom rising and falling in a captivating manner. Excellent. Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised. Tonight has indeed been quite fruitful. Haha. Zhou Lei couldn't help but chuckle. My dear granddaughter, your performance today has truly impressed your grandfather. Young master, let us await Runan's message regarding the specific address. Lin Yu nodded and smiled, saying, You have all worked hard. Lao Zhou, transfer the Wang family's businesses and assets related to the internet to Ruanan. The rest will belong to you. Thank you, young master, Zhou Lei exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, and hurriedly bowed to Lin Yu in gratitude. Although Lin Yu was indifferent to wealth, the Wang family had been personally conquered by him, and Zhou Lei dared not claim any part of it for himself. At this moment, with Lin Yu's words, Zhou Lei felt a sense of fulfillment. Do I also receive a reward? Ruanan asked, her excitement palpable. The Wang family had significantly expanded its commercial empire in recent years, having acquired 2 renowned internet companies, one specializing in network engineering and the other primarily focused on live streaming on online platforms. Both companies stood at the forefront of the industry, boasting revenues exceeding billions, making them leaders in their field. Thank you, brother Lin Yu, Ruanan said, her cheeks flushed with excitement, as she nestled against Lin Yu like a little girl. A gentle kiss brushed against Lin Yu's cheek from her crimson lips. You little enchantress. Are you trying to take advantage of this situation? Lin Yu was kissed by Zhou Runan, yet he did not push away her alluring and captivating figure. Once you uncover the clues to the bounty hunter, I shall reward you handsomely. However, Zhou Runan shook her head, her face aglow with embarrassment.
Prime desire no rewards.
I wish to become Lin Yu's girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu could not help but smile. It seems you simply wish to seduce me. Zhou Runan chuckled, unabashed in her affection for him. Indeed. Then let Lin Yu sleep with me tonight. Lin Yu genuinely wished to accept the spirited and exuberant Zhou Runan. However, he did not forget his prior engagement with Mu Raoshuang. On the other hand, Zhou Lei was taken aback upon overhearing their conversation. It seemed that his granddaughter and the young master might develop a romantic relationship. The mere thought of it filled Zhou Lei with excitement. At the same time, he admired Lin Yu for his remarkable skills, yet maintaining such a carefree and approachable demeanor. After bidding farewell to Zhou Runan and Zhou Lei, Lin Yu hurried to the Western restaurant where he had arranged to meet Mu Raoshuang. By this time, she had been anxiously waiting for a full 3 hours. As the restaurant was nearing closing time, Mu Raoshuang experienced a whirlwind of emotions, transitioning from hopeful anticipation to despondency, ultimately culminating in a visage of sorrow, with tears welling in her eyes. Does brother Lin Yu not wish to see me? Has he become so enamored with that exuberant red-haired girl that he has forgotten about me? Indeed, it seems my significance in his heart is not as paramount as I had hoped. Mu Raoshuang bit her crimson lip tightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on the door, filled with anticipation. Her dear friend, Zhang Manlin, observed the scene with deep sympathy. Oh, my idol Lin Yu, what could you possibly be doing? She longed to send him a message as a gentle reminder, only to realize she had forgotten to save his contact information. Excuse me, ladies, our restaurant is about to close. A young waitress spoke softly, her tone laced with regret. This statement appeared to be the final straw for Mu Raoshuang, and tears streamed down her cheeks. The waitress, taken aback, immediately sought Zhang Manlin's assistance. Zhang Manlin hurriedly embraced her, offering soothing words. Raoshuang, don't fret. Didn't Lin Yu mention he would be late by a few hours? He must be on his way now. Really? At that moment, Mu Raoshuang resembled a helpless little girl in dire need of comfort. Of course, Zhang Manlin replied confidently, though her heart was a tumult of anxiety and a hint of bitterness, for she too harbored feelings for Lin Yu. Yet, in this moment, she graciously played the role of matchmaker between Mu Raoshuang and Lin Yu. Am I being foolish in doing so? A wave of sorrow washed over Zhang Manlin. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar and striking figure outside. Chapter 68, Warmth. It was Lin Yu. Upon seeing him appear at the door, Mu Raoshuang momentarily froze, then her joy erupted like a spring blossom. Without a shred of restraint, she hurriedly strode toward him in her high heels. Raoshuang. Lin Yu felt a warmth enveloping his heart upon seeing Mu Raoshuang still waiting. However, Mu Raoshuang had already thrown herself into his embrace, weeping gently. I thought you had forgotten me, and I believed you would not come. Raoshuang. Lin Yu was acutely aware of Mu Raoshuang's eager anticipation for their date, and now, witnessing her excitement, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. It was my fault for arriving late. I am truly sorry. However, Mu Raoshuang shook her head persistently, her tear-filled eyes brimming with affection and understanding. Don't say you're sorry. The fact that you came is enough. Do you have any idea how happy I am right now? In a distant seat, Zhang Manlin beheld her friend finally showcasing a smile. From the depths of her heart, she also radiated a brilliant and relieved grin, yet, this feeling was strangely bittersweet. I am genuinely happy for Raoshuang, but why does my heart feel so heavy? She gazed at Lin Yu, and the ache within her intensified. I understand now. The man embracing Raoshuang is the very man I adore. A pang of heartbreak surged through her, prompting Zhang Manlin to instinctively clutch her heart. It is best not to linger here. My well-being is at stake. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she mustered a smile for Mu Raoshuang and Lin Yu. Lin Yu has arrived. Thus my mission is accomplished. I shall take my leave now. Mu Raoshuang immediately enveloped her in a warm embrace, her voice choked with emotion. Manlin, thank you for staying by my side this evening. If it weren't for your constant encouragement, I might have collapsed long ago. As she spoke, she gently patted Mu Raoshuang's delicate back and whispered softly, "Whatever you wish to do with Lin Yu, pursue it boldly. Dare to love." Mu Raoshuang's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded vigorously. Lin Yu, with a quick mind, immediately realized that it was Zhang Manlin who had rendered her great assistance tonight. "Manlin, thank you." Lin Yu offered Zhang Manlin a gentle smile. Although Zhang Manlin nodded and smiled in response, her heart was already in tatters. "Am I unwell? Why must I pretend to be so noble?" She could not help but recall the beautiful moments shared with Lin Yu the previous night, when they drank together and ultimately kissed. The mere thought of those memories deepened her sorrow. Zhang Manlin struggled to suppress her inner anguish. As she passed by Lin Yu, she pinched him sharply in the lower back before hastily departing the Western restaurant. Yet, her tears could not be contained, spilling forth uncontrollably. Lin Yu gazed at the melancholic silhouette of Zhang Manlin as she departed, feeling a pang of sorrow within. "Sir, madam," the beautiful waitress whispered once more, "I sincerely apologize, but we are about to close." Mu Raoshuang expressed her regret, for she held a deep affection for this Western restaurant. She yearned to share a delightful meal with Lin Yu here, relishing their unique world together. Lin Yu chuckled softly and addressed the waiter, "How about this? I shall bestow a tip of 10,000 for each employee as a token of gratitude for their overtime work tonight. Would that be acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Mu Ro's eyes widened in astonishment. The beautiful waitress, taken aback, inquired incredulously, "Sir, are you serious? There are over 40 of us." "I am indeed serious," he replied. Lin Yu smiled gently, gazing affectionately at Mu Raoshuang. "No matter the cost, I must spend a romantic evening with you tonight. Brother Lin Yu." Mu Raoshuang felt profoundly moved, realizing that her anticipation for this night had been utterly worthwhile. After Lin Yu had given instructions to the waiter, he took Mu Ro's delicate hand and sat down. The beautiful waitress promptly alerted all the staff at the fastest pace. In an instant, the entire Western restaurant was abuzz with excitement. Although Lin Yu is charming and dashing, he is indeed willing to lavish extravagant sums on the woman he adores. Everyone is speculating just how wealthy he truly is. Moreover, the establishment has hung a sign outside requesting not to be disturbed, in order to preserve the tranquility of this celestial couple. Melodic and enchanting music begins to play, and the warm, romantic lights are rekindled. Mu Raoshuang's mood becomes even more delightful. Lin Yu chuckled and said, "Raoshuang, after we finish our meal, shall we engage in some warm-up activities?" Mu Raoshuang was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. She gently patted Lin Yu's hand, her gaze filled with affection. "Brother Lin Yu, you always steer the conversation in that direction." Lin Yu seized the opportunity to grasp her delicate hand, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. "I am not merely driving. I wish to take you onto the expressway as well. Tonight we shall lock the car doors, and neither of us shall escape." With a soft laugh, Mu Raoshuang playfully chided him. "Who would want to join you on the expressway? Brother Lin Yu? You are incorrigible." Yet, despite her words, her body betrayed a more genuine response. Though this long-awaited dinner date had commenced late, its conclusion was nothing short of exquisitely romantic and heartwarming. Beside Lin Yu, Mu Raoshuang felt enveloped in affection, a profound sense of security washing over her. The midnight streets lay in tranquil silence, the stars twinkling above, and the evening breeze caressing gently. "Brother Lin Yu, the night is truly beautiful. I am genuinely delighted." Within the confines of the car, Mu Raoshuang leaned against Lin Yu's shoulder, whispering softly, her eyes brimming with joy, having indulged in a bit of wine. The lovely contours of her face and neck radiated a charming rosy hue. Coupled with her slightly tipsy gaze, she appeared irresistibly alluring. "Raoshuang, compared to the beautiful night, you are even more enchanting." Lin Yu was captivated by the beauty and charm of Mu Raoshuang, genuinely expressing his admiration. Unable to resist, he reached out to gently caress her cheek. Instantly, a delicate smoothness glided across his palm. Mu Raoshuang's skin was truly exquisite and silky, almost fragile. "Brother Lin Yu." Mu Raoshuang felt the warmth of his hand, her body involuntarily trembling with a soft quiver. Suddenly, she turned to face Lin Yu, her eyes brimming with affection. Brother Lin Yu, I wish to become your woman. Raoshuang. Lin Yu is a man of deep emotions, having long regarded Mu Raoshuang as his beloved. At this moment, with the beauty being so proactive, how could he possibly let her down? Lin Yu swiftly adjusted the seat, allowing Mu Raoshuang's delicate figure to press closely against him. Mu Raoshuang felt a wave of warmth on her red lips. Brother Lin, I have been thinking. Mu Raoshuang's face flushed with embarrassment, her voice barely above a whisper. Raoshuang, in this state, you are nearly enchanting enough to drive me mad. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming surge of excitement upon hearing Mu Raoshuang's words. Today, his wishes had finally come to fruition. Brother Lin Yu, even if it's just this once, I am content. Feeling the unreserved affection radiating from Mu Raoshuang, Lin Yu was deeply moved. Silly girl, how can one time suffice? From now on, I shall be your guardian, cherishing and loving you. Chapter 69. Heartfelt words. Upon hearing Lin Yu's heartfelt declaration, Mu Raoshuang's eyes glistened with tears, her heart brimming with indescribable warmth and emotion. It turned out that Lin Yu, like her, harbored profound love for one another. Subsequently, Mu Raoshuang bestowed another passionate kiss. That night, the two finally fulfilled their long-cherished desire, achieving a perfect union of body and soul. As the sun rose in the east and the gentle morning breeze caressed the landscape, Mu Raoshuang nestled in Lin Yu's embrace, her eyes filled with adoration. Brother Lin Yu, you are truly remarkable. Lin Yu gently caressed her jade-like back, smiling warmly. I possess even greater abilities that you will experience in the future. Mu Ro's face instantly flushed, and she lightly patted Lin Yu's chest. Last night, as we embraced each other in love, I felt no fatigue at all. Instead, my spirit and energy surged. Therefore, I truly believe you possess magical skills and are a hidden cultivator. Lin Yu felt a slight surprise. Soon after, he recalled that Zhang Manlin had witnessed him using celestial arts to slay the group of ferocious tigers. And he inquired, "Did Manlin tell you?" "Indeed," Mu Ro replied, the corners of her lips curving upwards. "We are as close as sisters, sharing almost no secrets between us. However, I sense that she harbors some reservations towards me, particularly in the way she looked at you. So intricate and profound." Mu Ro's gaze fixed upon Lin Yu. "Did something extraordinary transpire between you two on that day?" Lin Yu was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Mu Raoshuang to be so astute in her observations. "Indeed, that evening we partook in a few drinks together. At that time, Man Lin was being threatened by the Liao family, and I inadvertently assisted her in extricating herself from that predicament. Ultimately, we shared a kiss." Lin Yu decided to be forthcoming. "So it is." Mu Ro gently nodded, a look of relief spreading across her face. "Do you not harbor any resentment towards me?" Lin Yu was somewhat perplexed. Mu Raoshuang's eyes brimmed with tenderness. "You could have chosen to conceal the truth, yet you opted to confide in me. This signifies your genuine feelings towards me. Earlier, you mentioned that your kidneys are akin to those of a Qilin, requiring a woman of extreme inconstitution to harmonize them. Otherwise, you risk your life. I do not wish for you to bear any burdens. I understand that, in the future, you may have numerous partners, but as long as you hold a place for me in your heart, that is more than sufficient. I am willing to be your most steadfast support." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was enveloped in a warm sensation, as if he had discovered someone who truly understood him. He embraced Mu Raoshuang tightly. "Raoshuang, I am grateful for your understanding." Mu Raoshuang chuckled softly. "Since it seems you might have more than one partner, it would be beneficial for us if you could care for Manlin as well. I hope my dear sister finds happiness too. However, you must not take advantage of us." Upon hearing Mu Raoshuang's sentiments, Lin Yu could not help but smile. So you intend to unite against me. What an amusing notion." At this, Mu Raoshuang's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. "That's not what I meant. You always misconstrue my words. You are incorrigible." Lin Yu's tone was exceedingly gentle. "Rest assured, if there truly exists a connection between Manlin and me, I will treat her well and ensure she experiences not the slightest bit of hardship." The burdens within Mu Raoshuang's heart finally dissipated, prompting her to reflect. "All I can do is this. The rest depends on how the two of you develop." At that moment, Lu Wanyun called, her voice unusually filled with earnestness. Lin Yu, this evening I am to meet a significant client from the group, and the second shareholder, Chu Wei, will also be present. May I ask if you could accompany me? For reasons unknown, Lu Wanyun was fervently eager to see Lin Yu. Having spent the previous night without him, she found herself sleepless, her mind consumed with thoughts of him. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yu would have undoubtedly declined her request without hesitation. However, after an exhilarating night with Mu Raoshuang in the car, he was in high spirits and thus agreed. No problem. Your sudden wish for my company tonight. Were you thinking of me so much last night that you couldn't sleep? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Lu Wanyun felt a jolt within her. Goodness, how does he know? His playful tone caught her off guard. Was he teasing her? Nevertheless, her inner pride would not allow her to concede. Who is thinking of you? Don't be so self-important. Lin Yu chuckled mischievously. It's best if there isn't any. I fear you might fall hopelessly in love with me. Stop being so vain. I have never encountered a man as narcissistic as you. Though her tone was assertive, an uncontrollable sweetness surged within her heart. All right, you carry on with your tasks. I shall arrive punctually. With that, Lin Yu ended the call. This brief yet commanding statement filled Lu Wanyun with unexpected delight, prompting her to spring from the bed and begin her preparations. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she was always eager to present her finest self to Lin Yu. Despite being on the verge of successfully ensnaring Lu Wanyun, fate seemed to favor her and her father, thwarting his schemes time and again. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, his eyes narrowing with cunning and cruelty. If he could not topple the Lu family directly, then he would strive to secure the greatest advantage for himself. Currently, the standing and influence of Chu Tianqin and his son within the Lu group were waning. They were rapidly being outpaced by Lu Wanyun and her father. Therefore, Chu Tianqin desperately required a significant project to reclaim his authority and solidify his position in the group while simultaneously showcasing his capabilities. This evening, the Lu group was set to meet with their business counterpart, Director Chao De-ren. Chu Tianqin narrowed his eyes and swiftly dialed Chao De-ren's number. Director Chao, if you could kindly sign the contract tonight and appoint me as the project leader, I shall fulfill your wish of being with Lu Wanyun. Upon hearing this, the other end erupted in malicious laughter. Leader Chu, you truly understand the situation. Rest assured about the contract. After a brief exchange, Chu Tianqin concluded the call, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Lu Wanyun, I am eager to see how Lin Yu will react once you are with Chao De-ren. Fueled by a profound desire for revenge, Chu Tianqin anticipated the evening's banquet with great enthusiasm. As dusk fell over the vibrant skyline of Jiangqing, the splendid Yuelong Hotel shimmered with lights. This was the venue for the negotiations between the Lu group and the Chao group. Lin Yu, we have arrived. Lu Wanyun glanced at Lin Yu in the back seat through the rearview mirror, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. This left Lin Yu utterly perplexed. Had Lu Wanyun not expressed disdain for him in the past? Why was she treating him so kindly today? A troubling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? Lin Yu felt a sudden pang in his heart. However, today, Lu Wanyun had adorned herself with an exquisitely refined makeup, exuding both nobility and elegance. Coupled with her vibrant short skirt and tailored blazer, she appeared utterly resplendent. It must be said that Lu Wanyun, in this manner, was truly stunning. Lin Yu inadvertently revealed his heartfelt thoughts. Lu Wanyun nearly burst into laughter, feeling delighted within. Look at you, thinking you can resist my charm. After they alighted from the vehicle, they walked side by side, drawing the attention of hotel guests who paused in awe. Chong Tianqin, the project group leader of the Lu group, had been waiting in the hotel lobby. Upon seeing the stunning Lu Wanyun, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable surge of anger. Indeed, Lu Wanyun was breathtakingly beautiful. However, tonight she would be thoroughly consumed by Chairman Chao. Others would feast while he would be left with nothing. Cheng Wei felt deeply resentful, but the thought of Lu Wanyun and Lin Yu joining forces against his father and himself only fueled his rage. At this moment, Lin Yu arrived, clad in a wine-red suit and leather shoes. With his charming smile and extraordinary confidence radiating from his features, he was simply breathtaking. Who is this man? He is excessively handsome. Lu Wanyun gazed at the remarkably self-assured Lin Yu, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. Unexpectedly, this flirt looked so dashing in a suit. If we were truly a couple, would we not be a match made in heaven? However, Chang Tianqin, observing Lin Yu's striking presence, felt a heavy weight of pressure. At that moment, he felt like a mangy dog in comparison to Lin Yu's attractiveness. What made it even more envious was the sight of Lin Yu and Lu Wanyun. Like a golden boy and jade girl, together, they were a perfect match in physique, appearance, and demeanor. Even their smiles complemented each other splendidly. Deputy Group Leader Lin, you look rather dashing in a suit. Chang Tianqin suppressed his inner fury, reminding Lin Yu as a superior of the significance of Chairman Chao's major contract for the Lu Group, urging him to control his temper and maintain a dignified demeanor. Faced with Chang Tianqin's condescension, Lin Yu shot him a glance and replied coldly, "Who do you think you are? Do I need your guidance to do my job?" Chang Tianqin's face twitched with irritation, his anger boiling within. Meanwhile, Lu Wanyun stifled a laugh at Lin Yu's audacity. This man truly exuded masculinity. The three of them soon entered the reserved private room. At that moment, a corpulent, unattractive middle-aged man pushed the door open. This man was none other than Chao Dirun, the chairman of Chao's Industries. Accompanying him were a female assistant and a burly bodyguard. "Chairman Chao, it's a great honor to meet you." Chang Tianqin quickly stepped forward to greet him. "You flatter me, Group Leader Chang," Chao Dirun replied with a hearty laugh, his gaze sweeping over Lu Wanyun. Noticing her enchanting appearance tonight, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. "This woman is truly a rare beauty. I must have her tonight. Manager Lu, you have become even more stunning." He feigned surprise, extending his hand towards Lu Wanyun with an avaricious gleam in his eyes. Lu Wanyun clearly sensed Chao Dirun's intentions, but still politely offered her hand. However, Lin Yu smiled and stepped forward to shake Chao Dirun's hand first. "Hello, Chairman Chao." Seeing this, Lu Wanyun felt a surge of joy. "This man truly understands me." Chang Tianqin quickly explained, "This is Lin Yu, the deputy group leader of our second group." "Oh," Chao Dirun pretended to realize. "So you are the toad that circles around Manager Lu all day? I heard you're just a country bumpkin. Why are you here instead of gathering herbs in the mountains?" His tone was provocative and filled with disdain, clearly mocking Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyun's heart raced. "But I also heard that Chairman Chao once called 4 ladies at a nightclub and took 5 potency pills, only to be rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment afterward. Now that is a true heroic tale." The atmosphere grew exceptionally awkward. Lu Wanyun couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Chao Dirun's face turned ashen. This was the most embarrassing incident he wished to forget. "Chang Tianqin, how could you bring such an impudent person to this gathering? It seems your Lu group no longer wishes to cooperate with us at Chao's Industries." Chao Dirun slammed the table in fury. Chang Tianqin regretted his decision. He should never have agreed to bring Lin Yu along. He quickly apologized. "Lin Yu has just joined the Lu group and is still learning the ropes. Please forgive him. Chairman Chao, you haven't forgotten our prior agreement, have you?" With that, he subtly waved his phone, implying something significant. Chao Dirun immediately recalled that signing the contract tonight was a minor issue for him. The real objective was to have Lu Wanyun. He had long coveted her and often fantasized about possessing her. "Very well, I shall give Group Leader Chang some face." Chao Dirun placed 2 bottles of strong liquor on the table forcefully. "If Lin Yu drinks both bottles, I will consider continuing negotiations with your Lu group." Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyun's face turned pale. If Lin Yu drank those 2 bottles of liquor, he would undoubtedly end up in the hospital. Meanwhile, Chang Tianqin felt a rush of delight. To him, this major deal was crucial for his standing in the Lu group, and he could not afford any mistakes. He didn't care if Lin Yu ended up in the hospital. It would be best if Lin Yu drank himself to death. Even if Lin Yu refused, he would still have to leave the banquet. This would lead the shareholders of the Lu group to be severely disappointed in Lu Wanyun and her father. If Lin Yu were absent, he and Chao Dirun would have countless opportunities to manipulate Lu Wanyun. "Lin Yu, I regret putting you in this difficult position for the benefit of the Lu group." Chang Tianqin feigned helplessness, speaking in a low voice. Lu Wanyun quickly interjected, "No. Chairman Chao is clearly toying with Lin Yu. What if something happens to him?" Chang Tianqin, however, coldly retorted, "Drinking is part of business negotiations. This is also a necessary step for Lin Yu's growth. Lin Yu, as the deputy group leader, this is your first time participating in a significant contract negotiation. You wouldn't want the senior executives to be disappointed in you, would you? Seeing Chang Tianqin attempting to morally bind Lin Yu, Lu Wanyun felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. This despicable man truly had a malicious heart. Yet, Lin Yu nonchalantly waved his hand. No problem. I will drink the liquor. As soon as he finished speaking, a sinister smile spread across Chao Dirun's face. Chang Tianqin secretly laughed as well. However, he maintained a facade of satisfaction. Deputy Group Leader Lin, you have indeed matured significantly. I am truly proud of you. Lu Wanyun, however, was in a state of panic. Lin Yu, you mustn't drink. She grabbed his arm tightly, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Lin Yu felt the sincerity of Lu Wanyun, a warm current surging within him. He then revealed a mischievous smile, saying, I was merely jesting. How could I possibly bow to Chao Dirun? With that, Lin Yu seized 2 wine bottles and brought them crashing down upon Chao Dirun's head. Bang! The bottles shattered, wine splattering everywhere. Blood gushed from Chao Dirun's forehead, and coupled with the sting of the alcohol, he collapsed to the ground, emitting anguished cries. Mr. Chao, Chu Tianqin and Chao Dirun's bodyguards and secretary were left dumbfounded by the scene before them. Lu Wanyun was equally stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. Who would have anticipated Lin Yu's actions would be so reckless? In response to Chao Dirun's provocation, he had actually struck him with a wine bottle. Why you dare to hit me? Chao Dirun shouted at the towering bodyguard, clutching his bleeding head. Why are you still standing there? Go take care of him. The bodyguard immediately charged toward Lin Yu. No. Lu Wanyun unhesitatingly positioned herself in front of Lin Yu, determined to shield him. The bodyguard was formidable, a former professional boxer, and Lin Yu was no match for him. Yet, Chu Tianqin blocked Lu Wanyun's path. He secretly wished for Lin Yu to be beaten to death. Little did he expect. Lin Yu gently waved his hand, and the burly bodyguard was sent flying out the door as if struck by a truck, instantly losing consciousness. Everyone was profoundly astonished by Lin Yu's formidable power. Lin Yu strode forward, looking down at Chao Dirun and asked, Do you possess the qualification to force me to drink? Boom! Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyun felt a surge of emotion within her. Is he protecting me? How can he be so wonderful? Suddenly, Lu Wanyun was completely moved by Lin Yu's majestic presence. In this moment, Lin Yu exuded an undeniable masculinity. What do you intend to do? Why you? Don't come any closer. Do you still want the contract? Can you bear the consequences? Chao Dirun, terrified, turned pale, resorting to threats with the contract. Chu Tianqin was equally frightened, pointing at Lin Yu and shouting, Stop immediately and apologize to Mr. Chao. However, Lin Yu paid him no mind. Instead, he seized 2 bottles of strong liquor and brought them crashing down on Chao Dirun's head.
Chapitre 71, Apologie à.
Mr. Chao was struck so hard that stars danced before his eyes. Blood and glass shards covered his head, and he collapsed unconscious. Lin Yu. Chu Tianqin was left dumbfounded. Then his fury ignited. Have you lost your mind? The crucial contract for tonight is ruined, and the Lu group will suffer severe repercussions. Yet, Lin Yu merely replied with a cold smile. Chao Dirun clearly had intentions towards Wanyun. He regarded the Lu group as a cash cow and Wanyun as nothing more than a drinking companion. Yet you treat him like a father?
Chu Tianqin.
You truly lack any backbone. Chu Tianqin was momentarily speechless, for Lin Yu's words rang true. Nevertheless, Chu Tianqin defiantly retorted, I am the team leader of the group's project, and my father is the vice director. How dare you speak to me like this? Lin Yu stared at Chu Tianqin with a look of disdain. Are you even aware that you are the group leader? While the general manager was being bullied, what were you doing as the leader? You dare to encourage me to apologize? Do you believe I could end you? Chu Tianqin's heart raced, and he stumbled back in terror. Lin Yu's gaze was utterly bewitching and terrifying. If he dared to utter another word, Lin Yu would undoubtedly bring about his own demise. Lin Yu regarded him as mere air, turning to face Lu Wanyun, his gaze softening. I hope I did not frighten you earlier. Lu Wanyun's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she trembled. I was genuinely worried you might be harmed by Chao Dirun's bodyguards. I was almost in tears. Were you not injured when all that glass shattered around you? As she spoke, she hurriedly took out a fragrant handkerchief, gently wiping the shards of glass and spilled liquor from Lin Yu's hands, her demeanor and actions imbued with profound tenderness. Damn it! Chu Tianchen, witnessing Lu Wanyun's tender concern for Lin Yu, felt a surge of anger rising within him, yet he could only feign ignorance, lest he provoke Lin Yu's wrath. Chao Dong, please don't perish. Inside the private room, Chao Dirun's secretary, frightened to tears, urgently instructed the driver to take him to the hospital. At this moment, Chu Tianchen was overwhelmed with anxiety. The contract negotiations were surely doomed. He had intended to leverage this lucrative deal to surpass Lu Wanyun's standing. Now, his plans lay in ruins. Moreover, Chao Dirun was wealthy and influential. This matter would undoubtedly not end well. His hatred for Lin Yu was palpable, yet, despite his ire, he knew he had to resolve this issue. Otherwise, he would lose the leverage he needed to eclipse Lu Wanyun. He urged his father, in his capacity as vice chairman, to convene an emergency meeting of the Lu Group's senior executives. Lu Wanyun was equally apprehensive. She was acutely aware that Chu Tianchen would undoubtedly seek to blame Lin Yu, shifting all responsibility onto him. For both personal and professional reasons, she could not remain indifferent. After all, Lin Yu had come at her behest and had acted rashly to protect her. In the Lu Group's boardroom, the directors and shareholders wore grave expressions, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Chairman Lu Shirtai, seated at the head of the table, appeared as though he were sitting on pins and needles, his face clouded with concern. He understood that Lin Yu had acted to protect his daughter, yet the magnitude of the incident made it difficult for even him, as chairman, to shield Lin Yu from the repercussions. As anticipated, the meeting commenced with Chu Tianchen vociferously condemning Lin Yu, attributing all blame to him alone. However, Lu Wanyun was determined not to allow his machinations to succeed, staunchly defending Lin Yu, leading to a heated exchange with Chu Tianchen. The boardroom crackled with tension as the executives furrowed their brows in dismay. In stark contrast, Lin Yu appeared amused, watching Chu Tianchen's fervent display, nearly unable to suppress his applause. Enough! Cease this clamor. Several elder shareholders interjected, interrupting the dispute between Lu Wanyun and Chu Tianchen. What purpose does this argument serve? The damage has already been done. We must urgently discuss how to mitigate this crisis for the company. At that moment, Vice Chairman Chu Wei coldly fixed Lu Wanyun with a piercing gaze, his expression menacing. Manager Lu, it was Lin Yu who struck him. Surely he must apologize to Mr. Chao? Instantly, all eyes turned to Lu Wanyun and Lin Yu. Lu Wanyun's worst fears materialized. Just moments ago, she had implored Lin Yu to refrain from speaking carelessly, lest he fall into Chu Tianchen's trap. To her shock, Lin Yu responded with a dispassionate scoff. Indeed, I struck him, for he deserved it. Apologize? Chao Dirun is unworthy of such courtesy. If he seeks revenge, let him come. I, Lin Yu, fear him not. With that, Lin Yu turned on his heel and departed, wholly indifferent to the feelings of those present. The audacity of his words left everyone stunned. Lu Wanyun watched Lin Yu's retreating figure, her emotions a tumultuous swirl, momentarily at a loss for words. She understood Lin Yu's character well enough. Asking him to apologize to Chao Dirun was akin to demanding he take his own life. Taking a deep breath, Lu Wanyun surveyed the room. Tomorrow morning, I shall accompany team leader Chu to apologize to Mr. Chao. Even if we fail to secure the contract, we must avoid his ire. Though she voiced this resolution, her heart was heavy with reluctance to see Lin Yu face charges that could lead to imprisonment. He had aided her countless times. Now, it was her turn to assist him. Chu Tianchen initially intended to decline. Yet, considering the possibility that Lu Wanyun might win Chao Dirun's forgiveness and secure the contract, all his efforts could be rendered futile, leaving him overshadowed by Lu Wanyun's influence. Resolving himself, he clenched his teeth and concurred. Very well. I too shall go to apologize to Mr. Chao tomorrow and seek his forgiveness. The matter was settled, and the other shareholders and directors offered no objections. The following morning, at a prestigious private hospital in Jiangqing. Damn it! Lin Yu struck Chao Dirun, And now I am left to clean up the mess. Chu Tianchen fumed, bearing a basket of fruit and 2 bottles of fine mutai. Although he was loath to face Chao Dirun again, he was even more averse to seeing Lin Yu ensnared in legal troubles. In an opulent hospital room, Chao Dirun's head injury had been tended to, now bandaged.
Mr. Gao,
I sincerely apologize for last night's incident. Chu Tianchen and Lu Wanyun offered their contrite apologies. However, Chao Dirun remained stern. Do not waste your breath. Unless Lin Yu personally comes to kneel and apologize, he should brace himself for incarceration. Lu Wanyun found herself in a quandary. She knew that persuading Lin Yu to kneel in apology was utterly impossible. Furthermore, there was a possibility that Lin Yu's actions could have left Chao Dirun in critical condition. Chao Dirun, however, was covertly assessing Lu Wanyun. TSK. This woman, no matter when he saw her, she was always stunningly beautiful. He could not help but swallow hard, smiling at Lu Wanyun. If you can finish this bottle of liquor within 3 minutes, I shall forego pressing charges against Lin Yu and we will renegotiate the contract. With that, he placed a bottle of liquor on the table.
Chu Tianchen imeditan gerat kau derunsch intentino.
Chao Dirun sought to intoxicate Lu Wanyun and manipulate her. The audacity of his demand sent a jolt through Lu Wanyun. Ha! Is Manager Lu afraid? Chao Dirun first glanced at Lu Wanyun before shifting his gaze to Chu Tianchen. If you wish to save Lin Yu and secure that contract, you must show some sincerity. Chu Tianchen understood the true implications of Chao Dirun's words. As long as a relationship were to develop between Chao Dirun and Lu Wanyun, the contract would naturally be signed. Whether or not Lin Yu would be spared was of no concern to Chu Tianchen. He even hoped for Lin Yu's demise behind bars. Mr. Chao, allow me to drink both bottles.
Chu Tianchen Feigen Gudiu, ostensibly protesting Liu Wanyun.
For a moment, Lu Wanyun was deceived, feeling a flicker of gratitude. This fellow, perhaps he had some sense of responsibility. Yet Chao Dirun coldly rebuffed him. No, Lu Wanyun has consistently defended Lin Yu. She must drink. Otherwise, everything is off the table. Chu Tianchen gazed at Lu Wanyun, feigning a look of distress. In order to save Lin Yu and resolve the crisis of the Lu group, it seems we might indeed need you to consume this bottle of liquor, to prevent Lu Wanyun from falling into a trap and to avoid arousing her suspicion. Chu Tianchen took the initiative to drink deeply from the bottle. Lu Wanyun furrowed her brows, but for Lin Yu's sake, she decided to take the plunge.
Mr. Gao,
I hope you keep your word. With that, Lu Wanyun opened the bottle and began to drink. Seeing this, Chao Dirun felt a surge of delight. Drink to your heart's content. Once you are inebriated, I shall see how I can toy with you. Those familiar with spirits understand that the greatest taboo is to drink hastily. Soon, Lu Wanyun's cheeks flushed, and her breathing quickened. At the same time, her exquisite face glowed with a rosy hue, rendering her even more enchanting.
Kau deren Wetschet, utterly captivated.
This woman is truly mesmerizing. At this moment, under the influence of alcohol, Lu Wanyun felt dizzy, her heart racing. Chu Tianchen, I sense something is amiss. She tugged at Chu Tianchen's sleeve, only to discover that he had succumbed to a drunken stupor, sprawled on the table in deep slumber, unresponsive to any calls. Hey! Lu Wanyun immediately grew anxious. Her boldness in drinking before Chao Dirun stemmed from Chu Tianchen's presence. No matter how arrogant Chao Dirun was, he would not dare lay a hand on her in Chu Tianchen's company. But now, Chu Tianchen had fallen into a drunken state first. What would happen if Chao Dirun seized this opportunity to act? Lost in thought, Lu Wanyun nearly stumbled. Wanyun, are you all right? Chao Dirun approached with a smirk, attempting to steady her. You don't come near. Lu Wanyun pushed his hand away, struggling to suppress her intoxicated discomfort. We have finished drinking. You must fulfill your promise. Your matter with Lin Yu should come to an end.
Ah! Kau deren sneert repiatedly.
I merely said I would consider it. I never fully agreed. Moreover, Lin Yu smashed my head. Do you think 2 bottles of liquor will suffice to settle this? You are quite naive. He continued, how about this? You spend a delightful evening with me. Once I am satisfied, I shall refrain from pursuing Lin Yu's responsibility. Hearing this, Lu Wanyun realized she had fallen into his trap, her fear intensifying. Lin Yu was right. Chao Diren was indeed a shameless scoundrel. Lin Yu, where are you? Come quickly and save me. She retreated step by step, but ultimately succumbed to the dizziness brought on by intoxication, collapsing onto the sofa. Hehehe. Chao Diren fixated on Lu Wanyun's alluring legs and her partially exposed form. He gazed at her flushed cheeks, grinning from ear to ear. Team leader Chu, stop pretending. Wake up. Lu Wanyun is completely inebriated. At these words, Chu Tianchun instantly opened his eyes and hastened towards Chao Diren. Chao Diren couldn't help but laugh heartily. Rest assured, after tonight, we shall be brothers. With that, he confidently signed his name on the contract. Witnessing this, Chu Tianchun was filled with exhilaration. With this contract, his standing in the Lu group would surpass that of Lu Wanyun. As for what Lu Wanyun would endure tonight, he couldn't care less. His goal was to seize Lu Wanyun's position as general manager. The heartless achieve great things. I shall not disturb Mr. Chao's enjoyment any longer. Chu Tianchun left the private room with the contract in hand, smiling. He he he. Chao Diren gazed at Lu Wanyun's seductive appearance, wearing a lecherous grin. Beautiful lady, I am coming, he declared, activating the video function on his phone, slowly approaching Lu Wanyun. Just as he was about to touch her, a blinding light suddenly erupted in the room. Even the air trembled violently. A figure emerged from the radiance. It was Lin Yu. He surveyed the surroundings and quickly grasped the situation. It's you? How did you get in here? Chao Diren had never encountered such a scene, and was immediately paralyzed by fear, trembling all over. You are doomed. Lin Yu struck Chao Diren across the face, sending him crashing against the wall. It turns out that last night, when Lin Yu parted ways with Lu Wanyun, he had cast a protective spell upon her. The moment Lu Wanyun finds herself in peril, Lin Yu will instantly sense it. Lu Wanyun, awaken. Lin Yu lifted Lu Wanyun and, with a wave of ethereal energy, swiftly expelled the alcohol from her system. Before long, Lu Wanyun regained consciousness. Lin Yu? She wondered if she was experiencing an illusion. How could you be here? I have come to rescue you. Lin Yu pointed to Chao Diren, who was not far away. He intended to take advantage of your drunken state to act against you. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. He mentioned that if I finished a bottle of wine, he would no longer hold you accountable. I naively believed him, never expecting. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu understood. Lu Wanyun had taken the risk of drinking to aid him. A wave of warmth surged within him. Thank you. Lin Yu gently embraced Lu Wanyun. At that moment, Chao Diren's bodyguard burst into the room. With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Yu brought them all to their demise. He then turned his gaze towards Chao Diren, who lay sprawled on the ground. He was the most deserving of death. As he spoke, he advanced towards Chao Diren. What do you intend to do? Chao Diren's hands were rendered useless, yet the instinct for survival compelled him to desperately drag his body backward. Lin Yu wasted no words. He seized the collar of his opponent and hurled him from the 18th floor. Ah! Help! In a mere 2 seconds, the man crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. The unfortunate Chao Diren lay there, his limbs shattered, his body torn asunder. Hiss! Lu Wanyun's expression changed dramatically as she hurriedly grasped Lin Yu's hand. How could you be so foolish? Taking a life demands a life in return. Is it truly worth sacrificing your own for a scoundrel like Chao Diren? Lin Yu smiled serenely. If he does not perish, your reputation will be ruined. Upon hearing these words, Lu Wanyun's body trembled violently, and tears streamed down her cheeks. You are such a fool. I would rather sacrifice my reputation than see you come to harm. If you were to die because of me, I would never find peace for the rest of my life. Though she scolded him verbally, her body remained tightly nestled in Lin Yu's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 73. The sleepy bug. All right, do not be afraid. Lin Yu gently embraced Lu Wanyun, offering her the warmest comfort and protection. In that moment, this man displayed an unprecedented tenderness toward her. Downstairs, Chu Tianchun swiftly filed the contract away, his face blossoming with joy at the ease with which he secured the deal. However, he could never have anticipated that in the next moment, Chao Diren would plummet from the 18th floor, meeting a gruesome fate. Chu Tianchun was struck with terror, his soul seemingly escaping him. He abruptly glanced up at the 18th floor, only to witness a pair of men locked in an embrace. Could it be Lin Yu and Lu Wanyun? Chu Tianxin inhaled deeply, his mind buzzing with disbelief. Surely, Lin Yu did not throw Chao Dirun from the building. He dashed into the elevator, heading straight for the 18th floor. How could Chao Dirun have fallen to his death? He burst into the hospital room, shouting in sheer panic, "I did it." Lin Yu spoke candidly, leaving Chu Tianxin utterly astonished. How could Lin Yu remain so composed after committing murder? Chu Tianxin clenched his teeth. Do you have any idea how powerful the forces behind Chao Dirun are? By killing him, the entire Lu family conglomerate will be implicated. Smack! Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Wanyun delivered a sharp slap across his face. Weren't you drunk? Where were you when Chao Dirun was about to humiliate me? Her words struck a chord of immense guilt within Chu Tianxin. Chao Dirun had me sign the contract after waking me up, and then I went downstairs to file it away. I never anticipated he would lay a hand on you. He hastily defended himself, only to be met with a powerful kick from Lin Yu that sent him flying. Boom! Chu Tianxin hurtled several meters before crashing into the wall. Ah! He screamed in agony, his face contorted with pain and rage. Lin Yu, how dare you kick me? Smack! Lin Yu struck him mercilessly, delivering a resounding slap that sent his teeth flying. Chu Tianxin, tonight you are either foolish or malicious, which nearly led Wanyun to be insulted by Chao Dirun. In any case, you cannot evade responsibility for this matter. Despite the anger boiling within him, Chu Tianxin dared not utter a word in response to Lin Yu's accusations. On one hand, he felt guilty. On the other, he feared that Lin Yu might hurl him from the building. This madman was capable of anything. Lu Wanyun chose to disregard him and quietly inquired of Lin Yu. Now that Chao Dirun is dead, how shall we handle this situation? Lin Yu, appearing completely unfazed, chuckled and said, "Leave this matter to me." He then sent a message to Zhou Lei. While he might feel overwhelmed by the prospect of confronting the Jiangqing War Department, dealing with the trivial matter of eliminating Chao Dirun was effortlessly within his capabilities. At that moment, Lu Wanyun had no desire to linger any longer. She promptly followed Lin Yu's lead to depart. Before leaving, she shot a disdainful glare at Chu Tianxin. Lin Yu's words instantly illuminated her understanding. Chu Tianxin might have sold her out for that substantial contract. What a despicable person, with a truly venomous heart.
Chu Tianxin,
feeling a pang of guilt, dared not meet Lu Wanyun's gaze. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, an inexplicable excitement surged within him. With Chao Dirun dead at Lin Yu's hands, it was highly probable that Lin Yu would bear the brunt of legal repercussions. Should he face imprisonment or sentencing, Lu Wanyun would effectively lose a crucial ally. Contemplating this, a chilling smile crept across Chu Tianxin's face. He cared not for the means, only the outcome. Judging by the current circumstances, the result was decidedly in his favor. Half an hour later, in the conference room of Lu's group, given the gravity of the situation, Old Master Lu and the other major shareholders had gathered. At this moment, the expressions of the assembly were grim. The Lu group had been thriving, only to be thrust into such dire straits. Vice Chairman Chu Wei's gaze darkened, fixed upon Old Master Lu. Old Master, Lin Yu's audacity knows no bounds, daring to hurl Chao Dirun from the 18th floor. Now that he has killed him, the police and the Chao family will undoubtedly seek retribution. Our Lu group is bound to be implicated. With that, he forcefully extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Chu Tianxin immediately interjected. I had merely exchanged a few words with Lin Yu, and he retaliated violently. That lunatic has brought us immense trouble. With today's advanced technology, the police can easily procure evidence linking Lin Yu to the murder of Chao Dirun. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yu, his voice sharp. Thus, the only viable course of action is to ensure Lin Yu bears sole responsibility. It is the most advantageous resolution for Lu Group. Once Lin Yu is imprisoned or dead, the Lu Group will surely fall into the hands of the Chu family. Lu Wanyun attempted to defend Lin Yu, claiming his actions were in self-defense. However, Lin Yu preempted her. Chao Dirun was a scoundrel. His death is inconsequential. Why should you fret? He then took a seat beside Old Master Lu, leisurely sipping his tea. His actions incensed both Chu Tianqin and his father in an instant. Facing imminent doom, he remained defiant. If not for your throwing Chao Dirun off the building, would we be in this mess? And you still have the leisure to enjoy tea? Old Master Lu, however, whispered, Xiao Yu, why are you so composed? Have you uncovered some hidden truths? To this, Lin Yu smiled, I require no insider knowledge. I am a cultivator, capable of summoning winds and rains, crafting symbols to vanquish demons, and transforming stone into gold. The Chao family appears as mere ants before me. Even the police dare not act against me. His proclamation plunged the room into a deathly silence. Each face contorted in disbelief, stunned into silence. A cultivator? You, a rustic villager, dare to claim such a title? If you are so formidable, why not ascend to the heavens? Lu Wanyun's complexion turned ashen. She had anticipated Lin Yu would devise a strategy to turn the tables. To her shock, he proclaimed himself a cultivator. In that moment, her grip on the teacup tightened, producing a cracking sound as the liquid within trembled violently. Suddenly, Vice Chairman Chu Wei could no longer contain himself, slamming his hand on the table and rising abruptly. Lin Yu, have you had your fill of this farce? I have tolerated you for too long. Lu Group is embroiled in a monumental crisis because of you, and you still find time for jest. Chu Tianqin seethed with rage, gritting his teeth. This fool is not only foolish himself but dares to treat us as fools as well. With that, he hummed a tune as he departed. Infuriated, Chu Wei glared at Lin Yu's retreating figure, quaking with suppressed fury, nearly on the brink of explosion. Yet, unable to contend with Lin Yu, he redirected his wrath towards his son, Chu Tianqin. It is your fault for being useless, incapable of keeping an eye on Lin Yu. Now, we may not only fail to seize Lu Group but risk losing everything. Chu Tianqin found himself at a loss for words. Within the Lu household, rest eluded them, clearly troubled by the terrifying consequences of the situation. Particularly Lu Wanyun, tossing and turning, found it unusually rare to sit beside Lin Yu's bed. Lin Yu, I am so worried about you. Observing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. What do you intend, sitting so close? Do you wish to take advantage of me? Stop joking. I truly do not want to see you come to harm. As she spoke, tears glimmered in Lu Wanyun's beautiful eyes. Fear not, truly you need not worry. I will ensure everything is well. Lin Yu smiled confidently, gently patting her perky rear. Wow, it truly was delightful to the touch. The sensation was as splendid as ever. How could you, Lin Yu, still find the leisure to tease me at such a moment? Just wait until I deal with you. With that thought, Lu Wanyun raised her hand, ready to strike Lin Yu. But her hand lingered in the air, reluctant to fall. She was well aware that Lin Yu's actions were merely a diversion, a means to shift her focus away from her worries. Observing Lu Wanyun in this state, Lin Yu felt a stir of emotion, realizing that this woman was indeed genuine, utterly devoid of pretense. However, he chose not to explain. Instead, he secretly invoked his mystical arts, swiftly lulling Lu Wanyun to sleep, followed by the rest of the family, who slumbered soundly until dawn. The following morning, Lu Wanyun and the others awoke feeling refreshed, puzzled about how they had fallen asleep the previous night. In contrast, Chu Tianqin and his companions appeared utterly exhausted, their eyes bloodshot and their demeanor listless. Could it be that you truly stayed awake all night? Lin Yu entered the high-level conference room and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, last night, Chu Tianqin was consumed with worry, fearing that the Chao family would seek revenge in the dead of night. After all, this matter was somewhat connected to his son, Chu Tianqin. Simultaneously, they were awaiting the arrival of the police department to apprehend Lin Yu. Yet, as dawn broke, there was neither a trace of the Chao family nor any sign of the police. Thus, the father and son, along with several closely related shareholders, endured a sleepless night in the conference room. Hua Zi chain-smoked one pack after another, filled with resentment. How impressive you all are, staying up all night without feeling tired. Lin Yu wore a playful smile upon his face. Lin Yu, how can you still smile? Chu Tianqin gritted his teeth in frustration. If it weren't for you, why would we have to endure this suffering? Chu Wei and others glared fiercely at Lin Yu, their eyes reflecting the crimson hue of sleepless nights. Yet, Lin Yu's laughter grew even more jubilant. He spread his hands wide and declared, "Did I not say last night that everything would be fine? It is merely your disbelief in me that has caused this predicament. It has nothing to do with me." The night proved to be as Lin Yu had foretold, tranquil and uneventful. Chu Tianqin and his family were left utterly perplexed. Lin Yu clearly killed Chao Darren, yet neither the Chao family nor the police have taken any action. This is utterly illogical. Chapter 74. So sweet. In light of this situation, Lu Wanyun was inwardly astonished. The Chao family remains silent, and the police have not intervened? After all, a life has been lost. At that moment, Old Master Lu's phone rang. "What? All right, I understand." The astonished voice of Old Master Lu drew the attention of those present. Once he hung up, everyone gathered around. "Old Master Lu, what has transpired?" Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Old Master Lu declared, "I have just received news that the Chao group has gone bankrupt overnight, and Chao Darren has committed suicide out of guilt." What? Everyone was left dumbfounded. Clearly, Chao Darren was killed by Lin Yu, who had readily admitted to it. Taking another deep breath, Old Master Lu continued, "According to reliable sources, Chao Darren offended the Zhou family in the provincial capital, and Zhou Lei, the head of the family, took action last night. However, due to the Zhou family's immense power, others dared not speak out. Thus, Lin Yu unknowingly evaded a catastrophe." After relaying this news, Old Master Lu couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. "My precious son-in-law, your luck is simply extraordinary, reminiscent of a great emperor." Meanwhile, Chu Tianqin and his son seethed with anger. Just as Lin Yu seemed to be on the brink of ruin, the Zhou family unexpectedly intervened, allowing him to escape certain death. Damn, this Lin Yu is incredibly fortunate. On the other hand, Lu Wanyun was filled with excitement, her breath quickening. She recalled that last night Lin Yu had sent a message, confidently assuring her that nothing would happen. She hurriedly whispered to Lin Yu, "Did you send a message to Zhou Lei last night?" Lin Yu cast a glance at her and shook his head. "How could I possibly know someone as significant as Zhou Lei?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wanyun felt a twinge of disappointment. Who is Zhou Lei? He is the master of the Zhou family, one of the 5 prominent families in the provincial capital. A titan of the business world and a revered figure in martial arts. Every action of his can reverberate throughout the province. With such thoughts, Lu Wanyun couldn't help but sigh internally. If only Lin Yu truly knew Zhou Lei, at least he wouldn't be looked down upon by the company. Watching Lin Yu's departing silhouette, she endeavored to steady her emotions. Yet, the feelings that had begun to blossom for Lin Yu deep within her heart rendered her restless. The meeting had just concluded, and she could hardly contain her eagerness to head towards Lin Yu's office. The female assistant, equally perplexed and curious, hurriedly followed suit. What has gotten into Director Lu today? Why is she so distracted? Just as she entered the corridor of Project Team 2, a chorus of gasps erupted from within the office. What on earth is happening? Lu Wanyun, bewildered, quietly inquired of her assistant, Mu Raoshuang. Upon hearing this name, a ripple of unease washed over Lu Wanyun. Her brow furrowed, her expression turned intricate. The beautiful assistant was left in a state of confusion. For Lu Wanyun typically refrained from meddling in the personal affairs of her subordinates, yet she dared not ask further. Today, Mu Raoshuang graced the scene in a delicate blue lace gown, white embellishments resembling surging ocean waves, showcasing her vibrant spirit. Paired with her enchanting smile, she descended like a celestial being, bringing joy to those around her. As Mu Raoshuang approached, her flowing hair danced gently, infusing the entire corridor with youthful vitality. Truly stunning. Even someone as coolly beautiful as Lu Wanyun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She finally understood why Mu Raoshuang's arrival elicited such astonishment. "Brother Lin Yu." Mu Raoshuang entered the office of Team 2 with a radiant smile, eager to see Lin Yu. "Raoshuang?" Lin Yu was slightly taken aback upon seeing Mu Raoshuang, but his gaze quickly softened. "You look stunning today. I can hardly take my eyes off you." "Really?" Mu Raoshuang, upon hearing Lin Yu's compliment, couldn't help but shyly bite her crimson lip, her eyes brimming with tenderness, utterly enchanting. Indeed, Lin Yu revealed a sincere smile, his gaze towards Mu Raoshuang brimming with joy. Such emotions cannot be feigned. Lin Yu had never cast such a deeply affectionate gaze upon other women. This stirred a potent wave of jealousy within Lu Wanyun. Unconsciously, she quickened her pace and entered the office. Lu Zong. Yet, even as they seated themselves, she could not resist stealing glances in their direction. Lu Wanyun disregarded her gossipy colleagues, her entire focus fixated on Lin Yu and Mu Raoshuang, her eyes imbued with a chilling pride. Sister Wanyun's aura is quite menacing. Yang Chong sensed the shift in Lu Wanyun's gaze, and anxiety gripped his heart. Wisely, he retreated to a corner of the office, opting for silence. Lin Yu. Lu Wanyun's eyes turned icy as she directed her gaze at him. Have you completed your work? Have you considered how this might disrupt your colleagues? With a mere chuckle, Lin Yu met Lu Wanyun's inquiry with an indifferent smile. He found it perplexing how Lu Wanyun's temperament contrasted so starkly with that of Mu Raoshuang. Why did she always seek to provoke him? Work? I am the deputy team leader. I am not obliged to work during my personal time. You have no authority over me. Lin Yu's words were not spoken quickly, yet they clearly carried a tone of provocation. The other employees, witnessing Lin Yu daring to speak to Lu Wanyun in such a manner, could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. My goodness! Deputy Leader Lin Yu, have you lost your mind? The other party is none other than General Manager Lu Wanyun. Indeed, Lu Wanyun's expression darkened further. Lin Yu, please be mindful of your words. I am the General Manager of the group. Sister Wanyun. Mu Raoshuang, witnessing the escalating tension between the two, quickly stepped in with a smile to mediate. I prepared some delicacies specially for you and brother Lin Yu to enjoy. As she spoke, Mu Raoshuang opened the thermal container in her hands. The delightful aroma wafted through the air, accompanied by a cascade of steam, revealing an array of mouth-watering treats that could make anyone's mouth water. It smells so wonderful. Lin Yu's eyes instantly sparkled with delight, while Lu Wanyun was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated that Mu Raoshuang could create such exquisite pastries. Nevertheless, she endeavored to maintain her composure. Raoshuang, did you make all of these by yourself? Indeed, Sister Wanyun, Mu Raoshuang replied, a hint of shyness gracing her features. Brother Lin Yu expressed a desire to sample my culinary skills, and since I had some free time, I prepared these pastries. Raoshuang, you are simply too kind to me. Lin Yu, with a joyful countenance, picked up a pastry and placed it in his mouth. How fragrant! How delectable! Raoshuang, I never imagined you to be a master of confections, hidden beneath a humble exterior. Eagerly, he seized a second piece and indulged once more. Witnessing Lin Yu's ecstatic demeanor, Mu Raoshuang smiled radiantly, filled with sweetness. Brother Lin Yu, savor it slowly. There are plenty more pastries. The sweetness permeated the air, creating an atmosphere rich with delight. Lin Yu and Mu Ro are undoubtedly a pair of celestial lovers. Such a scene evokes envy from Yang Chong and the other employees. Meanwhile, Lu Wanyun, who stands by, feels exceedingly awkward. She perceives herself as a superfluous observer. Simultaneously, her heart brims with resentment towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu, you scoundrel! Regardless of the circumstances, I am your nominal wife. You and Mu Raoshuang are flaunting your affection so openly. Do you regard me as heir? Chapter 75. Jealousy. At this moment, Lu Wanyun's heart was filled with bitterness and deep regret. She realized that, from the very beginning, she had underestimated Lin Yu. It was her own doing that had pushed him away, and it was she who had relinquished him with her own hands. Wanyun, do try a bite. Mu Raoshuang immediately noticed Lu Wanyun's discomfort and promptly offered her a delicacy. You all enjoy, I shall pass. Lu Wanyun forced a smile, politely declining. In truth, she was experiencing a fierce internal struggle. She desperately wished to taste the delicacy, to see if it was truly as delectable as Lin Yu claimed. Mu Raoshuang earnestly urged, Sister Wanyun, just take a bite. I made plenty for everyone to enjoy. We are indeed fortunate. The onlookers, including Yang Chong, wore expressions of delight as they caught a whiff of the fragrant treats. When Mu Raoshuang opened the warming box, they quickly gathered around. As the delicacies touched their lips, their eyes sparkled with joy. These are exquisite. Raoshuang, you are remarkable. Observing the excitement on Yang Chong and the others, Lu Wanyun could not help but swallow hard. At that moment, Lin Yu chuckled teasingly, if you wish to eat, just say so. Why pretend? Are you perhaps jealous of Rao Shuang's culinary skills? Caught off guard by Lin Yu's words, Lu Wanyun's expression shifted dramatically. Jealous of Rao Shuang? Not at all. I merely possess the grace to refrain from being shameless like some. With that, she took a piece of the delicacy and placed it in her mouth. As she gently bit into it, the aroma instantly awakened all her senses. It was delectable. Extraordinarily so. Lu Wanyun had to concede this, and simultaneously, her jealousy towards Mu Raoshuang deepened. More accurately, she envied her. As the daughter of the Lu family, Lu Wanyun had been pampered since childhood, having rarely engaged in household chores. Not to mention crafting such delightful treats. Even purchasing them was beyond her. In contrast, Mu Raoshuang was similarly a lady of refinement, and her beauty was no less than her own. In her career, being the cherished granddaughter of the esteemed Dr. Mu, her future was bright. Furthermore, she possessed exceptional culinary skills. When compared, Mu Raoshuang outshone her in numerous ways. No wonder Lin Yu was so fond of her company. Were I a man, I too would be utterly captivated by Mu Raoshuang. This was the second time in her life that Lu Wanyun felt inferior to another woman. The first time was when she encountered the renowned female warrior, Lung Rushuang. Sister Wanyun, how do you find the taste of my delicacies?
Mu Raoshuang blinked eagerly, awaiting Liu Wanyun's appraisal.
Quite good. A smile blossomed on Lu Wanyun's face. However, Lin Yu scoffed. Clearly, they are exceptional. Lu, is it so difficult to admit your inferiority? Upon hearing this, the smile on Lu Wanyun's face froze, and she shot a fierce glare at Lin Yu before turning to Mu Raoshuang, saying, Raoshuang, your treats are truly delightful. However, your judgment of character seems somewhat flawed. Some individuals are rather unscrupulous. With that, she shot Lin Yu a venomous look and hastily departed. Humph! Lin Yu silently scoffed to himself. She clearly harbors a dislike for me. Brother Lin Yu, please do not be upset.
Mu Rao gently reassured.
Although Sister Wanyun may fail to see your virtues, I certainly can. Rao Shuang, you truly understand me best. Lin Yu smiled warmly, his eyes filled with tenderness. Mu Raoshuang felt the affection Lin Yu held for her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. This scene was entirely witnessed by Yang Chong. After Mu Raoshuang descended the stairs to drive, Yang Chong leaned in close to Lin Yu, saying, Brother, Raoshuang truly loves you, and it seems that Sister Wanyun has feelings for you as well. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu could not help but be taken aback. You perceive that Lu Wanyun has feelings for me? How did you discern that? My dear brother, you are too close to the situation to see clearly, unlike me, an outsider. Yang Chong replied with a confident smile. Just now, when Sister Wanyun was so fierce towards you, it was because she witnessed your kindness towards Mu Raoshuang, and she felt envious of her. At these words, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. In truth, when he accompanied her to the hotel to meet Chao Diran last night, he sensed a complexity in Lu Wanyun's gaze that he had not noticed before. Could it be that she has truly developed feelings for me? Lin Yu was suddenly startled, his hair standing on end. I have been provoking Lu Wanyun's anger, striving for her to despise me. Yet, I never anticipated that my efforts would backfire. No, I cannot allow her to fall in love with me. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Meanwhile, a message notification chimed from his phone. Upon checking, he discovered it was a message from Lu Wanyun. Humph, at least you have a conscience, knowing to apologize to me. Lu Wanyun's mood suddenly brightened, and she hurriedly opened the message. However, she was utterly petrified, her eyes welling with tears, as if a piece of her heart had been cruelly severed. On the other side, Lin Yu had already settled into Lu Wanyun's car, driving away with a sense of purpose. Inside the vehicle, Mu Rao gazed at Lin Yu tenderly. Brother Lin Yu, I can see that Sister Wanyun truly has feelings for you. Why don't you pursue her? Lin Yu chuckled helplessly. You're so generous. Aren't you afraid that other women might whisk me away? Mu Rao smiled confidently. Not at all. Brother Lin Yu is not the kind of man who would abandon someone after a fleeting romance. In the midst of their conversation, she even recommended Zhang Manlin's WeChat to Lin Yu, saying, There's another one for you, Brother Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled softly and sent a friend request to Zhang Manlin. Zhang Manlin's WeChat nickname was Romantic Forest. Her avatar featured a profile photo taken at dusk. exuding a subtle melancholic beauty. Through several interactions with Zhang Manlin, Lin Yu discovered that despite her outward optimism, she harbored a deep-seated pessimism and was easily moved. Yet, she was a woman of conviction, daring to dream and act, and this contrast in her character rendered her particularly captivating. Today, Zhang Manlin had wept heavily due to her burdensome emotions and subsequently drifted into a drowsy slumber. To her surprise, she encountered Lin Yu in her dreams. In the dream, they shared an intimate closeness, but just as they were about to take a further step, she was abruptly awakened. This left Zhang Manlin feeling immensely frustrated. Even in her dreams, she could not find solace. With a troubled sigh, she was interrupted by the sound of her phone. Lin Yu? She could hardly believe it, but excitement quickly surged as she accepted the friend request with haste. Didn't you refuse to add me as a friend before? Zhang Manlin typed swiftly, referencing the prior rejection with a playful emoji. You certainly hold a grudge. Lin Yu gazed at the news and couldn't help but chuckle. The circumstances then were markedly different from those of now. If it's inconvenient, we can mutually delete each other. Zhang Manlin immediately tensed up. No. I was merely joking. Please don't delete me. She then swiftly shifted the conversation, saying, that evening, I exerted considerable effort to ease the tension between you and Raoshuang. How do you intend to express your gratitude? She concluded with a bashful expression. Lin Yu was taken aback, realizing that this woman drove even more skillfully than he did. There's potential here, indeed. Chapter 76. Clue. Lin Yu, filled with excitement at the prospect of a romantic connection with Zhang Manlin, couldn't help but smile. How about I treat you to a sumptuous seafood feast at a 5-star hotel tomorrow afternoon? He proposed. Sounds perfect. Zhang Manlin readily agreed, their plans sealed with an unbreakable promise, her heart brimming with anticipation. Lin Yu could not help but smile. That day at the bar, the embrace with Zhang Manlin had indeed been quite delightful. Brother Lin Yu, I have crucial information. At that moment, Zhou Lei's granddaughter, Zhou Runan, sent Lin Yu a piece of intelligence. She had located the specific site where the bounty on the Lin family had been issued years ago. Upon seeing Lin Yu occupied with important matters, Mu Roushuang wasted no time. Zhou Runan, observing this scene, couldn't contain her curiosity. Brother Lin Yu, who was that stunning beauty in the car just now? Lin Yu gently ruffled her hair and said, mind your own business. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Oh. Zhou Runan responded with an unusual expression, hastily handing a document to Lin Yu. Liao family, Peichuan group. The name seemed vaguely familiar. Lin Yu continued to examine the information and discovered that the head of the group was named Liao Peichuan, who had a son named Liao Junsheng. Moreover, Zhang Manlin was indeed Liao Junsheng's wife. This immediately reminded Lin Yu of Zhang Manlin's persistent desire to divorce Liao Junsheng, which had been met with formidable obstacles and threats from the Liao family. The Liao family. It appears that both new and old grievances can be settled together now. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. Manlin, tomorrow at noon, I shall present you with a grand gift. Indeed, Lin Yu intended to assist Zhang Manlin in extricating herself from the constraints of the Liao family, while simultaneously investigating the Lin family fire incident. Furthermore, Lin Yu expressed his admiration for Zhou Runan, who rapidly deciphered the code to uncover vital intelligence. With her remarkable technical prowess, the investigation made significant strides. You've done splendidly, little Enchantress. I wish to reward you with a lollipop. Upon hearing this, Zhou Runan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. However, why did it seem as though Lin Yu was racing ahead? A lollipop sounds delightful, but I would like to add some mustard, the exceptionally spicy kind. You truly are relentless. Lin Yu instinctively flinched, hastily stating, I will first examine the intelligence materials and we shall converse later. Subsequently, Lin Yu meticulously scrutinized the information regarding the Liao family. As one of the 3 prominent families in Jiangqing, the Liao family primarily engages in real estate, mining, and sand pit development. Their publicly declared assets exceed 700 billion. They also control the underground transactions in 3 major regions of Jiangqing, thus enjoying an abundant flow of wealth. Moreover, they possess an extensive network of connections. Within the family, they operate 3 martial arts schools, supporting over a dozen martial artists, with hundreds of subordinates at their disposal. Simultaneously, They maintain close ties with the Jiangqing Police Department, provincial authorities, and even the super-rich families of the imperial capital. Consequently, their influence in Jiangqing can be described as encompassing both the legitimate and the illicit realms. The Liao family is indeed a significant malignancy in Jiangqing. Although Lin Yu is a renowned cultivator, he is also the absolute trump card, known as Zero, of the War Department. Lin Yu is deeply concerned about the nation and its people, his heart brimming with a sense of justice. In the face of dark forces that threaten society, he never hesitates to take action. However, having assisted Zhang Manlin this time, he cannot help but worry that her gratitude might lead her to seek his affection, and he fears his resolve may falter before her charm. Zhang Manlin is not only breathtakingly beautiful but also possesses an alluring figure. Her exceptionally fair skin is particularly captivating. It is often said that beauty can be concealed by a single flaw, and her porcelain complexion is undoubtedly alluring to men. On the other hand, the mere thought of meeting Lin Yu the next day lifts the clouds of gloom from Zhang Manlin's heart. She is indifferent to the events that transpired between Lin Yu and Mu Rou on that fateful night. Her desires are modest. Even a simple shared meal with Lin Yu would suffice to fill her heart with joy. The following afternoon, Zhang Manlin entered the bathroom to bathe and change. In an effort to capture Lin Yu's attention, she donned a seductive black V-neck fitted dress, complemented by sheer black stockings. This ensemble accentuated her long legs and fair skin, rendering her even more enchanting. My Lin Yu, prepare to be captivated by my allure. Once she completed her preparation, Zhang Manlin was filled with anticipation for their rendezvous. Just then, two luxurious cars swiftly arrived at the entrance of her villa. The drivers promptly opened the doors, and a portly man in his mid-30s, with a round face and a cigar in his mouth, emerged. He was Liao Juncheng, the general manager of the Liao Group and, ostensibly, Zhang Manlin's husband. Four imposing bodyguards followed closely behind, clearly seasoned fighters. Two young women, dressed provocatively and resembling internet celebrities or models, trailed behind. Zhang Manlin, come out here. Liao Juncheng's face was ashen as he bellowed before even stepping inside, forcefully kicking the door. Today, Zhang Manlin appeared exceptionally alluring, causing the four bodyguards following Liao Juncheng to inhale sharply, their eyes betraying an undeniable desire. No matter when one encounters Zhang Manlin, her beauty is simply breathtaking. The two models felt a surge of inferiority and jealousy, casting malevolent glances at Zhang Manlin. Heh! Liao Juncheng sneered, you dress so provocatively. Are you trying to entice some wild man? Zhang Manlin's beautiful eyes narrowed as she retorted, if you have something to discuss, then speak. If not, please leave. This is my private villa, my personal domain. However, Liao Juncheng's fury erupted as he seized Zhang Manlin's arm. You wretched woman, pretending to be innocent. Do you really think I know nothing? He tossed a stack of photographs at her feet. In an instant, Zhang Manlin's heart raced with panic. For those were photos of her drinking with Lin Yu at the bar that night. Their smiles radiant, their demeanor intimate. The two models gleefully chimed in. We caught you on camera. Surprised, aren't you? We even have video. Would you like to see? Zhang Manlin's rage ignited at their smug expressions. Zhang Manlin. Liao Juncheng's voice boomed, his eyes ablaze with fury. I have warned you repeatedly. Do not act recklessly and tarnish my reputation and the dignity of the Liao family. Yet you dare to be so intimate with a wild man in a nightclub? If you feel lonely, can't you handle it yourself without embarrassing our family? At this, Zhang Manlin could no longer restrain her emotions. And yet you have continually shackled my freedom and destroyed my pursuit of happiness. You indulge in debauchery, seeking women in nightclubs one night and selecting beauties in clubs the next. Look at the two women beside you, dressed like enchantresses. Do you not fear tarnishing the Liao family's name? The two women were taken aback by her words, hastily rushing to Liao Juncheng's side. Pouting, Mr. Liao, listen to what she says. She shows you no respect. Liao Juncheng, caught off guard by Zhang Manlin's audacity to confront him publicly, felt his face burn with humiliation. In a fit of rage, he slapped Zhang Manlin across the face. Ah! Zhang Manlin covered her stinging cheek, tears streaming down her face as her pent-up frustration and courage erupted. You can kill me today, but I fear you not. Listen well. I care not for the Liao family's face or reputation. I have endured your humiliation and confinement long enough. I will divorce you. The onlookers were left in shock, while Liao Juncheng seethed with rage. You shameless woman! How dare you dream of divorce without my consent? Zhang Manlin, resolute, shouted back. Then I shall take you to court. We have been separated for 5 years. Even if you refuse to sign, I can still file for divorce. I have kept a record of all your unsavory dealings over the years. If you push me too far, I will be the whistleblower, dragging you and the entire Liao family to court. Even if you manage to escape unscathed, your reputation will be irrevocably damaged. Upon hearing Zhang Manlin's audacious threat, Liao Juncheng's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with malice. Zhang Manlin, you are courting death. His voice was as cold as ice. The Liao family, one of the 3 great families in Jiangqing, had ties with both the underworld and legitimate businesses. If the outside world learned that Liao Juncheng could not even control his own wife, it would be a laughingstock. This was something Liao Peichuan, the family patriarch, would never allow. It was a consensus among all Liao family members, including Liao Juncheng, that they must never allow anyone to challenge the family's dignity. Liao Juncheng advanced menacingly towards Zhang Manlin. In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless. I will utterly destroy you. I cannot allow you to tarnish the Liao family's reputation. He then called out to the 4 bodyguards behind him. Drag Zhang Manlin into the room and teach her a lesson. Remember to record the entire process. Let us see if she dares to speak back again. Upon hearing Liao Juncheng's orders for the 4 muscular bodyguards to inflict violence upon her, Zhang Manlin's face turned pale. Liao Juncheng, you are inhuman. You are a beast. Yet Liao Juncheng wore a malicious grin, even deriving a twisted pleasure from the situation. Indeed, he had long since lost any affection for Zhang Manlin, or rather, he had never had any feelings for her when he married her. The marriage was merely a facade to appease family and societal pressures, to project the image of a virtuous man. He was determined to make this woman, who dared to defy him, pay the price. However, the 4 muscular bodyguards were exceedingly excited. They had long desired Zhang Manlin, but her status as the young mistress had kept them at bay. Now, their wishes were about to be fulfilled. It was no wonder they felt exhilarated. Heh, you truly deserve this. The 2 models crossed their arms, awaiting the moment when Zhang Manlin would be subjected to torment on the bed, intending to capture video footage as leverage for future extortion. Thank you, Director Liao. The 4 muscular bodyguards hastily expressed their gratitude, their faces betraying an unmistakable malice and ferocity. They advanced towards Zhang Manlin. Stay away from me. Zhang Manlin's complexion turned ashen as she fled into her room and locked the door. She then retreated to the bathroom, securing the door behind her. Simultaneously, she sent a voice message to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, the Liao family intends to harm me. Please save me. Zhang Manlin sobbed, her tears flowing like rain. Indeed, Liao Juncheng's subordinates were notoriously ruthless, and it seemed they harbored certain peculiar inclinations. The thought of what might transpire filled Zhang Manlin with dread. Even if she were spared from torment, she would undoubtedly emerge as a wilted flower, ultimately captured on film. In such a scenario, she would lose all her dignity in front of Lin Yu, perhaps even her will to live. Zhang Manlin, I advise you to come out at once. Otherwise, should we become angered, your fate will be far worse. The 4 muscular men, upon witnessing Zhang Manlin shut the door, exchanged sinister chuckles, seeing it as a source of excitement. Bang! The door was kicked open. You wretched woman, still pretending. It's been 5 years since a man has cared for you. Today, we shall make you feel ecstasy. As their vile words echoed and their footsteps approached the bathroom, Zhang Manlin trembled in fear. She had not anticipated that there was a bathroom door as well. Zhang Manlin, open the door. If not, we shall shatter the glass, and you will be disfigured. It would be a pity for such a beautiful face to be ruined. It would disturb our hearts. Their laughter was grotesque and avaricious, akin to starving wolves. Lin Yu, I beg you, save me. Zhang Manlin quaked with terror, her legs weak beneath her. She yearned for Lin Yu to rescue her from danger, akin to that night in the bar. Yet, she understood all too well how unrealistic such a wish was. For the Lu family was over 20 kilometers away, and even with Lin Yu arriving by helicopter, it would be too late. Therefore, in a desperate bid to preserve her reputation and remaining dignity, Zhang Manlin shattered the mirror, intending to use the shards to end her life rather than face humiliation at the hands of those beasts. Just then, a luminous barrier suddenly materialized in the room, accompanied by a burst of golden light. A tall figure abruptly appeared before her. It was Lin Yu. How had someone hidden here? The 4 bodyguards and Liao Junqin were taken aback by Lin Yu's presence, their minds racing with shock. Where had this fellow emerged from? Connecting the dots from Zhang Manlin's earlier message, he quickly grasped the dire situation. How dare this pack of hounds bully Manlin? His eyes blazed with fury. Who are you? Are you Zhang Manlin's secret lover? The 4 bodyguards exchanged glances, their lips curling into wicked smirks. No wonder Zhang Manlin had adorned herself so alluringly. It turned out she had concealed a lover in her bedroom. Liao Junqin, consumed by rage, felt as if a green hue had descended upon him. Moreover, being cuckolded in front of so many subordinates was a profound embarrassment. Eliminate him, then take Zhang Manlin. There will be a generous reward. He bellowed, his emotions surging. Did you hear that? If we dispose of that lover, we shall receive ample rewards. Truly a double blessing. The laughter of the 4 bodyguards grew increasingly sinister. One of the muscular men, eager to claim the first victory, gathered his strength and approached Lin Yu. Let me kill him. You're courting death. Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon him, striking out with an unprecedented punch. Boom! The muscular man emitted no cry of anguish, nor did he dissolve into a mist of blood. Instead, he was sent flying by Lin Yu's fist, scattering countless burning sparks like a great wall of fire. This left everyone frozen in shock, nearly breathless. How could Zhang Manlin's lover possess such formidable strength? Ah! One of the internet celebrity models let out a shriek and bolted towards the villa's exit. Yet, she had scarcely taken a few steps before flames erupted around her. Ah! The searing heat, akin to a curse from the depths of hell, elicited a harrowing scream from her, ultimately reducing her to a charred pile of ashes. Clearly, this was also the work of Lin Yu. Ha! Liao Junqin and the remaining 3 subordinates were utterly paralyzed with fear, their feet glued to the ground, terrified that they might be incinerated by Lin Yu at any moment. The scene fell into an eerie silence. However, Zhang Manlin, still in the bathroom, was oblivious to the chaos outside, believing they were merely feigning their cries to intimidate her. This thought left her trembling in fear, weeping softly. Crack! At that moment, the bathroom door swung open. Instinctively, Zhang Manlin brandished a shard of glass toward the entrance, only to find that it was Lin Yu who stood there. Chapter 78. Torment. Lin Yu? Zhang Manlin's eyes widened in disbelief. It's me, don't be afraid. Lin Yu was struck by a pang of anguish upon witnessing Zhang Manlin's pale,
frictionné visage.
It is worth noting that Zhang Manlin typically exudes a radiant confidence, her every movement brimming with grace and brilliance. Yet now, she appeared so fearful and desolate. One can only imagine the harrowing terror that this stunning beauty had just endured. Fortunately, he had not arrived too late. Lin Yu gently removed the shards of glass from Zhang Manlin's trembling hands. He then enveloped the terrified woman in a reassuring embrace. Lin Yu, is it truly you? Zhang Manlin was momentarily taken aback. The tension that had been coiling tightly within her heart seemed to find release, and tears streamed down her face like a torrent breaching its dam, as she wept openly. It's all right now. Lin Yu held the sobbing and trembling Zhang Manlin in his arms, his heart a tumult of emotions. He gently caressed her silky hair, attempting to soothe her distress, while simultaneously gleaning the events that had transpired from her memories. I thought I would never see you again. Zhang Manlin wept with profound grievance, pouring out her inner turmoil in Lin Yu's embrace. Nothing will happen to you. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. Once Zhang Manlin's emotions had calmed somewhat, Lin Yu took her hand and led her out of the restroom. Subsequently, his gaze turned exceedingly stern as it swept over Liao Junqin, along with the remaining plastic surgery aberration and 3 bodyguards. Thud! The 5 of them trembled in terror, instinctively collapsing to their knees. Big brother, spare me. I beg you for mercy. Liao Junqing's body shook uncontrollably, his eyes vacant. If you wish to take Zhang Manlin away, then do so, I will no longer meddle in her affairs. It was my mistake. I truly repent. Boom! Lin Yu casually waved his hand, and in an instant, a muscular man before the crowd transformed into a mist of blood, leaving no trace of his existence. No! Liao Junqing exclaimed, his voice filled with terror and despair. As long as you spare my life, I can give you anything you desire. I will do whatever you ask of me. Lin Yu initially contemplated ending his life directly. However, he felt that such an act would not sufficiently alleviate the resentment harbored within his heart. In order to ensure that Zhang Manlin's anger could be completely released, he sought a different resolution. Lin Yu resolved to return the favor in kind. He pointed at the three muscular men and coldly declared, "You wish to play, do you? Go have your fun with Liao Junqing, that hideous creature. You shall be responsible for recording the video and uploading it to the internet. Does the Liao family not value face and reputation above all? Then I shall ensure that your family becomes the greatest laughingstock in Jiangqing." Upon hearing these words, Liao Junqing's face turned ashen, his body rigid with fear. The three muscular men stood in stunned silence. Should a video of Liao Junqing being tormented by them circulate, the esteemed reputation and status of the Liao family would undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow. Meanwhile, Zhang Manlin was filled with exhilaration. Her spirits lifted. She comprehended that all of this was Lin Yu's deliberate design. This was far more satisfying than simply killing Liao Junqing. "Brother, I beg you, spare me," Liao Junqing pleaded, kneeling on the ground and shamelessly seeking Zhang Manlin's aid. Slap! Zhang Manlin delivered a resounding slap to his face, exclaiming, "Beast! How dare you claim we were ever married? Why did you seek to put me to death just moments ago? Liao Junqing, this is your fate." With that, Zhang Manlin picked up a wooden stick and struck Liao Junqing's head with a heavy blow, causing blood to flow freely. "Ah!" Liao Junqing lay on the ground, persistently begging for mercy. "Do you wish to forfeit your lives? Why do you still stand there in shock?" Lin Yu's gaze swept coldly over the three burly men, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Do not kill us. We shall begin to play him now." The trio dared not defy Lin Yu's command as they dragged Liao Junqing towards another room. The alluring woman hastily retrieved her phone and hurriedly followed, fearful of being mistakenly harmed by Lin Yu. "No, I implore you. Do not do this," Liao Junqing pleaded frantically, yet the muscular men paid him no heed. In a fit of rage, he threatened, "I am your boss. Should you lay a hand on me, I will end you." The leader of the muscular men, already burdened with pent-up fury, delivered a resounding slap to Liao Junqing's face. "You nearly brought ruin upon us all. To hell with you, you pathetic boss," he bellowed. "Brothers, deal with him." The other two muscular men gritted their teeth, firmly restraining Liao Junqing as they unleashed a barrage of humiliation upon him. Soon after, the room echoed with Liao Junqing's anguished screams. Despite the grim scene, Zhang Manlin felt an overwhelming sense of relief and tranquility wash over her. "Lin Yu, thank you," she exclaimed, embracing him tightly, tears of gratitude welling in her beautiful eyes. "Had you not arrived in time, it would have been my screams filling this room." Lin Yu embraced her tightly, his gaze imbued with unparalleled tenderness. "Had I not added you on WeChat today, it seems you would have encountered misfortune. It appears that fate has woven a significant connection between us." Zhang Manlin, upon hearing this, was overcome with tears. How she wished to forge a bond with Lin Yu akin to that of Mu Raoshuang. Yet, as Mu Raoshuang was her dear friend, she found herself compelled to suppress her feelings for Lin Yu. Nevertheless, the circumstances before her undeniably illustrated that a unique fate existed between her and Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, I am so happy." Zhang Manlin choked on her words, holding Lin Yu tightly, unwilling to release him for even a moment. Lin Yu embraced her, chuckling softly. "It's merely that Liao Junqing's ghostly wails are excessively noisy, disrupting the ambience here." A soft giggle escaped Zhang Manlin's lips. Subsequently, Lin Yu led her away from the villa for a brief respite, settling into the car. He employed his ethereal abilities to tend to the wound on Zhang Manlin's skin, inflicted by shards of glass. Her heart fluttered with sweetness as she gazed at Lin Yu, her eyes brimming with infatuation. This man was not only powerful but also incredibly gentle and handsome. How could she not fall for him? In no time, the swelling on Zhang Manlin's face dissipated, and her injured hand returned to its former state. This was utterly astonishing. As Zhang Manlin beheld her restored visage and hand, her full bosom rose and fell enticingly, exuding an irresistible allure. These feats are but trifles. You shall witness even more formidable celestial arts in the future. Lin Yu smiled confidently, assuring, I can guarantee that you will be utterly astonished. Zhang Manlin's expression returned to her usual alluring demeanor. Those wretches just interrupted us. We haven't even had the chance to dine yet. Oh? Zhang Manlin exclaimed in surprise. I was under the impression that after filming the video, you would let them off the hook. Lin Yu shook his head with a cold smile, declaring, Liao Juncheng, this despicable wretch, along with his subordinates and women, are nothing but scum. Their intentions to harm you alone are sufficient grounds for a death sentence. Moreover, the inferno that consumed the Lin family home years ago is inextricably linked to the Liao family, and I shall not let him escape justice. With that, Lin Yu exited the vehicle and strode towards the villa. At that moment, Liao Juncheng had been reduced to a shadow of his former self, writhing on the ground amidst a pool of blood, trembling all over. Chapter 79. The past Liao Juncheng, with a dejected expression, gazed at Lin Yu and lamented, You have beaten me thoroughly, and I am utterly incapacitated. Please, let me go. I wish to seek medical attention. Lin Yu let out a chilling smile. When did I ever say I would let you go? What? Whether it was Liao Juncheng or the three muscular men, the plastic surgery freak wore a face full of panic. Brother, we have acted according to your instructions. How could you possibly go back on your word? Bang! Lin Yu had no time to indulge in their prattle. With a single sweep of his hand, he reduced them to a mist of blood, the golden flames swiftly evaporating the remnants. Scum like them deserved nothing less than death. Although Lin Yu's demeanor was often reckless and unrestrained, he remained steadfast in his commitment to justice, showing no mercy to wrongdoers. Liao Junchen was dead. As she witnessed Lin Yu avenging her, Zhang Manlin felt an unprecedented sense of liberation. The heavy burden that had weighed upon her heart for years was finally lifted. Subsequently, she could not contain her tears, pouring forth like rain. The life of constant surveillance over the past 6 years, the loss of freedom, and the agonizing days devoid of happiness were finally coming to an end. Manlin, congratulations on your rebirth. Lin Yu gently wiped away her tears. Zhang Manlin bit her crimson lip, her eyes brimming with tears as she nodded subtly. The entire Jiang city trembled in response. The Liao family had become the laughingstock of the city overnight. Consequently, their once esteemed family reputation had suffered an unprecedented blow. Who could dare to provoke the Liao family so brazenly? Liao Peichuan, the head of the Liao family, slammed his hand on the table. The invaluable pearwood tea table was instantly reduced to splinters. Such a scandal was a profound humiliation for the Liao family. He attempted to contact Liao Junqing, but the call went unanswered. With extensive experience in the world, Liao Peichuan immediately realized that someone was targeting the Liao family. The senior members of the family wore grave expressions as well. As one of the 3 prominent families in Jiang City, the Liao family had deep roots. Who would dare to provoke them lightly? Could it be the other 2 powerful families? In recent years, the Liao family's influence had expanded, possibly encroaching upon their interests. A senior elder speculated quietly. However, Liao Peichuan shook his head. In terms of strength, our Liao family far surpasses the other 2 families. Moreover, orchestrating such a scandal would mean making a mortal enemy of the Liao family. They would not act so recklessly. At that moment, his second son, Liao Zixuan, whispered softly, Father, the scene in the video appears to be Zhang Manlin's private villa. This matter may be related to her. Zhang Manlin? Liao Peichuan's expression darkened further. If she dared to frame our Liao family, I shall ensure she suffers a fate worse than death. Liao Zixuan nodded emphatically and then issued orders to his subordinates. Unable to suppress a smirk within himself. Zhang Manlin, it seems you cannot escape my grasp this time. It turned out that the second young master, Liao Zixuan, had long coveted Zhang Manlin's beauty, but refrained from acting upon it due to her being his sister-in-law. What he did not know was that, at this moment, Zhang Manlin had an immensely powerful guardian, Lin Yu, by her side. Coincidentally, Lin Yu harbored deep-seated enmity towards the Liao family as well. Subsequently, under Liao Zixuan's orders, the Liao family's enforcers began an all-out search for Zhang Manlin's whereabouts. Consequently, the upper echelons of Jiang City and the underground forces found themselves engulfed in unprecedented tension and turmoil. Everyone feared being mistakenly identified by the Liao family as the puppeteer behind the scandal involving Liao Juanqing's unsavory video. Even the other two prominent families remained on high alert. Meanwhile, Zhang Manlin scrolled through the threatening messages on her phone, her mood becoming increasingly anxious. Lin Yu gently patted the back of her hand, offering comfort. Rest assured, with me around, even the most daunting challenges can be surmounted. Next, I shall pay a visit to the Liao family and present them with a grand gift. Zhang Manlin sensed Lin Yu's unwavering determination and the immense sense of security he provided, causing her emotions to gradually stabilize. She understood that even if the Liao family refrained from causing trouble, Lin Yu would take the initiative. Nothing could obstruct Lin Yu's quest to uncover the truth behind the Lin family's devastating fire from years past. Subsequently, Lin Yu placed Liao Juanqing's head into a leather suitcase. He also instructed Zhou Lei to send someone to ensure Zhang Manlin's safety. As for himself, he alighted from the vehicle at a street corner, intending to proceed to the Liao residence alone. At that moment, Lin Yu heard a sudden gasp nearby. Turning around, he spotted two men clad in yellow work attire, sitting on an electric cart and consuming inexpensive lunch boxes, their faces reflecting astonishment as they gazed at him. "It's you." Lin Yu's expression suddenly brightened. The elephant, the lean monkey, the two delivery boys were equally exhilarated, their lunch boxes tumbling to the ground. "Brother Yu, it really is you. You're alive. How wonderful." They rushed over with great haste. Lin Yu hastened to meet them, and the three embraced tightly, their eyes brimming with indescribable emotions. They were childhood friends, inseparable in both joy and peril, always standing by each other's side. They would even go so far as to sacrifice for one another. After descending the mountain, Lin Yu had attempted to reach out to them via phone, but their numbers had changed. Little did they expect to reunite in such a manner. "Brother Yu, 5 years ago you vanished without a trace. We thought you were. Where have you been all this time?" The elephant and the thin monkey, filled with excitement, surrounded Lin Yu, incessantly probing for answers. Lin Yu felt a sense of unease within. After 5 years of absence, he noticed a scar adorning the elephant's neck. Its left hand appeared to be disabled, making movement exceedingly difficult. The situation of the thin monkey was even more dire. A prominent indentation stretched from its forehead to the back of its ear, clearly indicative of having undergone a significant surgery. Moreover, both of their skins were remarkably dry, and their faces bore the marks of profound weariness. "Were you two not once the scions of affluent families? How could you have fallen to such a state?" Lin Yu could not help but inquire further. The elephant and the slender monkey exchanged glances, and could not help but lower their heads. "Our family has gone bankrupt. Everything has changed drastically. Let the past remain in the past. Let us speak no more of it." Lin Yu was about to inquire further when he suddenly took a deep breath. "Could it be that this matter pertains to me? Speak quickly. One night after your disappearance, I borrowed some wine from Shouho to drown my sorrows and overheard someone making light of your situation, ridiculing you harshly. We could not endure such indignity and immediately confronted them. Little did we expect that our adversary was none other than Liao Zixuan, the second young master of the Liao family. Consequently, we were both injured on the spot and had to be rushed to the hospital. Fortunately, we survived. However, Liao Zixuan did not relent. He wielded the power of the Liao family to exact revenge upon us. In a mere 2 weeks, both our families faced bankruptcy. The past 5 years have been exceedingly arduous for us, and securing a job delivering takeout has been a stroke of luck. Listening to his brother's harrowing past, Lin Yu felt a profound sorrow in his heart, while his disdain for the Liao family deepened. Once again, it was the Liao family's misdeeds. If the scourge is not eliminated, what right do I have to call myself a cultivator? He then patted the shoulders of his two brothers. Chapter 80, A Gift. Are you planning to seek vengeance against the Liao family? Daxiang and Shouho looked on in astonishment, hastily restraining Lin Yu. Brother Yu, you must not act impulsively. The Liao family is now one of the 3 major powers in Jiangqing. Over the past 5 years, besides our two families, many other small and medium-sized clans have fallen victim to their expansion. They are devils. Angering them could cost you your life. Lin Yu furrowed his brows and retorted. The Liao family has taken everything from you, shattering your lives. Are you truly willing to accept this fate? The elephant and the slender monkey displayed hesitation upon hearing this. In this lifetime, who would willingly endure such humiliation? Yet what can we possibly do? Lin Yu declared, I can alter your destiny. Lin Yu's gaze was unwaveringly resolute. I am a cultivator, possessing sufficient strength to confront them. The Liao family must be eradicated. Upon hearing Lin Yu proclaim himself as a cultivator, both the elephant and the slim monkey were taken aback, casting anxious glances in his direction. Brother Yu, to be honest, have you experienced some kind of shock over the past 5 years, perhaps ending up in a mental institution? Indeed, who, with a sound mind, would ever declare themselves a cultivator? Lin Yu understood that mere words were insufficient. He needed to provide evidence to convince them. Do you know what is contained within? Lin Yu lifted a small leather suitcase and proclaimed, This is the severed head of Liao Juncheng, the eldest son of the Liao family, and I am about to deliver it to them. What? The two gasped in shock, further convinced that Lin Yu had lost his sanity. He spoke without a shred of reason. Oh, are you doubting me? I must admit, I am beginning to doubt myself. In unison, they opened the suitcase. Upon seeing the gruesome, bloodied head within, they were nearly paralyzed with terror. Goodness! Brother Yu, are you serious? Lin Yu remained remarkably composed. Have I not mentioned that I have a vendetta against the Liao family? The demise of Liao Junchen is merely a modest return on investment. With that, Lin Yu casually closed the box. However, the two brothers were nearly rendered speechless. After all, their adversary was the young master of the Liao family. Could it be that our brother Yu has actually eliminated him? Suddenly, both recalled the sensational news that had just rocked Jiangcheng. Is the video of the young master of the Liao family, Liao Junchen, being subdued by 3 muscular men related to you? The elephant inquired, his voice trembling. Lin Yu nodded with a smile, affirming, Indeed, that was my retribution against him. The two brothers were once again rendered speechless, as if struck by lightning. They gazed at Lin Yu in disbelief, unable to fathom the audacity of his actions. He had even dared to eliminate a member of the Liao family. What astonished them further was Lin Yu's nonchalant demeanor as he recounted these events. To him, taking a life seemed as trivial as crushing an ant. Without a trace of concern, Brother Yu, you truly have embarked on a path of cultivation over these past 5 years. The two exchanged shocked glances, their faces alight with excitement as they looked at Lin Yu. Brother Yu, is it true that you intend to avenge us? Of course it is true. Lin Yu smiled gently, his gaze gradually sharpening. Sensing Lin Yu's formidable aura, the elephant and the skinny monkey exchanged a glance, and to their astonishment, they burst into tears. For the past 5 years, we have endured immense suffering, and the Liao family is finally about to face their retribution. Observing the two grown men weeping in each other's embrace, Lin Yu felt a surge of emotion within himself. At that moment, the restaurant owner nearby called out, Young man, hurry and deliver the food, or you will be late. Lin Yu cast a glance at him and chuckled. Cancel the order. My two brothers have decided to abandon their delivery jobs and join me in pursuing greater fortunes. The boss paused for a moment, then shook his head in silent disbelief. Today's youth certainly have it tough, and now there's yet another madman among them. Lin Yu paid him no heed, merely smiling at his two close companions as he declared, Let us seek revenge. The Liao family, an hour prior, a scandalous video featuring the eldest son of the Liao family, Liao Juncheng, had surfaced, sending shockwaves through the entire clan. They promptly elevated their security to the highest alert level. Even the two long-reclusive ancestral masters emerged from their secluded retreats to deliberate on a counter-strategy. At this moment, the grand residence was thronged with formidable individuals. A perimeter of 800 meters had been fortified with checkpoints, barring any outsiders from entry. Despite such stringent security measures, the head of the family, Liao Peichuan, appeared visibly agitated. Have we uncovered the mastermind behind this? He pondered anxiously, as Liao Juncheng's fate remained uncertain, and no word had come from those dispatched to investigate. Other core members of the family began to feel the tension mounting, speculating whether the eldest son had met his demise. Just then, a shout echoed from outside the estate. "Someone is coming in." Instantly, the Liao family members turned their gaze toward the entrance. There, two dilapidated electric scooters slowly approached. The elephant was piloting one, while the slim monkey rode the other, with Lin Yu accompanying him and a box in hand. Upon their arrival, the sight was surprisingly opulent. Lin Yu surveyed the grand estate of the Liao family, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The members of the Liao family, witnessing Lin Yu's disdainful expression directed at their magnificent residence, were instantly engulfed in fury. "Who ordered takeout?" roared the head of the family, Liao Peichuan. The family members exchanged glances, none willing to admit to it. Their gaze soon shifted to the second young master, Liao Zixuan, who was known for his fondness for takeout. "I did not order any takeout," Liao Zixuan hurriedly clarified, his eyes fixed on Lin Yu and his companions as they disembarked from the electric scooter. In that moment, an air of peculiar tension enveloped the gathering. The few guards stationed at the entrance promptly barred Lin Yu's way. "This is the Liao family's sacred ground. Any intruders must leave immediately, otherwise, face dire consequences." Lin Yu sneered disdainfully. "Open it and see for yourselves. I assure you, you will be pleasantly surprised." Upon hearing this, the elephant and the lean monkey handed a box to the doorman. Liao Zixuan exchanged glances with his father, Liao Peichuan, and whispered, "Could it possibly be a bomb?" The mention of a bomb sent a wave of fear among the crowd, prompting them to immediately instruct the doorman to inspect it with their equipment. As professional bodyguards, they were well equipped with such tools. After a thorough examination, they confirmed there was no danger. The guards quickly reported back and cautiously opened the box. However, upon seeing the contents, they were instantly struck dumb. Inside lay a severed head, and it belonged to none other than the eldest son, Liao Juncheng. They gasped in horror. Trembling, "Eldest master." Liao Peichuan and Liao Zixuan hurriedly glanced outside the door, pondering that Liao Juncheng had not appeared. Suddenly, a terrifying realization struck them. Indeed, two guards, carrying the box, turned around. A lifeless head, eyes wide open in death, suddenly came into view for all to see. "My son, Juncheng." Liao Peichuan let out a heart-wrenching roar. The other members of the Liao family felt their hearts race, struggling to believe what was unfolding before them. In an instant, a singular thought echoed in the minds of everyone in the Liao family. Something grave had happened. Damn it! The head of the family, Liao Peichuan, was consumed by fury, rushing from the hall to the entrance, pointing at Lin Yu and shouting incessantly, "What does this have to do with you? Speak!" Lin Yu, however, remained remarkably composed, even taking out a cigarette to light it. "Is it not evident? This is indeed my doing." The entire audience was in shock. This individual has killed the eldest son of the Liao family and yet displays such audacity. Chapter 81. Sea of Flames. Lin Yu's actions provoked an immediate surge of fury within the Liao family, their fists clenched tightly in rage. "Do not rush to conclusions just yet," Lin Yu coldly declared. "I have come here to accomplish two matters. First, to avenge my two brothers by eliminating Liao Zixuan. Second, to eradicate anyone who bears enmity towards my Lin family. None shall escape. For now, you need not rush. Please form an orderly queue." Upon hearing these words, the members of the Liao family were seething with rage, nearly exploding with fury. Arrogance, hubris. Not just the Liao family, but even the elephant and the thin monkey felt that Lin Yu was utterly deserving of a beating at this moment. Across from them, Liao Zixuan, the second young master of the Liao family, was taken aback upon hearing Lin Yu's declaration that he would be the first to be killed. His expression shifted dramatically. "You worthless scum! Who do you think you are to take my life? Do you truly believe my Liao family is made of clay?"
Prepare tout.
With a wave of his hand, for martial artists of the Xian realm charged towards Lin Yu, intent on subduing him. Bang! Lin Yu simply waved his hand, and an invisible, terrifying force hurled the four men into the air, causing their bodies to explode. Blood splattered everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. Hiss! The Liao family members were left in shock, all eyes fixed on Lin Yu. Did he truly just slay Xian realm warriors with a mere gesture? What kind of power does he possess to be so terrifying? The most astonished were the elephant and the thin monkey. They were far too familiar with Lin Yu. Witnessing him display such might filled them with an indescribable excitement. Brother Yu, incredible, truly ferocious. However, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed. He glanced disdainfully at the gory remnants on the ground and spat. I told you to line up, yet you chose to ignore me. He then fixed his gaze on Liao Zixuan. Will you come to meet your demise? Or shall I come to kill you? Hiss! Liao Zixuan trembled in fear, retreating several steps as he shouted in terror. Lin Yu, when have I ever offended your brothers? Do not slander me. Clearly, this wicked young master had committed so many misdeeds that he had forgotten about harming the elephant and the thin monkey and seizing their family's wealth. The elephant and the thin monkey, gritting their teeth in fury, stepped forward. Open your eyes wide and recognize who we are. Liao Zixuan scrutinized them for a moment before finally recognizing them. So it is you two worthless scum. In Lin Yu's eyes, a killing intent surged. Since you have recalled the sins you committed, then prepare to meet your demise. Liao Zixuan, trembling in fear from Lin Yu's formidable aura, stammered, Father, ancestors, save me. He is coming to kill me. Calm down. Liao Peichuan, the head of the Liao family, maintained his composure. Upon hearing his words, two elderly figures clad in white strode forth, exuding a serene confidence. I must admit, you are indeed a person of exceptional talent. Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong opponent. Our Liao family is deeply rooted. You alone cannot shake our foundation. To think you can slay Liao Zixuan in our presence is nothing but a delusion. As they spoke, the two elders summoned their inner strength. How unbearable! Such a terrifying presence. The elephant and the slim monkey had never encountered such powerful beings. They felt as though their bodies were crushed by an invisible force, sweat pouring down their brows. Ha! Yet, Lin Yu merely responded to the confidence of the two elders with a cold smile. If that is the case, let us see if you possess the ability to prevent me from killing Liao Zixuan. With that, he casually waved his hand, dissipating the pressure that weighed upon his two companions, and marched directly towards Liao Zixuan. Presumptuous! The two ancestors of the Liao family roared. In the next moment, they charged at Lin Yu like two bolts of lightning, their passage accompanied by thunderous booms. In the blink of an eye, they closed in within 3 meters of Lin Yu. However, they could advance no further. Indeed, they had encountered Lin Yu's true energy shield. No matter how hard they tried, their efforts were in vain. How can this be? The experts of the Liao family were utterly astonished, unable to believe their eyes. The two ancestors practiced the lightning sex martial arts, excelling in thrusting and striking. Their lightning blades could cleave mountains and shatter rocks, easily severing even tempered steel. Yet now, united, they found themselves unable to breach Lin Yu's wall of true energy. This young man is rather peculiar. The two elders gasped in disbelief. They intensified their efforts, attempting to break through the defenses. Boom! 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 Their scorching power surged forth, the elders' robes and white hair billowing in the wind. The ground beneath them cracked, a testament to the immense strength they wielded. Nevertheless, Lin Yu ignored them completely, continuing his advance towards Liao Zixuan. Thud! 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 With each step Lin Yu took, the powerful true energy shield forced the two elders to retreat. Such a scene only heightened the anxiety of the Liao family members, especially Liao Zixuan, whose face had turned pale with fear. How can Lin Yu be so powerful? Is he even human? Liao Zixuan's heart raced, and he could not help but shout towards Liao Peichuan, Father, has he been practicing some dark arts? How else could he be so formidable? In the vast expanse of Long Nation, alongside the prominence of martial arts, many also practiced Taoist techniques, demonic arts, and even sinister sorcery. Additionally, numerous mysterious ancient traditions existed, though most remained concealed, unlike martial arts which were frequently displayed. Dark arts. Liao Peichuan suddenly snapped back to reality from his overwhelming shock. Indeed, I have heard of a dark art known as Iron Barrier, capable of withstanding a strike from a heavenly realm expert. It seems this young man has practiced such sorcery, but today his luck has run out. He has encountered me. I possess a spiritual talisman that can unravel dark arts. As he spoke, he produced a yellow talisman and infused it with his blood. He then hurled the blood-soaked talisman towards Lin Yu. The talisman, combined with the warrior's essence, would exponentially increase its potency. Liao Peichuan, filled with anticipation, could not help but laugh maniacally. Lin Yu will undoubtedly be unable to withstand this. His end is nigh. The blood-stained talisman struck Lin Yu's protective true energy, producing a muffled thud. In an instant, the talisman emitted a surge of dark, sinister energy, rapidly enveloping Lin Yu's true energy defense. The talisman has taken effect. Liao Peichuan rejoiced, his expression turning grotesque with delight. As the head of the Liao family, one of the 3 prominent families in Jiang City, he had extensive connections. This talisman was acquired from a sorcerer. The 2 elders shared his excitement. As long as Lin Yu's true energy defense faltered, he would surely meet his demise. Witnessing this, the elephant and slim monkey gasped in disbelief. They had never anticipated that the Liao family possessed a method to counter Lin Yu. Lin Yu would not succumb so easily, would he? If Brother Yu were to face defeat, we would risk everything to assist in his retreat. Should he falter first, we shall go all out to confront Liao Zixuan. Though their abilities may be limited, their courage and loyalty are boundless. This reflects their sincere brotherhood towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu, you are finished. Witnessing the efficacy of the talisman, Liao Zixuan was filled with exhilaration. How audacious to provoke the Liao family after acquiring a modicum of dark arts. Have you lost your senses? Yet, Lin Yu merely cast him a scornful glance. The ignorant truly are laughable. Now, allow me to demonstrate what true sorcery entails. Bang! Lin Yu held his breath. The wall of true energy before him suddenly surged in power, transforming into a blazing golden barrier. In the blink of an eye, the sinister dark energy was reduced to ashes by the golden flames. Moreover, the terrifying heat generated a fearsome fire vortex. Boom! The 2 ancestors of the Liao family, caught off guard, were directly struck by the fiery whirlwind. The flames roared as they spread, filling the surroundings with a brilliant golden hue. Alas! Within a 20-meter radius, more than 10 masters of the Liao family were not spared. The entire expanse of green grass was instantly engulfed in a raging sea of fire. Chapter 82. A devious plot. Lin Yu made his move. Celestial flames engulfed the sky, resembling a hellish inferno, as over a dozen individuals were instantly reduced to ashes. Alas! But it was all in vain. The flames enveloping Lin Yu resembled the fiery breath of a living forge, intricately entwining around their bodies. They incessantly consumed both flesh and spirit. In the blink of an eye, the 2 so-called ancestors and other members of the Liao family, ensnared by the golden blaze, were reduced to mere cinders, their demise tragically brutal. No, in that instant, both Liao Peichuan and Liao Zixuan were overtaken by sheer terror. The 2 pillars of the Liao family had been mercilessly incinerated by Lin Yu. The other formidable members of the Liao clan instinctively retreated. Some stumbled to the ground, reduced to crawling in their desperate flight. The scene before them was undeniably exhilarating for the elephant and the slender monkey. Brother Yu was extraordinary, essentially invincible. They could not contain their exuberance, hands trembling with excitement. At long last, the malevolent Liao family was poised to face retribution. In this moment, the one who felt the deepest dread was undoubtedly Liao Zixuan. Lin Yu explicitly stated that his foremost intention was to eliminate Liao Zixuan, seeking vengeance for the elephant and the slender monkey. Lin Yu slowly approached Liao Zixuan, a sneer curling at the corners of his lips. It seems that the power of the Liao family is rather unimpressive. If you have any underhanded tactics, feel free to employ them. Lin Yu's gaze was sharp, his expression indifferent. Father, what shall we do now? Liao Zixuan continuously sought assistance from Liao Peichuan, his boundless terror reducing him to tears. However, at that moment, Liao Peichuan was utterly at a loss. He could conceive no strategy to confront Lin Yu. Simultaneously, he could not fathom why Lin Yu had chosen to target the Liao family. Mr. Lin, if this is in retribution for the brothers Elephant and Thin Monkey, why resort to such extreme measures? Have we, the Liao family, offended you in any way? If so, we are willing to admit our mistakes. We could even offer everything belonging to the Liao family, kneel before you in apology, if that would suffice. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu merely smiled faintly. As you approach your demise, I shall disclose to you my 2 personal grievances against the Liao family. First, your oppression of Zhang Manlin is something I cannot abide. Second, 5 years ago, the fire that consumed the Lin family in Jiangqing was instigated by your own hand, as you placed a substantial bounty within the Zhulong organization, leading to my family's ruin. At the mention of the second grievance, Liao Peichuan trembled. The fire that ravaged the Lin family 5 years ago marked a pivotal moment in his life. It was, in fact, a significant turning point for the Liao family. Prior to the issuance of that bounty, the Liao family was merely a first-rate clan, far from becoming a true aristocracy. However, from that point onward, the Liao family acquired potent elixirs and martial arts techniques, propelling Liao Peichuan's skills to unprecedented heights and rapidly enhancing the entire family's strength. Today, the Liao family stands as one of the 3 great aristocratic families of Jiangqing, wielding immense power. Little did they expect that this seemingly foolproof arson incident would be unearthed 5 years later, with the exposer being none other than Lin Yu of the Lin family. Is this not a startling revelation? Lin Yu seemed to have anticipated Liao Peichuan's astonishment, his tone growing gravely serious. Liao Peichuan's complexion turned even more ashen. He understood that this matter would not be easily resolved and began to grasp the intricate relationships underlying that devastating fire. However, the other members of the Liao family appeared utterly bewildered. The Lin family fire, what of it? It is evident that even the core members of the family remain utterly baffled by the conflagration that transpired 5 years ago, lending an air of enigma to that catastrophic event. Liao Peichuan offered no explanation, instead bellowing an order to his son, Liao Zixuan. My son, flee in your sports car. Remember to seek the aid of Taoist Jin Hua. He called upon the valiant members of the Liao clan. Join me in intercepting Lin Yu. However, to his astonishment, none of the once unwavering Liao warriors followed his command. Why are you all standing idle? Liao Peichuan's eyes blazed with fury as he feigned authority and shouted. The warriors exchanged glances filled with indignation, and one audacious soul could not restrain a retort. You wish for your son to escape while we serve as sacrificial pawns? Do you take us for fools? Indeed, if Liao Zixuan were truly capable or had made significant contributions to the Liao family, we might consider laying down our lives for him. Yet what has he accomplished in these years riding high on his status? He has been arrogant and dismissive, forcing us core members and elders to endure his disdain, and now you expect us to risk our lives for him? Moreover, Lin Yu's target today is you too, not us. Do you wish for us to remain here to meet our demise? Dream on. We shall not serve. In an instant, the warriors' discontent towards Liao Zixuan erupted violently. Not only did no one wish to pledge their lives for him, but they also hastily scattered in all directions. Liao Zixuan, consumed by rage, howled in desperation, yet his cries fell on deaf ears as they fled even faster. Soon, only Liao Zixuan and his father Liao Peichuan remained on the scene. Damn it! Damn it! Liao Peichuan felt an overwhelming sense of desolation, akin to a tree falling and scattering its monkeys, a chill settling in his heart. To make matters worse, Lin Yu was drawing nearer. Perhaps I too shall perish here. Liao Peichuan understood that Lin Yu's formidable prowess rendered escape impossible at such a close distance, and he stood no chance in combat. My son, Zixuan. Liao Peichuan took a deep breath, fixing his gaze upon Liao Zixuan. Lin Yu seeks to kill you in vengeance for his 2 brothers. Thus, you must sacrifice yourself for the family, for your father. What did you say? Liao Zixuan was taken aback. His own father was suggesting that he die to save himself? This was truly a case of paternal betrayal. I am your son. Liao Zixuan seethed with rage, gritting his teeth. Can you truly bear to watch me fall at Lin Yu's hands? To his astonishment, Liao Peichuan tightened his jaw and replied, Your life was granted by me. Now that I face peril, it is only just that you return that life to me. How can you be so selfish? Liao Zixuan trembled with fury. Liao Peichuan, even a tiger does not consume its young. You, old man, would sell your own son? You are worse than a beast. With a resounding slap, Liao Peichuan struck his face, causing blood to spill from his mouth. You claim I am less than a beast, yet what makes you superior? Are you not aware of the countless misdeeds you have committed over the years? Lin Yu, the elephant, and the slender monkey gazed in astonishment as the father and son turned against each other, utterly speechless. While others stand united in the face of adversity, they chose to part ways in their moment of peril. Suddenly, Liao Peichuan leapt forth, seizing Liao Zixuan and striding towards Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, I implore you to spare my life, promising my son's life as collateral. I shall divulge the entire truth behind the Lin family's calamity. From this day forth, the Liao family shall heed your command, and all our assets will be yours. Should you doubt my sincerity, I can eliminate Liao Zixuan with my own hands right now. In truth, he harbored ulterior motives. If he could survive this day, he would summon the Golden Fire Taoist to confront Lin Yu. All his current capitulation was but a temporary facade of restraint. Chapter 83. A Plea for Salvation. Liao Peichuan, cunning and shrewd, was audacious enough to deceive Lin Yu at such a critical juncture. Lin Yu let out a cold laugh. Very well. Incapacitate your son Liao Zixuan, and allow my two good brothers to vent their frustrations. His gaze was filled with derision. Absolutely. Liao Peichuan exclaimed with uncontainable joy, and without hesitation, he delivered a forceful kick that shattered Liao Zixuan's knee. Ah! Liao Zixuan trembled in agony, his face turning pale. Liao Peichuan, you... Crack! Before he could finish his sentence, Liao Peichuan twisted and broke both of Liao Zixuan's arms, blood gushing forth. Ah! Liao Zixuan writhed in excruciating pain, roaring, Liao Peichuan, you are unworthy to be my father. May you suffer a wretched fate. Liao Peichuan paid no heed, callously kicking the bloodied Liao Zixuan before Lin Yu and his companions. Mr. Lin, I relinquish this ungrateful wretch to your discretion. Whether you choose to kill or maim, I, Liao Peichuan, bear no grievances. It must be said, this man was indeed heartless and profoundly selfish. Please, do not kill me. No, please. Liao Zixuan lay on the ground, pleading desperately. Yet, this scene was nothing short of exhilarating for the elephant and the thin monkey. Excellent. Liao Zixuan, have you not always flaunted your arrogance, relying on Liao Peichuan's support? Now, your own father has rendered you incapacitated. How does that feel as his son? You deserve this. This is the inevitable consequence of your own misdeeds. Lin Yu merely smiled coldly as he picked up the fallen machete and handed it to the elephant and the monkey. Very well. Liao Zixuan is a scoundrel and deserves 1,000 cuts. The elephant and the lean monkey, undaunted, seized the machete and advanced directly towards Liao Zixuan. Upon witnessing this, Liao Zixuan was instantly paralyzed with fear. Please don't kill me. I truly regret my actions. I beg you to spare me. I have become a worthless being, incapable of committing evil again in this lifetime. He pleaded desperately, foolishly hoping to elicit sympathy from the elephant and the monkey. However, the resolve of Lin Yu had profoundly inspired the elephant and the monkey. They raised the machete and swung it mercilessly towards Liao Zixuan's head. Scum! Perish! Bang! Blood splattered as Liao Zixuan's skull shattered, and he died on the spot. The elephant and the monkey, having avenged themselves, were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. It had been 5 long years, yet due to Liao Zixuan's reliance on the power of the Liao family, they had been utterly powerless to retaliate, burying their hatred deep within their hearts. But now, they had personally ended the life of this vile wretch. How could they not be exhilarated? Lin Yu felt a twinge of emotion within. After enduring 5 arduous years of trials, both the elephant and the slender monkey had matured significantly, perhaps now ready to shoulder greater responsibilities. At that moment, Liao Peichuan, wearing a sycophantic smile, remarked, Mr. Lin, now that Liao Zixuan has received his just deserts, could you perhaps spare my life? Ah! Lin Yu scoffed disdainfully. Liao Peichuan, the reason you have chosen to incapacitate your own son is, in truth, a strategy to endure humiliation and prolong your existence temporarily, so that you may seek external assistance to exact revenge upon me. Your little schemes are all too transparent. Did you think I would be oblivious to your intentions? You underestimate me, Lin Yu, far too much. Humph! Upon realizing that Lin Yu had seen through his plot, Liao Peichuan's expression soured dramatically, his voice laced with bitterness. So, You mean to say that you compelled me to cripple my own son merely for your amusement? Lin Yu and the slender monkey exchanged knowing smiles, as if to say, what else could it be? It is evident that they are merely toying with you. An old wretch like you, who is even inferior to a dog, has likely never been subjected to such mockery before. You dare to insult me in such a manner. Liao Peichuan inhaled deeply, his eyes bloodshot with fury. If I were to perish, you would remain forever ignorant of the truth behind the Lin family fire. Can you truly bear such consequences? With that, he placed his hand upon his chest, feigning the act of severing his own vital artery, thus threatening Lin Yu. Ah! Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. First, you resort to talismans and blood offerings, and now you wish to sever your own heart vein. You truly have a plethora of tricks up your sleeve, old man. Come. Continue your performance. With that, Lin Yu strode towards him. Liao Peichuan was clearly taken aback. At this moment, shouldn't Lin Yu be compromising? Why was he deviating from the expected course? Do not approach. Liao Peichuan's expression was a mix of awkwardness and dread. Otherwise, I shall truly show you what death looks like. I am genuinely on the brink of demise, then perish. Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile as he advanced step by step, declaring, I am watching. Liao Peichuan, utterly defeated, found himself incapable of contending with Lin Yu. His acting skills paled in comparison, and he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Thud. Ultimately, he could no longer bear the pressure and knelt before Lin Yu, lamenting, Mr. Lin, if you spare my life, I shall divulge everything to you. I will speak now. However, Lin Yu had no intention of granting him such an opportunity. From the very beginning, Lin Yu had resolved to end Liao Peichuan's life. With a swift motion, Lin Yu turned his palm, and a beam of white light surged forth, invading Liao Peichuan's mind, rapidly siphoning away his memories. A piercing scream erupted from Liao Peichuan, his body trembling violently, on the brink of unconsciousness. Soon, Lin Yu had successfully extracted Liao Peichuan's memories, revealing the truth behind the substantial bounty Liao Peichuan had placed years ago for the arson of the Lin family. Yet, Liao Peichuan was merely a pawn in a larger game. 5 years prior, Liao Peichuan aspired to elevate the Liao family from a first-tier clan to a prominent family in Jiang City. He sought the assistance of a sorcerer known as Jin Huadao Ren deep within the mountains of Jiang City. The sorcerer presented Liao Peichuan with a condition. On a specified date and time, he was to set fire to the Lin family estate. Upon the successful completion of this task, Jin Huadao Ren promised to provide the Liao family with cultivation resources and secret manuals, aiding them in becoming one of the illustrious families of Jiang City. Liao Peichuan was not a fool. He recognized the immense risk involved, as even Jin Huadao Ren refrained from acting personally. However, at that time, Liao Peichuan's ambition had swelled immensely, and he was in dire need of cultivation resources to bolster the Liao family. Ultimately, he recklessly accepted this clandestine mission. Demonstrating shrewdness, he recruited assassins through the underground bounty organization Zhulong, thereby concealing his own identity. Thus, the incident of the mad tiger burning down the Lin family came to pass. After fulfilling the task, Liao Peichuan received the promised assistance from Jin Huadao Ren, leading the Liao family to a significant increase in power, ultimately becoming one of the 3 major families in Jiang City. The enigma surrounding the Lin family's tragic fire had been partially unveiled. Lin Yu's gaze was icy and resolute. He had gleaned numerous secrets regarding other families in Jiangcheng from Liao Peichuan's memories. He was acutely aware of who conspired with whom and the clandestine connections that existed. Most importantly, Lin Yu had acquired a new target, Taoist Jin Hua. Capturing him would unveil even more invaluable information. Just then, the shrill wail of police sirens echoed from outside the estate. Liao Peichuan awoke from his stupor, elated beyond measure. They had arrived. The police were here. Salvation was at hand. Chapter 84. A stronghold. The police had arrived at this critical moment, and it was a formidable contingent. They swiftly encircled Lin Yu. What was happening? A man in his 50s, slightly portly, strode forward. Upon seeing Liao Peichuan lying on the ground amidst the surrounding corpses, he was taken aback in shock. Brother Liang, help me, save me. Liao Peichuan cried out in exhilaration upon recognizing the leader. That man, Lin Yu, not only has he slain members of the Liao family, but now he seeks to end my life as well. You must put an end to him." As he spoke, he cast a venomous glare at Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, Vice Liang is my sworn brother. To provoke me is to provoke him. You are doomed." Hearing this, the hearts of the elephant and the slim monkey tightened with unease. A saying had long circulated in Jiangqing. The Liao family wielded immense power. They dominated the underworld with impunity and possessed deep-rooted connections in the realm of legitimacy as well. It was no surprise that Liao Peichuan had such a close relationship with Vice Liang. No wonder the Liao family had always managed to evade the law's retribution after committing grave offenses. As he observed the tense expressions on the faces of Slim Monkey and the others, Liao Peichuan felt an increasing sense of triumph. "Lin Yu, do you see? This is my network of influence in Jiangqing. The Liao family's foundations run deep. What do you possess to contend with me?" Lin Yu merely smiled dismissively. He had long since gleaned from Liao Peichuan's memories that Deputy Liang had received numerous benefits from the Liao family, and for many years had abused his power to commit various illegal acts on behalf of Liao Peichuan, thus complicit in their wrongdoing. In fact, to a certain extent, Deputy Liang was more culpable than Liao Peichuan, posing an even greater threat to society. Therefore, even if Deputy Liang were to remain absent, Lin Yu would not let him evade justice. Those who aid and abet evil, endangering the populace, deserve to be punished. Lin Yu cast a casual glance at Deputy Liang. "In my opinion, this so-called Deputy Liang abuses his power and acts with impunity, deserving far worse than you." "What?" Deputy Liang's expression immediately darkened. He was acutely aware of the numerous illicit deeds he had committed, and thus, he loathed such accusations directed at him. Deputy Liang fixed a fierce gaze upon Lin Yu. "You young people, relying on a modicum of talent, become utterly arrogant. You may be capable of dealing with the Liao family, but to think you can contend with the police department is sheer folly. Our Jiangqing police department boasts 10,000 armed officers. Moreover, as the deputy chief, I have the authority to request rapid deployment of combat units for support. No matter where you attempt to flee, your fate will ultimately be the same: death." He did not complete his sentence, yet his implication was even more menacing. This only heightened the tension for the elephant and the thin monkey. However, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed. "It is you who succumbed to temptation and turned corrupt. Do not presume the entire police department mirrors your depravity. Today, I will kill Liao Peichuan, and no one can stop me. Of course, you shall meet the same fate." Lin Yu, while speaking, took out a cigarette and lit it, savoring a slow draw. "You!" Deputy Liang felt the overwhelming disdain emanating from Lin Yu, his eyes widening in anger. "You have killed so many members of the Liao family. I have ample reason to suspect you are an accomplice of a first-degree fugitive." With that, he drew his pistol and aimed it at Lin Yu. "I give you 5 seconds to kneel and confess your crimes. Otherwise, at my command, dozens of specially designed firearms here will turn you into a sieve." Seeing Deputy Liang draw his weapon, Liao Peichuan's face lit up with excitement. Brother Liang truly exhibits loyalty. He has brought specialized firearms specifically designed to combat martial artists. Such extraordinary weapons possess immense power, with their materials and technology strictly controlled by the War Department of Long Country. The distribution of these specialized weapons by police in each city is also rigorously limited. It was unexpected that Deputy Liang would bring an entire special operations team to support the Liao family. This clearly indicated the extraordinary bond between Deputy Liang and Liao Peichuan. Perhaps a single specialized gun would not be sufficient to eliminate Lin Yu, but with dozens of them present, even if Lin Yu sprouted wings, escape would be impossible. Given Lin Yu's capabilities and temperament, he would never surrender meekly. He would undoubtedly resist. If Lin Yu were to injure or kill any officer, he would be at war with the entire police department, leaving him with no escape but death. Conversely, if he surrendered, being taken away by Deputy Liang would also spell doom for him. Regardless of the outcome, his fate was sealed. Liao Peichuan grew increasingly agitated, ultimately unable to suppress his laughter. However, Lin Yu remained unfazed by the weapons pointed at him, calmly advancing towards Deputy Liang. "You seek death." Deputy Liang could not tolerate such an affront and was about to act when, unexpectedly, gunfire erupted in the distance. "Ah!" His right hand holding the gun was struck with precision, blood gushing forth, and the pistol fell to the ground. The sudden turn of events left Liao Peichuan and the others in shock. Simultaneously, several helicopters rushed in. From the helicopter's open door, a stunning woman in military attire wielded a sniper rifle. It was evident that she had intervened to halt Deputy Liang. Concurrently, a well-equipped convoy of off-road vehicles sped towards them. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers swiftly assembled, encircling the special operations team brought by Deputy Liang. Their battle attire bore the striking insignia of the Jiangcheng War Department. Immediately disarm and surrender, or bear the consequences. The commanding officer, draped in a crimson cloak, exuded an extraordinary aura, clearly a formidable warrior of unparalleled strength. Though the special operations team members were battle-hardened, the pressure from the aerial support of the War Department instilled fear in their hearts. Furthermore, with a warrior of such caliber present, they willingly relinquished their weapons. Liao Peichuan scarcely dared to breathe. With a resounding slap, the warrior delivered a rebuke. Foolish wretch, you nearly destroyed the entire special operations team, yet remain oblivious to your folly. After that, he shot at Deputy Liang's other hand. Blood sprang forth. Ah! Deputy Liang writhed in agony, his face ashen. Warrior, how have I ruined the special operations team? I truly do not comprehend. The other members of the special operations team were equally tense. The warrior spoke little, striding directly towards Lin Yu and bowing respectfully. Steel Hammer, I present my respects to Mr. Lin. We have arrived late and allowed this scoundrel to offend you. Please forgive us. The warrior was none other than the Steel Hammer, whom Lin Yu had encountered previously when capturing the Mad Tiger at the bar. Meanwhile, the sniper on the helicopter was the alluring warrior Hong Shui, who had been deeply captivated by Lin Yu. Hong Shui led her subordinates to leap from the helicopter at low altitude, hastily approaching Lin Yu to bow. We have arrived late, and we beseech Mr. Lin's forgiveness. This scene struck Liao Peichuan and Deputy Liang like a bolt from the blue. The special operations team members were left dumbfounded. The warrior held a status beyond compare. Even the city bureau would yield before him. Yet now, they were bowing to Lin Yu with palpable urgency, fearful of any negligence.
Chapter 85. Krisisjön.
The unfolding of events exceeded everyone's expectations. Just as anticipated, Lin Yu gently waved his hand, prompting the two war gods to rise and stand respectfully by, awaiting his commands. This scene elicited gasps of astonishment from all present. It is essential to note that above the war gods lies the vice commander of the war division, signifying that Lin Yu possesses at least the rank of vice commander. Wow, Brother Yu is simply extraordinary. Truly our idol. Initially, the elephant and the slim monkey were apprehensive that Lin Yu might be taken away by Vice Liang and the special forces. Little did they expect Lin Yu to hold such a distinguished status, instantly altering the dynamics of the situation. However, the other members of the special forces were filled with trepidation, their breaths quickening. Just now, we actually pointed our guns at such an important figure, nearly following Vice Liang in opening fire. Vice Liang was even more terrified. This is it. It's truly over. Liao Peichuan, you have brought me to ruin. Heedless of the blood streaming from his hands, Vice Liang knelt before Lin Yu, exclaiming, Mr. Lin, I genuinely did not realize your esteemed status. Had I known earlier, even with 100 times the courage, I would never have dared to show you any disrespect. Lin Yu let out a cold snort. Are you implying that if I were merely an ordinary person, I would have to perish at your hands today? My brothers would also fall victim to your machinations. Is that correct? Vice Liang's eyes were bloodshot as he hastily denied. No, no, no. That is not what I meant. Mr. Lin, you have misunderstood. Lin Yu paid him no heed and extended his hand towards the war hammer. The war hammer immediately comprehended and presented the matching firearm with both hands. Mr. Lin, please spare my life. Spare me. Vice Liang, witnessing this scene, was utterly terrified, prostrating himself repeatedly. I shall never dare again. Grant me one more chance, please. Lin Yu shook his head with a cold smile. Give you a chance? What about the lives taken by you and Liao Peichuan? Who granted them an opportunity? Those who assist tyrants and inflict suffering upon the people deserve their fate. With that, Lin Yu pressed the gun against Deputy Liang's forehead and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Deputy Liang's skull shattered instantly, his body stiffening as he fell, his eyes filled with terror and regret. Witnessing Lin Yu execute Deputy Liang without mercy, all the members of the Special Operations team trembled involuntarily. Lin Yu merely cast a fleeting glance at them before turning to Liao Peichuan. Your formidable backing has perished before me like mere ants. What are your thoughts? Liao Peichuan, pale with fright, trembled uncontrollably, repeatedly bowing his head. Mr. Lin, it is I who am blind to the truth. I implore your magnanimity. Spare my life. Bang! Lin Yu, weary of idle chatter, promptly ended his life with a single shot. This also signified the downfall of the Liao family. The steel hammer quietly inquired, Mr. Lin, how shall we dispose of these Special Forces members? Lin Yu surveyed his team, who immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was as if Mount Tai had descended upon them, causing them to instinctively kneel to the ground. Lin Yu remained silent, merely closing his eyes in contemplation for a few seconds before raising his pistol and firing. Bang, 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 bang. With 5 resounding shots, 5 members of the Special Operations team collapsed, each struck in the center of their foreheads. The others were free to depart. Lin Yu offered no further explanation as he returned the firearm to steel hammer. The surviving Special Forces members instantly exhaled in relief, only to be struck by profound astonishment. The 5 individuals who had just been eliminated by Lin Yu were all trusted confidants of Deputy Liang. They had previously aided Deputy Liang in numerous nefarious deeds. It was truly astonishing that Lin Yu could discern right from wrong through sheer mental perception. With Liao Peichuan deceased and the information I required now in hand, I leave the matter in your capable hands. Ensure it is handled with utmost care to prevent any societal upheaval. Lin Yu gently patted the shoulder of the warhammer, exchanged a knowing glance with the elephant and the thin monkey, and then took his leave. Brother Yu, wait for us. The elephant and the thin monkey, filled with excitement, hurried to catch up. Brother Yu, what has Lang Gu experienced over the past 5 years? Could you possibly take us along to train? The 2 of them, one on each side, clasped Lin Yu's arms, their eyes brimming with longing. We too wish to grow stronger and no longer be bullied. Is it possible, Brother Yu? No. Lin Yu shook his head and smiled, saying, You too possess a fragile foundation and limited talent. It is improbable that you will become true cultivators.